thinking it's doing it.
So great. Anyways, so this is the last clip of the day, which Fighter in the Kids subreddit. I find it hilarious whenever it posts NSFW, and it's just literally not NSFW. You know what I mean? But you know what happened with John Jones, right?
No.
Well, Francis Ngannou was not kicked out of the UFC, right? Not kicked out, but he just didn't resign.
Yeah, that's what I hate. Because they didn't give him enough money.
Yeah. So now they're setting up John Jones for Cyril Gane.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so March 4th, John Jones Cyril Gane heavyweight championship. But this is called, I know you're trying to use emphasis brand flags, which I believe it means Brendan. But maybe get someone to walk you to an ambulance after the pod. Hosted by guess who? Rogan and Shorty Pie, dude.
Rogan and Shorty Pie needs a handler, dude.
If Francis on one leg can out-grapple Cyril Gane over 5 rounds, what do you think John's gonna do? Easy money.
Easy. I mean, no one should ever take financial advice or betting from Schaub. Schaub said that, remember for the beige frequency, Schaub said that Conor McGregor was going to beat Floyd Mayweather in boxing. That's the craziest thing that he said, maybe.
Well, that's also when he got in a fight with Nate Diaz.
It was over that?
Yeah. Well, he was trying to convince Nate Diaz that he won at least 3 rounds.
Jeez. Yeah. Mario Lopez. Shout out to Bone CK. He's in the beige frequency stuff. He's commenting on it.
Also, shout out to Elephant, right?
Elephant Graveyard joined him and Ryan Joseph on
Ryan Joseph,
one of the live streams. Hopefully, we're not darkening their names. Like, don't put we're not one of our guys. Guys never met him.
Also, too, I wanted to finish here that one of these Thursdays we're going to live stream on Twitch. If you guys would be interested in below, let us know. We're going to set that up sometime.
One last plug, the Patreon.
You know what I'm saying? It's kind of awkward. So when we bow down, posture possession, confession, there was enough room for everyone. That you could confess and not be heard. Kotsker says something so beautiful. He says, there are some people who always have to be right. They're always right. They stand at their ground. They're always right. What happens with those people? It's suffocating. It's suffocating. It keeps happening to me. One of those people who is always right. In general, the best thing to do, how do you operate with those people? You don't really engage. You don't really engage. Because if you engage dealing with them and talking with them, interacting with them, it's absolutely suffocating. You don't move anywhere. Stop coming in. If you're in the doctor, if you learn how to deal, you learn how to visualize, you recognize that most things are not.
Again, shout out Lego. Keep building. We're with you all the way. We're following everything you're doing. We're following everyone. Make sure everyone follows each other on this space. Shout out. Tap in with these people because they're builders. They're builders. You're not tapping into people for no reason. Tap in and connect. I'd love to get a whitelist and maybe get my big one community whitelist. Introduce us here. I'm sure that you guys are. Have to tap in, enjoy the spaces. So, yeah, man, definitely. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, whitelist. Yeah, for sure. We got to connect on that end. Like, hit us on the Discord, create a ticket so we can make that happen. Because start getting these whitelists coming out mid-January 17th. 2,500 pieces on Solana. So we definitely got to connect on that end. We'd love to do that and see what we can do. We can pull off over there. Sounds good, man. Thank you. So we're gonna keep on moving. Coolsy since Jay went quiet on us. Coolsy go represent, but he got his own thing going on too. But he represented the dope quakies or what they got going on too. So Coolsy, what's good?
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up, Beamer? You guys out the curl put a question early on that I wanted to answer. You asked why you asking everyone why they purchase NFTs. And I thought about it for a minute because I've been buying NFTs for like a while now, right? And if I'm thinking logically, I purchase NFTs for the utility, on one hand, but on the other, I purchase NFTs for exorbitant amounts of money and stuff like that. But they were worthless overall. They became nothing, right? But I still love them because I love the art. So somewhere in the middle is where I think I would fall because I love the art and I love the utility. Some didn't have utility at all. I just love the art of it. And so I said, I'm going to buy it because I like it. And I rock it as a PFP, Or sometimes I've just wanted to be a part of community, right? Like, how big the Dotion Logs presence is, right? So it's somewhere in all of that it's somewhere there, right? So I can't really pinpoint it to one thing,
Yeah, no, that is true. There's so many like themes behind it, and it goes way past the art. So I like that you brought that up there. Like, there's multiple things. Being with the right community or the right ones, and multifaceted, man. So that's dope. I'm glad you brought that up, brought that question back in LA. That was the question of the day. We all missed out on like 4 people that came up that supposed to tell us why they buy NFTs. So thank you for bringing it back. And that's real. That's real stuff right there. Thank you for that. Anything else you got going on too, man? Feel free to, we have an open mic. Make sure everyone taps into. But if you're building out here, I know you're tapped in. I'm connected with you. Our community's strong, so definitely feel free. If anything that you have going on, there's an open space there, and we'll keep on going.
Well, I don't have anything going on myself. It's just I'm just rubbing Quakey. I'm not really building out any projects. Just Quakey, man. I know Jay's missing in action. Like when you guys called him, he didn't can't really speak. So he must be really busy on the back end. But I'm here rubbing Quakey, man.
That's what's up, man. We love Quakey, man. I love Jay. Love Stu. Those are great people. Can't wait to have them on our cans too. It is having a duck season, man. So he's built some great partners. Jay has been with me day one, so I just got so much respect for Quakey and the community. So next time they definitely come up here and talk about Quakey because what they're building is absolutely amazing too. We're talking about physical and Web2 stuff. They are doing the same damn thing. So yeah, shout out to all you guys that are representing the Quakey world out there. And all right, so I'm gonna keep on. We're gonna keep on rotating. LA, I know you out there. You've been tagging, do your thing. We're gonna move some figures down. I know we've been in this space for about 2 hours now. So we usually keep it like, I don't know. We decided we're gonna start keeping it longer. Oh shoot, I'm looking down here. I'm looking with the weed chips. I was just talking about weed and he popped up. We got a bar when I come up here. Yeah, talk about weed chips. We actually got one of y'all NFTs on raffle, so free to come up, talk about your project. I see some requests. I'm gonna move this speaker around. LA, if you got anything going on while I move some speakers around.
Yeah, man. Shout out to all the people here. Shout out to the community. Shout out to the Wabbits. You already know what time it is. On chain K. We've been doing a terrible job. Hopefully, we've been pronouncing it correctly. But Waynia is how I'm gonna call it. Fiverr, big Fiverr, Victor, Soft. We outside. So yeah, appreciate everyone. Showing love, and I know, like I said, I know a lot of you it's past midnight, 1 a.m. So we appreciate you guys staying up and rocking out with us. So definitely don't go unnoticed. So shout out to everyone here. Speaker on the stage. Let's see who we got. Eric. Oh, my boy Milton. Boom. What up, Eric? How you doing?
I'm doing good, brother. How you doing?
Man, I can't complain. I love my Milton family, man.
Yeah, man. I'm excited for you guys. It's getting close for midtime, huh?
Yeah, bro. I've been taking leave from my boy Simple. He been giving me a lot of game. I'm glad that we was able to connect IRL here in Atlanta. So a lot of things when they even just come to doing more spaces, a lot of game that he gave me. Just tapping in with other communities, show love. Just again, just more being authentic. Your time's gonna come. So I love what you guys are building. So again, Wabbits, man, we fucking love Milton Moon and the whole Moon community. So shout out to y'all, man.
Yeah, we love you guys back, man. I'm glad you guys got to hook up and do some things together and whatnot. I just saw I got requested up, so I didn't really have any questions or something. I just came in to chill and offer some support. Maybe try to drag some people in here if we can with the outro. Make sure.
Like Shield Moon, man. I know my boy Simple don't always come up. I know he's busy on the back end, but let people know what's really going on with y'all. What y'all building over there?
So we've got an NFT project. He took over another project. It was a CTO deal. He took over the Melting Moon Boys, and now we've got Melting Moon Girls. And there's a lot of lore and combo with them being paired together. I think we're gonna have mini moons in the future, but that'll be off down the road somewhere. But currently, the Moon Girls are minting, and the funds for it are going back to investments that can pay back our holders and things like that. So it's just a great community, man. The art's awesome. We've been trying to get everywhere we can to reach out to like-minded folks in the community that want to help support each other. We're on Cardano, so this is more of a soul space. We've been spending a lot of time in soul spaces and come across just a truckload of great people, man, and it's been a good time. So we do games and stuff in our Discord. We got tons of giveaways going on for people that mint, and we're giving away. We're collecting up soul things so that when we get some of these soul people that come into our Discord and mint and stuff, they can get a reward of something they know about. Not just giving away Cardano things or whatever. But so we're trying to blend the communities together, and it's not just Soul and Cardano. Our collection has, I think, like 30 one-of-ones, and our artists did about half of them, and then the rest have come from different chains. Fused is another guy that's one of our team members, and he sought out artists across the blockchains, different blockchains, so that we can try to bring attention to these great artists out here that don't get some of the support that they maybe should, So, and he wanted to do a lot of one-on-ones so that people could have a chance to collect one-on-one somehow. There's a lot of good art out there, so I don't know. There's 5,555 in the collection. Right now we have, I think we're coming up to about 200 of them that have minted. They're not going out the door very fast, but I think once we've already got a miner set up that is going to start bringing back some revenue, and we've got other things in the works. A lot of it is going to be media-based and trying to promote people that have different media channels and outlets that they want to try to point at. So we're going to try to collect up groups of people and give people a safe place to go get good information and have fun and all kinds of shit like that, man. It's basically what we're about.
Oh, man, my God, man. Hey, this is a real dope community. I know they've been building for a minute, connected with Fuse IRL at NFT NYC. That's actually how I got connected with, or even started learning about Melting Moon. Then once I met Simple here in Atlanta, I was like, oh, shit, bro. You definitely got to tap in. I love the team, love the mission. So, again, shout out to what y'all building over there, man. I definitely full support.
Shout out to you, brother. I hope nothing but great success for your product. wish nothing but the best for all the people that are in here trying to grow. And shout out to you for holding spaces and going to events, meeting people, trying to do this thing, man. I think we can all win. Get together with a good group of folks. That's what it's all about.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Whenever you're in Atlanta, bro, hit me. We can definitely get you taken care of, man. Get you some energy for that drive, my guy.
I'll be out there. I got to go see Simple, so get together. We'll be in Vegas for burial. I think it's in August here, so man, we're gonna try to be out in Tennessee with some soul people that'll be up there trying to coordinate in the spring, and there's just stuff popping up all over. I'm feeling about what's coming on for the next year. So aliens don't drop out and die or somebody crazy. Some wild shit happens, but hopefully we're all gonna roll through smooth, and us that are here collaborating together are gonna come out on the other feeling pretty good.
Hey, collaboration over competition. I keep saying that. That's the motto. So for sure, we definitely gonna tap in 2026. That's our year for sure. And definitely, just to clarify, I know we're launching on Solana, but this is a chain agnostic community here. We welcome no matter what chain you're on. I don't care if you're on Bitcoin, whatever. I think that we just can all promote each other and boost this space overall. And yeah, so with that being said, I see some hand raised, legs up, back. What's good?
I have a small question, right? This is a no pressure question. So I was just curious because I'm doing an event on the 18th in Miami with the Rustic Pelican. Not sure if you're familiar, but it's a nice classy event, right? We have about 125 RSVPs, like case managers, social workers, nurses, and doctors will be at the event, right? So I don't know. Lord Vodka sent me like over 100 and something mini vodka shots. So I'm gonna put them in like gift bags. It's like a sit down kind of event, really classy. I don't know if you have anyone that in like Miami on the 18th that could maybe show up, but I was thinking, so I'm gonna put these vodka bottles in. This is the mini ones that make in the house. I'm gonna put them in little Christmas bags on the table. So people are sitting. I figured, if you guys want, I can send you guys just throw an energy drink in one of the bags as well. And then you have exposure now for people in the medical field in Miami. So just a thought, but again, no pressure. I can need it before the 18th or so. I know it's like last minute, but maybe not prevent anything, but I was just thinking, something for the future or something.
Yeah, nah, definitely. And I'll turn it over to Henny because he resides in the Fort Lauderdale area. I'm in Atlanta. Only thing is the warehouse is up here in Atlanta. I know Henny is a little low on inventory because we've been moving product left and right, get into these stores. So I'm not sure how much he has on hand, but Henny, if you're there, I'll let you take over as far as that goes. But definitely would love to support. So it's just a matter of how many or how much inventory he still has on his side. But man, shit, that's not a problem at all. We connected with Vodka again at that event, the Ugly Duck Society event, and then the drink that we did have mixed, it was the Boar Vodka and the NFT Energy drinks mix. So man, we got a lot of great reviews, feedback as well. So I know he has the video, a bartender mixing it up. Man, that was just a dope ass event overall. But the drink hit, people love the drink. The Board Vodka, the NFT Energy. We need to come up with a creative name for it. A lot of people's calling it Bull Run, but that was a little bit. I feel like people can do better than that. But overall, yeah, definitely. If we can, we'll definitely try to get some drinks to you, man. Support anything you got going on, man. So shout out to you. I think Henny might still be tied up. Might check Henny.
Yeah, I'll send them a DM eventually. No pressure at all.
For sure. I appreciate it. I think I just saw you hop in the Discord as well. Open up that ticket, so we definitely gonna connect, bro. On the back end.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I did hear, man, Rusty Pelican be in here. Yeah, I am in Fort Lauderdale, so I can definitely pull up. I do think the 18. I will figure out. We'll chop it up in the DM. I do know I am doing a toy drive for some kids. Not for some kids, man. It's I'm not saying it like that because it sounds crazy. I'm doing a toy drive, a Santa toy drive here in Fort Lauderdale, passing out drinks. So we do this for everyone. We do this for the kids. We want to get people into Web3. So I do have that at the end of the week. That's Friday. I think the 18th. That's Thursday, right? Yeah, that's Thursday. Yeah. Let's connect. And if anything, I do have some drinks on hand, so maybe I can get some sent to you. LA, if you did get some more down here, I know we already kind of get that popping. But I'm for sure, man, we can always link up for this event or more events.
Yeah, I don't mind picking up two events. I stay in Naples.
Naples.
I'll send you the flyer too, and I'll send you a list of other artists. And all that. To make it a favor, I don't pick them up.
That's what I'm talking about.
We'll do a video too, we'll make a post. Just like I did a video today when the artists came in, show some love,
Yes, sir. Let's do it. That's about connected. All through these spaces of Web3. This is what we do. So, yeah, no, for sure. We're going to tap in and make that happen. All right, so we're going to keep on going. I see Rabbi Rothschild. He has his hand up. And then we're going to go to Bar. We did bring him up here speaking. We did, man, up here. So, yeah, we're going to rotate. So we got the two people coming up. So we got Rabbi first and then Bar. What's good, Rabbi?
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast, Energy Wabbits. Hope all's good in your neck of the woods. If you hear my voice right now, send me a follow. I will follow you back. I'm the easiest follow back in the game to everyone listening. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, was making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube links, they are available in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponic, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Right, that sounds like you did that 2,000 times. I mean, that's 24/7 for real.
That's NFT Energy Shield, down pat like Rabbi. However, we do have a question for you. the question of the night was, why do you buy NFTs? So I'm not sure if you're still there, but
I am still here. Believe it or not, I don't buy NFTs. People give them to me. So generally, people want me to be a part of their project. I many times speak openly and publicly about people's NFTs. I'm a spokesperson for some NFTs and an advocate for some projects. So generally, people give them to me. So I can't say that I actually buy them myself.
Well, kudos to you. I mean, you can definitely tap in with us. We're only giving away with the 100 free whitelist. After that, you got to pay. So, but tap in with us for sure. All right. Man, Rabbi, I'm glad you came out here. Got your chill. We're going to keep on moving these speakers around. Bar, Mr. BJ, man. What?
Yo, that guy, right? Yo, listen, man. I followed this man a couple times. I have to sneak behind that cat. He got me tripping over here laughing. Yo, you got that shit on recorded. Yo, that thing don't change. I'm telling you, it's the same spiel all the way through. I heard that like 4 times already. It's the same shit, bro. It's you don't skip a beat. It's the same exact shit.
Just so you guys know, you guys are live right now on Instagram, on the social media platforms right now. So your space is live wherever you tell.
We live right now?
Oh, 100%. You're 100% live. And believe it or not, none of what I say is written. I haven't memorized that well. After 4 years, you would too.
Yo, you throw me off when you told me about the ceiling camera, bro. That's all nonchalant. He drops that joint on us, right? Like,
I was not expecting that, Rabbi, at all. The next man came up here about point 1, point 2, point 3, ABC, 1, 2, 3. We got it. No, I respect it, man. Much love, much love. But bar, she out here, and we live right now, so this is a perfect time for you to come up here, man. What's good?
it's good, man. Yo, I'll answer a question, though, right? First, thanks for having me up here anyway. But the question to why I collect NFTs is because it reminds me when I was a young buck collecting Allen Iverson and Kobe Bryant cards, training with my homie.
Do you find it difficult to have that bitch memorized? Not at all. Why? I've been doing it for a long time. What if you have to make a change to it? Is that difficult? Depends what I have to add. But I'm actually quite surprised I'm able to get that bitch down so well. How did it start? Last stream live 20. Okay, all that. That was the first part. And then usually I would do all the way to Make You Rich. But that I remember that came this year. So and then I don't know. I got it down though. How did it start? Okay, it went. I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. That was for world peace. Sometimes I'd even forget to say for world peace. When I first started doing it, I would just say, I stream my life 24 hours a day on YouTube. You can check me out. Like, it was really simple. It'll be interesting to see this fucking spiel develop over the years I've been doing this. Gotta take a major league shit, allegedly. Oh, man. Really? Perhaps. Oh, man. All right. Are you? What's the newest part to it? The end about DM me or whatever, follow me. Actually, the newest part is free mentor, coach, and friend. That shit's new. Who have you coached? Shiba University's women's flag football team. All right, aside from them. All right, anything else? Would you change anything about your spiel? If I did, I would have already done it. Or if I wanted to, I would have already done it. Is there anything else you would want to change? I think it's pretty sick the way it is. I really kind of think it's perfect. It's 2 minutes, 22 seconds. I can do it shockingly well. Like, there's something I remember speaking with a rabbinical colleague about this once, that when you have nothing to do, like back in the day, you could memorize things extremely well. Like, the human brain is fascinatingly powerful, especially on memorize shit.
It's not me, it is my family. In my head, their kids are dead. With Tiger and Boston and their face on my arms. In my head, they are zombies.
Oh, funny. Zombie, baby, not in your head, in your head, zombie, zombie, zombie.
Please don't post the song from this week. We do it because YouTube loves it and we have a fun time doing it, but it's not always Netflix. This week, maybe Blockbuster.
And this week, we might not even post the song.
We'll probably post something, we'll see. Anyways, that's not why you're here. Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Join the Patreon if you're interested. We're putting new content out on there, not shop related. But that's not why you're here. You're here for 10 Minutes of Shop. Start the timer. No.
I've never heard somebody call it Patreon.
I call it Patreon. I just go back and forth,
All right, first of all, we wanted to give a shout out to Mr. President A Banana. He posted our song and made a little music video to it, dude.
Yes, thank you. I just saw Bobby in the back. I think got a picture of the truck. This part I feel a little dry about. I like the lyric, but I want, do not tag me on her Instagram. Someone tag me on her Instagram.
Oh my god.
I don't, please.
Look at you smiling.
No, I'm laughing, yeah, nervously. Don't want that. Just stop. This is just a joke line. There's no rumors or anything. It just sounded funny.
Oh, come on. This is
Brigadier and Magoma Shaka Channel, but much of how it's Ivanu, the Hadley near Hanukkah. Brigadier and Magoma says, Nisim, Ahana, Bute, Luna. This shit sucks. Dog, woo.
Yeah, you really very good. Very good.
Way too fucking complicated, people. Oh, and it's even worse that it's not there. That sucks.
Papa struggles to take a sip.
Classic Bopism.
Have you seen this clip yet?
I don't think so.
There's been like 3 or 4 clips about this already.
I just love him not being able to ingest things.
Well, he's doing a bit. It's the bit.
So he's doing it on purpose?
Yes. Oh, okay. He's trying to say like something that he doesn't believe, where he's like, oh, Dana White didn't beat women. Like that kind of stuff, yeah.
Only he's the guy that gets that thing.
I think that's how to translate it right like I do.
All right, here we go.
Alright, Brick Shampoo. Look at that, and I'm not going to check it out, but much of Brick Shampoo. Fuck, I gotta do the thing. It sucks. This is the worst. You like Hanukkah? You like Hanukkah? Yeah, it's pretty tight. Oh, what is this bullshit? Is it your favorite Jew? What's your favorite Jewish holiday? Well, they're just holidays, baby. My favorite holiday is.
Next clip is called. There's so many clips I'm doing that coffee sip thing this week, so I kind of just got that one out of the way.
Jewish spot? I think that one's pretty tight. Really?
We watched Green Poppy this
Yeah?
morning.
Why? Because it's cool.
It's called You Get Everything Wrong, Don't You? Posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie.
You like Hanukkah? Yeah, it's tight too. Oh, what is this bullshit? Dog. Give me 3. Oh, tight. Alright. Break it out and I'm going to check it out. Wait, let's check it out. I have the near Hanukkah.
That's the best part. What we talking about? Say shit. Messi and fucking Messi and Ronaldo. Outside that, you don't know shit. And the other guy, Pulisic, and the French guy.
We're going to go and check it out. Let's check it out. I have the near Hanukkah.
What about, we were talking about something else before we got into this shit.
We're going to we're going to go and check it out. Let's check it out. I have the near Hanukkah. We're going to go and Chelsea, Nassim, Botiano, Bayamin, Hahahem, Bisman, Haza.
Did they do that on purpose?
I don't know.
What's Pulisic?
What is it?
Okay.
It's Buster Yushin.
But what I don't get is why
You
does
know,
don't
play.
talk about soccer.
Buster Yushin.
Yeah, it's almost like they're doing it because they know we think it's funny. I don't know.
It's offensive.
Buster Yushin. The University performed miracles for our forefathers in those days at this time. West Side Pimp.
There's a lot of papas in the comment section call me Tualdo.
It's athleticism.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of.
Wouldn't want it any other way, Papa.
Let's put it right.
Okay, the rest is just 5 seconds. I don't know what else is on here. Let's see.
What do you got, Chad? Wait, what are we talking about?
See? You always play the
It's always golden.
That reminds me of like the clip where he's like,
Yeah.
you know, what is it that he's dating Miley Cyrus's aunt?
Dating Miley Cyrus's daughter.
Classic.
All right, so this next one's called Papa's Story About Getting Molested.
Look at
by
this
a-
athleticism.
It sounds vaguely familiar to me. Trigger warning.
Posted by I Downvote Keep Days. Doubt it.
Okay, when I was 9, I got molested by a guy with Down syndrome. Don't laugh, Randy. I'm not laughing. Why'd you laugh? It's just... That's fucking rude. It's such a curveball. That's a difficult... Dude, I got molested by a kid. I got molested. That's a visual. No, I'm telling you, it's a visual.
Right? This is what I'm saying, dude. This made me so infuriated.
That is wild.
Yep.
So he just heard that from Lee, and then he... Oh, man. Go play the rest of it.
He was like... I don't know, he worked in the athletic building. And he had a twin brother who also had Down syndrome. He was older, and they were gonna let him go somewhere else or something.
Yeah, it sounds like a dim syndrome. He found a way to make it like meaner, more offensive. He had dim syndrome, you know.
But I was like, oh yeah, he's so nice. You know, he's rub my ass. You know, it's like I'd be sitting there, he's rubbing me, and I thought he rubbed everyone. I was like, oh, he not rub you guys. Like,
You know, it's bad when you can hear the buzz of the lights behind what he's saying. It's like...
I mean, so what do you think? He's just completely making up, or Bobby Lee's story reminded him that this happened to him?
I think he thinks it's funny.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny when Bobby Lee tells, but it comes from a real place. I don't feel like he really got, you know.
Does he have a joke to go with it, or is he just saying that the guy rubs his ass?
I have no idea. I mean, does he ever have jokes?
This right, probably not.
Yeah.
Also, he was Asian as shit.
He thinks dim sum is just an Asian dude with Down syndrome cooking.
I almost said that after the dim part. I don't want to be like that.
I'm like, Bob.
No, what you did is more organic. I don't know.
what about charges? I'm thinking about it.
Yeah. So the first time you told the story of on here.
No, I've told this before. Maybe when Bobby was like,
Oh my god. It's so ridiculous, though.
Yeah, Brendan really just thinks like any kind of somebody with anything that makes them different is funny. You know, wheelchair, mental disability. It's gold, golden, and you have to bring it up.
He's like, I got molested by a guy with Down syndrome cooking fajitas. You ever hear fajitas? Stealing all the jokes into one. All right, so this one's called "He Threatens to Starve the Fish If People Don't Buy Tickets." That'll work. It's posted by Logical Scientist 2221.
get JoeTakeBigBoy.com. Your tickets, these don't eat. That's not cool, right? So let's make sure these fish eat.
Yikes. Is it that desperate that he can't afford fish food right now?
I mean, when you vlog every day, you say some things you regret, right?
Right. True.
So,
These fish don't eat. The next video is like, these don't eat. Brian can't get more sandals or whatever, flip-flops.
yeah. All right, so this clip is called Uncle Joey Makes It Crystal Clear He Does Not Speak to Dalia Callan or Brendan. Posted by Ryan Joseph 82.
If you guys think I give a fuck about who's doing theaters or who's involved in a fucking child porn thing, you know, all this shit, you people are fucking crazy. That's the last thing I want to hear about. I don't know what's going on out there anymore. Half those guys don't even talk to me anymore, and it's okay. I talked to Tom this last week. I talked to Bert from time to time. Theo checks in with me from time to time. Ari's my fucking brother. Duncan's my brother. Redman's my brother. Joe's my brother. Beside that,
Maybe we don't need the highest quality mic on Joey Diaz. You hear all the clicks of his mouth and everything.
Dang, you're a little homeless with Joey, huh?
Yeah, just a little observation.
Shots fired. This reminds me of us on the subreddit. This is like, I check in with Haphazard every once in a while.
Yeah.
Haven't heard from Ryan Joseph. Rogan is shorty pie. He hits me up every now and again. His name Banana. I don't know him. He's a great guy. Never met him, but these people saying that we're connected with him, it's not true. I haven't even heard from Durnham or whatever, and he's never reached out to me. What's Sean McCormick's name? Big sick. What is it? D's Nuts 5,000. I mean, I talked to him the other day. He checks in on me. He checks in on me every now and again. Thank him.
I really couldn't tell you what the fuck is going on.
But that is exactly how I feel about this James. I really couldn't tell you. I have no idea. Like Wadsworth, don't know what he's at. Some days it's like this is a great song. Other days people are telling us that I have small teeth and I should kill myself. Hard to tell.
From time to time, I talk to Josh Wolf. I talk to my man Ryan Sickler. But that's it, guys.
Ryan Sickler is homeless.
I don't hear from the...
I like how he continues saying names. So you can like kind of be a corner out. Yeah, I mean that him just going over all the names is pretty funny. If you I don't know any of these guys, but I know the names.
Yeah, if you went on for like 20 minutes, there's no Schwartz.
Yeah, could have been that comedy list. Yeah. But they should have never revealed the JFL names. Yeah. All right, he is in the category of best little guy unwrapped.
All right, so this next one's called Dana Stole Marketing from Brenda. It's all marketing. Hosted by the Dunk.
Okay, here we go.
You know what's crazy about Dana? So, he does the fucking Friday video. I don't know if you know that. So, they definitely take that from me, marketing. Remember when he was just firing people out and he was like, guys, I was like, God, Dana, what comes like, fuck it, Wednesday. So I was marketing and all that Fridays again, marketing. It was called Fucking Fridays. And he's like, that's a brilliant idea. Yeah, so I don't know. I'll have his wife at the fighting chair. Check her out. She's there. She's cool. She's him. She's cool. You know? It's all marketing. That's it.
Can you imagine, like, let's say Brennan because he's a very litigious fellow.
Yes.
He takes Dana White to court over this.
Yeah.
I think he's already to pump it with CO2 in order to make it look like it's still fresh when it's not. I can just do like, skinless breast meat and then just have it in a package. Like here, I got this from Costco,
Right. I mean, I'm not even gonna be able to eat now because of what you just said. I bought chicken and now I'm not gonna be able to eat it. Just knowing that,
Man, it takes evil intel. I don't know if you want to hear this, but let's say what I do with most of my game meat is I'll marinate it for like a day and then I'll super fresh and then I'll put it in the freezer in the marinade, let the marinade freeze around it. So when you take it out, thaw it out, it's really good. But like Italian dressing, it's really good. But yeah, sorry, I didn't want to. I should have bought this up.
No, I mean it's fine. So I cook, I hold meats. I just don't want to, know how it got there. That's all. And I don't want to do it.
She wants to go to the store and believe that buffalo wings are a thing, right? Like she doesn't want to go through the process of making them from chicken.
I'm wondering if, this is kind of thing about animals. Is, mammals is kind of hard because they have pretty eyes. But what about fish that don't have any eyelids or anything in them?
Yeah, so, my father is a dick, and he used to bring home lobsters alive, and I used to play with him on the kitchen floor, and then he would sit me down next to him while I put him in the boiling hot water, and you could hear little screams that they do. Well, I said they were screams. So, it's just not my cup of tea. I don't want to have to see them alive and then know I'm going to kill it and eat it,
Yeah, but, that sounds like fun as hell.
It was pretty cool. I mean, they had the elastic bands around their claws and stuff, so it wasn't like they could hurt me, but yeah, it was funny. They would run around the kitchen floor.
Yeah, you should have set up like a monster race, like a gambling ring or something. Got racing.
You
You're only the fastest in reverse in the water. Can't really breeze it out there.
And you know, but you don't really have lobsters around here. You'll get like crawfish, some versions. But yeah, lobsters are some big old crustaceans. And it hurts like hell for you to catch all of those.
I'm right in the spot where I get everything. So I get lobsters, I get blue claws, I get all types of fish, all types of shellfish. Also have deer, not far to travel, like maybe an hour, 2 hour drive, and it's black bear, pheasant, quail, grouse.
Black bear, you kill babies too?
Yeah, and I'll barbecue a full rack of ribs and eat it right afterwards.
See, it was all good until that part.
Bear's good.
Sarah has a psychological issue. You have to ease her into that.
Yeah, more people want to have like a bacon, egg, and cheese in the morning. I want to have a bear, egg, and cheese. Same thing.
Oh my god. I mean,
What?
What is this self-defense?
you shouldn't have been. Listen, it's a bear. Leave it alone.
Bear.
I mean, leave it alone.
Just
You leave it alone,
let
it'll give
it
you more bear.
live its life, you know? I mean,
Okay.
you never take
Let it live its life. Alright. What eats bears?
Damn.
Besides me?
Never had bear before.
I mean, not that I don't think.
So, the only natural predators then are humans, right?
Well, humans suck though.
Well, I'm getting to a point. So, if you don't have a hunting season on bears, what happens with the population of bears if nothing
Well,
takes
then
out
they get overpopulated and then they eat all the bad humans.
and your pets?
No, because I wouldn't let my pets near them.
They'll get overpopulated, and not only will the bears like wind up like getting some kind of virus because they're all malnutrition after that, but the like countryside will suffer because they'll want to eat all of the like really good berries, trees, or whatever, and then like if you left with some junky plants.
No, I mean, I understand all that. I just, you know, it hurts my heart, you know? Because
The more restrictions that you put onto hunters, the more upset the people that want to protect the animals from the hunters are going to be.
so I'm not restricting anybody from doing anything. I mean, everyone do their thing. I just don't want to hear about it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to see it. I would probably be traumatized. You know, I'm just a huge animal person. I always have been, and I understand the circle of life, and I get all that. I know that, you know, things have to be done. I get that. I just
I'm a big animal person too. I've taken care of and fostered wild animals as well until they're up to full health. But when it's in time of it being in season, then the animals are in season.
right. I mean, but you can separate the two. I can't.
Yeah,
You know,
that's separate too because both
I was not
until
crying.
you're working.
I'd run over to it and try and save it. Like, I had to request the mic just so you guys could hear me laughing out loud.
I look at it this way. At least the animals that are being hunted have a chance. The animals that are being processed for the supermarket don't have any.
Well, you have to thin them out. They're getting way overpopulated too. Well, except for over here where they all die in the fires. But yeah, they get overpopulated because, and then they just have a unbalance in the ecosystem there.
And then it becomes a problem for people as well. It becomes problems for you and your loved ones and your family members and everything else. Like even something simple like deer. You don't have a hunting season on deer. I experienced that where I live on the island because it's happened before. Where they outlaw hunting because people like Sal, they don't want to see all this stuff going on. So when it's in small community towns and they stop people from hunting in those towns, like that's fine. But it's going to take about 6 months to a year, and then you're going to see the results of you not doing this.
Yeah, but see, so I would never call it a complaint because of it. So, here's my thing. everyone's gonna do what they have to do, and I respect that, and I don't judge anyone. I would never complain about it. Just be, you know what I mean? But me personally, won't participate. I don't want to see it. That's all, because it breaks my heart, and I do.
Breaks my heart.
I'm saying like the people that don't want to see it. So
yeah, you said lights out.
Heart.
So
I would make a comparison. I'm sorry you got offended by it, but the people that don't want to see it, like in their actual town, when you outlaw it, what's going to happen is now you get an overpopulation. So instead of seeing the healthy deer that the hunters are going after, now you see malnourished deer that are showing like their rib cages, and now they're all fighting for the same food source because there's too many of them. And now it becomes a problem for the public because now they're stupid because there's so many of them. They're running out into traffic. And now they're getting hit by cars. And now people are getting injured. And now they're coming onto your property instead of staying inside the woods because there's no food left in the woods. Now they're coming into neighborhoods. They're eating all your landscaping and everything else. It becomes a really big issue.
That's the easiest place to get them.
yeah, no, I get that. I do. I get that, and I understand that that shit has to be done. I just, me personally, just can't. I can't do it. I can't bring myself to do it. That's all.
Like for duck hunting, for instance, like usually when people don't like when people hunt, they don't even know the whole back end for it. Like every year when I go to get a hunting license, I need to pay for a tag when it comes to deer, for bear. I also have to pay for anything with fresh water. I have to pay for duck hunting for waterfowl. I have to pay for an additional stamp in order to do duck hunting. All that money gets donated to the DEC, the Department of Environmental Conservation.
Yeah, they
Most people don't do that. They do pocket it because they use that for people that are employees for those things in order to look over the wildlife to make sure that they're good, they're well protected, they're vaccinated for everything, whatever needs to get done. Any type of pest outbreaks or so on and so forth. So I spend that money every year in order to do that. If I go duck hunting every day, whatever I get for ducks, I need to report that to the DEC so that they know the population, how much was available, what I took on that day, and every hunter's responsible in order to do that. You can get fined if you don't. And you're not allowed to do anything excessive like overhunting. Like there's limits on how many bullets you can use in your gun during seasons. And if you go over that, you'll get fined for it. And if you do it one time or two times, you won't be able to ever do it again. But you have your entire license confiscated. I have to go do background for it. I have to have my test done. I have to pay for all my licensing, my tags, and that all goes back into conservation purposes.
Yeah,
I'm also
I
not
used to
allowed
watch
to
one of
overshoot.
those shows. I don't know what show it was. I can't remember, but I learned a lot from watching that show about when it comes to hunting, and so a lot of people will try and not pay anything, and they usually always get caught. So.
Just like hunting out of season, you're allowed to hunt out of season. There's only a specific time to hunt, and those are also set for what time of the year it is. Like, I'm not allowed to go out deer hunting if deers potentially have babies. I'm not allowed to do that. It's not open season for it. If I get caught doing so, you can get arrested for it.
You guys have duck legs?
Duck legs, Margie, duck legs.
No, duck legs, not like makes you chicken wings out of some duck.
Mostly want breast meat and ducks, you really want the wings. They don't have any wings. Yes.
You ever seen, you're talking about conservation? There's like a weird situation in Texas where it's like 98% private land. And so there's a whole bunch of these like game ranches and bigger facilities and all kinds of stuff. And what's really like there's a lot of exotic regions or exotic hunting. That means it's like animals not from around here. So this is where like back in Africa and Asia, like the population is like threatened in this native land or the totals be gone. And the population, there's like more of them in Texas than there is in their like homeland. And so like there's only a certain amount of like carrying capacity on your property, and like the sale of hunts for these like threatened animals, it keeps them here because the landowner will invest in like someone carrying capacity for this kind of herd of animal. But like whenever they tried to ban the like killing of these animals, and it was so sad because like the landowners had to like either kill them or get rid of them just because they weren't going to be making any money out of them. And that's
not do it from different places, because if it's endangered in Africa, it's not endangered here because they don't even exist. But that comes into the problem of, if they're endangered in Africa, who the hell is allowing them to get bought in the United States and then brought here?
Good question. So I just want to, real quick, I want to say hi to Rabbi. What's going on, Rabbi? How are you?
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. Sal, thank you for having me here. I can't believe that the Mob Phi, its jackpot is over $60,000. It's incredible how much it's grown. I wanted to know if possible, may I please share my project?
Of course.
Thank you so much. Firstly, you're not following me. I'd appreciate it if you would. I will follow you back. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother, a timeline, and a time capsule movement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of that. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine said that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous in 360 degrees ceiling camera. If you want to use YouTube links, they're available in profile. Additionally, you'll also find in my post a link to my link tree. My link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more person ever. I also have a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouse, water greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things we do is we build wells and waters in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, advocate for the Life Share program. Most importantly, desalination technology, where we bring seawater onto land to make it. If you are a reply, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me them. I will respond. I want you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in the world. I'm here to have an optimistic, and most importantly, I want to give people hope, the opportunity to share.
I get respect for that show that you do at one point. I love it.
Thank you so much for your high praise.
Oh, of course. My pleasure. Thank you for coming out. Anybody have any questions for Rabbi? Oh, he's in the space every night. So, if you guys miss anything or whatever, you can always hop on Slinger or in our spaces every night, and you'll hear us still again. Much respect, Rabbi. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was to say I did a couple of the one that I did today, and then one last week. I put a couple of my new companions that were publishing the double deal.
This one's like, he shares every night with us, and I haven't seen him like, do I know you? Hilarious. I love your accent. I like accents. Why? Why not? What's the best accent in the world? No one knows. Yo, what up, pimp? Every day's a holiday. Every meal is a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? All right. What are you thinking? Is it going to be something? All right. Well, is it possible to just ask her what kind of perfume she likes? Yeah, you could be nice. I mean, not saying that you wouldn't be nice, but I'm saying like if I were you and I knew she wanted perfume, I would say, "Honey, I want you to know that I really want you to have a nice gift for the holiday, but I don't want to choose the wrong perfume, especially if I make a sizable investment into this purchase of this gift and it's not right. Is there any way you could tell me what kind of perfume you would like, and I'll be happy to make sure that I'm able to give it to you?" I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying that, especially something so subjective as perfume. Totally. Yeah. And yeah, and I mean, certainly you don't want to go over the top on the sweetness, but you do want to lay it on kind of thick because but she's if she's all normal, she'll totally understand. I know if someone gave me something very specific and I didn't like the smell of it, I don't want to go walking around with something that I personally don't like. And somebody didn't necessarily like it either. They just didn't want to disappoint me. That's where honesty is really important in a relationship. And if you came to her really nicely and you say, I really want to make sure that this is nice, but I want to make sure it's exactly what you want. Can you please let me know? And if there's not one in particular, maybe just some suggestions of ones that you like more than others. Man, that's a tough gift that she's wanting, and it's so specific. And you know what? She's gonna know. She's gonna say it's XYZ. I want XYZ, or anything from X, Y, or Z. And you're gonna say, "Thank you so much. I really appreciate it." And then what you do is you go to the store, you buy that, and you make sure that it's gift wrapped very nicely, and you have a beautiful card and a bow. And then when opens it, she's not only going to see that you took the time to ask her exactly what she wanted, but you put some time into ensuring that it was gift wrapped really nicely for her. And just if you go the extra mile too with the packaging of it, I think that's going to be great for you, because then she's going to realize, you know what, even though I had to give him a little bit of a hint on this one, he went the extra mile to make sure it was delivered in a beautiful way. Word, dog. And absolutely. And and I'll tell you this: if she says to you, "Well, you should know what I want," this ain't the girl for you, big dog. Yeah, I mean, if she's at all easygoing, then she'll be able to say what she wants. You'll be able to exactly, exactly, and especially if you're honest with her, and you just wear. I want to make sure I get the perfect scent for you, and if you're, like she's aware, there are so many different scents out there that I mean, imagine the she was on the other foot and there was some cologne that you really liked. And what is she going to get? She's going to get what she likes to her nose, which might not be what you like. And then you're going to have to wear an entire bottle of this stuff that you don't like. And you can't, it's not like you can just throw it out because she's going to see it. And so now you've got to smell the way that she wants you to smell, and perhaps not the way you want to smell for like 6 months. That's not fair to you. What's that? Yeah, no, I know a little bit about this. So I know a little bit about this. Well, certainly scent is the sense that is most tied to memory. So basically, it's very connected. Our olfactory uh, system, basically our sense of smell, is extremely tied to memory, which tells us that very primitive in our like the development of humans, our evolution, and it we've had to rely on it in so many different ways for tens of millions of years, perhaps as evolving species from whatever our primitive uh, common ancestors were, and because of that, it is something that's very subjective, and also things that have evolved amongst themselves over. Right. And there are even arguments that there are certain things that heighten our sense of smell, and that can tell us. I mean, I know in some ways it can warn us of danger. There are certain smells, like if we smell a rotting corpse, we know to be cautious, and that's evolutionary that we do that. Now, there's another kind of thing you were talking about, brain mapping, and yeah, that's definitely linked. But no, there isn't like an app that you can go to that's going to tell you what your girlfriend likes to smell. However, perhaps in the future, at least being able to smell things in different locations will be more realistic. In the past, it's been called Smell-O-Vision, SMELL O VISION. And it's exactly what you imagine it to be, being able to smell something through a screen. And scientists have developed these types of technologies in laboratory settings where basically there are like little you can imagine like little boxes of incense that have different smells and can be combined into whatever it is that you are viewing and make it smell alongside. Also, this has been used in the film industry, smell-o-vision, when they try to create things like it's called 4D movies, basically, where the yeah, I'm sure that exactly. I'm sure those correlations exist, but at least currently we haven't been able to study them well enough to know. But I know exactly what you're saying. Like, if you like the smell, like you had said, a musky smell, would that mean that you like a certain food? Or if you like a certain taste, does that mean that you would like a certain smell in another way? That doesn't necessarily exist, but it should be studied. It's very interesting that smell and taste, in a lot of ways, we're still very primitive in our study of them. I mean, in comparison to hearing and eyesight, and certainly touch. Right. Yeah, that doesn't exist yet. It should, I mean, it is something that should be able to be mapped, but it's just not currently available. As for your gift, as for your gift, not only would I get her the perfume, the one that she wants, but I would, and I want to emphasize this: make sure if it's in the gift box, that's cool. There's nothing that can't put it in a nicer box with the gift box inside, so that she has like multiple boxes open. Women love that, but people love that. Exactly, and then get a nice bow, and she's gonna be like, "What is?" You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing if you just gift wrap it, like I've seen people do last minute, and they're putting tape all over it. No, I mean it's almost as if you can. Sometimes they offer this at the store, professional gift wrapping. I'm not saying that you have to drop a whole bunch of money on it, but what I am saying is you can also get gift boxes. In fact, that's what I probably would do. You can get that on Amazon for probably $15. You get a really nice gift box, one of those with the top that comes off, and you put a bow on it, and then you put that bottle of perfume in there, and then you get a really nice card, and you write something out, not just love, your name. You really make a nice message in it, and she's gonna be shocked. She's gonna be like, okay, number one, he took a lot of time on this card. That's gonna mean more to her than anything that you get her. And if you don't just write love with her, if you write like, hey, it's been a wonderful year, and I appreciate all the time that we've spent together. I want you to know that I look forward to many more with you and enjoy your company more than I can describe. Love, your name. Have that in a nice card, and then you have a nice box that has one of those like you would see in a movie. Like the box top comes off, and then you get a nice bow on it. She's gonna be like, he took time with a beautiful card. He took time with the packaging. She's gonna keep that box. Trust me. Word, dog. Exactly. And then you have the perfume that's in there. She's gonna say to herself, "This guy might be a keeper." Dog, I'm Mr. Steal Your Girl, so you better watch out. But no, I'll let you keep her. Absolutely, my friend. I'm always here for it. Excellent, my friend. Hey, tell me how it goes, please. I'd love to hear. So, and don't be excellent, and don't be, and I know you won't be. Don't be afraid to just ask her exactly what she wants. Excellent. Take care, my friend. You too.
In the trap.
Damn,
Yeah.
bitch.
And I was literally the only blonde in that establishment, and probably the only blonde
Stay
in
establishment.
that establishment that night I was sticking out like a sore thumb. You know what's funny to me? And I've noticed since every space, there's always 7 listeners in the anonymous lounge. Every single time.
Gooning.
There's always 7 of them.
All right, since you guys were talking about dreams earlier, right? So at the end of the night, usually.
Were we?
I think
Yeah, we were. Tell us your dreams. Deb just wants to tell us.
This bitch is hot as fuck.
So I never had like good dreams, always nightmares, right? They're always like realistic. So
Where's
like,
this
last
girl?
night, it was like I was kind of shook when I woke up. Turns out I was like at a music festival. So my homies from like I've known since like the 4th grade. Right? A long time. And we had a music festival. And then all of a sudden I noticed there were a bunch of like white box stands surrounding like the whole festival, like really far out there to where you can see. And like fucking, I don't know who these fucking militants were, but they were all like ski masked up and like body armor and like guns and shit. And they were just like rounding people up, and I was assuming they were gonna take everyone hostage. And they were some kind of like political or religious movement or something like that. And I'm really fucking like crafty or whatever like that. But I was able to get my buddy and I like out of there. And like there's a like the fence to the next place over has barbed wire. And I'm pretty like agile, like physically fit, so I was able to climb up the fence and like hold the barbed wire up, so he was able to get over the fence as well.
Who the fuck is this
And
shit?
then I woke up after like we ended up like kind of in a neighborhood, and I was just like, dude, what the fuck just happened? And I woke up, I was like, bro, this is crazy. I hate when I dream because they're always nightmares like that.
No one cares.
The fact this was a dream, and I was wondering if this was real life or a dream.
Yeah, not good with dreams, guys.
Let me up.
Taking a lot of
I want to talk to these bitches.
Wait, actually, on that note, melatonin is not good for you. You should take magnesium to go to sleep. Yeah. No, but I was reading about melatonin, and I guess like people, it can make your heart like fail. Like you can just like take it and never wake up. Okay, this is crazy, but I literally got a bottle of melatonin gummies to go to sleep because I was having a hard time sleeping. And like I took 1 or I took 2, and then the next morning I was like, scrolling and I seen this like article and it was about how melatonin gummies are so bad for you and it can cause heart failure. I was like, what the fuck? What are the odds? And I literally just bought it last night and now like this is coming out. And so I was like reading like alternatives for that and it's magnesium gummies are really good. It relaxes your body. It does the same thing, but it's like good for your brain and like good for your body. It's like a good supplement. So anyways, take magnesium, not melatonin. The way you say melatonin sounds like you're saying my name. Melatonin. Melatonin. What's up, Barb? Hi.
What's up?
Urban's being so bougie, he wants to speak unless you speak to him first. No, he was going to speak, he just wanted attention. Wait, I brought up, is it D-Aptit? I don't know, Daptit? I don't know what it is. Tell us what it is. Dapit?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, what's going on? Pretty good. Want to tell us about yourself?
Yeah, so.
Ooh, you're breaking out. I don't think I can hear you well. Can you guys hear him? Not very well. You guys were letting projects go and different people that want to chill tonight. So if you have something you want to chill, just come on up and we'll hear you out.
This is like a house bitch.
Can you say more than one word?
I can get on the
Okay, this is better. I think so. What's better for a second?
Damn, bitch.
It's because I'm on PC. Yeah, I was talking to someone on PC. That's the only way I have access to this.
Yeah, you can just leave this one up, and if you want to come up on your personal, that'd be great. You'll just have to request it up. I don't know which one your personal is. Alright, how was your day? Did you make tons of monies today?
Me?
Yeah. No?
Just took meetings. Real world stuff. I need a bagel.
Oh my god. Can we talk about the new algorithm?
And how it's literally 3 girls and the feed is all just like terrible engagement replies.
Listen, my replies.
And by the way, let me clarify. It's actually Scott with the worst replies ever.
I literally have been milking. Okay, so all these. I'll reply the most outlandish reply, and it'll get like 300,000 views. I'm like, are you serious? Like, it's the most stupidest thing in the world too. But I realize that I might be pissing off some of my followers, so sorry about that. Noah, is that?
Hey, yeah, what's up? This is me on personal account.
This is way better.
Yeah,
we
this is
can hear you now.
Yeah.
Thought you a follow. What's up? What are you building? Tell us.
So Gambit is an AI aggregator that allows anyone to no-code vibe their way to an on-chain working application.
Boring.
Achilles is the founder. I'm one of the co-founders. Been working on it for several months now. And no token, but simply something that allows people to do what they could previously do by using a combination of Remix, GPT, refreshing on GitHub, and Bolt in a mere fraction of the amount of time. Happy to answer any questions. I think that with internet capital markets and this new paradigm that's shifting, we're going to see a broad number of companies that actually have real revenue, net revenue, coming on chain and taking advantage of the ERC20 tokens or BEP20 tokens, whatever.
So So it's just like chat GPT, but
Here, let me give let me give an example. I think this might be easier. Are you guys familiar with Disperse app? Disperse.app.
I'm not.
So it's a payroll app. Basically, let's say you have 20 employees to pay. You enter their salaries, and then you distribute all that money in one transaction, but it goes to 20 different wallets. So that's kind of what Disperse app is in a nutshell. For a while, BEP 20 Tether was not working on Disperse app, and it's the only payment app I know or that I knew of at the time which didn't charge a fee. Everything else charged about $5 or $10 per use, which is negligible. But I had too much time on my hands earlier this summer, and though I spent about 12 hours using a combination of ChatGPT, Remix, Bolt, and a lot of refreshing on GitHub to build my own Disperse app, build my own payroll app, and this was with zero coding experience. It took me, again, 2 6-hour sessions, 12 hours total, but I was able to build it, I deployed it, and I was able to pay my employees with it.
That's cool. Is it private transactions?
Just blockchain transactions. So let's say I have Skylar, Mel, and Jules. I'm trying to pay you guys all, I don't know, $30.
I would have already talked about ending World Hunger and World Thirst on the dog.
And it distributes those $30 to each of your respective addresses.
Right, but if you're looking on the right, if you're looking on the blockchain, am I able to trace back those payments to the initial wallet?
Yes.
Okay.
It's blockchains are, as we all know, public unless you're using a private blockchain. Everything is transparent. It's not a mixer. This is a simple payroll app. I'm using a real world example because Achilles was telling me about this for several months, and I didn't quite understand how you find market fit. But that was the light bulb moment to me. I think eventually these tools are going to get so good where anyone with an idea can deploy, and we're going to see a lot of clones. But it's going to come down to who's able to market the best and who's able to acquire users the best, regardless of what the idea is. And I think that things like Lovable, which is the Web 2 vibe coder, and Dapit, the Web 3 vibe coder that we're building, are going to be tools that more and more people use as AI continues to evolve.
That's super cool. I mean, there's definitely a lack of that in our space. So that's awesome. I really like it.
Right, do you like Rabbi?
And you guys, do you have any plans of launching a token or just...
Yes, but not... I mean, I don't like tokens in general. I think that 99.9% of tokens that exist do nothing. But again, I think we're going to start to see the beginning of a paradigm shift where you will have businesses come on chain that have real revenue, and with hopefully things like the Clarity Act getting passed and there being crystal clear outlines, as we all hope, of how to launch a token and what rules you have to adhere to, then we're going to see more and more actual utility tokens come about. So everyone wants an alt season to come, and I think we'll have an alt season at some point in the next year or two. But I think it's internet capital markets and legitimate companies that have real world revenue and are solving real world problems. I've been around for 8 years, and these are ideas that people have been discussing for almost a decade, and we haven't seen them come to fruition. And I think a lot of that is just due to a lack of regulation.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I actually have a friend that's building kind of a similar thing to you, but it's a privacy payroll. So it's completely anonymous. But I do think that there is a dire need for that in our industry. That's super cool. You guys go ahead and
So just for clarity, we're not paying the payroll. We're not building a payroll app. This is an AI aggregator, a model aggregator that allows you to deploy and build any application as long as you are able to. As long as you have a clear idea in your head, you should be able to build and deploy any application. So whether that's a Aave clone, a DeFi platform, whether
that's a prediction market, whether that's a payroll DApp. I was giving an example of a payroll DApp because
Sorry about that.
no, it's fine. So the
God,
reason I
your
make
shit
that example
sucks.
is because it's something that took me 12 hours to build, but I was able to build the same thing with Dappet in less than one. And so I think that's where it clicked for me. You're able to build and deploy Web3 applications in a mere fraction of the time without having to hire a dev team. Now, are there still bugs? Yes. Are there still
Let me at this bitch.
in beta? Yes. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be worked through. A token would only come if it made sense, and I'm still trying to study internet capital markets.
This is the hottest bitch you would have talked to on
Wrap my head around the
on Twitter.
tokenomics.
Bitch,
Much
fuck.
easier said than done. And our raise that we're currently doing is a family and friends round. We're raising private, and we're actually raising from Web2 people, not Web3.
Oh, that's super cool. I'm gonna test it out tonight and see if I can build something. That's super cool. Does anyone else have any questions?
No, because that guy sucks.
I don't have a question, but it's actually good to hear Noah's voice. It's been like a year or two since I've actually spoken with him. It's been a while, so good to hear your voice. We did a couple spaces with Acne, so it's good to hear that, man.
It's been a while, man. Yeah, this is a staying power in this industry. It's all about how long you can run and pace yourself. A lot of people are dropping like flies.
I was going to say the same thing, man. Good to see you, Noah. Dope that you went build something fire. You know, I went to RWA Island with these real world applications myself, man. I couldn't agree with you more. Whether it's a Clarity Act, everything on the state level, like SPG 65, all these things are just going to make all these enterprise players and a lot of these companies. And I look, I remember 5 years ago, spaces where they decentralized everything. You know, we tried our ways, like your parents, for like vacation. Like, all right, now, Scott, we trust you.
There we go.
Costco's road, we go party. And what we do, like everyone loved each other, but not like us personally.
What a Costco groceries.
The space itself, yeah. And what happened? Now 75% of coin-based transactions are institutional. So how do we fit and work and fortify, what's already out there? So, man, shout out to these spaces. Yeah, man, shout out to bro.
I appreciate you, man. I never really cared to build a project and launch a token, and I think part of the reason was because all the AMAs we hosted over the last 4 years, all the interviews that I did, made me a tad bit cynical on the space, and I recognized quite
Yo, what up?
that all of these utility tokens were just memes in disguise, and we have the meme season. Really, none of the, apart from Bitcoin, I would say you can make arguments for DeFi finding product market fit, and stable coins, which have certainly found product market fit. Everything else is still, still figuring itself out. It's gaming, social. I do think that we are going to see a new paradigm, though. A lot of my friends that I've been talking to over the last few months, we started around the same time, 2017, late 2017, late 2016. They're all quite fatigued and tired of the industry for obvious reasons. But I think that oftentimes in crypto, it's been darkest before the dawn. I'm not trying to be able to movie, but I think it's going to be different in 2026. We're going to see a lot of changes happening in this industry.
That's actually such a good point. I think, you said a lot of your friends were already hired in the industry. I think even us, anybody who got in the last year and you were only buying meme coins, I feel like you all got rinsed. I think girls agree with that? They got before. Yeah, unless you got here in the cycle previous, then you know how to make money. But like this year, who was actually been making money? Unless you have this year, the grifters, they just I donated. they're exhausted. Everybody's like, fuck crypto, it's a scam. Well, listen, it stopped the bad traders, okay? Because I have friends that trade perpetuals that are doing absolutely phenomenal. So it depends what sector of crypto you're in, because you can make money in crypto if you're trading the right way, right? Like if you're trading perpetuals, you don't think the market's going down because you're shorting it and you're still making money. So it just kind of depends on what sector. Now, if you're talking about memes, of course we are exhausted, but it depends who you ask, because then you ask some other people and they're living their best life and they're making so much money, and then you ask other people and they're like, yeah, I just keep getting liquidated, right? So it's different perspectives from different angles and different trading tactics. But a good trader, this is not going to be their first year in crypto. Oh, I know so many that literally have
Yo, bitches, you guys are hot as fuck, but are you not letting me up? I don't think you're cunts.
No, both. I mean, they've gotten liquidated for a significant amount as well, but very few people. Like, it's a very challenging, what word am I thinking of? It's a very challenging habit or talent, but once you get it, I mean, you can make some serious money even if the market is going down. It's just like, do you have the patience and the time to actually sit there and learn? I mean, both of them liquidated, though, The market's been unpredictable at some points as well, but for the long run, if you're daily trading or you're trading conservatively, like, you can make money.
So, over the last 8 years, I've met few and far between traders. They exist, but few and far between traders that are able to make consistent profit over a long period of time and keep that profit and make careers out of it. Unfortunately, most people aren't good at trading, and even if they try, they're trading the wrong things, and even if they're right for a while, they end up being big wrong, and they lose everything. And Mel is right. A lot of people, when they get into crypto, it's not just this year. It's you can talk about the DeFi fugazi of 2020 and 2021. Talk about the ICO bubbles in 2017 and 2018. A lot of people that get into crypto for the first year or two typically get weeded out, and they don't come back because they don't want to do it the hard way. They don't want to invest in Bitcoin or get a job in the industry and make these connections and learn how to build something. They want to make the money fast, and I was one of those people. I'm stubborn enough to stick around for the amount of time that I did, except that I wanted to say something. I was going to say back, I that you talking, I couldn't speak. I was talking, but God, I couldn't agree more. And that's why this cycle, I took the BD partnerships route. Like, I see a lot of us, where like, I see some people that got spanked, got belts and ass. I said, next cycle, I want to be like Michael, Wally Gar, shout out Michael, and when I've been acquired, I was like, now, I want to be like my homies who actually building shit, not like trying to chase the next thing. So while everybody was cooking with me, it did suck. I'm like, damn, a lot of people are eating, but in the long run, taking applications for RWA chains for YBN would be a way better play for me this cycle. So I couldn't agree more with me just getting a job in the industry because not everyone's a trader, and I'll be the first one to say, look at my energy while I suck. I was terrible and I'm the worst trader. I like it whatever. So media partnerships is like that too.
Suck, you have your hand raised?
Chance of matter is so protective around please.
Wait, guys, Seven is going to say something the last 5 minutes. Hi.
About the meme coins that you talking about. I think that Skylar is seeing that me and my friends are making a love from meme coins. But Skylar, because
I see you guys trading in there, but I haven't really looked at the P&L in there.
So you can always check it, okay? And the more you okay. Things may, maybe somehow the script, Okay, but you can always make money out of it. But not everybody can be a good trader. If you're not a good trader, just make it. Trading is not for everybody.
Dog, are you guys gonna let me fucking go?
You have to be disciplined. Like,
Got this motherfucker smoke detector
these
going
people
on in
that
the
are making
background.
money in music number 2, 3x. I am not that disciplined because I'm like, typically if I sell for 2x and it goes higher, and then the pain of knowing that I had a decent size bag and I sold for hamburgers will eat me alive for the rest of my life. Like, I just can't do it.
You're probably in a small percentage of people as well, so that is alpha groups of people in general. I get them too when I'm observing. A lot of the guys are making money and they're also losing a lot as well.
Oh yeah, I don't tell. No one tells their losses. I mean, I used to gamble heavily. I used to gamble heavily, and like I'd always show everyone the screenshots when I was winning, but I never showed anyone how much I was actually putting into the machine before I actually hit my win. Oh, for sure.
All right, let me go, bitch.
Where did your bagel go? I saw you post it up there.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Oh, I see it. I was scrolled up.
This is the worst. Bitches, let me up.
Why is everyone so quiet? I'm like trying to eat my dinner and talk at the same time, and everyone's not. I'm buying more of bagel. Oh, okay. What, Barb? If that's you, I'm about to mute you. What? Playing the soundboard? Yeah. Why?
Muting.
The annoying alarm or that fucking battery. That is guard. That is guard because it's been on every single one of our spaces. Like, change your batteries. But it was also Scott. So. Honestly, it probably got me too, but I took mine down. I couldn't handle it. I used to nuts now.
I did like a full half day yesterday, and like I shouldn't stop laughing. I still noticed that was really bad news stuff.
You guys suck.
Do you want to do a quick head read?
You want to do a what?
A quick head read.
Go ahead. Sponsored by Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's definitely carb. No.
The people in the other space said that it was really funny because they were going off on that one guy. I can't remember what it was. So I only did it when one person was talking. And they kept yelling at him.
What did you just say? What was the point of that story? What are you even talking about, Mark?
The soundboard. It's not real.
Out of the soundboard.
The beat isn't real.
Yeah, clearly. I know. I can't do stop, please. What's up, fat boy?
Hey, what's up?
That was funny.
What's good? It's ridiculous. Yeah, I'm fine.
How are we feeling about 2026?
I'll tell you about
We're
it when
gonna
we
win
get there.
so much. We're gonna be so tired of winning. No, actually, because this year. Okay, but this year we had so many changes that were happening that weren't bullish, but I feel like they were setting us up to have a bullish rest.
My oldest
Years. Everyone's broke. Where's the liquidity gonna come from? From Trump's stimulus check.
No, that's coming like June, so I guess
Okay, survive till June. How can we survive if we're broke? I've been surviving this whole time. It's not that bad.
job application.
Guys, don't ever say you're broke because you're putting that out into the universe. No. Say you're pre-rich. Like, say whatever you want. Don't say you're broke. I could have $2 to my name, and I'll never say I'm broke. I'll be like, I have so much money, I don't even know what to spend it on.
All right.
Where is St. Oxford from here? No, it's the law of attraction. You put out negative shit into the universe, good stuff will come. By privacy protocols. What's really by good privacy.
Sponsored by. Okay.
Are you ever serious?
What's that Hessen side?
It's for Ben Scambo to.
There's no
like, what is he doing?
Like some sauce, Scotch and Hessen side.
Like, oh, it's his headphones because he's on corny headphones. I'm also chewing in your guys' ear because we're not each other.
Yeah, I don't hear any chewing. I just hear some sort of Hessen side right now. Yeah, every time it's like I don't know if you get feedback off
It's just cats.
It's kind of shady. That's no, I'm just saying it's just constant.
Yeah, I've never heard Fat Boy eat that was me.
The accent is right. How bad is that? Guys, I'm getting out of here.
You sound like children. What else is everyone buying? Did you guys buy anything else today?
These bitches are the worst.
So bad, no one has
Stupid fucking cunts. Let me in.
Let's just go.
Wait, did you guys see that hippo coin today? Guard, did you see it?
I don't get it once.
Why?
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
I'm funny.
Okay, well, I didn't buy it, so put it. People in the audience, can you guys raise your hand if you are in the trenches actively playing? And people up here too, I guess. I am.
Yes.
Okay, I want to know, like, if you're not trading, like, what are you doing in crypto? Like, I personally, if I wasn't trading, like, you guys, there's literally two people. I know, it's crazy. I looked down. I'm daily and I don't trade. I don't trade every day. No, you're in crypto, but you're really not in crypto. Like, you are in crypto, but I don't know. It's like,
I call it 2.5. That's where I was at.
yeah, what's 2.5? Yeah, like, you like the social media aspect of it, but you're not really trading.
One pretty rich again, so this
Pretty good, though.
give it some time. Yeah.
How long before you drop the free?
Well, I bought a bunch of NFTs, but now I'm like, give me these. Like, I don't want to let them go. I got these ones. So like these ones that I have.
These people are the worst.
Like 20% of the sales go to like animal shelters now, 20% of the royalties as well. So it's like kind of a sustainable type deal. And I got some crypto black ops. I got some another one's like this like decent ducks, which is like it goes to their animal shelter for like it's like a duck sanctuary. So it's like ones that I have, and I just keep buying. Like I buy a lot of like the skits with yuppies also, but like I like the chart on those was good. Go ahead, sorry.
No, that's cool that it donates to animal shelters. You're in the U.S., right?
Yeah.
Is it non-kill animal shelters or the kill shelters?
Well, I don't think it's the kill shelters, but like the duck sanctuary one for the decent ducks, like the guy who's behind the project actually has like a whole duck sanctuary like set up and like all the like he has also like 20% of the royalties and stuff go to like it's just feeding the ducks. So every time you like buy one or sell one, whatever like that 20% goes to. He feeds them a lot like frozen peas. And he's I guess he got demonetized on YouTube, and so he's been posting on like his handle @ducks on X. Like you can go, he just posts all day. Like I think it's his main source of income. So he's like 5K followers, and he just posts a lot of like duck media of like him on the farm, like fucking with ducks and geese and shit like that. This is pretty entertaining. I like the whole idea behind it. stuff on strays online. I found ducks on accident. 3 of the strays. I bought like three strays and 2 ducks.
I want to get a cat. You should. I love cats.
I grew up with cats. Yeah, same dude. I can't actually have one, so I bought a cat NFT. Yeah, I need a cat.
You seem like a cat guy, Garb.
Yeah, I'm a cat guy.
No one else for my cats, so
Perfect.
that's why they're
So
sad.
have them come to the house.
I just don't care for cats.
I just haven't met the right cat.
No, I literally don't. He could be the sweetest cat I've ever fuck. I don't care for animals unless they're my own or there's something severely wrong with them. I just don't get that motherly instinct.
I've always wanted a calico cat. Like, I love the calico prints, like cats. I've always wanted one of those that Audrey Hepburn had. What was that one?
So everybody that's not in the trenches here, Audrey Hepburn.
She had like a hairless cat, right? Yeah.
So they're disgusting. A sphinx. Ugly.
Research online, but that's laser in real life. I can't remember what it's called.
Wait, anyways, no worries. Anyway, guys, part of being a good trader is knowing when not to trade. Like, I don't trade every day. Shut the hell up, Corp. I'm just beating your ass. I don't trade every day, but I trade occasionally, and I trade with size, and I make enough money for the whole month or the whole 2 weeks. That's why I haven't traded every day. So don't feel pressured that you have to take a trade every single day, because what I used to do, I used to lose my ass out. And now I don't.
But you also have insider knowledge why you go in with size. Like, any normal person is not going to go in with size on a trade that they don't.
That's not true. Before I had insider, anybody that's known me for a long time, I've always gone in with size on high market caps. I've always lost my ass on like low market caps. But I also lose a lot that way. Sometimes. Now I don't.
I'm just saying it's easier to trade with volume, especially in newer coins, if you know that it's going to go up.
Okay, that's another thing though. I don't buy new launches. I wait to see how it does for it to settle, and then I go in with size. Because if you catch a new launch, you're almost always going to get fucked. You're going to buy the top. Because all the insiders are getting in before you.
So you wait for it.
Yeah, you wait for it to settle, for people to sell off. Now, a new coin, I used to literally buy within a second. 24 hours, a day, 2 days, 3 days, however it takes for it to settle. Depends on how the market's doing too. Like if the market is shit right now, and if you buy within 24 hours, it's most likely going to keep going down over the next couple days. If the market is doing amazing, and it's held 24 hours, then I'll buy, because it's like, yeah, the market's doing good. Why is this going to dip? It's just...
Oh yeah, that's reading charts. It's part of trading. Yeah.
It was a bank.
What?
It was a bank.
A bingo? I have a bingo cat. Barney breeds those like exotic cats.
I literally have one.
You don't have a Bengal, Jules?
I literally have a Bengal cat, S.
You have a Bengal?
Yes.
What?
Picture it now.
Yes, I literally have a Bengal cat. I'm gonna pin it to the top because my cat.
Show us.
Yeah, I'll show you.
I mean, your cat was exotic. I thought it was just a regular cat.
Yes, Scotty.
No.
He's exotic. Get it?
He's literally a Bengal.
Literally.
Literally.
These people are bad hosts.
That is no. No, pet that dog. No, pet that dog.
Thank you.
That's like retweeted.
He's so sweet. So.
My cat growing up, that's fucking around the house all day long. It has green eyes. That's fucking good.
Worst bitches
Most of them do.
ever.
It's true. I'd had my cats. They had like 6, 7 toes
They're very, like, normal cat.
Come on.
Nothing.
No, just like a gray cat, pretty much. Very long and having the great, they call it polydactyl cats. Just got a lot of fingers.
Interesting. Hey, Jules, is your cat like jump around a lot then? Oh my god, he's crazy every night.
No, it walks.
No, but he every night he is absolutely insane. You can't sleep because he jumps around and does crazy shit. One night.
Look who's down there. Stop talking about it.
Who's there?
There he is.
Is it Rep Ryan? Wait, so I just invited him. Oh my god. Darby, you're so immature. I can't
I'm
believe
sorry.
Hi, Ryan.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Dude, I know. Seriously, Garb. Were you scared off everyone?
I was actually, I was on a call right before I saw the invite feed. So I don't know, were you guys talking about me or something?
He was like, stop talking about him. He is down there. And we were like, who? And then
You know what? I'm actually getting really fucking tired of this dude. This fucking Garb, Minsky, or whatever the fuck his name is. I'm getting really tired of this guy. This guy's a douche.
Oh my god.
I'm just kidding. I love Garb. Come on, bro. And he's got the soundboard. It makes him so much more annoying. Shout out to Mel. Shout out to Ash. Shout out to everybody else in this space. What's going on, guys? Yeah.
Ryan, are you still doing your spaces?
I took a break from the spaces, but I'm still like doing the walking stuff and working out. It feels good.
Damn. Do you have any progress pictures?
I do, but they're like in my phone. In my hidden photo section.
Okay, sure.
But yeah, no, it's good. I've been working out since like September, and I feel really good.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Wait, where's what were you gonna say? I was gonna ask where's Nick. I haven't heard from Nick in months. Oh my god, I forgot about him. Wait,
He's good. I actually just talked to him today. He's good. He's still his weird ass self. He's good.
Okay. There's a weird self. That's a good way to describe it. I wonder if he ever launched Climax Coin.
No, he did. I think he would have gotten some sort of hint that he did, but I don't think he did.
Okay. We have lore. The lore goes deep in here.
Yeah. This is the squad right here. This is the OG squad.
This is the OG squad.
I'm just cracking up because I remember having a conversation with you guys 2 years ago around this time. What's funny is that this ain't even OGs. I know. Yeah, I remember this dude like hopping into one of my spaces at like 3 or 4 a.m. and I was like making food and I was making a quesadilla or something. That's right. And you keep on bringing it up for some reason. I don't know why. I didn't bring it up this time. I know, but you typically do. So I was actually surprised you didn't. So I brought it up. What if every time it's the secret?
You know what? You know what's funny? I'm remembering the first time I ever went to the Mon space. It was a rep Ryan space. It was his birthday space. I was driving from Miami to California. It was like midnight. And they were talking. Do you remember this, right?
No.
You don't remember your birthday? Your birthday space. Mark, were you in there?
Probably. I don't remember.
Oh, this was the first time I've ever heard this word. They were talking about gooning. I had no clue what it meant. I have never heard this word in my life.
Wait, what word?
if he wants to come and defend himself. It said that he would sing for her or something like that. I don't know.
There's two types of tournament public guys. I've been seeing you guys in the replies on these random replies. Right. So is this the meta? Is this the algorithm?
Yes. Wait, who's the best? I stopped.
I've seen a couple Garb replies. They're fucking annoying.
My replies are funny. So if you're insinuating that mine are annoying, just be me.
No, not you. I was talking about
Garb was insinuating that it was my replies, yet he still reads them and laughs at them.
I can't point it out.
These people are the worst.
So I don't actually.
Literally. I mean, I still wait, guys. Sorry, since I started commenting on random. Guys, I saw a video today. It didn't have S's comment on it, directly on it, but it was about this woman who has had literally 5 children. She wakes up at 5 in the morning and her husband's still sleeping. Oh my god, I clicked on it. And I said, well, I'm surprised S didn't comment on it. And of course, S did comment on it. And I was not sure what it did. Because she's an influencer. Here's the backstory to it. So she's an influencer. She has 9 kids and she's pregnant again. And she was filming herself getting out of bed and her husband was sleeping peacefully. And all these liberal women were like, I can't believe he's letting her wake up early and get the kids out of bed. She's so pregnant. She lives a fabulous life. He pays everything and they live in a beautiful house. They have healthy kids. This woman is living her best life. And the liberals in the comments were like, oh my god, look at him sleeping so peacefully. Yeah, he works all day long. Let the man sleep. The least she can do is be a mother.
Yeah.
I have a question to the men. Should it be 50-50 in a relationship? Money-wise?
Depends on how much you make.
Remove these two from my space right now. If you guys make millions and she makes, I don't know, if she makes 6 figs and you make millions, I don't know. Okay, so what? Only if the guy makes millions are you allowed to be 100% pay for it?
I think it's more dynamic than that. How else do you guys share any household chores? Yeah, you gotta be financially responsible. You can't just be going out and doing whatever the fuck you want. Because also, when it gets to a certain stage, it's either you're having a discussion about prenuptials, or it gets to a point where you're talking about how you just slowly extract things into a sexually worthy point.
I was raised in a home where my dad literally told my mom, I got everything and you just take care of the house and the kids. And it worked out. Great dynamic.
Yes, where you're from today, every single woman I know today makes as much as I do.
Yeah, what I make is mine and what you make is ours.
No, I'm saying in any position. So
it is how it works.
That's too biased. So as much as men are going to have to accept the new climate, in the next decade, women are also going to have to accept the shifting of the climate.
I don't want to accept the shifting of the climate. I make my own money.
And strokes. Legend.
But I'm not sharing my money with men.
See how much more interesting the conversation got once we left crypto.
Period, Noah.
So I don't hold spaces anymore. I'm so tired of talking about crypto. There's so many more interesting things about it. You've done a pretty good job. I'm curious to know, Skylar, how long have you been in the industry for?
5 years now.
What are your thoughts? You're not cynical about what's been built over the last 5 years?
Oh, I think it's incredible. I love crypto. I think we have a really great future. I think, it depends on what sector that you talk about. Memes, I don't know where we're heading with memes, but everything else is pretty bullish to me.
The gentleman said that paradigm is shifting when it comes to women and female dynamics. And so I find myself asking my lady friends the same question. If you're going to make as much as your guy, are you going to have as much time as your mother had to be at home and take care of the kids and household chores?
So I'm a little different of a situation. I'm not like any other female because I do have my own businesses that run while I'm at home. So it's a little different, but yes, I'm capable and smart enough to have businesses that run while I'm at home taking care of the kids. So I'm a little different. Other women, I don't know, but if I go into a relationship, I expect that man to take care of me 100. I'm not doing no 50-50. What I make is mine, and what he makes better cover the kids.
So what are you going to do with your money?
Like I would probably spend it on like, sure, like a vacation home or like doing something. It's not like I'm like, oh my god, you can't have my money. But I just don't. I don't know, if you can't take care of me 100%, then like you're just not the person for me. Because I was raised in a household where it's like, if I needed something done, like my daddy has it. Like you can't pick me up from the airport, my daddy will. Like you can't do this, like my daddy will.
Are you looking for him to be your partner or your daddy?
No, my partner, but my dad took care of my mom 100%. Her whole entire life, and my mom did a great job of raising us as kids.
You're also saying that your mom was full-time mom, right? Although it is a new paradigm, like you said, you're able to run businesses while also being at home. I don't see why if you and your husband are both making really good money, why you wouldn't make decisions and live as a unit. Why his money has to be all of yours, but your money is only yours. It seems a bit agonizing. That's what it would feel like.
Yeah, no, I agree. And other sisters different. I'm Albanian, so I'm super European, and to us, like our culture, the man takes care of everything. Going on a date and a man wanting to split that bill for me is a huge turnoff. Like it's just like
that's a completely different context. That's a different context. One thing I think we're talking about family versus like a jealous, like a family unit. Right? You guys are a family.
I was just raised completely different. Like Eastern Europeans are raised different from any other culture. Like I believe in everything.
I get where you're coming from, and I think people are allowed to want what they want, right? So I think you have the right to want exactly what it is that you want. I was also raised in a culture that said a lot of negative things about women, and I grew up and formed my own ideas and went out and educated myself, and I had a completely different view, perspective on male and female social dynamics and how we should live our lives. But I do think that when you're making good money, and if your husband's making good money, unless, like you said, you're turning around and investing that money in the future of the family unit, it will build animosity. And I'm not saying this is you, I'm just kind of saying it more generally. If you're out buying bags and rings and just splurging on stuff that doesn't give back to the family, I think that would spark some animosity between you and your husband.
See, that's crazy. Like everyone's different, right? So like my brother is 5 years older than me. His wife is a stay-at-home mom as well, and he provides everything for her. And if she had a job, I don't think he'd ever ask her for a dime. So like I'm just saying, like that's the dynamic I was raised in. It works for my brother. It works for every single one of my cousins as well. It's just like what we know and how we plan on.
Yeah, bitch, because you're wealthy.
I'm not saying how you want to do 50-50 or how you want to live through it. That's wrong. It's just the dynamic you want to spend the rest of your life in.
And this bitch doesn't know.
Mel, how do you feel about this?
She sucks.
How do I feel about this? Well, first and foremost, no, I had a question. So that's a girl that's making the same as you, right? Would you marry a girl that makes no money, she has no job, and he has to take care of everything, and she just gets to be a stay-at-home mom?
So if I'm getting married, it means that I'm trying to have a family and kids. Otherwise, there's no point in getting married. And if that's the case, and you're going to have a family and kids, then yes, of course. I think, again, I think of a family as a unit. And it's not about money, it's about contribution. What do you mean for that? Everyone is free to live life however they want. Like I think I like the fact that Skylar's being so transparent and saying, hey, this is the way that I was raised and this is what I want, and I can see myself changing. Show people who you are right off the bat and see what you do.
No, you also have to take into facts that like I was raised where the woman does everything. Like I am cooking and cleaning for you, I'm taking care of the kids. Like when you come home, everything is already done for you. And I feel like today's generation leans more towards like when you come home, like you're doing the dishes too. Like I'm
Alright, lady, let's play Pretend Land. It should say Pretend Land, not Chill and Chill. Flex 3 confirmed.
You need someone who makes millions so that they can afford your tastes and their own lifestyle in addition to kids, right?
I mean, yeah, at some point I would like it to be on the same level as me financially, of course, or if not more than what I'm making financially. So yeah, I wouldn't settle for a guy that makes less. I've dated a guy that's made less than me, and that's a huge issue. Like, it just, I don't know, the dynamic.
This lady sounds like such a spoiled cunt.
Can I ask you one further question? Did your mother make a lot of money when you were growing up?
No, actually, both my parents are immigrants, so we moved here. I was born in Europe as well. My parents fled the war, so extremely poor. My parents were extremely poor when they came to the U.S.
What war?
My dad worked as a
Kosovo?
mechanic and then truck driver, and then progressed from there and opened up his own company and everything else. But no, he did not come for money at all.
But your father provided all the finances while your mother raised your family at home, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what I'm saying is that the dynamics are shifting today, in which most women, even in typical middle tier, even entry tier corporate positions all across the world, are equal now, or even higher, because of whatever equity programs. And I'm actually one of the world's leading brand directors for diversity, equity, and inclusion, ironically. So I know a lot about it. And
That's not ironic, that's coincidental.
Software and the metrics. So beyond that, I've seen a lot of the drawbacks, and they keep catching it. And the reason that we see a lot of the climate right now, especially with Elon and everything, sort of a revival of hey, wait, we've got white man pride, is because we've been letting it slip so much because of what we've termed as suicidal empathy, that the actual dynamics of the climate have shifted in such a way that now both sexes, and by the fusion of transgenderism and all of these other flags that you see, you can see the contrast and the shift of everything across the entire spectrum.
Oh, no, absolutely. We've had a complete shift. I mean, now we have genders are pretty much equal, right? That's what women have fought for the last decade or so, is equality.
Decade? Century, you dumb bitch.
Women having rights, but
more than that, too.
Who the fuck fought for us to work? Who woke up one day and was like, I want to go to work? Said no one. You know what I'm saying?
So let me paint a scenario for you that's hypothetical.
This woman sucks.
Right? Let's say
she's hot, but she sucks.
She pulls in $100 million a year, and that guy pulls in. Let's say he's even doing pretty well for himself, and he's pulling in.
I love that scenario.
Okay, but even if he's not, let's say he's pulling $1 million or $2 million, and it's a drastic misratio, and she's got taste to spend $5 to $10 million on just handbags and Birkins each year, right? So what happens from your perspective? Is it selfish of her to say that she wants to keep all $100 million of her pussy pick money, and even though he's giving into the relative, his faction of being a simp to his own wife to pay for that apartment price? How do you look at the overall zoomed out perspective of that? Do you think that all that money is hers because she hustled it in that way? I just want a little more of an explanation, not explanation, but a breakdown of your logic behind why women still today, with the shifting climate, deserve every penny that they make beyond everything.
Okay, I think you guys are misinterpreting what I'm saying. I think you guys are thinking that I'm saying women should waste all their husband's money and then keep their money for just personal usage and not let her husband know. No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, bitch, you suck. Your space sucks.
He's the provider of the home. He's the provider and protector, and the woman needs to make a home of what he is bringing to the table. Now, if she's making $100 million, she chooses to be with a man that's making $10 million. Okay, he can't afford your lifestyle, so you have to afford that lifestyle for the both of you, right? But in my moments, I want my husband to be the provider and protector. Yes, I do have an income. Do I think that if we can't make the bills,
Okay, baby.
That's just what I find attractive. I find a man that is able to give me the lifestyle I want attractive. And in return, I will give him everything he's, needs. He wants his laundry done, it's going to be done. The home will be clean. You're going to have dinner, a warm cooked meal.
You'll be able to pass an inspection, woman.
From work. So it's like, I just
There's
want
door behind the door.
traditional gender roles. I'm not saying that I'm going to take my money and hide it from my husband and just buy Birkins all day. Like, that's kind of retarded when I have kids, right?
Total turn off if you use that word.
So I think you guys are thinking of, like, the bimbo aspect of, like, I just want all my husband's money. It's like, no. I just like the traditions.
You're also talking about, like, you have residual income where you don't have to, like, come into an office and whatnot, right? Like, leave your children for the rest of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, my situation is a little different. So,
I was going to say, like, if you're making more money than your husband, but you have to, like, leave the kids and stuff like that with a babysitter, I think, like, one of the most important jobs in the world is being a mother and raising kids, right? Like, that's,
This is the worst.
well, they're supposed to be really picky and choosy on how they do when they have children, right? So if you want to completely, like, what do you call it? Like, contract out someone else to raise your kids, I think that might be, the mother might have to pay for that if she wants to do that. Because I'm not signing up for someone else raising my kids, you know what I'm saying?
yeah, no,
But if you're at home, it's like,
I mean, I think that's the best thing for children. I know that not everyone has the means to do so, but like, no one's going to raise your kids better than you're going to raise your kids, I think everyone should get that opportunity. Unfortunately, circumstances are different for each household. And everything is okay. I'm not saying that, this way is wrong. I don't want people in the listener section to be like, oh my God, she's saying it's wrong. No, what works for your family works for your family. That's good,
Yeah, I didn't grow up rich or anything like that. Like, my dad is a mechanic, I'm a mechanic, but, like, my mom was, like, a stay-at-home mom. Like, my dad just bought, like, a bunch of properties, like, has rental properties. He has a bunch of rental properties. He's retired. It's like, damn, it's crazy. It's like being
All right,
brother. It's like, damn,
humble brag. How about you let me fucking talk?
But I understand
These people are the worst.
as far as that goes, like, my mother had the actual luxury of staying home and raising us instead of having to go to work. But, but it's secured, like, generational wealth for my family, because now we have, instead of $3,000 a lot, it's fucking $80,000.
Yeah, no, for sure. And at some point, my mom works for their company now. So it's like at some point after we were out of the house, or I mean, before we were even out of the house, like she did start doing like accounting work and stuff to help my dad out. So it wasn't like she's still at home chilling. At some point you get sick of that too. Once your kids are out of the nest, you're not going to want to sit at home and do nothing.
Well, that's the thing is that, it's meant to be
These people
a
are the worst.
collaborative thing. That's why, as things move forward, you can afford to be as picky as you want, but most people in a middle-class scenario are not going to be able to be like, okay, well, I make my 80K and you make your 120K. I'm going to keep my 80K and you keep your 120K. It just doesn't really work like that.
Oh, no, for sure not. If you can barely survive with 100. I have friends that have great jobs, but like pharmacists, they may cap 120,000 a year, maybe a little more. My tax could be a little wrong there, but like there's not much you can do with that these days, and it's sad. So of course, in that instant, like if I was in that situation,
This lady sucks.
Because there's no way that I'd be able to afford a comfortable life, a middle class life with just one salary.
Am I
Let alone
fucking...
bring kids into it and everything else, right? So it's like a different dynamic for.
This woman is the worst.
And I'm also not married, guys, so I don't know.
Yeah, this bitch doesn't know what the fuck she's saying.
When I get to that point. I mean, Noah.
Come on, bro. What do you mean? Come on. Never ask a woman her age. No, we're in a new paradigm. Hold on. We're in a new paradigm, though, right? We're only side mapping and no, not with that one.
I just spent a whole hour telling you that I don't think we're equal.
Okay, yeah, you did, you stupid bitch.
I don't want to be equal with you. I hope you're thriving out there and making millions, and my intent is to make babies. anti-feminism, like she said, she would much rather have
This
the
woman
right
is
to get away
just
and not drive, and she wants to be in the 1950s.
okay.
And
That's fucking
she's
fine.
not wrong though, because there's many women that are like this. If you go to the Middle East, if you go to the UAE, what's their culture like there? You don't have a woman helping pay for the men. It's a cultural thing. In Mexico, I grew up.
I'm just curious, which Middle Eastern country are you referring
Go to Qatar. Go to any UAE.
to? Do you think the women in Iran are happy? The women in Afghanistan are happy? Do you think the women...
No. We're talking about different. You're talking about happiness. I'm strictly speaking about the man being the provider. Two completely different conversations.
Because they don't have a choice.
Exactly. So that leads me back to my point. S would rather not have that choice, but have a man that's a provider. And that's what she's saying. She would be happy to just be at home, making babies, taking care of the man, taking care of the house, taking care of the children, and that's it. And there's some men that like that. There's some men that want a traditional woman that doesn't leave the house, that doesn't have a job. But then again, with that S, it's like, would you be willing to give up your business for your man? So, but here's the female too. Like, I've already experienced growing a business, being a CEO, being a president.
All right, boss bitch, shut the fuck up.
And if you would have talked to me 5 years ago, I would have been like, oh my god, like this is boss bitch bullshit. I was brainwashed into thinking that was healthy. It was not healthy in any, like, I think my mindset now is so much healthier than it was when I was 5 years ago, when I was trying to build that empire, because
Yeah, real empire. Your empire sucks.
there is no way that I could juggle building a business and raising children. Like, it's literally impossible. I've done it, and it consumed my life, and I was working nonstop. And like, I realized I got to a point in my life where I was like, you know what? Now it's time to transition into what I want for the rest of my life, which is to be a mother. So I don't know. But like I said, I still have that option, still bringing income. So maybe my views are a little different. If I was broken, I don't know. Maybe the situation would be a little different.
I think a lot of high-earning women have similar views to you, to be honest. At least in my anecdotal experience. I have a lot of friends who, as they make more money, are finding it harder to settle down, specifically men, because women are usually... Go ahead.
No, sorry, I didn't interrupt. I thought you were done.
Where did finding settling down with a specific, like, where did that conversation come from? Because I didn't say I was having trouble settling down or anything else. I don't know where that came from. Well, you said a lot of your are having trouble settling down, and that wasn't really what the topic was about, so that's why I was
We were talking about splitting money, right? We were talking about it in the context of framework of a marriage or a partnership with kids, no?
Yeah, but not having trouble settling down, like, that's not really... Anyways.
It just sounds like S is like, so I know like one other Albanian girl. She's super America first.
Oh, America first?
America first.
Oh, I am America first. I think.
Oh, that's a W.
Oh, I think the opportunities that America can give you, and I won't even get into it because I'll probably piss some people off, but moving to America has been such a privilege for me and my family. Like, we came from nothing and were able to build a comfortable living here, and my parents barely knew English when they got here, so I'm extremely blessed for the opportunity to be here. I think Americans don't realize how good they have it because they've never been in other situations where they don't have running water, where they don't have the means to go to school, like all this other situation. So I'm definitely very vocal about that and appreciative of being here and the opportunity to be here.
Wait, you don't also drive an alley by any chance, do you?
No, because the thing is, they're known for driving Mercedes, and I drive Mercedes.
This bitch sucks.
Yeah. What's up, live?
Well, your kids. That was my wife driving me Audi. Wife of 30 years plus, so I got a little experience in this arena. Yes, I think your wants and desires are absolutely commendable because I left my
she raised, he's a fucking warrior, and raised my two children. Really, when it comes down to money, yeah, I took care, I provided, we built like Deb's dad, and you could be my son, because that's what we worked on. We worked on putting that all together. Well, she stayed home and raised the children, and when I came home, if I was gone 6 months, 8 months, 3 months, the house was impeccable, the kids were taken care of. And guess what? Once I decided to retire because my daughter was at age 12, and I said, you know what, I've gone too much for my son. I'm going to stay home and leave a little money on the table, but we're doing just fine. You know what she did? She went back to school and got her degree in psychology and runs now a thriving practice saving people's lives because she's a trauma therapist. And all of our money, it's semi-equal to a degree because it's all in one coffer. She can spend when we have a budget, we know what we can afford, and we do well. We can do whatever the fuck we want. We can buy pretty much whatever the fuck we want. We can travel wherever the fuck we want. Granted, I'm not driving and flying private, but we're flying first class when we want, where we want. We're doing whatever we want, and it's all together in a unit. So there's different ways to peel the onion, right? But the bottom line to all of this, truly, honestly, in my opinion, have your wants and desires asked. Now, Jules, you got your, I think that's great. But really what it comes down to is love conquers all. If you have true love, because I did
This is disgusting.
badly, she had to kind of pick up the slack a little bit for a little while before
You're a pussy.
be in right mind to be present for my family, right? And she picked it up, and she was my life preserver, my the light while I was drowning in the sea of chaos. So it really comes down to fucking true love, twin flames, and anything can work. Right? So that's just my 2 cents on that. That makes sense.
I agree. That's inspiring. I love that story.
So your story sucks, and I hope your wife
if
divorced.
in such a way where you're on the same page. We've been together. She's my twin flame, man. I tell people I would go to hell with a spoon and kill the fucking devil for her. Right?
Why do you need a spoon?
And she's the same for me. So that's really what it comes down to. Right?
These people are the worst.
Or not so.
These people are the worst.
Like what you want. It was a you that was saying like building a team. Like a lot of the people with like really successful relationships that I've met like 10 years ago, they attack it like a team effort. It's like you kind of almost like you're a unit. You're a unit. I get.
You guys are running Noah. Wait, SHK, you left a comment.
What's that?
No, SHK left a comment on the things. I would like for him to share his view, please. SH.
I'm gonna ask a fucking question.
I think about, sorry for my accent, maybe I'm not fluently speaking English, but I have something about Iranians, and I just want to mention something that, I mean, the moments in Iran are not sad. I can say that they are happy, actually. Jimmy is in other words, Noah, fuck you. Jimmy to as what is it? Jimmy. You know, کدوم خانم رو میگی نما ببخش عوض میخوام yes.
Are you speaking Iranian?
Yeah.
First, you dumb bitch.
I'm having PTSD right now. Are you just talking about me?
No. Actually, you know,
So at the end of the day, there's a person for everybody. I know I have a lot of wealthy male friends that they always say I would never allow my men, my I'm never Why was it a relationship like that too, Val? Yeah. I feel like a lot of foreigners are like, it's not just American things. I feel like it's just, I don't know. It's just the dynamic.
And he's self-respecting, different, but never allow governments though.
Say Shogun. Go ahead, Shogun.
I don't know. I just feel like it's different if you're talking about like boyfriend, girlfriend, but if you're gonna settle down with a woman, like any self-respecting man wouldn't want that. Not because he doesn't want his wife to do that. It's just being a wife and being a mother is a full-time job. So like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just speaking for myself, but like I find it more attractive when the woman wants to do that and doesn't want to like have her own like. At the end of the day, like if they have their own business and they're successful, that's different. But if they're like that's what they're into, I personally would just pick a different girl. That's just me. That's my preference. But I don't want to be like sexist.
I hope your kids hate you.
There's a time and place for everything, right? Like there's a time and place for everything. So there's a lot of different ways. Sometimes if you enter a space at the same time as your partner, like for example, I'll just pull anecdotally, my ex and I were both through design school. So when we went into design, we were simultaneously partners and competitors in the same field. We got interviews at all the same agencies downtown. So it was like this hit or miss game of both of us trying to get jobs right or something. And she wanted to get her design career in flow as most, our girls do. But at the same time, it's like eventually when it came down the line that she wanted to have kids, it was this simultaneous battle between she wanted to continue to make more money and advance her career while also having me provide everything, but she couldn't make up her mind. So this miscommunication over time, among other things, but just from that standpoint of like how you get into this, there's a lot of different unique nuances in these relationships, and like specifically for us, we're making nearly the same because we were competitors in the same market. There's no marriage. You're talking right now. TC. You said OTC. I can not anymore. TC. Yeah. See that? I was saying earlier, like,
No, Gar, we can hear you.
We just tried to use this as my area. Sorry. I realized you called me. No. So TC, you say that. That's exactly what we're on. So it's less about the money, by the way. It has nothing to do with it. So I know some of the expectation here is that they say shit like that. I don't want that. I needed something in my field for me to see section is made against understanding more about. That's the biggest thing in the world. Understanding. And
she can understand you in the same field as
no, because she's got to be working. She's growing in the same way because we're creative beings, and not everyone can understand that either. Some of them work so they can have money to do the things that they want to do. In a creative field, it's not have to do those things for yourself, money or not. It's just something that's innate to you. You cannot control it. You go out there and build.
it is artsy human.
Exactly. So, but that's the thing. The conversation goes away. You're still going to have these ways the kids are going to get raised. That's going to be because we're both shit all the time, whether it's together or competing or parallel. That's not something we can just turn off. So you got to work even hard. Yeah, and so like right out the gate, we had to come at it with like, all right, we're like what's that fucking meme with the two little like Gohan and whatever the little Vegeta, or like the younger versions of Goku and Vegeta, that they do that little dance side by side and they put the baby together. Yeah, so we had to do that shit together to try and figure out our life before things. Well, I mean, that's the difference between inspiration and shit, though. And obviously, this guy's business, that's her expectation. But when it comes down to it, it's like the kids do not determine who's for and who's not. At least when I say you better make them out of it. You better make them out of it because,
I guess I'm not the creative type, so I guess I can't.
Oh, by the way, this is not a discount any of these conversations.
Yeah.
It's a different conversation.
Yeah, and I always cover the majority of mortgage and all the utilities in every dinner out. So, like, that's a special notation. Is like, yes, she covered like 45% of the mortgage, but then she would cover like head care costs and things that were really more important to her is what she would cover. So,
those that are like you use that creative building thing that you both have to do and the kids get raised. Do you find that more stressful? Like for me, my wife is not working. I'm going to provide. I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to make everything happen. If she wants to go, when kids are ready, that's great. But like I feel like that could create a lot of stress in a relationship, and most relationships don't last. Like I'm in it 30 years now. This is my ride or die, right? Like we chose roles. I don't know. Sometimes I think if you're both working, it just seems stressful.
Well, so this is the thing. So, and this is like a conversation. This is not a. It's hard to relate to if you don't have it. And by the way, this was no short shot. This is, by the way, so some people are not going to understand this. And this is totally fine. It does not make the scenario better or worse or whatever. People in the creative industry, oftentimes, especially the ones that make it, so the artist industry is making it, and it is not something you choose. If I wanted to do something else that I could fucking do pretty much anything. The creative industry is really chosen. Because also this understands where I'm coming from because you are insane and willingly choose to this industry and work hard and put in the hours. It's not a choice. Any creative or any this industry understands that. The worker to be like, oh, well, that's going to create a lot of extra stress. Choose your roles. The problem is, it's not something you can turn off.
I have a question for Shogun. Shogun, I'm sorry, Garb wants to describe what you said. Shogun, are you here?
Yo, what up?
Okay. If you make the same amount, if your wife makes the same amount of money as you, do you expect her to pay for anything? Or is her money and your money is your guys' money?
So here's the thing, like, I'm not opposed to that whatsoever. I think it's more of a broader problem that I was addressing. Like, it's the difference between guys and girls now. Like, I would love for my wife to be super successful. That's not like it's taking away from anything. But what I'm trying to say is that I wish we, like, girls would go back to trying to become desirable as a wife and a potential partner and like someone who's a good mother, because you don't need, like, it's great to have drive and want to do something and build something, and that's great, but as long as it doesn't take away from doing the things that makes you attractive, and I'm not talking about just like your looks, like your qualities and the things that you know how to do that a man straight up can't do and just doesn't want to fucking do. Like at the end of the day, I don't want to be sexist, but I'm just saying, like, this is the way that we were designed, and I think girls nowadays are getting distracted and they're getting confused by what really matters, because 99% of guys won't say this, but like there's things that we want and we like need, and you need to be able to fulfill that, right? Like, if you're successful on top of that, great, but don't sacrifice what really matters because you're running out of time.
Wait, I have a question for my 50-50 guys. Do you guys use one bank account?
No, well, it's more complicated than that. If I'm married to someone and we have kids, then yeah. I have several brokers account, my business account, her business account. Is that one's in her name, one's in my name, some are both of our names, but they're all, trusted for both of us. And when something happens to me, it all goes to her. If something happens to her, it all goes to me. We're both not, it all goes to my kids, right? So we all have access. We both have access to anything that we want because we trust each other implicitly for life, right? I mean, if you don't have that, the trust, everything goes to shit. That's the thing. It's the inherent trust. Because it doesn't really matter for any man. No man who is truly heterosexual wants more money spent on himself than his woman in a relationship. None of my friends, and no father or uncle of mine has ever sat there and been like, oh, I want more money on me to kids with somebody, then everything we have belongs to the next generation. We're setting them up for success. And a lot of that, like you said, is one trust. Gucci shoes or some shit, but like $500-600. I'm like, she does what she wants, right? And I'm happy for that. Whether it was from my account that I was paying for, or she's paying, like, who cares? I wear the same fucking pair of shoes for days or years or for like, it's just a different. It's hard for me to put into words, but it all just works, right? Her money's her money, mine's my money, my money's her money's my money. Like it's all the same. You know what I mean? Like once you get to a certain level, then it's all one big happy joint. That's how my parents are. I mean, like my dad's always been the sole provider and everything. And like you said, you were in a relationship where you've been for 30 years now. And like when I recall mine, like it was no short stint. It was 12 years. So calling back to that, it's not like it, was something that just broke overnight. It was one of those things where like if it's a mismatch and you acknowledge it and you don't address it, it's something that leads to a fracture over time. Yeah, and if you have like that's the whole thing. Like I think if you have the conversation in these days, like in my day, we had the conversation. Like when we get pregnant, this is how it's gonna go. You're not working, babe. That's just the way it is. I'm gonna handle everything, and you're gonna handle the house and the kids. Some might call that sexist. I called it. That's how I was raised, and that's how it's going. If once the kids are good and grown, you go to work, do what you want to do. And that's what she did. The contrast is like, here's the middle. I'm the neutral experience here between you and Garb, is that I had my, art huddle wife. And so she still needed to go out and be her artsy self and continue to push that and be social in her own right. And she didn't want to stay cooped up at home. So like the whole time while she is telling me to go out and double my income, she's also telling me that, I just saw this other thing that I was thinking about doing. So it's constantly like back and forth, this knee jerk of things, and that becomes an unstable foundation when you can't agree on which direction you want to go. I think this. You guys think, girls and guys, when you meet the person, they're gonna know. Like you're gonna know right away, or is it gonna take you time?
No. This is so funny because I just had a discussion with my girlfriend about this. Like, I think we're so programmed because every single person you meet, right, after they get married, they're like, I knew from the minute I saw her. Okay, but how many other people before that did you think it was the person and then you didn't end up marrying them so you couldn't say that? Like, we've all...
I'll tell you, for me, no, I never, like, I was a little bit of a cat when I was younger until I met her. When I met her, all bets were off. Like, I knew. And let me give a little disclaimer. We kind of grew up. She lived in California. We had family that were all the same. She was a year younger. We kind of had little crushes when we were kids. And one part came I'm definitely gonna be a weird old age young man sitting in front of whatever stream on and so I'm making so much crazy shit all the time. I can't sit still for a week up on these spaces and talk about stuff for hours.
Okay, I have a question for the ladies. So, say you're dating someone and you guys are living a great life and he loses his business or loses his job.
Great question.
What's your next move? Then we fucking dip into my money. I start like, if I fall in love with him, he's a grinder, he's a go-getter, so he's gonna get back on his feet, and hopefully I have enough reserves to take care of us. I mean, I feel like it's partnership, so like, if something like that was to happen, then you pick up where he can't take care of it, and I completely agree, and I feel like our generation is losing these values. I feel like when times get hard, it's like they flee. Like, I just don't feel like the strong relationships that were back in the day are, like, still now in this generation. It's just a really different dynamic. Like, me as well, of course, my husband lost his business, whatever the case may be. Like,
you're not even married.
Building that back up.
There's a reason for that.
To get me back on
Woman
feet.
sucks.
I'd never run from that. So, like, I know that I have my own reserves, but if times got hard, that I don't see.
Skylar, may I think when you, so I think you provided a lot of context and changed my perspective on what you were saying initially, but I think when ladies lead with what's his is ours and his mine is mine, it gives the wrong impression. It gives the impression that, hey, if something went wrong, if I got hit by a car, God forbid, or something happened to me and I wouldn't be able to provide, he would leave me in the dust and move on to broader horizon. I think that's what a lot of young men that I speak to, and I speak to young men a lot, are struggling with.
Oh, no, absolutely. And I think my problem with that too is like I feel like everyone knows me and like understands what's in my head. Like my friends that know me like kind of know where my headspace is at. So of course we've never met, so I can see why you might think the way you did with some of the stuff I was saying. So I should have been more elaborate, given that you don't really know my background or who I am.
I don't really know you that well either. I kind of can sense that, and I was going to ask that. And I did say that when I was drowning in the sea of chaos, and I'm not going to get into what, how, and why, but it was bad. I mean, it was really bad. My wife stepped up and saved my life. I mean, my kids were there too, but she saved my life. I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't be where I am. I'm 11 years sober, clean and fucking sober, and without her, I definitely wouldn't be here. So I think with that value of, my money's my money, I want to do what I want, I get it. You're going to do that. If you've got the right man who's providing, you can do that because he's not going to care. He's going to be happy for you, right? And he knows that if something happens to him, you're there for him. Again, it comes down to trust and true fucking love. If you have that, you got life fucking flipped.
Yeah, no, I mean, everyone ideally would like a perfect situation, right? But it's not to say that that's what happens in life. Life is extremely unpredictable. Your husband can die, and you need, you should have skills to be able to take care of your kids or be able to take care of his business or, whatever is providing for your children. And I've been a firm believer in that. Like, I've always been in the position where it's like if all hell broke loose, like I'm ready to take on the spot or do something to take care of my kids. Period. Oh, yes. Can you do it like not dragged out? Like a 0.15 speed. Every single time you pause while talking, I thought that was the end, and then you continue, and it's like okay, and then I again, and it goes.
Sure, I would get the same thing from my ex. Apparently, I can choose just like
that pushes and
no communication. Yes.
I can't give a feedback to you because you're a creative, and okay. The only feedback I can give is my college boyfriend that I said I would pay for everything was an artist, and I swore to never date an artist ever again in my life. No offense to the artists on stage. But go ahead, Barb, ask your. No, they're free groups, though. But I was I was on the phone all the time and how I was working nonstop. And like, I'm so glad I ended that relationship because financially I wouldn't be where I am if I listened to him bullying me while I was building. So, Garb had a question. Go ahead, Garb.
That was you all said whatever the kids, everything, you, and all of you should answer this. Everyone up here is what is your passion? And what do you enjoy the most? You can't say going on vacation. You can't say doing food and drinks. It's like, what do you do?
I like being with my family.
Solo, alone.
What I love.
Yes.
This is my passion. I love being with my family.
Like, dude,
But then you say I can't travel, so it's kind of bullshit.
I'm gonna say some people's things is hosting events for their family and doing engaging activities that are communal and corporate. By the way, this is not a genocide question. This is purely getting down.
No, of course.
So if it is family, if it is hosting an event or something like that, but like
it's not hosting events, but it's just being around my family and people I love.
I'm just saying, like, so
that's me. What about everybody else?
I'm gonna say this: since the kids are gone, for me, it's in the ocean. I'm surfing, I'm spearfishing, I'm riding my mountain bike, I'm biohacking, and I'm taking care of my health. I'm fucking super passionate about keeping as fit as I can, doing what I love the most, which is surfing, spearfishing, biking, and training. That's what I'm passionate about, and I can do it all day, every day. Forget crypto. But that's kind of fun. Crypto's fun. And the truth is, man, I'm in these spaces and everybody's fucking. A lot of guys are old enough to get my kids, right? And I did that. I'm getting fresh ideas. I'm listening to the new generation. My daughter's like, dude, what are you doing? And like, they don't get it, but I'm enjoying it because I'm learning a lot of shit, right? So, but that's my passion, Gar. It's like just being out in the world, in nature, and surfing, and traveling, spearfishing, bringing home food, and making it for my wife because she won't give up the practice. So I cook fish for her and I kill this morning. Right? Like I'm passionate about that. It's just business. You know what I mean? Like, and I get it. Like I have a friend. He's a creative artist, and he's a torture man. All he has to do is just create. He's possessive section. I appreciate it.
by the way, the creative industry sounds like Mel got one of the tough ones, and hopefully he made it. Hopefully he did well.
He did.
Between artists,
yeah, it's very hard.
It's design as well as art, it's expression. Obviously, there's artistic tendencies in some. You get more corporate realm because it's business, money. But yeah, all that to say though, it's just like passion. If you can be paid to do that things, I picture like Glorious, like how Glorious guy does that awards, and I think just made a shitload of money. For that, and I just bring it home. Randall,
That's the thing. Like, I kind of feel like if I had to make, I made money off of something else, right? And I don't really talk about it, but
money and the partner and all that stuff. But like, you want to have that person that makes you better at the thing that you can't control and you just are anyway. And then if you get paid to do it too, like, I grind my ass off for 3-4 years. It's terrible. And it would kill pretty much anybody in terms of like sleeping in the industry. And then being one of the youngest guys. because that's why they get paid. That's kind of the funny thing. I always recommend to people when things aren't working to switch up your pace, because I remember, growing up with you from age 4 to 19, school was difficult. But then as soon as I entered college and I finally had enough time in between like classes, like you can go back to your dorm and eat lunch or whatever, or you like go and take a nap and then come back to like a 9 p.m. class. Like that kind of unconventional time that I had to apply to that enabled me to graduate cum laude instead of being some, 2.5 fuck who didn't pay attention and fell asleep in like advanced trigonometry or whatever. Like I was always rated high, but I always failed in school, right? And then later on, you get that time opened up. When people change pace, you learn other ways that you can behave and other time that you can regain in between the thought. And I think when you're crammed through a system like the typical community school system, your brain gets a little bit rushed and anxious, and it doesn't perform as well because it's trying to catch up with something that is regimented and like rigid scale versus the variety and the full spectrum that you could be applied to.
I can 100% confirm this, just because I grew up, I was working at like I said earlier, I was a kid, pretty much for 20 years, whatever. And but for the first 10, I was working at independent shops where it's you're just scratching and learning and shit like that, you're scratching money or whatever like that, learning. And then I started doing the dealership, and then I started finding a niche in exotic and European and foreign cars and stuff like that. And then I worked at a few places, independent shops where I'm restoring old Ferraris and everything. And there's no time limit because those guys they care about getting their fucking car done quick. They want it done right, And so it was just that much, and they had the money to burn or whatever. And it's just therapeutic. And the place I was working at, there was no hours that you gotta be here at this time and you leave at this time. It was you get to stay as late as you want. It's midnight, 1 o'clock. And it's just therapeutic. Just put some music on, headphones, and just lock in. And then I started doing dealerships, and I could say right now it's a fucking rat race at dealerships, and it's not the same anymore. I understand. And they were like, oh man, we don't have any room, but I can see the dealership thing hasn't affected you at all. I didn't know what that meant until now. I'm looking back, I'm bro, I know exactly what you were talking about. The dealership thing, it didn't happen. It didn't disenchant me from working on cars. And now I'm kind of disenchanted. But, I understand exactly what you're saying. There's therapy. Now it's work.
I would also say that balance tasks. Don't give up your desires. Don't give up, because what society says, what some people think, or just do what makes you, happy. Right? That's the most important thing. And then,
For sure.
And then with that, you'll know you got the right partner. I think you'll know. And if they don't understand your wants and needs, then they're not the right person. It's
Very true. No, that's real. That's real. My mom made more money than my father, and my father ended up resenting my mom. And then the next relationships that my mom had, she didn't give a shit about how much money the man made. She actually made more money than all the men. And to her, she never cared about that. But I also grew up with my grandparents, where they're together, and my grandpa he's always taking care of everything, So I've gotten to see both sides of the what?
Spectrum.
On the spectrum, exactly. There you go. Thank you. What are you gonna say, Barb? You got your hands up.
Sorry, I sent a message. I actually got out of the way, so.
Somebody I mentioned to you earlier, see you later. My father, he was a mechanic. I just learned just by proxy, and so I kind of got into that field. I had a head start, just because my father was, a mechanic. I knew about everything on tools, whatever.
started buying properties and stuff like that. It was like not like expensive properties; they were cheap. And one had it was like he was just renting out mobiles on his lawn, a bunch of lots that he bought for $3,000. And in that neighborhood, in the past like probably 10 years, home builders have gone in there and started buying putting like duplexes and whatnot, and other people have obviously spent their money. They'll go like build mansions. It turned from like a trailer park to a fucking mansion park. It's like the value of the land skyrocketed, right? And but the thing is, like when my mother was alive, she was in charge of managing all that stuff. And so like we already left the nest and everything like that. The kids already left the nest, and she was in charge of managing that. And she did a really good job about it. And my father always tells me, it's like, dude, if your mom was still alive, like we'd have a lot more fucking money, just because it was something that they built together, right? They built like pretty much just all the stuff they did together. Like they built this. Like, my father's retired, and like now it's his retirement money. But it's like you could really do things like move mountains together. As opposed to like being competitive over your wages. Like that's not what they do. It's like they literally create they were from dirt poor fucking families, and they created generational wealth just by working together, doing this together. And my mom was a stay-at-home mom, and she didn't start getting into this until already left the nest. So yeah, you can do it just take care of your health, and you guys can go really far.
I have a question for my 50-50 kings. Do you 50-50 the house chores too?
It's funny at this point, I do most of them because I'm retired and I don't do that good a job. But to what Dev said, I think 50-50 depends. It depends on the time and like when you peel back the onion, if you can do 50-50, and if you can't, someone can come home and say, I've got 60% today, you got to pick up 40, I got 90, you got 10, and that kind of thing. I mean, there were times back, with my wife where I would say, can we do this? Like, I want to take a risk of buying any property, or, we good? Can you be gone after we whip a butt? And she just, you work as a unit, like Dev said, and she works out 50-50 is kind of, it's a weird thought to me. Like, it just depends.
You're selfish. Yeah, I guess you're selfish.
I know. She's acting a little selfish, especially if the offshore ones are blowing. It's 6 foot 10.
See, that's crazy. Like my dad has never picked up a broom since he married. I probably never picked up a broom when he was living with his parents because my grandma was doing everything. But like my dad has I've never seen my dad wash a dish or like do a single house chore. Never. But my dad is also when he's working like crazy, was working like all day long. So I like doing the dishes would be weird to like, oh my god, what are you doing?
When I was in the heat of my career, I didn't do the dishes. I never cleaned it out. I never did shit, but to make the money. Right? She did all that. I'm saying, I guess I'm gonna do that. I should.
Yeah, you guys are like in a different stage in your life.
Yeah, I'm like retired.
Yeah, that's a little different. Like,
let me tell you this: when I was busting my ass, I never did a dish. I never cleaned the fucking house, and I was never had permission to do it. So she did everything. She was the warrior. She stayed home. Kitchen.
Yeah, for sure. Is there a king down there that makes all of the bread and also does my ex? That's crazy. We're letting him make the money and clean the house.
They're like, what?
What did you do all day? Spend his money. He used to literally be like, you will never find another man like me that cooks, cleans. No, but he did everything. Let's be fair, he would come over to my house and just start doing that. I wasn't dirty, but I was in college, I was young, I was messy. He was older than me, so he didn't like seeing the mess I had. So he would do that. This was many, many years ago.
Are you sure he was like closet?
No,
I don't know. What if he wants to cook? What if he wants to cook?
Well, yeah, well, that's the cook. Yeah, that's different. Cooking after cooking's a different vibe.
Especially if you get killed and then you're fucking gay, right? What are you talking about?
Hey, I just killed my first one. What was it? 2 months ago? I didn't actually. Oh, fish? Oh, I've killed many fish. No, I was talking about a deer. I thought you were talking about a deer.
I don't know how to clean a deer and how to clean a fish.
I don't know how to clean a deer either, but I know how to hunt them.
I would go to my girlfriend's friend's house, right? Like my friends, they have like a party, and like the next day I'd be up like doing all the fucking dishes and cleaning up the entire house, like just because of bugs, you know? And they just like all be sleeping and shit like that. It's like, hey, she got bugs. And he's like, I need to start doing that shit more. And my wife is terribly lazy for some reason. That shit.
And then I go, just like, yeah, Miami, I'm like, I'm like,
it's inconsiderate, bro. It's inconsiderate.
I'm so happy. They left it so clean. It was like, yeah, right. I don't know. I just hear it.
Yeah, give me that cloud. Give me that
Same way with their Airbnb places. If they're like, why are you cleaning? You literally pay a cleaning fee, but it's like leaving everything a mess. You know, have you ever walked into an Airbnb while they're cleaning it just because I don't know your flight got there early, and it's a disgusting mess? And you're like, how are people so inconsiderate?
I care more about
Clean. Even the hotel room. Yeah, that's true.
Consideration is like, I always like
Don't mess with these three bitches.
Like blocking up parking lot traffic just so they can wait for someone to finish loading their groceries so they get a close parking spot. I fucking hate them. I'm like tempted to just crash my car into theirs. Just based on inconsideration. Not gonna lie. Maybe it's road rage, I don't know.
You know what my biggest pet peeve is? When people don't put their shopping carts back at the grocery store. I knew you were gonna bring not probably this conversation. It drives me, like, I'm that type of person, if I see you doing it in the parking lot, I will roll down my window and I will call you a piece of shit.
Yeah, I make comments quite often too. Like, but people are like people really do that. Like, I go to Costco a lot, right? But people do that. I'm in Texas, and so there's a grocery chain called HEB, and people are pretty considerate, but less considerate than Costco. And like, I'll usually make a comment if I'm walking back to my car and I see that shit. I'm like, dude, fucking leave the ass motherfuckers. Like, and I cuss a lot, so.
I like to look at their car too, like the person doing it. I like to look at their car because their car is a perfect indicator of that bad habit. Because people that have nice cars, they don't do that because they're considerate of not only their car but everyone else's.
There's outliers.
From LA, that's not true in the slightest.
Oh my god, it's true here. That's crazy.
In Chicago? Yeah, in Chicago.
Yeah, it's always the ones with the raggedy cars that leave their car because they don't care. They don't think about the wind. They don't, you know. I have a matte gray car. The wind can touch it and it scratches. So I'm like, please put your car in back.
There's Nissan Altima in the Formula.
Nissan Altima in Chicago. You already know who's ever in that.
Yo, Zobi. How are you?
Pretty good.
How'd you find out about me?
I don't know. I forgot.
Okay, very well. I wish I could be more vocal. I'm in the middle of a Twitter space.
My first car was a Nissan. I loved it.
Do you ever do?
Are you teaching the Glam some good lessons?
Nothing. We had fun in that.
I'm really just chilling my project. How's your day going? Excellent.
Raining here in Texas.
There you go, big man.
I was hit by another. I was hit by. I've never been, knock on wood, I've never been in an accident where
was your project?
I shoot my life 24/7 for world peace. We're done.
How long have you been doing this?
4 years.
4 years?
4 years, like 1,500 straight days or so.
You stream yourself jerking off too?
You never know what's going on under the covers.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'll be right back.
Interesting.
No, I crashed, but my airbags didn't deploy. So then I was driving super slow, and I hydroplaned again, and I totaled the car. So I crashed twice on the highway.
Twice in the same night?
Yeah, and I had just, it was bad.
Okay, now you know what, Sky? You're gonna need that money.
I know.
You need someone to like remember that spin out.
It wasn't. I was actually driving a Maserati during that accident. That was like my second car after the Nissan. I thought it was so cool. Like I just got my like first S car, and I wrecked it 2 months into buying it. So now I drive
What kind of Maserati? Like, was it a gift?
It was a Quadro. Oh my god, I can never pronounce it. A Quadro. Oh, I can never pronounce the word, but a quad. Yes. It was really nice. It was like my first really nice car. I thought was really nice. I would never drive a Maserati ever again, guys. So don't come for me. I know they're shitty cars, but I thought I was cool. I was young. I crashed it right after I got it. It was total. And the funny thing is, like, I called my dad. It was like 4 a.m. in the morning. I called my dad, and I was like, it's just a little bump. Like, it could be fixed. My dad comes. My dad's like, the whole car is like really hanging on. So it was a total.
When it start?
Yeah, it was. I went with an SUV after that. I'm like, fuck this. Safe. And,
Yeah, you gotta be safe.
yeah, SUV makes me feel safer.
Yeah, I was driving Ghibli for a while. It was like lowered on coil versus shit.
They're terrible cars. They're literally like, I don't know why I ever thought they were cool.
They actually kind of are. They're actually pretty cool. You gotta take care of them. And they do have a lot of like, every vehicle manufacturer has like, recalls and shit like that. Nah, they're always on the side saying those.
I was like in my early 20s, so stupid. Didn't listen to anyone that didn't listen to my brother, didn't listen to my dad. And now if I could go back, I was like, wow, like that was stupid. Should have just gotten like a safe Mercedes or an SUV.
They get you girls though. That's one thing, right?
I mean, I wasn't looking for girls. I think it's honestly, I don't know. I wasn't looking for girls, so I don't know.
If you have a Maserati and like cocaine, like you have an infinite girl wish.
Really? Because like if I see a Maserati nowadays, I'm not like, wow. Especially in Ghibli, because you can get a used Ghibli for like $30K. So I'm not like, wow. I'm like, damn, you're stupid. You should have got a brand new Nissan instead of that 2017 Ghibli.
They're fun to drive though.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't like fast anymore. Fast just.
Yeah, me either. I've already driven those fast cars. The shit was slammed though. I was young. I was like in my mid-20s or mid to late 20s. And it was like slammed the wheels. Like I was like the cool guy in town. I was living in Austin too, so it was like, dude, everyone fucking wanted to be friends with me.
I wish I had a cool car in high school. Like that would have been fun.
We had this notorious kicker who was known in high school for his last name was Skiba. I forget his first name, but Steve Skiba. And he would kick the football over 60 yards and successfully do it consistently. And he was the coolest guy. He's like this Polish guy who transferred over to our school specifically for his kicking skills. And he always had this nice Porsche that he was known for. And this other guy, his name was Garland Brayboy. And he was like this black, effeminate ladies' man who always wanted like to be the number one guy. And he hated Steve Skiba for this car. And one time he crashed into Steve Skiba's back of his car and kind of, rattled his throne a bit. And for the rest of the year, Steve Skiba drove this like crappy little old Chevy.
to school, so it really sucked. But it all came from the jealousy of this other guy who just bumped into him like an asshole when he was drunk. That kind of stuff happens.
Everyone else fell asleep on me. Mel, Jules.
Sure, I fell asleep too. Sorry.
Shall we wrap it up? Yeah. Okay, awesome. Well, let's start chatting with you guys. We'll see you back on Thursday. Thanks for coming, Scott. Thanks for coming, guys. GC, thanks everyone for coming up. We'll see you guys on Thursday.
Not gonna lie, I really enjoyed how it wasn't like focused on content. Like it was like people just chopping.
Oh my god, stop saying that because you're literally bruising Mel's ego because me and Mel go back and forth about this often. Where I'm like, I would like to stay on crypto topics, and Mel's like, no one wants to listen to crypto. Nobody gives a fuck about crypto topics. They want to just chill.
We're all in crypto. What else can we talk about? That like.
Yeah, sure. Shout out to our 13 people in the Restream. They love you guys. 14.
There she is. How are you, madam?
I got enough little time to go and go get my tea real quick before we start getting before we play. You know, at night you can do kind of wait for a minute because I'm gonna go get if I can go because what happened is I got other thing, but I put them on deck so they can't hear me. I can't hear them. So anyway, probably now today I heard a guy in one of my Uber today. If them I can reserve an Uber, so I reserved an Uber for tomorrow because I was a little late today because I tried to do it from 7:40. I got there at 8:37. And yeah, I didn't get to clock in 8:40, so I was a little like 6 minutes late. 7 minutes, so it's okay. So my guy was like, you know, you can reserve your food grab. Okay. But I did it today, and they picked me up by no lady coming to about 7:45. So I need to be in bed by 11:45 and get my rest and be up by 5:45 to get my legs going, and I can be up by 6. Get myself together and get going up and all that, so I can be right down the stairs and then be out here by 6:45 because 7:45 because they said they got give me a 5-minute grace period. I know in about 7:50 I should be out there. So
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
I'm happy about that. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, that's neat.
Yeah. Because I wanted to do something, so I don't have to be questioning and going and be like, I didn't do this, within the time. So that's a good thing. Until I can find me a cash ride. I'm happy about that. Get my tea ready right now.
Take your queries. Take your time.
Yeah. Look at it.
Were they mad at you at work?
Oh, mad at me for what?
For being 7 minutes late?
No, only a few minutes late. My manager them are cool. As long as I call them, I'm in car. So I'm being 3 minutes late or whatever. She's okay. Then you ain't get here. I said, okay. She's not mad because they know I'll be late all the time.
Oh, that's cool.
They're real cool. Mm-hmm. They're real cool. Some people are like that, but no, they're cool. They down to earth. They understand.
I can tell you as someone who's been a supervisor, administrator, just overall boss, it goes so far if you call in advance and say, hey, I'm running behind. Then it's no big deal.
Mm-hmm. Right. Some people don't care, but yeah. But I said, no, I can't keep being late like this. Because it was like 2 Ubers, like they were 7 minutes, like they were staying still. So I tell one, and I called the Uber thing, and he forwarded. I said, okay, we must have a car trouble or something. All you gotta do is cancel. Then I had another one. She was like, I don't know what's going on. And it was like that when I was coming, trying to get one going back home. I'm like, what is going on with these Uber and Lyft things? I know it's a holiday and everything, so the guy told me, who picked me up, he was like, yeah, you can reserve, but, and I forgot because, remind you, when I went to the engagement thing, my best friend, Stacy's Beyonce, had reserved one, and I had forgot about that. So I didn't know reserve one the day before, so that's good. That's good, and I'm happy about it. We're going to see how this goes. And then I'm going to do one after I get dropped off. I'm going to do one coming back.
Is it the same?
How that do?
Is it the same price?
It just depends on the availability.
Okay.
First it's at 32, then it must be a little charge, so it's like $34 like that.
You have to pay $34 to go to work?
Yeah, it depends. It differs. Sometimes I go between 10 and 20 because it was 29. It was 32. But when I was doing it was 20 some dollars. So it's some fees going on. But I don't care. As long as it ain't $40, I have to get to work.
No, I understand, but that's like a
as long as it ain't $40, $50, I have to get to work. But should have did Lyft because Lyft was a little bit cheaper. So next time they're, just look compatible of the two, then that's what I do. Because then look, it was a little bit cheaper than Uber, but hey, it is what it is.
So you're paying like 2 or 3 hours of your work time just for transportation a day?
Yeah.
Wow.
I have to be to work at 8 hours. What you talking about?
Well, I mean, like you make whatever you make, but sometimes if it's $35 to go to work, that could be a couple hours worth of work just to pay for your transportation, right?
I don't know, but I just know I'm gonna work. I get paid every 2 weeks. I'm not worried about load. I feel like if I'm in cash right, that's what's gonna happen right now. Instead of me having to get up in the morning, get my granddaddy, and do this, and then be like, okay, I gotta do this. I gotta get time to set for it. I can go and do da. Instead of waiting, and then 15 minutes. That's too much. 15 minutes. I gotta be at work. 15 minutes. I gotta cancel. That's another time frame of doing it. No. So we're gonna see this work until I find the cash right.
Is it
It just defer times.
Is it like $30 one way or there and back?
I don't know. I got to see about that, brother. Ain't gonna know. All I know is different times, baby. It depends on the peak time, as they say. Depends on the peak time. Like this morning, I think I paid $30. Then today, I think I paid a little bit, like $29, $30. Not too bad. It just depends on the peak time.
I don't think
it depends.
Maybe I didn't say what I meant clearly. Is it $30 that you paid today just one way, or was that $15?
Yes, it's one way.
Wow.
One way. Yes, I'm not doing round trip. It's one way.
So sometimes you have to pay like $60 a day just on transportation?
Yeah, I pay $100 a day.
Whoa.
It just depends. Yeah, it depends. 3 days. I'm going and coming. You gotta know, I'm going and coming. 3 days. 20, it could be, you can add it up. 20, like when I do my cash app, say I don't do my cash, it's $100 a day. If it's 20 going, 20 out, that's 40. Next day, 20 going, $40. That's 80. Yeah, 100.
No, that's 60.
Yeah, about $60. So it is what it is.
Oh, but that's
trying to get a car, trying to get a cash ride.
That's much more affordable.
Have an Uber left.
Do they not have buses?
Nope, and I'm not doing a damn bus. I'm not walking. I cannot walk, baby. I have sciatica. I can't walk like that, boy, like I used to. Okay, baby, it's all good. God got me. You ain't got to pay for it. I'll do that. Oh, I'm grateful. I just got paid Friday. I'm grateful for what I got. I'm good. As long as I can get the point A to point B until I can get me a car or get me a cash ride, I'm good.
When you
it
say
is what it is. I can't do the tax thing. I can't do none of that.
When you say cash ride, you mean like, what do you mean by that?
Cash ride, like I get them like $20, whatever I want to give them, get that. Like I
Gotcha.
get my cash ride there was $20 to get to work instead of paying the regular price.
Gotcha.
Yes. Listen, I'm grateful for what I got. A lot of people got him paying more than me to get to point A and point B. Some people come from McDonald's, they got to go all the way downtown. Imagine. So I'm grateful to have this Uber and grateful to have a Lyft. I won't be having a dang on job. So right now, this is going to do. Because I don't have to do it but 3 times. It's not 5, it's just 3 days.
Right.
3 days. Tuesday and Thursday. Then next week it's just Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm not doing this every day. That's why I chose my schedule. Because I'm 30, well, it says 30 minutes. I'm 25 minutes going and 30 minutes coming back. So it's not close.
No, it's not.
25 minutes like that, but that's not close.
No,
so
you're right.
I chose my schedule. and I'm working part-time. So I'm working 8-hour shifts part-time. 8:30 to 4:30. 3 days. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Every week. So you gotta think about it. I did 5 days. I'd be really cool. You know what I'm saying? Mad because 5 days. No. So I'm grateful of working 3 days right now. You gotta think about it, baby. And I'm grateful, man. I'm not gonna get saying I'm grateful. So hey, so I get a car to get tax right, this is what's gonna happen. Maybe too much, but I'm gonna do what I got to do. It's better than $40, $50. I'm gonna pay $50 before. And that was fun. I was pissed.
What happened then?
It happened. I had to pay for it.
I mean, was it through an app or was it a cash ride or?
Yeah, it's through an app. Lyft, it depends on Lyft and Uber. Lyft can be more expensive than Uber. And then sometimes Uber can be more expensive than Lyft. It depends. But I said I'm not paying $54 like that anymore. 20-something, $30 is not too bad for me. Not too bad.
Right.
It's not. All I get the point A and point B. But $40.50? No.
Yeah, at $50, that's what you're making a day. There and back.
Mm-hmm. So no.
That's fair.
What you mean, day back?
Well, let's say with taxes and everything, you're making like $100. Hold on. Let's say with taxes and everything, you're making like $100 a day. And if it's $50 there and $50 back, not making any money. It's all going to transportation.
Right. Oh, I don't make $50. I make what is my check? My check is probably what, $12. Probably a little bit more than that because I got a raise. So my check is a little bit good, but it is what it is. I don't care.
So
as long as I'm not doing $50, as long as I'm not doing $50, there's no damn Uber Friday. No, because I done did that before. Larry was like, "What? Oh, they charge that much?" I said, "Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. They charge that much."
So if you're making $12 an hour times 8, that's $96 a day. And yeah, if it goes up to $50, you're losing money to go to work.
It'll be all right there because I get paid in 2 weeks. Don't matter. I still have money, and I got Social Security, so it doesn't matter to me, baby.
Oh, okay. Well, then that helps.
Yeah. It doesn't matter, but it's okay. I still got money. I don't use my money a lot like that, anyway, because I'm only doing 3 days. You get it? 3 days a week. So I'm grateful. Because if it was 5 days, that would be fucking crazy. Yeah, that'd be crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, trying to get a car though right now. Yeah, she's going on my leg. I'm trying to just, I don't want to be on no car and then dang it, be jumping and all that. I don't care about the damn thing right now. But anyway, yeah, so it is what it is. I don't care. I'm happy. I'm grateful that it's a Uber or a Lyft to get me to point A to point B for right now until I do something. Because I don't know about Mata. Yeah, the one girl do Mata and sometimes she get there late. I ain't trying to be there late. She'll get there. She said that she gets there. She'll get there. They come get her out. She got to be there by 9. She got to be clocked in by 9. That girl can be like, they come get her. She's supposed to be at work. They go all the way downtown and drop somebody else and have to come all the way back up to get her. Like, really? They take somebody to the doctor and you got to go drop her to go to work. They don't care about that. Mata don't.
Nice job.
That's because they're the first person.
Nice win. She's a model?
No, I said she does model. My coworker. He does model. She does the band.
Oh, okay.
But she gets there like sometimes. Yeah, I don't work with that all the time. It's like she be like an hour late sometimes. But they understand. But I don't know. I might do the model one day. I didn't even know I won.
I know you didn't.
You did a lot of one day. But you gotta look at it. You gotta be grateful or what. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but just the math is very tight on whether you're going to work for free or not.
Yeah. I'm not gonna work for free, but I need to have transportation too to get to work.
No, I get that.
So that's why I chose it. Yeah.
But I just want to make sure that, just as your friend, and please, I say this with all due respect, if you're making $96 a day and taxes come out of that, let's say you're bringing home 70, then that means if the ride there is $35, okay, $80. I mean, you got to pay some taxes.
No, my check is more than I don't know what the hell you talking about.
No, not your check per day. So if you want me to do it,
I don't know. All I know, I'm grateful.
Okay, so let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. Your check's maybe about $600 every 2 weeks, right?
Mhm.
Okay. If it's $600 every 2 weeks, then if you have to avoid those Lyft and Uber charges at $50, or else not making any money.
It don't be charged. It's just $50. It could be a surcharge or whatever. But I don't do $50 all the time. That's what I'm telling you. I don't do $50 all the time. But when it do be, I can change that. I don't want to pay $50 a time. Only it's 20 something to $30. It's no biggie. That ain't that bad. But if it's over 30, that's a crazy. That's $40.
That's exactly right.
So I think I paid 40 something. We ago, and I was like, oh hell no.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
You should recognize that if they're charging you $40, I know you've got to get to work, but all your money's going to transportation.
And it's all good. That's what I've been doing. I've been doing Uber for 2 years. So it's okay. But I still got money. Still got money in my bank account.
Well, that's what matters.
Yeah, that's what matters. I'm going to still got money in my bank account.
That's fair. What's the cheapest it's ever been?
Thank you. Like $20-some.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I believe it's because it's holiday season right now. A lot of people are trying to get it. I don't know. This is crazy. But I'm just glad this guy told me about this. What you call it?
Reservation.
Yeah. But it is what it is. I'm just grateful, you know? Yeah. Until I can get something else to do. I let it go, whatever. I don't want to get a car and be behind the wheel and my legs start jumping and stuff. I don't have time for that. Yeah, I'm trying to be no ass nothing like that. So they be jumping when I be getting my feet done. So I know that I don't want it.
Mr. Aquarius.
Yeah, I want to get it. Well,
yes, you did. You won both games. I win, you win. You win, I win. Boy.
That's right.
When you're thinking about something else, you're cruising to 2 wins. That was great.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Miss Aquarius.
I get what you're saying. But, right now, what I can do right now. Until I can find it. I don't want to ask my co-line to take me home. They don't take my co-line. I don't like to ask. You know what I mean?
Right. So, I understand that. That's a tough one. Now, would any of them do it for like $20?
But I didn't ask them. They said, I don't want to gas money. I'm good. I didn't tell them that. I always taught them. Just tell them to make some gas money. Tell you getting gas money. They don't want to. No, we good. Do that. They don't want it. So I say, sure. And I get the $20 shit. I'll keep that. No. Keep that $20.
That's nice of them. Hey, did you get your didn't they pair you up with somebody at work?
What you mean? Pair me up for what?
For a gift? Like a gift exchange or something?
No, we're doing the white elephant. It's not no gift exchange. No, we're not doing Secret Santa. We're doing that white elephant thing.
Okay.
Ain't no pairing up. But yeah, I did. Me, we don't even know, but it was a choice was we already been doing this every year. Me, my coworker Martin, we always change gifts, and then Sonya came along and she wanted to do it. So I'll do it with a change of gifts. They want gift cards. I got them a gift card.
That's right.
I told Sonya I wanted either big sources or damn fireworks. And I told Martin, what did I tell Martin? I told her I wanted a big car, something. I don't forget what I told her, but she already knows. So we're changing gifts tomorrow, and we're doing this white elephant random gift.
Oh,
that's all. It's a little random gift.
Yeah, very nice. And did you get your friend the GameStop thing?
Yeah.
Very nice. All right. Well, that's fun. So you got something fun to do tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're gonna cater us barbecue tomorrow.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Excellent. That's it.
Hey, Miss Chris. Hey, Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
I worked out. Time travel to the past might be possible.
Okay, man. I mean, all of the physicists in the world are waiting on you to figure that out. So tell me how it works.
Cool. How that works?
Yeah, actually, before you do, Mr. Aquarius, as always, it was very fun. You do your thing. You know I'm here if you need me, okay?
Oh, no, thank you. And I'm grateful to talking to me. And I understand what you were saying, but I'm good.
Excellent.
I don't know you, but if I do, my auntie got me.
Very well. Okay, very
I know I won't be broke, though. The guy got me. I will not be broke, though. And I use my money wisely, and I'm not going to Philippines and be trying to be broke off no dang Uber there.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, tell me tomorrow. You can tell tomorrow how the reservation system works.
Okay, I will. And I'll get ready to get out there in a minute as soon as I get them downstairs. So y'all go ahead and talk.
Excellent. All right. Take care. Undefeated in bowling and in friendship.
Friendship. That's right.
All right,
Thank you, Rabbi, for your advice, okay?
Absolutely. I'm just looking out for you. All right, Zoot. So,
thank you.
You're welcome, my friend. All right, so Zoot, how does time travel work, big dog?
The past?
Anywhere.
Okay, it works in the same way you travel to the future. You just gotta go faster than. You just gotta go faster. Right? You gotta go into time, and then you can go back to the beginning of time. You can relive everything again.
Okay, but under traditional physics, it's impossible to go faster than the speed of light. So how do you?
Is it possible?
Well, no, I'm not saying it is. I'm actually an advocate who thinks you can go faster than the speed of light, and the people who say that you can't are just closed-minded. There are hypothetical particles known as tachyons that are supposedly faster than the speed of light, and if those exist, then by definition you can go faster than the speed of light.
May not be faster than the speed of light.
Okay.
Human consciousness might be able to go faster than the speed of light.
Do you know how fast the speed of light is?
Very fucking fast.
Yeah, but I mean, do you know how in terms of kilometers?
Like millions?
I believe it's 300,000 kilometers per second.
Yeah, it can go faster than that.
All right. I mean, $300,000 kilometers per second. It's not exactly that. It's pretty close to that though. It's like I think 300,000 per second or something. All right, if you think you can go faster than that, then I'm all for it, big dog. My question is this: are you ready to lose?
My phone's on 6%.
All right, so I'll just chat it up until you're at 1%. All right, so James Forbes McCann, is he a legend from your community?
Yeah.
He's,
Yeah. But
he's good.
honestly, no one has time traveled to the past yet, or they may have someone may have time travel to the future. We don't know.
Yeah, time travel is really interesting. There's this idea that if you're able to travel like really fast, not necessarily as fast as the speed of light, but like even just quickly, like really quickly, let me put a number on it. Maybe like let's say 1,000 kilometers per second. So not 300,000, but just 1,000 kilometers per second. That if you were to travel that quickly, you will stop aging at a normal rate, and you could leave the Earth and travel, and then when you come back to Earth, people would have aged, but you will not have. Have you ever heard about this?
That's what I'm saying. You can do the same thing. I believe that you can recreate the Big Bang.
All right. How you do it, Zoot?
How do you recreate the Big Bang? Nuclear weapons.
All right. Do you have nuclear power? Do you have nuclear power in Australia?
Yeah. Hey, Rabbi, if you were sitting on your deathbed and you had the option to recreate the Big Bang, would you do it?
Would it destroy this Earth or this universe?
It may or may not. You don't know.
So you're saying, would I just create a new universe? So you're asking, would I create a new universe, but it could kill every single person in this universe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say no. I mean, I like the people in this universe generally. Though some are dicks, absolute fucking massive dicks. But who's to say that the people in the new universe that I create won't even be even bigger dicks? You don't really know. So I would say at this point I would just choose not to kill everybody in the universe. What are your thoughts on that, big dog?
I would.
Yeah, of course you would. 'Cause you're like diabolical.
If I die, I want to make it to the end, and you're all coming with me. Fuck you.
Yeah, I knew you'd be like that. All right, that's cool. I understand that. I get that.
Don't you want to make it to the end of time?
Yeah. If I mean within reason, hold on, within reason, if it's a punishment and I don't like it and I'm tortured the whole time, fuck no. But if I'm entertained the whole time and I can do whatever I want, then I'll ride it out for as long as I need to.
Okay. Is there a point with my uploading technology That you would just get bored and you'll be like, fuck this, I want to start over again with no memory.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I always say when people say to me, "So you want to live forever?" I say within reason. I always do my best to be as specific about that as possible.
Like, can you completely erase your memory and you have completely wouldn't know that Rabbi you ever existed as Rabbi?
Yeah, I mean, who's to say that didn't already happen?
Could be reincarnation.
Exactly.
You know what if like there's like a fucking board where you after you're deaf and you go, I want to live life as that person to see what they experienced, and then you realize that you just chose the worst fucking life.
I mean, that's why people end their own lives. It's sad, but that's what a lot of people do.
No, I'm saying, what if you die and then God asks you, who do you want to be in the next life? Whose life do you want to live? And then you pick someone and you realize their life was absolute shit.
Yeah, I mean, there are people who do that and then they end their own life.
Really?
Yeah. Zoot, I was just in a space. I just want to share this with someone. And these three, well, these two really hot chicks and one other chick were hosting it. And it was called the Chill and Chill. Whenever anybody has a chill and chill, that means they call people up and let them talk and chill their project. These bitches just talked about being spoiled brats for 2 hours and didn't let anybody come up. And I complained to them. I was like, this is what I wrote. I don't normally complain, but I felt that this was rude. So I wrote to them. Not that it matters, but I said, I added them. Why would you call the space Chill and Chill if you did not allow people to shill themselves? This was inconsiderate. And then I said, with all due respect, are you going to let people shill their projects? I've been waiting 2+ hours to share. If you're not going to let people shill projects, that is fine, but the title is confusing. Thank you for your consideration. Like, I don't know how else to be like. And I'm telling you, my man, if these girls weren't hot, nobody would give them the fucking time of day because they sound like stuck-up bitches. Not that I don't agree with some of the things that they talk about, but don't call your fucking space a Chill and Chill, you stupid cunts. All right, I just had to say that.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
When you get rich, are you gonna hold on to a first edition Pokemon box, or are you gonna open the first edition Pokemon box and look for rare cards?
I'm gonna have every single Pokemon, the first edition, all of them. I'm just gonna have one complete collection and one complete collection of all the boxes, and then I'll open all the other ones.
It's $500,000 for one of those boxes right now.
Dog, I'm gonna be a trillionaire. I'll have a dozen of them. I'll wipe my ass with those cards if I want. And
there's only five. I think there's only 5 of them. I think there's only 5 of them in existence.
Cool, dog.
Logan Paul has one of them.
Cool, dog. I'll have 5 of them. I'll buy Logan Paul's and burn it in front of him if I want to. With $1 trillion, you can do just about anything you want to fucking do. If anything, you could create, like, you could print them using a Santa Claus machine, and you'd never know the difference between the original and the one you printed.
You could clone Bonnie Blue, and then then you could kill the virgin epidemic that's plaguing the world and clone Bonnie Blue.
Is there really a virgin epidemic that's plaguing the world?
I was reading the highest ever rate of men aged 18 to 30 ever are virgins.
Yeah, but there are more people now on the planet than there have ever been on the planet previously.
Yes, but
Dog,
statistically, men having less sex than they were.
dude, there are so many more loose girls in the world nowadays than there were like 100 or 200 years ago. Like,
Yeah, men are having less sex. Women are having more sex. Yes.
okay, do I agree with men are having less sex? I would say there are some men who are having way more sex than other men, but yeah, they were virgins, but they've been virgins since the beginning of time.
I mean, everyone's born a virgin. You get fucked.
Let's think about that. Is everyone born a virgin? Um, hmm, um, well, it depends how you define virgin. Usually, that is defined as penetration. Um, so I think that for the most part, probably everyone is born a virgin. I'm trying to think of a situation where someone would not be born a virgin. And even in those cases where like guys are like, "Oh, my dick's so big, if I had sex with a pregnant woman, I might kill the kid." That's not even real. What are you talking about, Zoot? Zoot, no one can hear what the fuck you're saying, dude. You sound like you're underwater.
I mean, technically, Jesus wasn't a virgin.
I mean, doesn't it matter like what version of that story you think about?
Well, he fucked his own mom.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I said he impregnated his own mom.
What are you talking about?
Isn't Jesus and God the same person?
I mean, I certainly don't believe that. But if you put
People believe Jesus and God are the same thing.
who believes that?
There's some certain Christians and Islamics that believe Jesus and God are the same entity.
Okay. Then if that is the thing, then yeah, I guess that what you're saying is correct.
He impregnated his own mom, so it wasn't a virgin.
Yeah, and let me just say this, dude. I never thought of it like that, but that is an interesting take on it. That's fucking pretty brilliant, man. I really mean this, dude. Wait, dude. I really mean this. Of anything that you've ever said to me in your entire life, we've known each other for like more than a year now. That I think is the most profound thing I've ever heard you say. Like nothing that you've said has made me sit and think back and be like, yeah, I guess it's fucking right.
I mean, he never fucking. I say he never sinned in his life, but before he got here, he impregnated a 12-year-old. That's pretty fucking sinful. It's like, I'd be like, bro, you told me you impregnated a 12-year-old. Fuck.
Yeah, that shit's wild, dog.
Fuck. I don't know. Christianity is just not. I believe in a higher power, but
okay, just one moment. Somebody yelling for me. Just a moment. I love you too, baby. I love you too. Did you ask your girlfriend? Listen to me. Did you ask your girlfriend what kind of perfume she wanted? Okay. Okay. All right, well, my friend, I'm talking to somebody else right now, so you're gonna have to be patient. So, Zoo, you're good, big dog. So, Zoo, what you said is absolutely brilliant, and I think that's amazing. All right, Zoo. So you don't have time to play? Zoo. All right, Zoo. I'm gonna get some sleep. You take care, big dog. I love you too, big dog.
He's testifying in front of the judge, and he says, in my opinion, Your Honor, Dana White stole this idea from me, and then the entire courtroom laughs. I can't so judge. All right, come on, it's like banging the gavel. Over in the corner, one more minute of laughter, and then because nobody would ever believe that somebody could steal anything from Sean. Yeah, I mean, just look at him. Go back to that clip. Yeah, look at this: a 40-year-old man in a pink Supreme hat with a T-shirt, a hoodie that has a big donut that's dripping on it. It says three C's.
He takes his wife to the fights. It's all marketing.
What does he say about his wife?
He just says he takes him to the fights.
Is this before or after the fight?
I'm assuming this is after.
Let's play the show.
You check her out. She's there. She's cool. She's hip. She's cool. You know? Yeah. It's all marketing.
The domestic violence is marketing? Yeah, right. I don't think so.
This is definitely after what happened with Dana, because at the beginning of this episode, he's like, the biggest thing in the news is Jake Paul. He's like, you sure it's not Dana?
Oh, I didn't know that was what it is.
It makes sense that he thinks Dana White punching his wife is part of UFC marketing. All the fighters do it.
All the fighters, if they're wives,
there's a lot of instances of fighters,
dicey.
What else you got, Jen?
All right, so look at you guys.
This next clip is called The Redacted Parent Strikes Again, posted by No Cauliflower 4577.
Glycogen, you use the glycogen, your muscle actually.
Shut up. Shakespeare. Shut up, dude.
Hit the SOS on my fucking...
Man, shut up.
It's a new thing, too.
What is that?
I've been saying SOS.
Shut up.
What?
Hey, Papa's a goddamn rattlesnake this morning, huh?
Shut up.
Be cool, Brendan. Be cool. Why is he telling Delia to shut up?
Look at you guys.
This is all bring up Poppy stuff. If you watch it for 25 minutes, it rubs off on you. You're just at the bank, and they ask you what you're there for, and you're just like, okay, Mr. Holford. Sir, do you withdraw money deposited?
You're fat as shit.
How much money would you want? 7 times a week. That doesn't make sense.
Okay, so this next clip is posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie. He's always posting.
Yeah, that's one of the categories. Is like, what is it? Something? Oh, another Shorty. Oh, right, Rogan and Shorty Pie clip. Oh, so you know you have to do tags when you post.
Oh, yeah. This one's called Diddler was late to the show, so Brenda decides to dox him as a corrective measure. Let's see what this is all about.
Bro, hour late.
When I finally got the gate open, I'm in my robe trying to fucking open it, man. You want a robe?
Hey, yeah, bro. Hey, you don't have to dox it, right?
You wear a robe? Dude,
you don't have to dox it. What is wrong with your eyes right now? They're so heavy. You don't have to dox it, right?
All right, well, that's fine, man. All right.
You know what? By dox, I mean no Diet Cokes today.
You know, he can't always be Netflix.
Yeah.
On that clip, I think he just ran out of steam.
You can't always impersonate Brian Callen perfectly.
Oh, yeah, that is kind of like Brian. Yeah. That sounds, I'm going to keep you busy, you know?
Let's get serious.
You know, I'm always walking around with flip-flops just in case, you know? In case I need to put them on my feet. He always talks like that.
He doesn't say, I gotta put him on my feet in case he has to fight somebody.
In case I gotta fight somebody. I'm always ready.
No, we're
I'm not getting there
And
yet.
it's so much more important to learn.
Alright, so this one's called Bob but Not Understanding the Trolls.
So you
Posted by
need to go ahead
John
and just feel it.
4136.
It's so traumatizing. You know, but there's that, like, what they're killing is
So it's not like that.
so
So
fucking terrible tragedy.
It's so sad. I love it. So sad. There's
No
no shut up.
the other one I'm drawn to because then other tend of that, like,
And
really bad, like, trolls or haters that just think are, like, really nasty. I just, like, don't know why not. I can't even understand. And that's the same idea. So there's somebody to move
Don't
on, I
give
don't
up on that
understand it. Like,
process. That's the
and I don't want to understand it. I assume they have their own issues. That's why they're directing the hate towards us.
Shut up by
To whoever.
definition.
I don't understand it.
Responsibility to find
It's the same way I guess I don't understand why
watch
that
this.
piece
So
of shit
that
in
it says,
Idaho killed those kids. I don't understand.
Hey,
Those
Moshe,
kids.
oh, you only
It's
go
like,
ahead and
most
attack.
of it comes to, like,
Moshe Rabbeinu.
it's like,
Moshe Rabbeinu was going to
you
say,
guys want to
let
you want
justice
basically want me to live on the
mountain.
street
In other words, Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu was the one who said it. Again, there should be MS. There is a man of MS about Aaron. On the other hand, Rose on it. Aaron, always fell on the road each other. Right?
Wow,
It makes
that's a
him
lot.
fell on
There's a lot
the
there. I mean,
Aaron on the other
he
hand
does it
was
at a
the
point,
person who
though.
loved
Serial
peace.
killers aren't pretty much the same as writing comments online.
Man and his fellow Shnemar, Torah,
They
and his
killed 5
the
people,
Avno
saying
Lonim
a terrible
Shah
tragedy.
Shalom is a Misha Allah.
What Rogan is
And
he will be held accountable.
It's the emotion Aaron.
No, what do
Aaron
you want? I
was
know. I
the
mean, there are
Pshara man.
probably people that
Aaron
are,
was the
well, there
Pshara man.
definitely are people
Moshe Rabbeinu
that are way
was
too
the
crazy and too
Kohen
far.
as
And
Listen, it's a
shot
bunny.
to
It's
get
very
homeless
important
on the
to
street.
By the way,
I know. I'm enjoying this, as we've said many times. This to us watching these
Listen,
things
so
is
beautiful again. Let's
well,
say
being
Aaron
homeless is like fear of
Aaron was
yours.
a man of the people, right? Aaron was
Yeah, you just
He was
that's a good
Mashkiach.
point. Yeah.
Moshe Rabbeinu was
You're like, I don't even care if they're homeless to me. Like, you don't care about homeless people. What about when you get homeless people? Yeah, there's things about that.
So Aaron,
Okay.
you
When
bring
you're
your
homeless on the
Shara
street,
to the conduct of the general public.
you'll know what it's like to be a homeless cat.
But as a
And in
legal
no way,
system,
shape, or form,
ultimately, again, it's got to be Moshe Rabbeinu.
yeah, I wanted to keep doing it forever.
Judgment.
I started doing stand-up,
You talk again as a
but now that he's
let
doing
the
it, I'm like, I can't get enough.
you know,
We really did
not
watch
run
the
a
whole
legal
Ring of
system
Pop
based on
this morning, and it was
but that
hilarious.
run a legal system on finding
The part in the beginning where he beat you guys, it's just like, it's so good. It's so funny. There's no
Aaron Cohen, Shalom, Rodei Shalom, the Mason Shalom, the other Mahadeo, Aaron Cohen,
People
love
were all like,
peace,
no, fuck that. What does that mean? It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, he's talking about getting free donuts.
I know, but that doesn't make sense. Nobody, that's doesn't happen. Almost nothing that he says happened. You guys remember that guy that was all like, oh, fucking with the vaccine, okay, Mr. Rose, disagree. Okay, Mr.
Everybody loves peace. Normal
That
people
doesn't
love
make sense.
But
Yeah,
what
I don't,
is
yeah, what does that have to do with nacho cheese? Because right before that, okay, Mr. Whole Foods,
peace comes to
the
me
guy's
and
like, you're in your finger, you're all like, nacho
run
cheese.
after it,
Okay,
make
Mr.
the
Whole
necessary
Foods.
sacrifices
Nacho
for it.
cheese at Whole
That
Foods. I
most
haven't
of
had it in a while, so
That's
I doubt the last thing they
That
would like
thing
to keep
you
in
love
stock.
is
I don't think so.
And also he said nacho twice. He said you could do nacho and nacho cheese.
incredible. All right, let's
He's
go
really
back there.
self-conscious.
Rosa says,
I mean,
Harish
because the whole thing is because I guess he's
so now they
little
just got to
fat as fuck. He's fat as fuck.
Harish
It's just this giant thing that's this thick. Yeah, I don't think taking like a pop culture thing. Well, maybe he just really identifies with it. I don't want to hate on that, but it's a lot. You know, I mean, I would never. I would wear these ironically. Sometimes wear the thick gray shirt that Walsh got me. But shout out to World Record Pod. But if Brendan's watching this, San Jose Jack Johnson episode.
Say out, it's theft.
Start doing some ghost, do some stuff about cults. The stuff I don't even like I hate those cult shows. Talk about cults. I'd love to watch Brennan.
Well, you know that Brennan likes Ghost Adventures or whatever. What is it called? That one show?
Ghost Hunters, that'd be great. Amazing. That'd be great. And shots like, are the ghosts like gay? Is there a possibility? Are these ghosts like maybe they're trying to secretly like touch my ass? Also,
everybody's agreeing with that process, but for myself, again, moving may be right, shooting may be wrong.
Talk about the
property may
broadcasters
be
and all
both
sorts. I mean, there's probably some
compromises.
sports where they're not getting the best range, and they're
So I
really
just want to point out, never saw before,
talk
that
about the
there are two different
NFL,
words
NBA.
for compromise. Shara
What are your
and
thoughts on
Bitsua.
Charles
So
Barkley?
you're going to see, by the way, depending
So, I
on
mean, he is
which
right
word
because he doesn't understand the truth. We want more.
it shows how you feel about the Shara process. Using Russian up Shara sounds like Shara's like us. Using Russian up Sua sounds like Shara is a pediatric. Again, we'll see how this plays out. In any event, all of the Russians doing since we have one process, the Russian season is going to be. So it's like, this is also what we call mitzvah abba ba'avela. It's very nice if you want to separate our phone. Beautiful. Really no problem. Stole the weed. In fact, the bracha like that is not a bracha like that in the act of life. There says, well, now I'm not going to say I would never do that. And there says, let's not say it's really sad. What happened by you? Not that sad. Like, why should you just said, why should we kill our brother? That's what you just said. You just said, let's tell him. Why should we go ahead and kill him? Let's go ahead and sell him. The Lord says, listen to this. What should you have done? Yehuda should have said, guys, you should have said, stop it. And then we all tremendously dislike Russians. In fact, we all hate Russians. But this is not what we do. It's not what we do. And Yehuda should have taken responsibility and should have returned Yosef back from because Yehuda is not Sessa. Now understand what is fascinating. Yehuda is trying to make a compromise. The compromise. Compromise. You want to kill Yosef. I'm saying, let's compromise. Let's not kill him. Let's just sell him. Let's just sell him. And the Gemara forced Yehuda for his compromise. Listen to this. The Gemara says, Yalzen Ne'emar, Hosea, Shera, Mies Hashem. About this, the Pasuk says, if you praise, you lose this compromise, you are pursuing God. Meaning, Gemara is hoping you do the tremendous
why do you care about this fish more than those two dogs?
You have the right, you have the power.
I can separate the art from the artist.
Yeah, this is
You have
today.
the power to go ahead and shut this whole thing
You
down.
just take away a
But
dog.
instead, you start to compromise with the brothers. Gemara says, whoever thinks that you can do something good is blaspheming the Holy Bible. That was that there is much to say.
Is that the name of the fish?
Much to say about
Funtime Charlie? I think he called himself Funtime Charlie. Oh, wow.
But it was Carl Bassett, who's Funtime Charlie, who's San Jose Jack Johnson.
A lot of nicknames, me.
Alright, so the next clip is called Some Deeds on the Big George Fight, posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie. Don't really know what this one's about. Let's see.
Speaking of fight, how about our boy George? He went to the yes, he went to the fight set, the comments of the fight. Our boy George. So, Kilo George is from King of Stainless all the way through his there. His stomach melting. Stomach melting. But it's a positive thing. But don't put an expectation right now. Jesus Christ.
what's right and what's wrong. You have
You
no
know, Kilo
right
George
to
lost his
shout.
fight
You have
via
no right
submission
to
to a guillotine.
You have an
And then
opportunity
Kilo
to step in
George beat the
and
shit out of his guy.
what
So, okay, I
is
was
right
there.
in
And
that
Kilo
moment.
George,
For that
I'll
reason,
tell you now,
because
I've
you
never
know,
seen him look the way he
you
was just
knew,
like,
you had to understand what
even
was
when he was
supposed to be
walking by,
done, and you
I was like, hey,
failed
George, because
to
I was
act
luckily
in a
in the
responsible
row where
way.
they walked by.
And because of that,
Next to me,
thing,
he was just like,
oh,
give me a
okay,
wave.
right? Let's say Afeira, whoever thinks that whoever can do the plan for mediating a compromise,
unfortunately, couldn't be there. Sorry about that. Elton reached out, but I couldn't be there. I wanted to see the videos.
Keto George, he stopped eating quesadillas. He got caught with the guillotine. There should be a show where it's like the spelling bee. You spell the words, but instead of spelling, they ask you to pronounce words. Like pronounce guillotine. Because I would tell them how they go, pronounce this word. And then they have a word on the screen and it says quesadilla. And he's like, quesilla.
But you know, with Shop, you can never predict what he's going to do. So they'll say, pronounce this word, and he goes, every word.
And any facet?
Here, apparently, it's Chin makes tacos, which, he's a multi-talented guy. He can cook too. I had tacos last night.
Chin is better than the show.
Yeah.
He's talented.
And this was posted by ICHTC.
Remember again. You like, that Sarah is essentially right? Right? Also, comes over the southern part and says, mitzvah restore. Wow. What's that? Opposite end of the spectrum. The Gautam says, it is a mitzvah to compromise. A mitzvah for Sarah, unanimous in mitzvah shalom, stuffing Sarah, I love him up until okay, so now.
If he keeps this up, he might be on Food Truck Diaries. He might go to Chin's house or his apartment or whatever.
Also, too, that was tripe, right?
Like
tripe.
Again, truth and justice.
Oh, really? That's what menudo is?
I don't know if that's what menudo is. Listen, I don't like menudo. I don't like menudo. I'm a Pasole guy.
Hello.
I thought menudo was because I didn't realize that it was a food. I knew like Ricky Martin was a big cook.
Oh, he was? I didn't remember it.
And
It
Shalom
was
is Shalom.
like a boy band.
When he was, before he started living the life of
Living La Vida Loca. Yes, pre-Living La Vida Loca days.
And compromise. Welcome to Shalom. And this part, anything in this part is beautiful. And it was like, how do you ever have a piece of this part that also has Shalom? Like, how do those two things go together?
Well, yeah, dude, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of menudo. I don't know how you feel about that.
I've never had menudo. I think it's interesting that Chin is doing all these like lifestyle YouTube things.
Yeah.
Trying to do side projects, I guess.
It's healthy, dude. It's healthy when you got all those toxic people around you.
Right, use your audience, Chin. Yeah. That video was kind of boring. Gonna burn himself at one point. You gotta fail before you, as we know well.
Absolute justice. And then there's Sharadan.
And when he was making, when he was putting in the Cholula and all that stuff, I was kind of just thinking to myself, okay, Mr. Cholula foods. I can't control myself.
Yeah, Cholula works on sauce on the market.
I agree. And so I like it. I like all hot sauce. I think the worst is probably Tabasco. I like Cholula more than Tabasco, but it's rated on Tabasco.
There's Tabasco Chipotle, though.
Yeah, the Chipotle version of Tabasco is better than Chipotle.
There's no redeeming Chipotle. Well, that's all the clips for today, dude.
That's all the clips. Thanks for tuning in. Join the Patreon, join the Discord. Have a great week. Bye.
It's incredibly important. What we do here in the Shulman Conference worldview is that Shara is a mitzvah, but it's also because he views Shara differently.
Guys, thank you for tuning in. This is the first ever 10 Minutes of Shop interview. We're so lucky and blessed to have on the CEO of PF Chang, Sean McCorkle. Anything else I'd say would not give it its due. So if you want to support the podcast, join the Patreon, subscribe, all that stuff. And we want to do more guests like we're doing today. So if you have any ideas, join the Discord and let us know for
or
other people that he wants to try and get on. But this was amazing. You really got to check it out. Sean McCorkle, thank you. Hope you enjoyed. What should you know about the show? Have you ever watched the 10 minutes of shop thing that we do?
It's not from the other misrepresented
sells a program to drive traffic to YouTube videos as YouTube videos have 12 to 14 views each. That's pretty good for other things. Should be like 14 views on a YouTube video.
Yeah, we just looked into it. We did like one episode where we watched the Gringo Poppy, and then it got so many views, and then we created the 10 minutes thing out of that. People just love it. So, yeah.
There's a lot of people that don't like them. All you gotta do is put a short review of any kind. They've been making me one, but I felt like I'd be the 50th person to talk about one. So
I guess, yeah, maybe, but I think you should do it. I'd watch it. If we
Stuff
were
like
to
that.
watch it, I'll do your stuff. I mean, yeah. So, yeah,
Stuff for the one
with
who stole the property
Shaw,
and that had to be
I had a question for you. The
stopped.
first question I had was,
The bottom line
so
over here, we find
he
this
is
fundamental
always
thing,
eating stuff
the Lazar,
while he talks to
and
people. He
the
always has
Yeshua
something in his
about
mouth.
Shara.
Do you think
Now the
that
Lazar
that's
saying
like
Shara is Asa.
a disrespect
Asa,
thing, or is
and
that
you have to
CTE, or
instead
what is
go
that? What
with
do you think
him,
that is?
that Yeshua ben Kasa saying Shara is in
ever since I met him in 2010, like he's been an idiot.
What's underneath of this message here is the Lazar breaks that Shara this process outside of normal communication. And then reading that, and then you can start to know Shara is another trap of the communication. And therefore, I give you a couple more lines, and then should maybe not know, just look at the first of the intermediate 5 lines.
So when you knew him back before all the controversy and all that, was he known as somebody who would misspell things or say words wrong and all that? Was that like that's always been Joe?
No, if you look at some videos, he was. I mean, I had to know those cats to figure that one out. I would notice it was so funny from the whole Reddit page. It's how it makes me think you're alone. Like, you know, like where you're like, you think you're the only guy who's pretty sure Bill Cosby's like, like, always, I always told him, like, you know, say a lot of stuff, like, well, I noticed, like, that he was in the mountains of Rushmore, or, like, things that don't make any sense, and then I go over and see a few other things like that, and you're like, bro, you're not going to verse on the world, you know, like, get it from I don't know, and, he was always, yeah, he just always annoyed, and when I started reading the stuff on the Reddit page, I was like, I feel like I found out, like, it was like, you know, we're all saying the exact things, I always felt like, can't believe these people noticed this too, you know, essentially what the concept of and manifest by the fact
kind of
that
like what we had. I mean, I assumed he was bad at stand-up. Everyone hated on him. But I wasn't like one of those people who's like, oh, am I the only people that think this? Because I know opposite. I went on Reddit and I saw like 100,000 people think the same thing that we do after watching the Gringo Poppy. What was your favorite bit from the Gringo Poppy, would you say?
God, dude, I don't even know. It's hard. I actually, despite I guess my persona, I actually can't write so hard. I'm empathetic for people, so I find myself feeling sorry for him when I watch it. Like a kid, it's like we had a kid when I was in high school. They one year played basketball in high school, and college, so we had this dunk contest where they lowered the goal to 9 feet because one of the guys that
a lot more on
so I moved to 9 feet, and this kid had his basketball team signs up.
Litigants come to base. The first again, all of our outstanding records. How many judges do you need for Gonzalo? How many judges do you need for Shara? Ultimately, again, does Shara need a opinion? Or the overarching question is, looking for something basic. What are we directing them toward? Are we directing them towards them? Are we directing them towards Shara? Is Shara the Katila? Is Shara the Diare? Is Shara a mitzvah? Is Shara an Avera? Should it be like Moshe? Should it be like Aaron? What should we do?
He's always raised mouth about me before I ever said a word. He always had something to say about me, and I never said anything back. Like, I can tell you guys, if you want at some point, the first time we ever met each other, he almost got his ass kicked or at least punched in the face.
Please tell us.
But, yeah, the first
flown out to, they were going to do this show, Spike TV had bought this pilot, and it was going to be, they were just copying Tosh.0, except they were going to do a fighter and a comedian and have them comment on videos. Other than that, it was just Tosh.0 with fight videos. So they send me the videos, and they send me the script, and when they read with the jokes, and I was like on the way out, I'm reading it, because I only had like a day or two's notice. I had known the guy that wanted me to audition from the Strike Force days. Jeremy Lavin used to run a lot of Strike Force. I think it was Strike Force or Affliction. I met him in a couple of events, and he thought it was kind of funny, so he wanted me to come out and audition for it. So I'm reading the jokes on the way out, and I'm like, I don't even want to be on camera saying this, because I wouldn't want someone to think I came up with this, because this isn't funny, but this stuff isn't funny, you know? I mean, it all, like, not at all, so I'm watching the end of 4 or 5 fight videos, so I write no jokes I want to do if I'm going to do it, but I want to do it, you know, I want to be on camera saying what I think is funny, and I come out there for the audition, and I'm in the middle of doing my jokes, and they're wrapping up, so I'm like, that's not the script, I'm like, well, I don't know if I can do it, I'm appreciated, and, so they're like laughing with the comedian, a guy that's over the long story, I was crashing, I read the kid laughed for 20 minutes, after I crashed for 20 minutes, he goes, my friend actually, but so I'm in the middle of my audition, all I hear, also hear a door slam, like, open out of here, like, so I go, like, real loud, like, you would think that they were Tim Jones walking before the citizens were on the trail, they walked in and out, kids were walking in the ground, like everybody, applause for or something, you know, trying to get 10 people there, and I was like, guys, keep it quiet, you know, they told me that, like, they're like, oh, and then shots are going, I do something else, like, laughing, you know, and so I'm sitting there, and I'm just like, oh, and I hear him, and I tell him my jokes, and he started laughing, I hear him say, oh, this guy looks like he realizes it's me, you know, and the first time I ever met, and so I saw him in the middle of the shot, like, I was thinking something to say, he's looking at my audition to him, and he was like, looking around, so I'm looking at you, like, he like waiting for someone behind him, I was, you know, talking to, so he goes, so he's saying, and he was like, he just started looking at his PG books, you know, just looking down to notice there, whatever, so he goes, well, I thought so, man, my audition was kind of rough, I wasn't in a good mood anymore, you know, he goes, I told everything I want to spend, job plus, and Corolla had made me instead of monitoring boxing lessons for him right before the thing started. It was very awkward. Like, it was at Apple Studios, and he brought out nips and gloves and wanted us to, like, get mitts with him. I was like, I don't want to do that. We don't need it, you know, and like, nice clothes, and we all sweaty and shit. Margaret still bitching. That was the funniest thing ever, because he carries his own fire. Anyway, we'll try and find out how Adam Carolla is. So, you know, I worked out. So, but yeah, so show, you know, look, comes the he reads with me, and the camel starts like grabbing up, saying, like at first they go, how big? I'm like, man, just slap your hands up, look at me, your size, I'm bully everybody. And I tell the shop's getting jealous, like his girlfriend's talking to the guy, and then, so when I said, when I was a cow, I was like, man, you're really funny, but that shop is just pure hatred. And we finished, I got up and just staring at the whole time. He said, this thing is terrible. Like, this is jumping over. So we were trying to do is fix on my big one. And so they asked me afterward instead of hosting the show, would I rather just write the jokes? They said they could pay me like $4,000 an episode. I said, absolutely. You know, I don't write real shows. I'd rather do that than fly to LA anyway. I don't really like it out there. And so I guess the whole thing was they saw they made a shot in California. I guess the whole thing they got picked up. They saw their audition or whatever with their joke. They dropped the whole thing. But things like that would happen on here. Like, hey, do your show. So should I put you on Rogan's podcast? And I'm like, what? No. Somebody would put a shot on there. Rogan said how funny I was. And Joe was like, yes, he is. He's still alive. I heard he died. Like, or something like that. Like, trying to just, oh my God. The same thing when Rogan said it was funny. It was like Sean, like someone's dad was telling their kid that they love another kid more than them. You know, or it is. It's not that about you. I misunderstood it. Yeah, so he's saying is John's probably seeing, like, every time these people say that, he's seeing you instead of him there. Like, you as the fucking jerk. You and Rogan. He's like, and of course, you don't like LA because LA is North Korea with a beach. So I just, I drove out there a hundred times. All the times I had to be there for something.
never anything I wanted to know, but I can't remember. There's some fake metal center that's so crazy out there.
See, it's hard to be authentic at your board messenger. So you mentioned that you kind of feel bad for Shop watching the Gringo Poppy. Like, the more I find myself watching the Gringo Poppy, I have some like reference for it, and it actually is like a good special to me, only because of how ridiculous it is. Do you see like the cult classic following of it, and do you fall in line with that?
A little bit. I like this. Kind of like one of my favorite movies of all time is Harvey Davidson and Robert Romeo, because it's so bad, like it's awesome. It's like Roadhouse 2. I like Roadhouse every single time. It's on. A lot of people probably like that. Just like Saturday Night Fever is awesome. It's actually a funny movie. That was right. If you guys haven't seen Saturday Night Fever, it's meant to be serious, but it's the funniest. Like, it's the funniest. Yeah, he can be unintentionally funny, but not funny just like in love with it, you know, like and the things that he thinks. I was told people don't dislike Shaw because they're like, oh, you're just jealous. I'm like, dude, Ken Velasquez would beat me on fight easily. Like, Ronald is better looking than me and richer than me. I can name 100 fighters. Jealous of me. Why am I jealous of Shaw? Like, if I'm jealous of somebody, why is it only him? People don't like Shaw because he thinks he's Richard Pryor. Like, he really thinks he's the same foundation as Richard Pryor.
It's impossible to be jealous of Shop at this point. He's such so embarrassing. Like, he's fiddling. Alani said he's had it fighting go, had it podcast go. He's fiddling everything. I don't even mean that in the mean way. I feel kind of like you. I'm sympathetic to him. Yeah. He's just so bad at everything.
It's funny, every time you start to feel bad for him, then the whole Logan drug thing came out. And he's like, oh, he's why he's like, I knew he was doing that. I had told my close friends because he would know other people that know him pretty well. So he's definitely like Shaw's doing this now, like laughing, you know. And a lot of members out there, like, they tried to do what Shaw said today, but they were like, hey, Shaw's looking for a counselor. He's trying to beat addiction to jack off Asian. So, it figures in the blood too. Digits in the blood. That's why he prefers that. So what he says is true, and then he realizes later, he was like, oh, there's some guys out there, what did he say, Rogan, he said he was slinging dick, you know, I got her, you see his face, like, oh, I should have said that, but yeah, every now and then he tells on himself because he's too stupid not to do that, so he's like, I got turned over to the massage parlor once, I'm just kidding, guys, like, saved it. He's like, yeah, I'm good, I learned from my wife. Yeah, he just every time you start to feel bad for him, after the whole Gringo Poppy thing came out, when I saw like mainstream people, just even Steve-O was trying to like, Bobby, when I started seeing everybody making fun of me, I thought I'm not going to be how I want to feel bad, and then he just does something else like that, much more ridiculous. He's trying to sue everybody over the ball of my truck thing, you know, or whatever. Like, he just always got, he just tops himself over and over.
What do you think about there's this new thing where he keeps returning dogs? Like, he gets, have you heard about that?
I knew of the one dog he got, he's rubbing around with it, he just never heard of it again. Like, he never heard of it. You're afraid of dog. I've got a guy that used to grow up with, and he's the most fake successful person ever. He'll take a picture next to someone's Rolls Royce and put it on Facebook. He's like, just got it today, been dreaming of my whole life. I'm actually getting to know him. We'll be like, dude, that's awesome, that's amazing, you know. And they all, they're on his nuts or whatever, and then he'll like a week later, he'll just quietly delete it, never bring it up again, never try another picture of the party or anything. And then he'll take a picture in front of the house and be like, just closed today, you know. And like, I always call him out on Facebook, like, dude, how did you find out your Rolls Royce? And I'll post screenshot stuff. I'll post that he knew this, and he'll delete all the posts real quick, you know. Yeah, the response to it, but yeah, that's whatever reminds me of, you know, like he just, I was too good to be true, man.
I gotta shout out Rolls Royce there, because you said Rolls Royce, shout out Rolls Royce there. What, like, Shop was getting dogs that were unsafe for his kids too, like, is it Cane Corso? Cane Corso, however you pronounce it. I mean, would you have kids, right?
I do, but they're grown, yeah, they're grown.
Would you get a Cane Corso and have them around when they were younger?
I actually got a very bullish pit bulls, but I would, he
if you know, so you have to want to keep pushing it. So again, can you know, I have the information I got from my guys. Send me it, and we'll have it tweet what I wrote, and I know how to apply it to my particular circumstances. Was that pointed out by the way, these are the processes just so you know, so those are the development as well, right? Very much the same with me. We were like, I mean, similar question with food, and then I have to learn how to cook what I don't care about that. I don't need it. I don't need a fancy car. I don't need a dog to make me seem tougher, you know what I mean? Like, that's exactly the kind of dogs you try to get.
That's the stuff that me and Gerard don't need to seem tougher. Is that fucking dog and all that. I feel stupid asking you about this because you are the CEO of PF Chang's, but do you know about the John Base thing, or do you have a take on that?
I heard it. Recently, I flipped my car on Christmas Eve. I hit on my terminated me like a failed bank procedure. I've had 3 or 4 weeks, man. Like, so I'm getting out of the loop on everything shop just because of all this stuff that's happened. But now I'm looking to put a spotlight on me and my problems, but I don't want to hear about whatever it is.
Well, first of all, I'm glad you didn't turn out awful for you. Sorry to hear about the failed thing. Yeah. But my terrible way of saying, glad you're okay. But the Chombies thing is Shop got a tattoo on, I don't know if it's arms, but it's like his kids have zombies, so they look like they're dead. So the people have been calling, and I'm just like, what is that? There's video where he's like proud he's at this tattoo shop. It's another thing, like you were saying, in some cool way, he's trying to look cool. It's like, I'm here with his name is. You see, it looks like a girl. I thought they're both boys. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was like, I had a daughter. Jeez, it's even more intelligent than we thought.
I thought that's Boston Red Sox or whatever it is not it's all Red Sox or the baseball or whatever it is. He's got your refrigerant, so his favorite team is good for one last night.
We talked about that, like not specifically that, but the hats. He has so many hats. Like his house must be just full of hats. You see the little brains on the why would you have brains coming out of your kid?
You look like a portrait of my kids on my arms, but they're not zombies. I got to meet Theo Vaughn in San Diego, I think, this summer. Like, I mean, I know that a couple months ago. I was out in San Diego for a wedding, and I saw Theo Vaughn was performing. So I hit up one of my buddies that goes, I got a picture of him. I want to meet Theo, take my buddy and his girlfriend over back next day. So he hooked us up, so I met him, and Theo was just like he is on John podcast. Like, you know, like saying, I would imagine. And so we're talking to him for the next day. So I said, hey, I want to go propose one of those kind of appropriate. Just meet me. I said, I want to hit you with something. I tell he was like, oh, shit, man. You know what I mean? Like, just did a show. I can tell you, like, told her, you know, business proposal I had for him. I said, this is what I figured. You've got a huge following, and you're like really funny. And like, you got a huge audience or whatever. And you have a podcast. And what I thought is, I'll start a podcast with you. Like, maybe you'll be on it. You can bring all the jokes. And you can do all the work, do all the funny stuff. And I'll just sit there and repeat everything you say. Like, the people should repeat everything. And I said, I would call it the king of the bear. So I realized you already did have a shop, so it would be an him and his manager law that they went from helping to tell this giant dude who already asked if he could be there. Now he's trying to get him with a podcast guy. He thought he was taking serious. I realized you already did have a shop. You already did one that you were doing recently. I was watching. He goes, yeah, he's got a tough road ahead of him. That's all I can say about shop. That's a crazy it's tough business, especially when you're not funny. And then he started laughing, and his manager started laughing. You could tell he didn't know nothing about shop at first. I didn't want to say anything because I Yeah, I was messing with him though, but it was so funny because I left him even when we left, he was still kind of a little confused on why those series are up. And I was like, hey, man, so okay, we could really make a podcast together. Like, I just kept saying, like, because I made a video a long time ago that he got banned from. I put up trouble super stuff like that on YouTube or I noticed this before I even knew about the Reddit page. I noticed that one of the things they call the Reddit page, by the way, is exchange on the Reddit page or whatnot. Like, I don't know what they're getting. Is people always asking, well, do you know about the Reddit page? Like, about
The subreddit's called The Fighter and the Kid. Your team
active subreddit. Yeah, I'm behind the times with technology. I go up to the subreddit.
That's like me. I really didn't get it either. Jordan knows more than I did. Yeah. What is the one that you're on?
Oh, I'm on a subreddit called Too Busty to Hide, where it's girls that are covered with clothing, but they have really large breasts. So he can give me advice on that. So I don't know, because I went AMA, but did you ever talk about the roommate story where Shop throws him out the window? Do you know about that?
I know about this story, yeah, for sure. He's bullied the kid, eats his food, and thinks it's funny that he told the kid to keep him on Shop. Two whole separate stories of lies. So when he tries to tell a good bully story, he sounds like, hey, you know what I mean? Like, he can't help himself, but like, I got no doubt he probably stick cigarettes up his butt. He's probably stuck cigarettes up his butt before. As soon as possible, so he's probably just gonna do it. And he always tells stories that he can tell, or just stories that he's someone. Tell Joe Rogan, a comedian, Rogan's friend. He tells stories of his life I heard when I was 5 years old from people that know Van Damme. John Gang guy, I said there's two things I'm gonna do so that you can fight. I heard that joke when I was 8 years old. Like I did Street Joke. And I'll confirm that with me as his friend, so I do nothing he says is true. Like his whole life story is a lie. Like everything's a lie. It's just a collage of things he put together, stories he heard. Until Sean is like, oh, I used to work with this kid who had Down syndrome, and I made people think he was the one who wrote in the magazine, you know, that laughs. I'm like, dude, that's not funny even if it works for him. He doesn't know who he is. I swear I'm good at it. Like, it's the mirror. Like, wonders who he actually is. As his son made 2 children look back at him in the mirror, you know, like, I don't even think he knows who he is, you know, I think he wants to be anyone who's around, he wanted to be Chris D'Elia for a little while, he wants to be Rogan, and then go world.
It's probably a good thing that he's making these things up in days, because, like, if they were true, it'd be so much worse.
Right, yeah, that's how bad it's like, I don't know if you guys remember Matt Hughes, one of the writers, I hate to shit on Hughes, but back in the day, and when before I was even, I was fighting at the time, I think I was like 1 or 2, you know, he had around 4, which was a little bit similar to the Red Page, the subreddit. I was funny, but it was pretty fucking around 4, and I did a review, a book review of Matt Hughes, because that book is so, you can't believe anyone would write the things he writes about himself, and like he was cheating on his wife and thinks it's funny, he was to peeing at bars once when Andre just pulled his dick and gets him like in the bar, while he's originally a drink, he admits to telling his wife to watch her mouth after years with him not going to church because he got saved, and so she can't back and tell her she needs to quit trusting in Jesus, like, because I know where she was, like, it's just like, when I read the book, and I was like, I cannot believe that anyone would write this about themselves. Like, Tony swear to himself, so I get a review of him for chapter on the underground, and I got his opinion, like, he said that one of his college friends agreed, and I said that he made fun of the fact that one of his college friends agreed, and then he said that he was cutting off the testicles of baby pigs on the farm to, I guess, sterilize them, you know, like taking off their balls and their pants or whatever, so they don't reproduce, and so I was saying that he was doing it for fun, you know, things like that. So I twisted the stories a little bit. I came down the next morning, and like I said, this is before anyone had known who I was. I came the next morning, I read 750,000 times, and was linked to like Yahoo's MMA page, and linked to every shirt dog, everything. It's like crazy, but reviews on like 5 chapters, and I was like, dude, holy shit. And at that point, I didn't know, I knew he was an asshole, but I didn't know if I would continue with it because I was like, I didn't know if I could get in trouble for this because like, there was arguments here and
So, with Hawani shitting on him all the time and dropping these bombs on it, do you ever watch those or think those are And so it's still after it's a pretty funny interview. It's my first one ever, but so that was what we're talking about. Completely lost my train of thought. Hawani, you're talking about Hawani. So yeah, I've known him forever. We've kept in touch. So when I hit him up, I told him I'm really sad. I'm happy for you. You're the new CEO of James. I'm a little sad to see you took my place without, like appointments to get all your issue. Alex, and he took my place. And he was sorry about it. He said, hold my time for 5 years on show. Just so I'm not doing it anymore. And here's such a monkey that it took you this long, because Shop's been he's been a bit behind the back for me. I've never seen anybody. I don't know how they have balls to fight because he's such a pussy. Like when the kind of confrontation comes, he cracks there. As well. You try to tell him he wanted to make peace with me, he hasn't said anything, and he won't say anything else. He has a picture of him. He really goes hard at me. After I told him, I wouldn't say anything back. He said, because we actually tried to make it. My whole thing was our tragedy. I wanted to get into it with him. Kind of like people call out Jake Paul, so they can write the buses. Jake Paul will go back and forth with me. They'll start a podcast just off that and steal all his viewers. If it doesn't matter, I guess it's so funny. Alex had said about his kid who his parents still, he's 4 years old. So I mean, I've said anything or he said, but the minute that he said Charles would, I'm not saying back up, just leave it alone. He's like, he's never said anything bad. He just let it go. He was a UFC champ, I was nobody. They said it isn't worth it because I'm too big. And that's what, Shop's love saying about the damn like, oh, you don't want to play that game with me, I'll light you up. And you want Twitter, so I'll play with you. Like, I want to try to get him to, say something that he won't do. He would probably make himself if we actually ever got any kind of unfortunately, something besides making fun of people, it's not anything like his, but I came from a life of growing up with abuse of older brothers would trash me for like 24 hours a day, so you gotta get figure out what people's insecurities are, and that type of stuff. So, speaking of him fighting, I was just curious, have you ever found yourself in the same gym as Brennan Schaub? No, I got there. He was at our home gym one night in Charlotte, and I was actually mad about it because T-Bone's there. I didn't care about T-Bone one way or another. My son would have liked to have been. He liked what T-Bone was like. Where's work in the NFL? He was there for some reason. My man tells me that's like the worst best friend ever. You will like tell you he'll pay you to train with him in Vegas. He'll go out to Las Vegas and I'll say that he never shows up to pick you up or return your calls. He has to Las Vegas for 5 days. Like he's done that to me before. Like, dude, I thought we were trying to return my calls. I go home and I went to, Florida for the weekend. I'm like, what the fuck? And we're serious. So there's a little bit mad. I was like, shit, man, Jim, I just went ahead and took you up there. Whatever you want to call it to me. And I was like, well, we went to an invitation. I don't know if you guys were doing that, but that was the thing. Shop was there, so it probably wouldn't have turned out well. Trying to see how we fight Shop forever. The fact I told him that means all. I told my agent, he was like, I don't know if that's the best matchup for you. And I was like, I just want to punch him in the face. Like, he's fine with this one here. I just want the opportunity to punch him in the face if he's wants. I don't blame you, man, because like that thing you said about when he's like, is he still alive? That would really piss me off. It's like a real shot at you, for sure. No one laughs. Like, this is the cover thing, and they're like, there's like one to be on the show, to be on the show. Confused again by who won. I'm sure you cross shop in a fight, but we have a very strict no violence. We don't want to provoke violence on Tim as a shop at all. Also, like, your thing where you make fun of him is so funny. I think that you can just do that instead. You can douche him that way. Like, if you did a food truck diary show where you just eat like a normal human being does. If you could build an empire, it's for me and the rest of Chang's just off like mimicking the If I had 100,000 people who hated me and trashed me, when I first got there, I would join the group and trash myself too. That would be so funny. I mean, you can't deny it. Some of the stuff I had people online that you've seen every now and then that would roast me. They would be like so much more like they're better than me, you know? And I would start cracking up. I'd be like, yeah, okay, like say about that, but it's I can't respond to you or whatever. But it's he surely did this thing to begin with the whole time, or whatever. And he got on their post and be like, yeah, and or even that, or no pro wrestling style heels, just antagonizing me, to send me like, I feel like it's not nice, like, or whatever. After he talks about throwing his roommate through a glass window, making fun of a kid with Down syndrome, he blamed everything on it, but then he definitely get canceled for that. And then also like the recent bits we've been going over. What I was saying is that Shab is so stupid that these bits that would cancel a normal person, people just laugh at them because they're dumb. Like the I don't know if you saw the Magic Johnson thing, where he's like talking about Magic Johnson having AIDS is the punchline. It's like a normal comic, they might be like, wow, I can't believe they said this, but Shab, people are just retweeting it like, he's the stupidest guy I've ever seen do something. He's you have a theory that there's no way he wrote that mosquito line. Oh yeah, there's no way somebody else wrote that. If you make the money he actually makes, I would hire a writer to actually tell Shab, like I agreed to do it and give me contract, but I said I will write a 30-minute bid for him if he wants, but I want $100,000 for it. That's what happened. He agreed to $100,000 for it, whatever, and I said he'll work, it'll be better than anything he's got. And I said I can produce it in 24 hours because I can think of it in 5 minutes. I can amplify stuff and he can make it in 5 years. Like it's just not funny. It's not. It was like CM Punk in the UFC. I didn't want to problem with that guy because he came in and tried, but he was also humble and knew he didn't belong there. But he is really the CM Punk of WWE, except he doesn't
CM Punk just did not have what it took to fight UFC. He wasn't athletic. He didn't have the background. He didn't have the toughness. He didn't have the athleticism. He just didn't have his tool. He didn't have the body to do it. Just and that's what Shaw. Just does not have what it takes to be that. He's been writing Rogan's coattails when you're on Rogan's podcast, what 30 million viewers a week. He's been on like 200 times more than stuff like that. When you get that kind of exposure, I mean, Lex Friedman guy was on Rogan twice, and then he had a podcast with 400,000 subscribers.
It's part of podcasting. I hated it episode 1 through 5. Episode 7, I was like, why did he say that? It was no big show like Sean used to say, Kansas State is full teams. You get promotion. This is a TV show, not a podcast. You guys ever said so I say that, but it was you would say that all the time. At one point, he was like, would you quit saying that? He has to say it to remember it. You know, he has to remind himself that it's that important.
I love how he chooses to do his own ad reads too. He won the World Lion show. You know what I mean? Like, shouldn't get anybody do ad reads, but he chooses the most important person to do them.
It's just so stupid. What do you think should be? Because you mentioned Rogan. Rogan said that Sean needs a handler. Do you have any idea who the handler should be if you could pick a handler? What are we doing here? She probably knew what she was getting when she got into it. Like, knew that that's just him. And, like, did some women do that? They know that it's part of the thing. Part of the well-to-do there's that clip of him saying that he put his wife in front of the bullets. There's a new clip that's like someone's going to kill your kid. He's like, oh, I put my wife in front of the bullets. Just so happens some lady confirmed the story, some lady that no one has no one can confirm. Oh, she's a fan of theirs. She's like friends with other MMA people. Online, the guy had several friends with her, mutual friends on Facebook, because I didn't buy the story that she on the show was there. This all happened. So I was like, look, she's like different than MMA community. It's surprising that she happened to be driving by the same person as Sean got him. It just so happens she knows other people in the MMA community.
new shop, like I guarantee the store did not go anywhere near like it was told. And just because one lady confirmed it doesn't mean it's true. You know, somebody who knows people in MMA in their shop.
Such a lie. And then if you're in an accident and you're a kid and you're being pulled out by a shop and he's like, hey, you like Moana, right? You're protected. I'm going to say I'm here right now. Put me back in the car.
So I finally, first time in my life, a few years back, I went to buy a nice car. I'm tired of paying for repairs, fixing it every 2 months, you know, like doing this. And transmission and one, I'm just like, second as hell, he's unexpected close all the time, you know, you gotta rent that car while that was gone, you know. So I buy an Escalade that's a couple years old. Paid too much for it, but long story short, haven't put over $10,000 into it 2 years. Had to do a transmission on it, and the brakes on it, the starting just things just keep going wrong with it. Somebody hit it, left it dead in the front bumper, and it just looks like it around a little bit. So I go get that fixed up, and you know, want to take her into this car. I go take it, come back, I fix it. I pick it up. A few weeks ago, pick it up, and he's like, you know, we gotta go ahead and paint the hood. If you want to bring it back, that's still what's left on this car. He's about done everything there is. It's perfect. Like, you know, it's the hood's all faded. It's got only paint, anything left over for doing that front bumper. So my girlfriend and I got that wreck a guy on Santa's head on his country road going on 50, and this is no good. You know, and so I swerved to dodge and cover up this, and you know, and I just sent my car flying. And so it flipped, like my car flipped. I actually hit it with some woods and ravine, and like I was down, we're down these woods, but my car tipped over almost to the road, like my tree on the side on the roof, you know. And I'm sitting there, all the airbags are deployed, and we're sitting there, she's crying, like freaked out, like we're finally stopped, and everything's there, and the car's smoking and stuff. And so the first thing I said to her was, well, I guess I'll have to get the hood painted. So as I'm sitting there, and I'm like, yeah, like, so I had anything to say, you know what I mean?
You probably did way better than Shop did, rescuing those people saying that. She probably laughed a little bit.
It's funny the stuff you think or say, because I actually was as the car started to flip, I actually remember thinking, I guess I'm not going to be paying if it started to paint this hood. I actually thought that it was going to wreck, you know, or whatever, whereas Shop thinks things like this kid's awfully fat. His wife said he was a hero too, because he pulled a kid out, and to some woman is like, I'm getting the hell out of here, I don't want to get a reservation for a restaurant, I don't want to be here, whatever, what a hero, like a guy.
Yeah, so that probably never happened. But so you and your girl are okay. You're okay though, like no.
He's got a couple broken fingers from the shooter to open the door and slam back down on her. Like, I hurt my neck in it, but it's so funny. My insurance company, I've been insurance a year at a time because I just don't feel like messing with the quarterly billing or the monthly billing, you know. And I don't trust real skeptical people with direct withdrawals. I've called people that have billed me before. I'm doing direct withdrawals on my bank account, so I'm paranoid. So I pay the year. So I find out my insurance agent right in the middle of doing the MMA versus podcast. I get a text from him and said, hey, I tell you, you didn't have coverage on that accident the other day. And I'm like, wait, what? Because I just destroyed my car. I still owe like $15,000 on the car or something like that, let alone what I'm going to lose, what it's worth, you know, for what it's worth, and right insurance and stuff. And I was like, what are you talking about? After you said last year, to pay your bills if you didn't send me a bill. So I tell Adam, put on the podcast, he was sorry, I got to go, you know, whatever. I went on the podcast, and I called my dad, like I started going off on him, man, like I started basically fighting his life, or whatever. Like, hey, I'm just doing this, and this is going to be like $70,000 hit for me, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to take a $70,000 loss, you know, and that's it for not even hurting, you know, it's not going to matter how much stuff had I was able to prove to him where I'd seen how I knew it moved right when I moved. And he goes, well, it's still kind of your responsibility to pay your thing. I was like, it's not. It's not your responsibility to transfer the check if I send one to the wrong address. You send it on the wrong address. And he goes, well, yeah, okay, fine. So, okay, well, I sent it to the wrong address. So go chase it down. Yeah, I got coverage. Right. You know, whatever. Like, I told him I was actually going on cover this podcast in 3 weeks. I was going to make it a 3-hour commercial. This podcast is actually so I'm going to make a 3-hour commercial for how much she sucks, how much Jerry sucks. It's coming up Midwest since I'm 16 years old, so 30 years I've been within no claims, no accidents, no anything, never made anybody, never made anything in 30 years. They tell me, oh yeah, we're not covering you, sorry. That's what messed up. You're covered by 3 days. You know, your bill's supposed to be 3 days ago or whatever. Yeah, never received it. But shots to hell, that's coming years old. Second shot sounds like the only thing is that I don't know. I always wondered this guy didn't to open the street, comic book store, just like everyone that was in his mom's closet. He was very successful. You know, like it's the kind of stuff he told that story as I was. It was sad. I think I got things like Maureen Glassman or something, right? Or Glassman. Yeah. I don't know a lot of that thing where the guy is just flashing shop to his face. For some reason, they're wearing like astronaut outfits, right? Like, yes, for the COVID, it was the guy's like, he would do it as like to the mouth full of like straws, like straws, like just blatantly making fun of him to his face. And I was completely clueless when he tells that story. Yeah, I used to have comic books, store in my mom's closet, you know, house, and he's like, well, who would come and buy them? And instead of just saying, dude, I really have a comic book store, he said, just saying, I'm 9 years old, run a comic book store, you know, when you start getting employee, he admits to it and goes with it. He goes, yeah, I mean, just people coming out the street, every customer, just like in your mom was just letting them come in. Yeah, and eventually shut it down because just too many people were showing up, you know, and it was just like, he's told the story of his dad, it was like Will Smith, and, what is that movie where Will Smith is, I don't know the girl's name, but he's a door-to-door salesman. Pursuit of Happiness, yeah. He dressed like he told a story on some podcast about how that's how his dad was. Like Pursuit of Happiness, like thinking before you think of him as they used to dine and dash and Hollywood, and then Hollywood fills up the car and jump in and take off, like saying his mom could pay for movies when they were little to pay their bills to come find out his dad's rich. Yeah, whatever. But it's like I say, I don't even know if he knows. I had the opportunity to spend some time as a pro wrestler, which if you had ever done that, that's like a really interesting thing because, like, I'm talking about legends like pro, like Kevin Nash, and guys like Shane Douglas, like Tommy Dreamer. Like, okay, these events of some autographs, and when you're talking to these guys on this, we did several events, and I got paid each one just to sign autographs, and they told me to participate in one, which was, I had a frog guy slam me on his head. It was so bad, like, it was just so, I didn't know how to protect him from slamming, and he said, oh, no, because I don't know what I'm doing. It turned out terribly, but anyway, you'll be talking to these guys, and I like these guys in front of them, but they break loose. They're really shoving whose title was really told lies so many times. So we're about to tell you what the best night of my life, Stargate 1987. Me and a fire in a steel cage match. We went 30 minutes, man. There were 4 or 5 times he almost pinned me, and I kicked out. And like at the very end, I was exhausted like the oil guyman, Ballsy Crab and finished him, and I'm there like talking to him. Hey, I just said verify. He was restricted though, right? And he's like, yeah, and I'm like, okay, so you don't actually got to fight. Like, yeah, he's like, no. That's amazing. I care. Like, just pull through to the end, and I'm like, okay. So it was really confusing. He started listening to him, I'll tell you what, man, there's nothing wrong with me. 15 minutes of a match, and you see this other guy ready to quit. And I'm like, are you talking about like amateur wrestling? Like, no, I mean like in WWE when I was there. You know, I saw that, whatever, you know what I mean? The Terry Meyer was going to quit. I'm like, they lose track of what's real. It's not until show because I think he's lied so many times. You know, it's possible to tell a lie so many times, and even you start to believe it. You know, like that's the way you remember the story. So I'm sure that makes sense. He's like a very redacted version of like Hulk Hogan. He's like a very stupid version. So I have a question for you, actually. So seeing how the trajectory of Brennan Schaub's career is going, what do you think is in the near future for Schaub? Whether it's like the next walk me to my drug moment or zombies, like these classic moments in Chaubisms. What do you think is next for I would say, man, I had heard through actually a couple people, they said they were begging Shaw, like his management company, when Showtime didn't want to get more, he says he left Showtime basically said, like after the special, if you're the right interesting one, basically his management company had been like, hey, let's forget about comedy. That's like not your thing. Let's try to get more to a, I don't even know who you would compare it to, like, oh God, who was the kid Slater from, Easy Slater, Mario, Mario. Like behind secrets, like somebody who hosts things like a picture, like how we have to whether fighter, there's a where like a picture more like a sports guy, or host like the awards, fashion, like so it's trying to go that route because obviously comedy is everything. It's just like my dream. He's not giving up on his dream. He said, I told him I'm not giving up my dream, my lifelong dream. Like, dude, you were supposed to be an NFL player, lifelong dream, and he never he never played in the NFL. He barely played in college. He played a year and a half at Colorado as a walk-on. So he didn't have a scholarship. As a walk-on, he was like in sixth place total. Like, that's what, like, ever. So he didn't have an NFL contract. So he talks about how he went to the NFL guys for tough. Like, no, playing. That's like saying I'm an NBA guy because I played college basketball for a year and a half. I was never an NBA guy, you know. But
and they said like this,
so he,
since the
he said it was through his dream. So I think, man, honestly, I think it's obvious that Rogan, I don't think has mentioned Calvin or Shaw, but once or twice since their whole little scandal thing came out with Calvin and Rapist and all that. Rogan's the kind of guy, I know him, I like him, he's always been cool with me, but he's also like Roach was his best friend. So he had a lifelong friend. If he get accused of something, you're going to be like, well, see you later. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Or whatever. Like, and so he's also a group of friends in Austin that all live there. You know, like I think he's met all that Mark Norman guy all the time. The Harry, whatever, and he's got those guys, so he's been hanging out with them. He got like a new group of friends. They're all moved to Austin just to basically suck off the nipple hair, you know. That's what they all did, but luckily Shaw's holding out for it. But I mean, all his numbers are going down. You know, like it's like I think he will. He's like in a self-destructive path regardless. Last I heard, his wife was trying to have another baby and forced it to be a girl. Like they were trying to do some kind of genetic altering to make her a zombie. Like it came from the like I was talking about on some podcast that they're going to pay this company to guarantee her next child is a girl. And I'm like, that sounds to me like you're just going to get abortions until.
But
I think from what I know of people, I know how she is. She's about as loyal as probably one of those Kate Corso dogs. The money is through the money stops. She's cool. He guarantees her money on. I guarantee she's never. She's just trying to position my ex-wife where when she thought we were getting divorced, she was doing her damnedest to get pregnant again. Like trying really, really hard because that's just another, kid down onto the child support, or whatever, like more to the till every month. So that was what, that's what her plan was. But yeah, he's not having a terrible fall. You don't have it. Like I said it a long time ago. You don't have Rogan to carry you anymore. You're not like you don't have enough talent to take it up. It's hard enough to stay famous in Hollywood. I mean, you look at these guys like Doug Stanhope. I saw him in an interview the other day. I was like, that dude's been around since I was a kid, and almost no one I know knows who he is. I mean, comedians love him and respect him, and say he's hilarious. But I was like, it's so hard to stay famous, man. It's so hard to stay relevant in that when it's always, it's like a one-hit wonder world. Especially after an album that was somebody new, same thing I see. They're always looking to bring the P starting pay rate, trying to get rid of Anderson Silva because he's not going to be in the role anymore. Despite his stuff for your company, he's greatest ever. You get rid of him. Bring somebody 10-10 because people are not pay-per-view anyway, so why fight that? So, but I think whatever it is, I think he'll. I would say if he was feeling with it, getting porn or doing a certain thing.
Yes, Mr. The entire thing, right? Well, it's like, he might go female. That might be the news thing. If he can do that, we speculated on that. I think once or twice they might try that. So for the end of this interview here, I would like to do just some classic 10 minutes of shop where we show you guys, where we show Brennan clips and you guys comment on them. Are you down for that?
Yeah, just my turn.
Oh, no, talk away. This is like whatever. If you want
want to do the thing that I'm sure YouTube would like that more than me. 1 second, sorry about that. This is the funniest interview that I've ever been a part of. Thank you.
There's so many shops to try to even explain to my brother and show him clips. He's like, I just can't even watch that shit. Like, I can't.
Some people are like that. Yeah.
It's good to get you real on, but it's
Dude, I was at this party and it was another comedian and he had just some people, like friends of his from work and other places, and we always make fun of Shop, so I was like telling him about Gringo Poppy and he's like, I'm gonna put it on. So he put on Gringo Poppy when it was just people from work were there and 2 of them left. And we're like, we have to go. I'm sorry if this is what you're gonna do, we're gone. So now everyone will take this.
I love to tell act like I'm a fan of the show and tell my friends I do that just to hilarious watch this clip. Not my friends, because my real friends know like people that I just meet and they want me I approve of the other people want to be friends. So I'm like, what's your funniest day? So I'm like, some clip, they're like, yeah, dude, that was funny, but until they don't want to tell me it was a funny thing. I really think it was, and so I just keep messing with them and keep saying that. Well, maybe it's not to say this guy's hilarious. He's funny to North Carolina. Like I said, clip, and I was like, yeah, I mean, it's pretty funny. Yeah, fuck you, the people who are my friends won't.
You're losing respect to your friends because you're doing this shit. They're like, Sean likes this guy Shop. I don't know. Alright, so I got a clip pulled up here. It's called, let's see here. It's called Don't Make Noises in the Mic Me. Shop Gets Triggered. Posted by King Demon 5 days ago. So I started the timer. That's all right.
He said he doesn't live far. Keeps your own attention. He doesn't live far from here. He's probably talking about, but this time he got to 4 people at the same. It was at the front. That's my animal. Yeah,
that's my position. What do you? The big thing about this is like, why don't they cut this out of the podcast? Right. You can almost get it to be funny. You can tell he was like, I'm so transitive. Chicago has every once in a while somebody doing something annoying. I'd love to see shit like Calvin just one time tell him some truth about himself. Like, well, guess what? Every time you tell a joke, it's annoying. You know what I mean? Every time you repeat a punchline, you go from the video or that's what I swear to God, I start telling you guys every time I made a video. The commentary of it was just, it was 1,000 clips of, I'll send it to you later if I can find it, 1,000 clips of him just saying the last 3 words, whatever Theo says on the podcast, so Theo would be like, dude, you look like an Asian raccoon. He's like, I'm Asian raccoon. He just repeats everything. Just, I know that Theo always says he wants to get stuff. Oh yeah, I want to know too, because you're right, he does the nicotine stuff in his mouth, but it's like, yes, one point you gotta take it out, but it's, his face is still puffed up.
But he's doing fillers or something. He's doing some kind of plastic surgery. Your face isn't just getting bigger like that. Like, I don't know. Unless he's drinking. I mean, he does drink a lot now. Yeah, he starts drinking at 9 a.m. on a Chris Sunday morning. He's got like 7 drinks there. There's Diet Coke, coffee, cream, and then like whiskey. He drinks it all at the same time, like he's a crazy diner. So it's wild.
about video games, I'm talking about a game kind of talk last week, and we're going to have to jump everything. If you see a youth doing something wrong, and you step in and prevent it, then you do not worry about the chain of command in that situation. You know it's real. Or it's kind of a lot. We live in the same place. God is your kind of talk. I'm used to that. We still
All right, I got another clip here for you. We'll end on this clip here.
And again, he stepped in.
It's called Papa Got Scammed Online Again. This sounds pretty promising. Let's see what this is all about.
Speaking of shady websites, I got Fair God, clothing. They had this new drop, and I went to I clicked Fair God, was Fear of Gods with a Z. Exactly the same. I'm like, damn, they have oversized this. I'm ordering everything. Before we sound like
other people.
So you clicked Fear of Gods. I didn't know. They made it look exactly like it was Fear of Gods.
So that's what happens. If you didn't get LASIK and you had phone contacts, would have seen
Boom, dude. Z with his Z good. Like, I got an S. So I'm gonna start this transgender hooker.
Two Z's, three Z's, they're not sending you Fear of Gods and stuff.
Oh no, dude, just took your money.
He's going to be the first person to use CTE as a defense for getting caught with a trans prostitute. He's laying the baseline for, the excuse someday. That's what's going on in this book.
You get him pleading the fifth in the court too, they'd be like, show me some guy I can't talk.
He's like, what does it plead the, you say, I can't talk, it's hilarious.
Yeah. It doesn't surprise me he was wearing some sort of, whose number is that? Is that the Packers jersey? I don't even know.
I think it's a Steelers jersey. It looks like it's a Cordell Stewart jersey. Who knows, man?
God. So he's going in back to the 90s and he's trying to do a jersey. And then the other, I don't know what Fear of Gods is, but it sounds very trendy, which is right up Sean's alley. Like, I guarantee you there's a lot of people making money off him just by, he's the guy who reminds me of the guy who had a cousin who was that way. If anybody...
All right, I'll say good morning, Dr. Bach, and it's very close, Bach Hashem. To be able to begin our first full week.
The first person he saw wearing that from that point on every outfit of his was why your shorts spin. It's like he just wore everything. I mean, like he was on top of all the trends that only lasted a few months. But that's how
the second Sanhedrin. Tremendous books that's given by thanking all of our sponsors today. Our annual commentator sponsor, First Auction KA. It's a English book of our for dedicating all the human doctrines this year. And it's close of finishing the second Star Basra and the session beginning on the journey of the second Sanhedrin. Commentator sponsors for the month. Please place a bomb in over Josh and Becca Kidman, the creation of the art section of Josh's hobbies for you go. General Chaim Raphael, the return of all of our hostages and security of our country's sending them to ecstasy, memory of their parents, Yitzchak Reed Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Abram, Hinda Bas Henech, and Naftali Yona Hashem for the Lord, and his name is Daniel, hopefully married. Of our comments for all of the Neshamos Avnavia, families in the Chama, and we that we trust in the Hashem bring our hostages and the Shalom and the Karov, and our holy soldiers will be successful with all Nasi. So with that, let us read that hey, we are picking up the Hashem and finding out last one, and Rabbi. This is an exciting Gemara ahead of us today. Gemara says as follows, and Rabbi, Dine Mamanis B'Shol. Okay, so what we've established already is that Talmud, Dine Mamanis, financial adjudication of financial law is done with the engagement of, however, the most exciting remember, you might have such a concept now of just what you left is one. What's a This is someone who recognizes in very other financial matters, and if I'm off the money, Rashi points out over here, it said that remember in the section 2 days ago, the Russian said that as on the sample is a single Russian, right? It's us that one also points out in and also again, if you look at all, and we don't subscribe to the remember the things like all of the pieces and parts of fucking are essentially people moving with society. And you're ultimately again, you are someone who is Muslim, and you are no expert amongst Rabbim, done there's a tremendous misunderstanding.
Rogan's just like firing him from life things.
That's why we had other people make life decisions. You can't how every single at the time I was mad when Rogan gave him the you're not expert in how every single other person plays. And I know Rogan and work on liking, but I just like that was ridiculous. Obviously, there's no one person who can know many people might think that they are against the reason he had to do that because he understands how all people
been telling him for years,
no one is really a
like for these 18 months, you need to see you're not.
because I haven't moved around, because I don't know how everywhere else operates,
you don't have to like it. He said that was his last like attempt to get him to do a public intervention.
Now, also, however, you are an expert in monetary matters, you have the ability to go ahead and judge by yourself, even without oh, nothing says, he goes, oh no, you're done treating my life. He says, like, hey, I can judge, I can do the monetary cases by myself. It's a little bit.
So one of the things I saw in the AMA, you wrote like a poem. Where did you come up with that? You were like roses are red. Do you remember doing that? Roses are red, violets are blue, or something like that.
How does that work?
I've been there for at least a year or two. I think it was a year. It was during the pandemic stuff. I was calling people on there.
Arrogance is thinking that you're more than you are. Like an arrogant person is just who thinks that he possesses all of these qualities or all these accomplishments when he doesn't. A humble person knows his accomplishments, knows his strengths, but also knows that he has the ability to accomplish so much more. So not because not making this arrogance. I know who I am, and I'm an expert in getting my money. I can judge by myself. Keep going, oh no. Done, getting my money. Like the Pia said, like me, I can go ahead and adjudicate monetary law on my own. Okay, because it's now I'll be jumping from law. No, this is very what is this? Now we're going to double the order. Obviously, so we go, oh no, you got me. So there's what do you
What about your name on Reddit? Get off these nuts 5,000.
So again, obviously, Kamirna, obviously step number one is your person. Right? You learn it. You actually says, in other words, no, it's not just enough to learn. I learned from my web. So what's the difference?
Probably my 30th attempt to get a name that wasn't taken.
You can learn knowledge, and you can go ahead and take it. I don't know. I try to use the same password. It's really complicated. More like even without necessarily for stuff. In other words, 60 accounts in social media, and then I got an account where I use the same passwords I use for my Facebook. Somebody figures that out, then they get on my Facebook. So it's like, I have to reset my password like 3 times a week on everything. I have to keep going back and so then it's like, you're so disciplined to learn, and teacher might help you, but the code is different. The code is different. As your new password, I'm like, I just tried that password, said it wasn't it. That's the expert. That person up front of the video is, but that was just something. Because that lets you trust your man also with something that nobody that I even realized. I still don't really use all the notifications on there, and I click on it, and it just takes me to a page that isn't even a financial page. So like I'm doing something wrong. I just you have to have that time on there. From who you are, people say, oh, I can't even hide. Incredible. So again, so in order to do that, obviously come here, no? You'll never let you do it. Sabio, your idea and your voice and you actually training that. What is Sabio? Svara. What's Svara? Svara.
I mean, it's crazy.
I never had to think what I learned.
None of us are well.
Why you other sources?
Everybody has something different that motivates them. Some people fear failure. Some people are motivated by wanting to support their parents.
And then you go
Most
to
kids, I think, are motivated by hatred of showbiz.
exactly mirror to halachos in the Gemara. So you have to learn to teach what you learn. So again, there's Gamirna. I have the information I got from my dad. Severity. I know how to tweak what I learned, and I know how to apply it to my particular circumstances. It's like in that way. These are the processes necessary that this brain development as well. It's not like just learning it's more like a look through, and then I have to learn how do I apply it to my life. You know, it's like you can take Torah, and Torah is it's incredible. The hard part of learning is like learning is a little more challenging. The process of learning is so
like if I had a CT trying to listen to it, like,
what's the difficult part? That was the difficult part. What I learned, I'm going to try and get in my life. That's what I'm going to become more complicated. But learning without application is only part of the picture. So again, there's Gamirna, there's Sabirna, you have to get and it's interesting. Do you have to get permission from the local authority in order to go ahead and achieve? Again, Dr. says that the person of himself,
but they're the nicest, friendliest guys ever. You have to find Shaw was like, I told you,
become certified as a singular judge. Obviously, I let's learn that. Gamirna, Sabirna, access analytical solutions to apply what I learned. And do you also require permission from the you have to have, and by the way, you don't have to be in Bavel, you can generate in Bavel, it's the himself, and there's Israel who is it, it's the Nasi. The question you might ask over here is, do you need permission from the local authority in order to go and adjudicate cases as a single expert? So the Gemara says, let me do this. Perhaps even if you have the first two, but you don't have permission from the regulator, so maybe you're not allowed to judge as as I got below nothing to yourself, you know, you don't have permission. As long as you have Sabir, just Sabir enough, just Sabir enough. As long as you're learning, you know, you don't have to apply what you learn. Cases that come before you, maybe that's enough. You don't need the permission of the regulator. For example, like Tashma, the American police have not named son, you named Guitar, Marzutra,
fight each other.
It's not about nothing. Adjudicating things and what happened. You made a mistake.
And then I was like,
You made a mistake today.
you know what I mean? Like one was actually hurt.
Right. That makes sense.
That's something that
Tiny stretcher.
you came before a
Yeah, I hope there's no tragedy at the end of
I'm
this,
right.
you know?
So the answer is as follows. In Kibuka Alayu, Moses Shalit, if the litigants accepted your rules, they agreed to whatever it is that you can state, that is what is going to be the final ruling, then you are not obligated, Mazutra, you're not obligated to go ahead and make a back. So those are the big dashes of the moment. Kibuka Alayu, Legamre, Lilith Akarapot, in the din in the toes, Moses Shalit, there was a situation. So Mazutra ruled to loyalty, and essentially again, the game of our music, as the music, does Mazutra have to pay back to the affected party. So Yosef essentially said, you can accept the Mazutra as unequivocal sorrow. You don't have to pay back. They will say, the first time that sounds great. Why would anyone ever do that? Right? Why would two litigants ever say to the judge, no matter what you say, whether you're right or you're wrong, we're going to go by you.
So thanks so much for doing this. Is there anything that you wanted to plug or anything?
But the nice he said to him, that local nice accepted you, so you don't have to pay that. If they didn't accept you, in other words, because you only signed up for a correct ruling, then I'm also nice and you would have to pay that. Now, you know what do you see from there? You know, nothing, she's a teenage. So what do you see from there? Even if the judge, right? Even if the judge is possessing of his doctrine, he tells us not later. Dayanta Torah Zil Shalom. Zil Shalom. Mahadis Dina Lo, Amok Bamer B'Sadar. So, you notice right away, Abu Dhabi, when the nation says if the litigants accepted you as an unequivocal under, right, then whatever you did stands. Right, whatever you stands, you're not going to tell them that. If they said Mazutra is going to use it, you would constantly according to Halacha right stock. Then, if Mazutra was erroneously, you would be obligated to pay back the impact party. And interestingly enough, what about the country? The union is not. The ruling stands, but the judge, Mazutra would have an obligation to make the affected party whole. What do you see there? I will say, I
If I ever get anything, I won't actually do this, but I'm going to be like this alcohol
so again, so hello, my shop, number one,
you're going to do a show cargo. Give your address out. He really only cares if it hurts you. So,
I himself, a lot of my son, always allowed to do it. It's out of the local Jewish doing actions of his police without as a Nazi. Now, watch this. Come around. I'm on the Bible, Nathan, the Tidy Bible. Now, this turns on God, that's like this. What happens if a judge, like, a guy in Ruben is the Ruben was like right in the he wants to be covered. So what is he doesn't want to have you personally which told me to some deviation. Then get permission from the if you operate essentially with a license from the so that gives you professional coverage. Right? And therefore, even if you make a mistake,
yeah, I know that movie. I haven't checked it out yet. I'm redacted, but I do really want to see it.
Well, this film is also very although a Yochid Muktzah, he's permitted to go ahead and rule without the liberation of himself, but can the liberation of himself, he do not have to. Beautiful, says the Gemara, Shita, Me'achal, Omehasen, Nahasam, Mahadi, looks like those that say, Hacha means here is Baba, here is Baba. Person gets close to the liberation of Baba. They could practice, so to speak, their law, right? They can capacity anywhere in Baba. Similarly, again, Hasam Hasam is Eretz Yisrael. If you get permission from the Nasi, that gives you the ability to
thanks so much, man.
Eretz Yisrael.
Thank you, man. It's a pleasure meeting you,
Hasam,
man.
Hasam, Nami Hasam.
Maybe on the smoke break, we'll hang
If
out
you
on the
get
smoke break.
permission from the Nasi,
All right, that's it. Thanks for tuning in. I want to thank Sean one more time. I mean, you're the whole reason the Friars are able to run it all.
Once you understand something, this is a fascinating dynamic. Perspective, not from your perspective, it was actually the center of the life was Baba, not the Earth itself. So as such, if you receive the permission of the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. That permission is covered as well. Why that's national here is because Babel were called the Shedet, the rod, and Hassam, Eretz Yisrael, is called the scepter. The rod is stronger than the scepter. The Samuel, here we go. Well, you also Shevet Yehuda. So I say, so the possible is Parshas Vayikra. Yaakov Avinu goes ahead and he says the passage is, well, Yosef Shevet Yehuda, and the focus will be not what the staff will not go Yehuda, and the scepter from the Jewish out of the level Shiloh, but the Shiloh comes the lowly custom again mentioned in the several. Interestingly enough, this is one of the only species in the Torah that has any type of scriptural reference to Shiloh and Shiloh. Not both Shiloh and Shiloh. So that was one of the psukim that is most corrupted by Christians to take a biblical proof for Yashma. They posit that Shiloh is Yashma. Anyway, so nice, but just interesting. The Gemara says this house. The Sanya, well, Yosef Shevet Yehuda. What is it when it says the scepter shall not become Yehuda? Elu Rosh Goyer Shebabal, Shelomi Hasisa B'Shevet. This refers ultimately against the relation of Isa. The relation of Isa rules with a staff. There's a whole saying, right? The relation of Isa rules with an iron fist.
Read the comments on social media, so if you're interested, check it out. But that's not why you're here. You are here for 10 minutes to shop, so start the clips.
Hey, the point is, they ruled with an iron fist. Meaning like, well, separate from the previous weeks. Elu b'nei Banav Sham Hillel. This refers to the grandchildren of Hillel, Shalamdin Torah Milad. To teach Torah ultimately again in Torah in Torah. So the idea over here is if you notice
that's a good question. That's a good question. It's brought up in our Discord. What is going on? The Reddit is going crazy about Tank.
Described as
What's his
ability
Tank?
again
The name of
authoritarian.
Tank is a new
Leadership
dog.
in Eretz Yisrael is described as
I just saw they wrote the dog. Tank's a whole dog justice for Tank is the hashtag.
the idea over here is much
That's good. Good work, Cats. Somebody said that he's already, he gave like 2 dogs back in a week or something.
So therefore,
He got a dog,
if you got
and they
permission
returned the dog.
to be a Yochid
Imagine,
from
I
the
would
race
struggle
of
with
the sun,
returning. I've
that
never
allows
returned
you
a
to
dog. I did have
practice
one.
in
I've
Eretz
only had
Yisrael
one
as
dog,
well.
but
Okay.
it would be
So
like
you must be a
heartbreaking
Hassam
to return a
Lahafanai.
dog to
What
rescue.
happens if you got permission
2
from the Nasi?
dogs? I assume
If you
they
got
rescue.
permission
I
from
don't
the
know.
Nasi to go
That's
ahead and be a Yochid,
especially with
like
Shab and all this like Pixar shit. He's like,
could you, were
he's
you
an
allowed
animal
to
guy.
practice
Yeah,
in
even like
Eretz
sharks,
in
no
Babel or
snakes,
not?
blackfish. He's a big. Most
Rabba
of his stand up is something to do with animals, but you know, he's crops. I guess just get these unhoused dogs, homeless dogs.
Right?
You know, it's a homeless guy, but really it's homeless dogs. You maybe go to Shab's house.
So what happened?
I don't know if you want to go look at it, but there's been a bunch of
Luka
posts
Alai,
about Tank.
go to Shabbat.
Sure.
So ultimately, again,
Because Tank,
it's
this like the big dog that they were saying is not good for kids. I don't know because you got this like dog that's specifically not good for your own kids. It was like 2 kids.
was given permission to adjudicate the milk and was given permission by the Nasi in Eretz Yisrael. And what do you see from here? The whole again, there's a scenario where you didn't have to pay. So what do we see? Shmamino, Hasam Lahafa, Lomahani, Lomahani, Shmamino. What do you see from here? Getting permission in Eretz Yisrael does not give you coverage in Balo. Right? Does not give you coverage in Balo. So it's fascinating enough that if you get permission in Balo, covers you anywhere in Balo and in Eretz Yisrael. Getting permission in Eretz Yisrael covers you in Eretz Yisrael, but apparently does not cover you in Balo. It's incredible.
This episode should be just as
doesn't help. Bahar Rabba Bar Rafuda, you have a Minsi Bahadu,
once again mentions
yeah, it wasn't this. Rabba Bar Rafuda was fight. Right, because sometimes again, different Rabbanim would get into some issues with Reish. When you fight with Reish, you would say, Amar, Ladi Naku, Nakid Merushusa, Nakid Merushusa me Abamori, Abamori Mira. Listen to this. Nothing like get into it. Reish Kalisa, you say, hey, Reish Kalisa, my authority does not derive from you. My authority derives ultimately again from Abamori. Abamori gets it from Rav. Rav gets it from Yikiyah, and Yikiyah gets it from Levi.
Man, he left us wanting more. It's almost like he watched our video earlier about leave him wanting more. But yeah, man, that was really good. I was like, ears popped, ready to listen to Shab, and that's it. Just a little taste. He's the master of that. Block, bustle. Alright, so this one's pretty popular. It's my favorite clip of the week so far. Oh yeah, I heard about this, but I didn't watch the clip. Oh, you didn't? I haven't seen it. This one transcended TPK. He calls Neymar Niedermar. Yeah. Terrible guess. Not only that, but he also says they play in the English Premier League.
So now the ultimate is not up to Badal. Lala Barbatana is to nothing. Why did Lala Barbatana get permission from Eretz Yisrael? Remember again, the word is simple. Lala Barbatana, why get certified for Eretz Yisrael? Why get that permission?
He's not going to. There's no way he's going to know because once he does countries. But that's not the clip where he actually says Neymar. He's just kind of talking about it. Let me try to find it. Who does Neymar play? I don't know anything about soccer either.
So for those border cities, Rabbi Nachman thought to be more useful to have permission from the Nasi than to have permission from the Reish.
Niedermeyer is the guy from Animal House.
I like
the jerk that.
I mean, Shuffles after Eretz Yisrael. These were border cities that technically speaking in the territorial area of Babel, but felt it was more deferential or felt themselves a part of Eretz Yisrael. Okay, mothers like
saying that Americans were stupid because of
by the way, how do you
is now giving the United
what,
States
how does this I saw that the office of the what was the process for actually getting Rashi says, for example, like, how did a guy like Rabbi how did a person
You want to go invite him, Messi, Mbappe, and
you must deny yourself. You have enough is
that's so funny.
So
he said Niedermeyer. I think it's a Niedermeyer. So a random L. Yeah, Bob Messi is always be a classic money maker. It's probably the best part of Chang's that they have on Chang's. Alright, so this was posted by the Donkadonk, a popular poster in the subreddit. It's called, But Do You Do Wear Women's Clothing? Your body doesn't look
like that anymore. I eat better now.
It's
I was
such a
gonna say you
good
look
idea.
carnivore diet.
So
Dude, you look great. 20 pounds.
doesn't
Dude, I
matter
love that you're great. You got on a fucking
whatever.
raincoat. Dude, that's paint on it. Dude, this thing is so hard, man. When I was walking the streets of Howard, yes, I was walking on Howard Road.
What
Dude, it's so hard.
we allow ourselves to
I know. Because here's the thing with you. Here's the thing. I have a fanny pack, and then I'll say, you let me know, because you're Mr. New York. When I was walking, I was wearing this, right? I had the tighter jeans on. I had the shoes. I had the fanny pack. I had the diamond necklace. I'm like, am I like, when you look at even if I know you, can just tell like something's off. Like I look at you and I just see nothing behind you. So I'm just like, this guy has been hitting the hell on it. But you do wear women's clothing. That's the thing. It's a fine line. No, it's a very fine line. It just it messes. Like I'm like looking at it like I could beat the shit out of Brendan. His ankles are out. So how do you keep people from like you know, it's all on my toes all the time. He says, but you do wear women's clothing.
And after you're in the bubble, my the son of my brother is kind of the so yes, just get the names correct. Rabba Barbacano is from Bubble. Sorry, let's start the bubble. Once you get permission from the Rishka Musan, be a Yachid Munka, so now what happens? So Rabbi Chia says to Rabbi, then after the son of my brother, Yoreh the bottle. Coming out the bottle. Yoreh, never say Yoreh, Rashi points out over here, is he permitted to rule on matters of Israel. Yoreh, I should Israel the head. I'm going to let Yoreh. So what's the idea? Yoreh, what's Israel the head?
Somebody said that that's actually sold by the Padres.
Right?
Yeah, I saw that comment. There might be
These are Israel the head detectives.
It's crazy.
Yoreh, Rabba Barbacana allowed to ask the two matters of Israel heter, and then he responded, Yoreh. Yodin, is he allowed to adjudicate monetary law? Yodin. Yaakov, of course, is he permitted to be matched with
Bob has so many hats that at least one, a broken clock is right twice a day. Hats are going to be
as a blemish. But you have to know what type of blemishes remove the first four stages. So is Rabbi Bachana permitted to go ahead and do not the photos? Yeah. Yes, he is. Yes, Joseph Maria thinks it's amazing. Today, it's already a sleep for the not.
If it's a song about I'm stuck in
Yes, but today was sleepless before you go to the sleep. You just hope no less, and judging Yori,
It's actually way better than me.
Is this person committed to us?
Is this
Right
dick
now,
boy content? Or is it just
Yora,
yes.
yes.
So he just sings. I mean, I would accuse myself just singing someone song,
No,
but not bad. Not bad. A lot of pain in the voice. Yeah. He's got from
How about knock this up about?
Oh yeah, that's why. Yeah, the pain
I'm
comes
really
from
ready here. I'm really ready here. The ready. So the case that Rabbi Esau. Then I go see the son of my sister. Yori the bubbles. Coming down to bubble.
Oh, really, dude?
This is now right. It's not very tall to bubble. So Yora, is he permitted to pass the narrative into the header? Yora, yes he is. Yogin, the last one asking that monetary law. Yogin, Yaakov the photos. Can he go ahead and permit personal animals?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is a while back.
And we'll see what's happening over here. We'll see why Rav was not committed to go ahead and be maximal. By the way, just as an aside, Maestro the marriage with Akari Ben Aki, or Maestro the marriage with Akari Ben Akoso. Why ultimately again? That if he only one of them is the son of his brother, one of them is the son of his sister, and were the son of son's brother. So the Gemara, I'll tell you, he came out. Maybe one of them was the son of his sister. But the son of Omar Mar, I do the Kano, the Shima Omar Sabradiya, Ulu Bene Abba Ba'akas, Ulu Bene Abba Ba'akos, Karsala, the Kafri. So once again, they were all of these people. Hannah, Sheila, Martha, were all the sons of the same father. Second, both of these young men were both sons of his brother, not sons of his sister. Why? Because if he called one of them the son of his brother, the son of his sister, which was Rav, Barahua, the other Bar Achsel. Interestingly enough, Rav was actually both the son of Rabi's brother and sister. Okay, a bit of explanation. Right, so Rashi points out over here. Rashi points out over here that if you look at Rashi, Rashi says, Ivo, Avod Rav, interestingly enough, so Ivo, who was the father of Rav, actually married his stepsister. Now what does that mean? So he married his father and mother. His mother died. His father remarried another woman. That woman married his sister. With a daughter, sorry. So actually, again, so Rav's parents were technically speaking step-brother, stepsister, but totally unrelated. Because that he called Rav the son of his brother and the son of his sister. Okay.
I don't know. Some guy talking about
so the Gemara says it's
brain or something.
The Gemara says it's good. Good. So Rav Barachua the Hava Barachsei, Rav Barachana Barachua the Rav Barachsei. Rabbi here responds. Therefore, again, Rav was actually technically speaking the son of Rabbi Akiva's brother and sister. Rav Barachana was only the son of his brother and the son of his sister. Fine, Levi Sema. Other passages are unbased. Levi Sema. Someone says actually quite beautiful. The other possibility is the reason why when the reason why told Rav, the son of his sister, wasn't anything to do with the familial. In fact, Rav was the son of his brother. So why did Rabbi Akiva call Rav the son of his sister? By saying it must have been like Rav incredible knowledge. It says, "Am I the Chachma? Say to wisdom, you are my sister." Like wisdom is often referred to as a sister and not as
I made fun of flip-flops on the show, but I honestly don't think they're bad. I don't really even think
why wasn't Rav given
I don't think baby dykes are bad either.
I'm serious.
I don't know if I don't know if either one, but I can see myself with the
Yored, Yodis, and the photos. Rav
the
was
only
given
reason I would
permission
never
for
wear flip-flops is my
Yored,
feet are
and
gross.
why not?
But other people, if your feet aren't gross and it's like comfortable, I don't know. Just make sure they're not. As long as the flip-flops are $20. I mean, I can see being a little bit more. So if it's like a really comfortable, if there's a way, I don't know how you make flip-flops comfortable. They just don't feel comfortable on my feet. And I got bad feet, like I said. But this is outrageous to ever pay $400 for flip-flops, especially not Brian Callen. These are money.
Don't know what you don't know. Again, if it doesn't mean it wasn't
$400 for flip-flops,
no
like,
one is
you
an
know,
expert in
some
all
like, I
areas.
don't know, Nordstrom flip-flops, like a really expensive Gucci flip-flops, something like that. But that's not all cheap.
Lega is a mum.
Do you think they go up in
What
price or stay the
Rav
same?
said,
I think they
I
probably go
spent
up.
18 months apprenticing by the shepherds in order to go ahead and know what is a blemish that will heal versus one blemish will Let's remember again, in order for a personal animal to not have
Is that like a thing where it's like jujitsu? You wear flip-flops around the gym. I know you gotta take off your shoes when you get on the mats, right? But do you wear like flip-flops? It's easier to take them off so you can roll a bit. I don't know.
And alongside that, we have a tierable ad-lib commercial by Callahan for his $500 flip-flops that can't get wet. Most of my room is shorty shepherds
in order to go ahead and know what's a mum over, what's not a mum over. What he was talking about. So probably what he was talking about, why was he not certified to be not with the flip-flops?
I don't like wearing my flip-flops in the rain, even though I should. Meanwhile, I keep them in my back pocket in case you have a slip, something.
They didn't want to certify Rabbi. This is definitely certified. Also, people go to Rav, and they wouldn't go to Rav second on that.
For example, when your flip-flops get wet and you walk in the straps, they'll stretch and stay in that position.
Whether or not
Try me
involved.
Rogan and Shorty probably should probably work precedent. I mean, the talent to find this thing on their website and match it with the ad. Hilarious. When they said, hold on, is that Brian Callen? It's like, who is this? Now, when Brian, someone recognizes him as like 50-50, somebody's, oh, I loved you in The Hangover versus like, hey, you're a fucking great actor. You know what else is sad about that clip is like, it's just somebody filming it on their phone, you know, but he's this big celebrity. He's been on TV and he's a huge podcast. That's like the way we would do it. We'd get out the street and I'd have lines that I maybe forget. And that's like what they did for Brian. And it's like, it's the decline of his rise. It's kind of sad to watch. So it's just they're going down water watching the play. And then they'll have an embarrassment of everybody.
Again, there's
extrapolation's bad for it. I know that. And I don't know anything about fashion, but I have a leather, or I have a faux leather jacket. I don't even wear that. You probably can't because it's fake, but I really can't. I know I wouldn't get those flip flops. Buying them, you know, they're gonna keep you busy, because you're gonna have to explain that you bought Brian Callen flip flops to people. All right, so this one, this is sponsored by Minnow Sky 2305. It's called Russell Peters. Here's my number. It looks like some behind the scenes action at TFK here. Oh, wow.
Over here is that privately outsourced. Was nothing you should have picked it up. That was so successful. You able to detect that wasn't there. And you would say, oh, this is a book. What if people take side of that? So what do we do?
He made social justice sound wrong too.
You all know.
That makes me never want to talk about
kids. They come back up that shit in one place, and what happens? Suddenly again.
It's like that Steve joke where it's like,
what happens? We'll apply it here, and we'll apply it, and we'll extrapolate it here. So the difference in you just get to start. And again, all different things. So the problem is not, it actually wasn't healthy for the system.
Last night, Russell Peters, I was even forever in the crack. He's a carrot, he's a car guy. So we talk about cars.
No rest,
So I haven't seen him often. I've never seen him twirling a finger.
On their behalf, you don't know that. They know it's going to happen. They constantly say, I understand. You're right. It's and you have a constant
sold my house, moving a new house, like downsize, like all those cars, these are every cars now.
When were we?
Oh, wow. Okay, we have nothing to talk about.
Here's my number.
So again, so remember again, that was
Shop's house
that's
and actual cars just have like a lot of Hot
like
Wheels.
you want to adjudicate
Like,
pieces
check
of
it out, look at all the cars I got. That's what he's been talking about. Yeah, this whole time. I got a lot of time to
what does it give you? What does it give you?
skateboard. You play some skateboard. I got a little figure skateboard. Play real quick. Do you got time to play, kid?
You are covered.
Dude, I crashed on my skateboard the other day.
You must understand. When it comes to that,
Tiger of Boston took my cars again.
So that comes to follow. Somebody calls me.
All right, so this is next posted by Penny Kikaju. This is called He Said It. Warning, highly redacted.
You just try to look. You have the knowledge. You pass it. If you don't have the knowledge, don't pass it. What's going on over there?
Still subscribe to electric cars. You know, subscribe when you know there's mothers with babies on their back that are getting deformities, the pollution, the toxins, they're getting
one time, Rebbe went to a
babies on their back. I don't even know that.
Robert Adam,
What is that?
so the
I
guy
don't know. I
was
think
saying,
there's
it's
others
almost
living
a sort of people
in a Tesla.
in a state.
Yeah, I don't even know what Bob was talking about. Do you see when he was sitting down, he had that big green shirt on, he had the hipster thing that
That's
goes,
the utensils
it sort of looks like a baseball
should be
jersey.
taught. So what's that?
That's
So
part
again,
of
now I just want to point out,
way of
at
watching
first
this thing. What
glance,
is even weird?
this is not necessarily.
Let's play that one more time. I want to see. Can you play that clip? Yeah.
So Reggie saw that they were just working on halachos. مثل ما أكل مدابة
Still subscribe to
So Reggie said,
these
remember, one
when you
is
know
that you make the language that no one's marking.
He said the movement of electric cars.
Like, why
there's
is that?
mothers with babies
So
on their
there's
back,
and
the
the tap comes,
deformities,
how
the
does tap
pollution,
work? All the time. You know, one time you had
So
another
there's
phone
mothers with
look, I'm
babies on
talking to
their
you.
back
Bahorolano
that are
may
we play that
decide
part.
in Machine.
subscribe
And
when
he
you
taught
know
us
there's
that
mothers
marsh
with babies
water
on their back.
means something in order that comes from a marsh. Not
That's almost like
marsh,
Shakespeare or
remember that.
something.
In order for something
There's mothers with babies on their back. There's mothers with babies. I don't know what he's talking about. Let's read some of the comments here and see if so there must have been an article.
So listen to this. They
Let's
said,
like look up real
Reggie
quick
got
and see
it
if there's
all
any
wrong.
articles
We
about
had
mothers
no
with babies on
talk
their back
about
that are getting
no
deformities.
talk about you know why? Because one time I was in a scholar
What the
resident.
fuck is he even trying
Some
to say?
other people going
That's
said
no and now
that
and later
marsh
gators.
water
That's exactly
doesn't make something
So
receptive to the law.
we couldn't find anything on the internet about electric cars and babies with deformities.
Like
Nothing.
use marsh
And what,
water.
yeah, Baba just, I don't know if he
marsh
is
water, right?
300 pages of monster
Marsh
lawyer.
water, right? We only
The fact
use
that he has
marsh
access
water.
to the
That's it.
technical
That's
ego
it. So therefore, again,
exemplifies
we have
something
no
related to
problems with
Alright,
tuba.
well, that was confusing. I think that's the most confusing
You
argument
didn't
for most
say
shoppers. Yeah,
made the
I think
sun.
it's all part of that whole
Made Basin
river health influencer thing. Because I watched a beige frequency video about the Liver King, and he was talking about how these guys constantly say that there's toxins or things coming from chemicals, just about everything. So I assume he's saying that there's some sort of chemicals or something because they're electric cars or toxins or whatever coming from the
So he
seeds.
said made Basin.
Who knows?
And then
Both ways,
said
really,
made
both
the
ways.
sun.
Perfect.
They
Exactly.
told now about.
All right, so we got one more
They
clip.
also in the following
Papa's biggest
they
fan
said,
is the head of Ferrari North America, and then dot vlog, posted by temporary ad 2330. Looks like he was on the Are You Garbage podcast.
It was like
No,
for a
but
part, you know, to make a part of the
I
way it
was
works.
doing a
is
show
you go ahead
at La Jolla Comedy Store in La Jolla.
My favorite from Cameroon and the comes from Cuba is possible. Now why is that because it's more and I wasn't able to pause him away from spring water. Spring water, my entire every spring water.
Favorite club. So
It is something they thought like this. Oh, so it looks like they put together a number of now they were correct that Mark used for Haraj. What did is fascinating. They linked together multiple pieces of information, one correct, one wrong. Now it's an erroneous conclusion. He goes, that big
Sentences are checks that his brain can't cache.
They said like this. Oh, what do you see? Since the water doesn't work like Haraj, right?
My favorite car ever made is a
That
GT2
is
RS.
also not the type of water that makes things receptive to that. Furthermore, when Malcolm told us that maybe sudden marsh water doesn't go ahead and make something receptive to belonging. I was like,
He's all
and I go, but I'm waiting on the list. It was like, I caught a reason why marsh water doesn't work. Marsh water doesn't work.
7 years ago.
By Haraj that's why. But marsh water absolutely works as a type of liquid, as water to make something receptive to you that have both come up. And then again, the compound is in the he said maybe sin. They thought he said maybe so. What happened? Was the opposite. So that
was funny that he said he had no truck, and then they actually
comes
took
to this
a
place.
truck or whatever.
And this is like a mess. This is a
That's
mess.
true.
What
if you say all hands?
Again, they just told me
You
this
walk me to my
shit.
And they go, hey, it's Ferrari North America. You
No,
got
no, but
alligator
also
Ferrari.
shot dogs. I was like, after Reggie saw this, they enacted the following year. Tell me how Jola and a 15-year-old should get out. Should not possibly, unless of course the was front.
What's the top comment on
What's
this?
essentially
Let's see
what
here.
happened
So
after
talking
that.
about, it seems like most of B-Shop's biggest fans also don't subscribe to social media. The numbers ain't adding up, guys. I don't even understand what that means.
This guy came.
Was this like when he said that someone
Specialized Bikes was a big fan and got him a collab and free bike. Then Specialized had to come out and say nothing to do with Big One. That's so funny. Companies have to literally come. They're like the YouTube comments are like, listen, I don't like Shop, but I also don't like the hearsay. You know, they're the same. Everyone has to distance themselves. And Shop hasn't even really done anything that bad. It's just so stupid. But it's like we can't have anything to do with the Nation. Oh my God. The CEO gets a call. He's like, what? Big Boy Nation said that we. So that's all it comes for this week. Yeah, that's all it comes for this week. If you're in Los Angeles on Wednesday, I'm at Apocalypto at Urban Records doing stand-up, and on Friday, I'm at the Glendale Room. So check out, if you're in Los Angeles, check out the shows if you want to see me stand-up. Bye.
Are you the kind of person who knows things? Things like, you can get a domain from Squarespace, not just a website. Well, now you are that person, because now you definitely know you can get a domain from Squarespace. Something like whisperingboom.com for your silent retreat, or whisperingboom.com for your shouting retreat. Whatever your dream, a Squarespace domain and website brings it to life, all in one place. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
You have wheat, so you want to be able to separate together first from the chaff. So one of the ways that we used to do this was soak it for a couple of moments, so you just make it a little bit looser, and then pound off the chaff and extrapolate the further. So from the son of Rabbi Ami, asking that you could do this even on Pesach. That was the tradition is. So generally, again, rain and water on Pesach is a no-no. Right, it's a big no-no. Right, that's what's like, you don't make matzah on Pesach. Right, you can't make matzah on Pesach. I've always said matzah, you're right. But there's a concern that if you get it wrong, when I woke up this morning, found myself on here, Tanko is coming along and saying that a lot of this stuff, you could soak Randy show was all purple, and people were everywhere. There's no conversation. So I'm alone. He said to him, Love, tried to go to the Boy Nation, but nobody was even there. He said to him, I was like, they say 1,000 working comics on the stage at any time. Bypassing a lot. Right, the money, right, so because kind of, only I go around the another. The people give a little bit of most of the time. They're not even necessarily bring that and disputing what it is that you say. But what they're asking is the process. You're not just if you get experience that each it was very comfortable in this place. The time you learn, I'm not learn a lot from the come and see the year, so I want to give you something to be excited about. We hope you guys got everything for Christmas. Make sure that you go and get your fitness at least 2 songs. They're going to remind you on New Year's. Just and there's going to be some repercussions if you don't follow those resolutions. And you didn't come here for that. No, you came here for was to miss the shop start with it. Close. All right, so I pulled a lot of clips. I pulled some of the ones from this last week, but also some classic bangers that we never got to. This Billboard show. Yeah, let's start with some of this last week. This is posted by King Demo. It's called Colin saying, "We're all thinking you have a face full of fillers, B." Here goes. Interesting enough, this is a coin. This is a coin walking in the cemetery. Coins up there? Aren't you the son of a coin? Aren't you the son of a coin, right? Aren't you the son of a coin? Right? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? By the way, is going ahead and not immediately.
That shit's already like up in the house. Yeah, I didn't even know it was on it. I like how he does not address it at all. Yeah, the beginning of the clip was fire. It was great. Yeah, so funny. It would be funny if Callan just leaned into making fun of Shop now. Just real cutting insults. He's been watching 10 minutes of Shop. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna turn it out to shit on Shop. I'm gonna turn my own class in. He's like, last time people liked him and people don't like me. If I
start just
of a not
saying that shop looks
he went
bad,
ahead and
I'll get the kind of numbers I have plasma got. Speaking of numbers, the next one's posted by Highlight Numerous. This one's called White Boy Supper.
Again, yes, my father is a
Chet
boy,
Hanks.
but
Yes,
I
that's
am
Chet
a
Hanks. So let's see what this is all about. This week. Yes. I like that they've had Chet Hanks on White Boy Supper style, but it's been like it's way past one. Yeah, this is when they can get him. He's at a big segment. And he's done with Sing My Ear, whatever. That's where we did that show. You like the chick that tweets all the time? No.
There, or if you're going to talk with them, so they're going to talk them. This is a very quickly. It's then again, better if you can. And don't worry about things that are going to come talk them, not going to come talk them. You absolutely don't go up to each other. If you see a youth doing something wrong and you could step in and prevent it, then again, do not worry about what the inspiration was it fear of the chaos. You're living basically rather than this pouring into the cemetery, and again, he stepped in order to prevent him from transgressing. Again, it turned out that the kid was a fellow, not a Kohen, but the nice again, that's the message. So it's like, is this tremendous book for us as well?
Yeah, I was supposed to
nice things like this. Very fun. Something that has to get done. Sometimes not everything has to get done by you.
Chet Hayes is like, so I was doing cocaine and chopped like the drug. So I was walking down the street wearing shoes. Does Chet Hanks do music? Yeah, he's a musician. I saw him actually. I went to Valentine's Day a long time ago before he was famous. I was out in Santa Monica, the park on the Trip, and I ran into him. And in the bathroom, and I thought he looks familiar. And then he went on stage. And he was like, "Hey guys, I'm Chet Hayes." And this, I think he was with Chet Hayes. Yeah, is that what he did? Okay. I think so. He is Tom Hanks. I think his name goes by is Chet Hayes. So he's like, I'm Chet Hayes or Hanks, and I remember I missed my band. He was playing with some band, and then Tom Hanks and Ray Wilson were there watching. So I sat next to him and watched his band. Oh, you know, and I'll be redacted. I'll reconsider redacted by people for saying this was actually pretty good. Yeah, I didn't think it was bad. I was very drunk, but I just kind of drank it. Oh, okay, I drank over a band. Do you think Tom Hanks is his father or no? That's a good question. Well, I guess we'll find out. Maybe we'll find out from these clips.
Tom Hanks watches these clips and he's just like, oh, I thought he was clean. But he's on DFK.
Oh yeah, Tom Hanks is mad. Yeah, I thought I raised my son better than this. This is what makes Tom Hanks.
I didn't sleep. I didn't eat anything. I was just fucking going. Yeah, for 3 days and 3 nights, literally like 72 hours. Yeah, it doesn't sound fun at all. Yeah, by the end of that, I was just like full on fucking. It's not fun. You know, it's not fun.
With each other. Were you doing drugs 7 times a week? Sounds like super insensitive. Said Hayes, I was in the pit of addiction. You know, I really miss my mom. He's like, well, all right. Well, were you like keto, bitch? What?
Speaking of addiction, my wife loves hot Cheetos.
So yeah, are you dating? He's trying to put it. So you already investigated. She Taco Bell messaging or Guadalajara messaging?
It's just lose your mind. You know what I mean? Just like yourself, not just productive. Yeah, dude, I mean, apart from just continuing developing that much drugs, I mean, just the sleep deprivation, the lack of
was trying to like be funny there. He was maybe gonna make like a riff, like it depends on what kind of productive you are, and then Papa just steamrolls it with something that makes no sense. Yeah, just ruins it. Yeah, it's a classic. Free drug. I think it's a happy thing.
No, not drinking water. You know, it's like that shit is enough to just basically send you into a fucking full-blown psychosis where you just don't even know what's real and
And
It's not anymore. So you're gone. Fucking Elvis has fucking left the building. So now they left the building. Yeah, I was just, I was gone. So Brendan can't stop doing anything. Yeah, he used to be talking. He used to be like drinking Diet Coke, put stuff in his mouth. He might actually, they say he's on Adderall. He might actually have ADD. Yeah, but it's not helping. Or he's taking too much. Or yeah, he's just on a lot of Adderall. Yeah, it's not a good. And then you got dollar store Shia LaBeouf over here. They can't even shine. All right, let's go to something else now. That was long and boring. Good moments. Long and boring, let's be honest. This was posted by Toronto Rapture. It's called Sim City, baby.
And I just want to thank everyone who participated Wednesday morning. Just overwhelming so generously on our everyone, all of our chat group, all of our ambassadors, all the people who managed to work so hard to bring this to this and cast it in this thing. We're in bonus right now,
So much just you can never tell how long these clips are going to be because it seems like it's going to be very short, but then it's like a long clip of him doing this, which is crazy. It's crazy that he's talking for a whole minute talking about, I just pull up at work, but then also nobody forced him to wear stuff like this. Yeah. Like nobody at gunpoint, you got to put on these glasses and that hat. Yeah. That where do you find a pink and green San Diego Padres hat? I know. He must spend a lot of times at Lids. Like he's either going to the mall or just ordering hats all day long. Yeah. When he's not podcasting, he's got like 8 hats in his cart. I mean, listen, I'm not a fashionable guy, right? Yeah, I don't gotta tell you that, right? But you got a cream sweater with the green hat with a pink badge on. Too much matching. It's all matching. Yeah, kind of gave me. Yes. I mean, how often does Shaw proceed to check out? He must be like constantly ordering clothes. Proceed to check out. You need to write more material. Pablo. Yeah, I really do. What he does when he writes materials, he writes a city in a circle and then he brainstorms out of there. I imagine him with like a giant pencil. Like a little kid. Big dice on the table. Everyone's my It's also a colored pencil too. It's not a regular pencil. He has like a working room where he does his material, but his wife has to come in and take out his toys first. He comes, he's like, oh, I don't remember what his wife's name was. Oh, let's say it's Jessica. Oh, Jessica, you left my dragons and the dinosaurs here again. You want to play with those instead of writing. Or it's not even Jessica, Tiger and Boston. Tiger, I told you. You can't leave your toys out. Daddy has to write a new Gringo Pop. Alright, actually, that would be epic if you came out with Gringo Poppy 2. I can't wait. There was a thing that said he was going on his new tour, and it's like recording or getting ready for a new special. I'm legitimately excited. I am too. Yeah. Especially after watching some of the specials that came out recently. I'm not gonna say names. There are too good. No, but I keep thinking about the Gringo Pop people. I know. I throw there's a joy. It's like I don't understand the movie The Room. I never got it. Yeah, people like that. But Gringo Poppy, for me, that's my room. Yeah. Like I couldn't see myself going to the Hollywood Cemetery and watching it with other people. Other like-minded cats, if you will. I don't want to put this on wax, but he's performing in Bakersfield in February. Oh yeah, we're gonna go. That's a long drive. Well, actually, you know what I did? To do something else, and it wasn't too bad. 2 hours? Yeah, get some Dutch bros. Yeah, let's do it. All right, let's do it. Just keep it. He's at work, and that's all we know so far. It's been a minute into the clip. He's only said I'm at work 3 times. He's doing a
It's just on sale. The first show is damn near sold out. 5 shows total. Get your tickets in Vegas. And get out those top rated jerseys. They'll stock those Michael stock jerseys. Even those throwbacks, Steve Young, Tampa Bay rookie jersey. Get your sweet tan, sweaty ass Tampa. That's Tampa Junior, Tampa Las Vegas. Damn, you're on
you into the material.
This is a certain level essentially of certification, a certain level of judicial certification. So maybe by making a
You guys at Tampa, you remember Mike Allstott? How come running backs, fullbacks aren't white anymore? How about, like, where's a white fullback?
Why would you ever not require certification or experts? Again, we're going to see all of this.
That's all I got for that. All right, let's go to the next one here. It's called Thick Hedgehog 4136. That's who posted it, rather. That's the user. This one's called Why You Lying Rings.
As he considered, like, I will say, I was talking to a guy who was yesterday, that was the broadcaster. Played for English Nationals One for 18 years. For the World Cup. Played for 18 years. How old you after the cup? What's that? I'm hard not lying. No, he had done with the broadcast, but he was like, all right, after 20 confidence call most of that World Cup, but not the finals. No, I said his name. I don't remember. But he played for 18 years. He's
The way he knows a lie is somebody doing well in their career is calling Brian. That's not Joe Rogan. Nobody would risk their career calling this lunatic. Yeah, this stupid Sam Plus. Even if they didn't want to risk their career, nobody wants to call somebody who's going to be, hey, I gotta talk to you about sandals. I got these sandals. You're going to want to wear these sandals. Can you talk about my special World Cup broadcast? No, Brian. No. Gol para Messi. También Brian Qatar would be a good place for Brian. I wouldn't give as much shit. I was an extracurricular. I would love to see T-Fat K on location in Qatar, dude. I guess they probably wouldn't break any rules except for the constant drug and alcohol use. They would have a bigger fan base for sure.
Call him Gabe really quick, please. Oh, he's had a party for years. My friend's parties, but he's English. There he is. JP. Is that right?
Why would I even need judges? You might have
yeah, my God.
Check in the lie section.
All right, I'll find it.
Broadcasters that don't exist. Not editing this out of the podcast. Yeah, they're showing everything. I give us respect to that, unless it's like a built-in bit. Yeah, I feel like it's not. I mean, he's obviously like violently blowing his nose the whole time. If they're trying to lean into like their roles, that'd be interesting. Yeah, Papa just continuously doing stupid stuff. I don't think he's smart enough to do that. Yeah, but Brian may be able to lean into like being the evil idiot. Yeah, who knows? It's just ridiculous to me that they don't go anywhere. He's not even telling a true story. Yeah, he's just saying something about a broadcaster I talked to.
Do you think maybe it's a softer podcast? Hold on. Sir, does he play FIFA a lot? Sir, he's there. Did he win the World Cup in FIFA? But
there's somebody that's really dumb and can't talk English. He jumps on people so fast when they look like idiots. Yeah. He's like, now you're like me all of a sudden. How does that feel? Not too good, huh? Not too fun to be dumb.
To which the Gemara is essentially answering,
where are the Fernando? Is that him? Mustache?
This is the podcast on the store. And opening.
This guy, Brandon, carry on, let's pretend. And he said, it's in British one. Just look up the English. It says BBC. Yeah, well, one of those fucking guys, it's Clive. Let me see who never happened, let's pretend it didn't carry on. That's definitely not Clive.
In reality,
it's that guy right there, Gary.
Oh my God, so I don't know what you're doing, Chin. Yeah, sometimes you gotta wonder what Chin is doing. See, that's right. Get it a little better. Cut this out. Yeah, cut it out. Otherwise, the brilliant chef's, what is it? Highlight person. No, somebody else. Yeah. Alright, so this one's posted by Highlight Viewers again. That's what I was just reading. Papa and Rinks talking about cogs. Let's see what this is all about. Ready?
What? I'm always fascinated with, like, because so much of So much of this felt like came out of the closet a couple minutes ago. Yeah, man, I'm not gonna go. Call the kid. She said, Carl, how come it's up a car? All sides of their dick from here, bro. I was like, this was a cop hack. I went to some dark place. That's right. You take my program, give it the cops on us. It's only gay as you know. It's right. I'm sorry. Yeah, you'll get up and now you bring cops. So sorry, dude. Did you remember? Because I always believe like when you actually make that decision, right? That real decision to go sober. Like there's that.
Going back to serious. I wonder if after this is shot, Callan and Shaw talk to each other like, man, dude, that part got to the cock thing, or like, I might be calling out, and then you were like, I'll sniff your cock, and you were like, I'm addicted to cock. I think it's really good. They're like, that was like the Fighter and the Kid. We were really bringing it down. You know, yeah, if Rogan sees that, we're gonna be on again.
But when he's telling Rogan, like, dude, so you know how Chet does coke, right?
Rogan's staring at him. So we were thinking coke is like, it sounds like cock. So I grabbed Brian's leg, and we did a really good bit about us being gay, like telekinetically. And we don't do that as much now. Like, we forget how funny it is. Like, we might be gay.
So Brian started accepting gay people. He's like, he's really toned it down on the cock.
Alright, let's go to this next one. It's posted by Boo89. That's called Snot Tom Hanks. Which I think means not Tom Hanks. Let's see what it's all about.
Also, you've done a million things, right? You're on some big shows, stuff like that, movies. When your dad's Tom Hanks and anybody else, that's a successful career. Like acting stuff with the kids, do you make any of those sets? Like the little adventures at night. So by all regards, you've had a successful acting career. When your dad's Tom Hanks, it's like Michael Jordan. Think like one could play basketball, then I get a guy that he's a fan. It's true, right? It doesn't matter. It's like your dad kind of size, but your dad's, Michael Jordan. So people expect you to emulate the things you can do. If you're not 7 All-Star games, it was a fake. But that's why for you, you're kind of set up, expectations, man. Like your brother Hurst, Pop, and everything. King Kong, massive. Jack Black is great on there. Dexter, one of my favorite seasons. But then, he's not Tom Hanks.
Well, I'm a little bit just speechless there, but failure, he says failure like the college baylor. It's like a combination of both. You're not Tom Hanks, you're not Tom Hanks, you're not Michael Jordan. The fuck?
I mean, imagine going on a podcast and being your father. And the most traumatic thing that could happen to a drug addict's life is having his relationship with his father.
Yeah, it could be very rocky if he was felt like an addiction. And then you have Brendan Shaw being like, you're not your dad.
Only plays over and over again.
He's the bad voice. Chet Hayes is, it's like this. Coming from Shaw, you're not your dad. You didn't do anything really good. You're not Michael Jordan's son, didn't do nothing good. You're also not that good. He's going to go on stage and be like, so the other day I was talking to Chet Hayes, guess what, dude? I mean, he's not Michael Jordan. I was like, what? He forgets he's supposed to say not Tom Hanks. He's not. He's never played basketball. They're like, Chet Hanks, the son of Tom Hanks? Yeah, never even, he wasn't even on a high school basketball team. Isn't that funny?
I like how he has to tell them, he's all
not. Tom Hanks is a basketball player dunking, and then Chet Hanks is all, I can't dunk.
It's infuriating how he got the first time he said it perfect. Like, you already made the terrible point to make. You already made the point. But he, in his head, was like, I don't think he understands that he's not Michael Jordan. I mean, Tom Hanks or Michael Jordan. He's a failure. You're a failure. You did cocaine. You could have done movies.
Yeah, you gotta be tons of cocaine, like Pablo Escobar style. Chet Hanks confirmed homeless. I mean, it's just that clip. Probably homeless as fuck now, right? Let's see this next one. It's called Social Media Ain't Real. You're doing great, Papa Cheer. Posted by the real Mr. Versace.
You know, you see this concept, right? That when people are actually in their capacity, right?
Posting 15-second videos before someone in a medical emergency.
And I decided to go ahead and just perform a heart transplant.
Social media is not real.
It seemed like, you know, I watched a lot. I noticed that stuff. Right? So when I said, I'm going to do liable for that.
I think probably that guy that killed himself, the dancer TikTok person. But it's funny because Shab is, we just saw him do a vlog where he's like, yo, I'm back here in the studio, I'm doing great, I have all these shows coming up. Hopefully he doesn't kill himself. But, yeah, I mean, that's like this real, it's real and you use it. Yeah, you know, I mean, who knows?
He's like, the only real thing about social media is when I post TikToks and stand-up clips.
I'm not on social media, but I do have a vlog for every time I come to work. Every time he cuts, every single time he gets to the podcast. So, what up, B? I'm here. We got another hat. This hat is a Boston Celtics hat. It's yellow and purple. Okay, like the Lakers. It doesn't make sense, but it's on my head.
But keep your eyes out for my favorite shoe in the studio today.
Man, I'm going to Minnesota. Like, check out Kevin Garnett and Fran Tarkenton. Wear your Fran Tarkenton jersey. I don't know why I'm giving shots.
All right, so we were looking forward to this clip. This was posted by abbreviation use 8616, and it's called "It's My Job to Create Nothing Out of Something."
Yeah, and prepare yourself for this because it is one of the funniest clips I've ever seen. We already watched it.
It's my job to create nothing out of something. Like, I gotta keep all my fingers.
I laughed so hard the first time we watched that. I didn't take a break in it. Hold on a second. That is so to create nothing out of something. Perfect. You could not have written something better than him. Shakespeare could not have done that. A comedic genius. If Shab was doing that on purpose, he is the best. He's George fucking Carlton. That is amazing. That was so funny. Yeah. Man, if only he was singing them. Genius.
You know what's crazy too about the T-Fat K thing is, whenever they post an episode on T-Fat K or on King of the Stinger or whatever, Golden Hour, they never have the problem. They don't have the title on it. It just posts with like just the name of the podcast, and then somebody goes back later and puts the title in. It's like, who the fuck is running all this stuff for social media?
Are you saying that Big Boy Nation isn't doing a good job?
It's so infuriating how terrible everything is, though.
I have a feeling that Shab and Callan and whoever else is there, they're kind of cheapskates, and they just try and get the cheapest person or whoever they can sort of get, hey, can you do this for me, and then we get you exposure, and I have it's that kind of thing. I bet it's not a very great job environment, you know, because he's always blaming his staff for things.
But I've heard to the contrary. I've heard that it pays well.
Okay, yeah, I could be wrong, yeah.
Obviously, things store downhill.
Exactly, yeah. But as your producer,
as a producer, it's just something I've noticed. It's like they'll post a new episode, and it'll show up my YouTube feed, and there's one of those big lines, and there's no title to it, and there's already a thumbnail with the title in it. It's like, who's doing this shit? I like to imagine that Shab is posting everything himself, and is forgetting certain things, That would be so funny. I mean, definitely not. That's like the monkey with the computer and the keyboard. He just slams it against the thing. That's Shab. I wanted to tell Shab. They would absolutely tell Shab, oh, you did it. You posted it. But then they posted it. No, it was you that did it. Good job. Get out of the computer room. Okay, I go play with my toys now. I go write comedy with my toys. Go drink my Diet Coke now.
when it
Does
comes
anyone have
to
a Red
one
Bull? I
dispute,
just finished my
even
Diet Coke.
one judge
I want
is
some orange
enough.
juice.
Says the Gemara,
Can you pour coffee in my orange juice? No shot. No coffee in the orange juice, okay? Pour it in my shoe. Pour it in my shoe. I just wife puts Alpha-Brain on the spoon and he goes, why can't I drink it out of my shoe? Shop, we talked about this. Cups. Alright, whatever. Cups are gay. That's stupid. You know he's gonna say that. Actually, I don't think I did. I think you seen it before, and you're like, "What do you think he's gonna say next?" Oh yeah. I was like, "Oh no, I did." I was like, "What, Jack Chiller? Oh yeah, that's my guess." Is that a genius? All right, let's go to the next one. All right, so this one's pretty short. It's posted by Cruel Ambitions, and it's called "This Is So Bizarre."
We're concerned.
What is it? What happened?
Oh, really? It looked like he was doing like a Will Ferrell Health impersonation or something. This should be in an ad for Starbucks. Get your Starbucks today in that shotgun app. You can be funny at Starbucks. Starbucks helps people with mental deficiency. Donate. Every time you get a Guadalajara heart scarf at Starbucks this season, we'll help someone like this. Yeah, I'm sure he's making fun of women in shot. He's had a song. Is there any more obnoxious move? Like, oh my god. Yeah, is that an elf thing? I've never seen elf. No, I don't think so. I mean, any of the people on women's soccer team, if you know, and I don't know much about women's soccer, but I assume any of them do. Probably, if you had a bunch of different tests of mental capacity, or physical, or almost anything, they'd probably do better than Chuck. You know how he loses one of the clips, he loses the race to that guy Chappelle. Lacey, and he's on my leg. There should be a TV show of Chop losing people in that. I'd watch it. That's essentially what many of these clips are. He's losing a conversation. Chop can lose anywhere. Put him in an elevator and he will find a way to lose. It's like not even a competition, it's an elevator ride. Chop will lose. Oh, really do. Chop will lose. Alright, so now we get to the part of the show, we're going a little longer this week, where we watch clips, specifically clips that are the top from the last year, from the year 2022. But there's a Venn diagram where it's the top of the year, but also clips that we haven't seen already on the show. Get to our favorite top of the year, we get to see Bob Buck call you a queer. And you know, the best song of the year is the CR Guitars theme song did for us. Shout out CR Guitar. Also, shout out Haphazard for saying, thank you for sharing all our stuff. Alright, so I never met him. So this one is very popular. One of the top clips in the subreddit from the last year, and we have not seen it on the show yet. But it's Steve-O and Tootie, his clip for Ridicule the Gringo Poppy described Brenda's career as death by thousand self-inflicted paper cuts. Posted by Sprout Cobain.
Really easy to wear in Arlington where Gringo Poppy was filmed. Wait, is that where that was the Dallas Improv from Arlington? I think so, yeah. That's where Gringo Poppy was filmed.
So you probably know better than I do, but is Arlington not Dallas? I don't think so. Arlington, I think, is its own city, yeah. So Dallas is different. No. I'm asking, was it Dallas then? That's a good question. I don't really know. What is it? Is Arlington the capital of Texas? No. What is? Alright, so I cut all that out because we didn't know what the capital of Texas was because we're redacted. We just found out that Arlington is not Dallas. Some might say that most are You're just like Prince. I'm just like Prince. Hope you enjoy this show. Alright, let's continue with the He's laughing like we do. I don't think that it's fake, and it might be, but it's like that's sometimes how Chop makes us laugh. Yeah. So what's fake about it? He's nervous laughing because he doesn't want to talk about Chop. Oh, is that it? Okay. He starts perspiring heavily. He's like, should I slam him? Yeah. This whole thing is roasting people. Yeah. Dicey for Tony. Oh man, I was filmed there. I was fascinated by Everybody's thinking the same thing. It's just like Walsh said it was fascinating. Walsh talked about the stucco. Yeah, the guy cutting out the stucco. This, I've said it so many times, it needs to be a documentary. Not when I mention the room, they might make a recreation of Thuggo Poppy, like a fucking. I want to make a recreation. Yeah. I want to like reshoot it and do it like there's this Lars von Trier thing where he recreates movies. I want to do that. For the Thuggo Poppy, that's a sign. But in the future, when Timothy Chalamet is 40 years old, you know what I mean? Timothy Chalamet gets shredded, dude, and then he starts drinking heavily. He's like very method with his acting. Yes, he starts taking Alpha Brain, Angry Hippo, whatever that thing's called, and then he fucking goes to Arlington and shoots the Thuggo Poppy. Becomes Oscar nominated. But he's stuck in the role. He becomes redacted. Yeah, Daniel Day-Lewis can do that because now they have CGI and they can make him younger or whatever. I've abandoned my paborito. If I said I was a comedian, I've abandoned my podcast. If I said I was a comedian, you would agree. We all take some Mexican jokes. I can talk about Pico de Gallo. I was like getting a I want to see Zendaya with fake implants as Brendan Schaub's wife and Timothy Chalamet as Brendan Schaub. That's probably more marketable than my Daniel Day-Lewis. Very good, very good. There's that scene in The Only Blood where he's I'm a businessman. He's like, I'm a numbers guy. I drink your Tiger whiskey. I'm a numbers guy. I drink your Tiger. I take your Tiger with some crown. Alright, let's get a side. Kill Jay! Jay is dead. We are family business, just Max J. Dude, There Will Be Blood. Brendan Schaub is pretty good. It's pretty good. That should be on Jenks. I'll probably be on Jenks next week. Daniel redacted view. What are we doing here? If Daniel played music, I'm angry at the other oil people. Can we remember the scene where they try and sell him or buy something and he puts the napkin over his head and he's just like, oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck you. It'd be funny if he put the napkin over his head and he's like, what are we doing here? His son's all nervous. Like, what is he doing? Shop. Thuggo Poppy. This is real dark. So he starts to dark. His deaf son comes up to him and goes, what are we doing here? And then he says, oil Dude, an interview with Daniel Day-Lewis on Ethan K would be great. You're like a fucking gay actor, right? Yes, I am an actor. That's like, you're a cobbler, right? You make shoes? You got a favorite shoe of the week? So you're like a method actor, right? What if you had to play a gay guy? Then you would love cock. Would you blow Ryan right now? Have you ever played UFC guy? What are we doing here? But all that to say, it is a moment in history that should be replicated in the future. Yes, someday. All this. You know, there's going to be a character for Haphazard in the credits. You know what I mean? Haphazard was a man posting on T-Fat K. So funny. We all are very fascinated. It was fascinating. I just think I'm particularly close to that because of
for other things coming into stand-up. First special on Showtime, and then putting out the second special on your own 35 minutes.
That's when you know he's not because I have 25 minutes like zapped into my brain. I know that more than that stuff I know at work. Like passwords to my various sites that I have to use. I know 25. I might forget them and have to check my notes. I will never forget how long Google Documents. Dallas is in fact different.
Interesting. It's like death by 1,000 self-inflicted paper cuts.
I don't understand. Imagine Tom from Paperclips. Oh, because he did the. Is that a joke about the cutout? Putting the Dallas stuff up. No, I'm saying he's saying that he's killing his own career very slowly. I mean, he's saying that if imagine just cutting yourself a paper every day until you're done. That's horrible. I know. It's very poetic though. It's kind of true. Papa's kind of killing his own career. He doesn't see whatever. It sounds like something Confucius would say. Or I don't know. You don't like Confucius? No, okay. Yeah, I guess that is a compliment. You're right. That is a very. That is a compliment. Confucius should say more Virgo Poppy type stuff. Well, Confucius is known as a really big roaster. Alright, so this next one is posted by the Squirrel Guy. I'm pretty sure we haven't seen this one, but I know it's a popular estimate. Okay. Do you have my chips? Where are my chips, man? I'm just gonna only give that to you. If I told you I had a bag of chips, would you know where my chin is? What else you got? What else you got, chin? I've asked you a question and you'll answer it right away. I kicked Brian off the show because of an LA Times article. So now it's just you and me, Theo. Oh, you're gone, and you don't want that. I've abandoned my chin. I've abandoned my chin. The podcast will now be known as the Golden Hour. We can cut this clip out if you want, but I saw this other day and it made me laugh pretty hard. It's called Joe Rogan Ruins Comedy Show. I'm open to it being posted by Moving Sounds. Here we go. There's only 1,000 of these people that can do it. Richard, where were you at this level? Only 1,000 at a time. Just like Woody from Toy Story.
As part of his rush up. spiritual level, spiritual success. You know, it's got here very clear. There's going to be some noise and there's some forever.
He's like, yeah, Joe. I wonder if slinging dick comes from broken, because that's what the opposite is, right? Absolutely everything. Yeah. I wouldn't give Bob the credit to create slinging dick.
Do whatever you do possible. So you must okay.
I never finished so.
Your best friend. My best friend, say something funny, He's like, poor old man in his golf hat. Please don't hurt me, Joe. Please don't remember that I'm your best friend.
Sign anything!
I will bear it down and oh my God. It's the longest thing of all time. It's crazy. Yeah. All right, sticking with the same themes, we're going to go to a I posted 11 months ago, long before 10 Minutes Shop ever started. Before Brendan had the great idea of watching Ring Up Poppy, and by Brendan I mean Cody. And this one's called The Crushing Inevitability. Wow, I said that word without fail. Yes. The Crushing Inevitability of Decline, posted by Larry Fogg 11 months ago. So let's check this out.
Filtering the feeds so she
both fire. Did he hit the fire? I don't know. They're off the ground. Oh, okay. Yeah. I know Malik came out and said a bunch of shit, right? Yeah, Malik said that he was totally talking about Black Lives Matter. Yeah. That's wild. Let's keep it positive. Be talking about a hash. Right. This is one of Brendan's favorites. You told me to show everyone this video. Oh yeah, the sexual this one, the racial letter. There it is. So we're gonna watch this one here. It's called PFG Sexual Harassment Training Mandatory for All Employees. Posted by Podman. Not a drawl beat.
At PFJs, we strive to support each and every homeless cat. But it is attention that some figures have been, as they would put it, slang and dig. It is important that we address sexual misconduct and how to identify it in the workplace. The first method is known as the pseudo-intellectual. The offender will attempt to impress their victim by claiming they are well-read, recite quotes in a pretentious tone of voice, rambling about biological and primal desires. If you witness this, report to security immediately. Use the code word big, bad, rapist. Security will know what to do next. Another technique is cold digging. The offender will send a private message to their target. Its contents may include suggestive emojis or lewd comments about one's body. Upper management is perplexed by this technique, as it is surprisingly effective in hooking up with chicks. Do not be their next victim. They likely have a Mexican waiting for their help. Instead, document the exchange and report it to HR. Remember that even Snapchats can be screenshotted. The final scenario is the truck walk. Such a pathetic request that you may not identify it as sexual harassment at first. The offender will approach their target as an escort or compensating vehicle, but do not be fooled. The victim is meant to be an escort in more ways than one. If you or another is asked to walk to somebody's truck, please decline.
everything gets filmed.
Later on social media, let's not beat the comments. That's only ambiguous in their sexual preference. Faculty should assume that they are safe from a thorough conditioning. To prevent an encounter, we suggest that all attendees work on their 100-meter dash. Although the predator may pursue a runner, they will give up quickly. With all that in mind, stay safe, keep up your work ethic, and remember you do not matter.
Damn, the punchlines in that with the Japanese is just so good. The airplane, wherever they are. Yeah.
So we're almost done with the year review with the books that we've missed. Sorry, this is taking longer than usual, Brendan. I know you got places to be. You're a numbers guy, right?
Yeah, I'm a numbers guy, you know that.
This one's post Ultra Coin. It's called the Gringo Poppy, the greatest bomb of all time.
Daddy is a numbers guy.
Official showtime. Capital Showtime for 5 years. Stuff, man.
Blockbuster of this trip. Oh man, this is a trip down Dicey Lane.
You found out at the end that it was, dicey.
Yeah.
They do something special on that, but you count Gringo Puppy. Right down Gringo Puppy Lane, 1.1 stars.
Well, I think that's a good way to end it there.
Yeah. Thanks for tuning in. We did a lot. Shout out to thanks for a great year. Join the Discord. Merry Christmas. Bye. Later.
Holiday shopping list getting to be a long one? Need gift card ideas for your boyfriend? The traveler? The fitness guru? Your makeup artist bestie? Or the one who never tells you what they want? Giftcards.com has hundreds of top brand gift cards to choose from, all wrapped up in one easy click. This year, skip the guesswork and send the gift of choice. Find a gift card for everyone at giftcards.com.
Walk me to my truck. Walk me to my truck. Walk me to my truck. Y en mi troca vas a chupar mi verga. Bring in the holidays with Christmas at Chang's.
Alright, I want to say good morning. Welcome to some of great business continuing journey in the 700s and begin by taking all about
300 pages of Christmas wishes from some of our favorite chefs come together on one
Spotify
Spotify
this
playlist.
morning share to thank all of our incredible commentator sponsors, our annual commentator sponsors, Hey, Chelsea family of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all of the shiurim and drushes this year. Wishing a mazel tov to the entire Daf Yomi family for finishing the Sefas. While Dr. Yisrael beginning the Sefas, I think he's looking to take this journey. Vekas, Avot, Zrizos, and Meres Hashem continue to expand our repertoire of the sponsors. For the month of Kislev, Joshua McKeeman, Rishma the Architect of Joshua's father, Yisrael Yehuda, Ben Rav Chaim, Paul Zikon Bracha, Semia, and for the safe return of our hostages and the success of our precious souls. Semia Malka Estes in the memory of their parents, Yitzchok Leib Ben Aaron Akoin, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Yinda Bas Henef Ephraim, in memory of their dear friend, great soul, the beloved husband and father, and still to their parents, Naftali Gordon, Naftali Yonah, Shem Kom Demol, and Yusuf Miriam, and Daniel. Daf Yomi sponsor for today, Robert Dinas for the yard site of Ruth Bas Sarah, and in honor of the Daf Yomi Shir, Moshe Abramson and Saeed Haken and Jeremy Lutz. Okay, Shkoya Aladina Hurt, dedicating the Shir this morning in memory of her cousin Eliezer Mozart, who fell today. Remember, like Yechaz, the law defending Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael, use Yisrael both. Let's say, of course, that we always dedicate our learning in the course of our precious happens to be a responsible for Hashem bringing home the Shalom and Torah. And it's just about the soldier of Yechaz allows you to be successful in Chomar State. I would say I just want to also begin with a tremendous note of Akar Sator. So I know that some of you probably received a collective 14 text messages from me and 25 WhatsApp messages, and I just want to thank everyone who participated so generously in this overwhelming. Thank you for all of our ambassadors, thank you for all of our captains. We'll send out more detailed thank yous, but really just to thank you. We had a Daf Yomi page. Thank you to everyone who participated so generously on that. And everyone, all of our captains, all of our ambassadors, all the people who worked so hard to bring this to fruition. The campaign is still open. We're bonus right now, Hashem. And we're going to keep going. We're going to keep bonusing until the Chanikas Habayis in Hashem on January 19th. So our new goal is $1.5 million.
Enjoyed our Christmas special.
Thank you to everyone. Thank you for all your generosity. We have something very special, something very beautiful, and it's all because of you. Thank you all very much. And again, if I bombarded, but if I bombarded, if we bombarded your inbox with the messages and it got annoying at a certain point, sorry. And just thank you very much.
So start the timer now.
Bless all of our efforts and incredible success.
Basically already did a full 10 minutes of show.
We had to find other clips together in the years to come. With that, let us begin. A lot to do today. Watching today's Daf. We are three. We are picking up a new Daf on
Anyway, so started so for this first one, it's posted by it's called It Took Him 5 Seconds to Contradict Himself. That is genuinely impressive. Posted 6 days ago.
It's actually one core point, which is when the Mishnah said, what and what do you mean when we say monetary law? The same as the Kabbalah. What don't you mean? This is the takeaway of twin turbo. So obviously, that becomes okay. So when you say that loads are less than other things, how is it that loads so what's the stopping or not? What do you mean when you say loads? I can't believe it fits in there. You mean with loads, but you don't need a base
really, dude? What is this? This is like Lyric Hyperion coffee guy
So again,
in a
what
shop
we've
outfit.
established is
It'd be
that
funny to see
that
shop dressing
loan
up as
loan
different kinds
disputes are
of
excluded
people.
from the
Construction
first
worker
line
shop,
of the issue.
Silver Lake
Right,
shop,
monetary law that does not
Hollywood shop.
loan
I feel like he saw Dark
Now
and was
we're
like,
trying to figure
everything
out
he was
how
done.
this is
He's he definitely watched. He talked about watching Downward, and he's like, you know what? I don't like all the murder and all that stuff with the glasses. It might be good for me to get big. Oh, really? I'm big, so I can't drive a nice car. Fuck you, but also, man, some of these big guys, dude, like they should. He's like,
So rather, it must be that perhaps for loan disputes, you don't require experts.
let's go to the next one. That one I was waiting all week to say that one. That's again. It's great. Job.
Or
Well, thanks to the cats, dude. Thanks to the supposed to be this. Fucking, oh my god. I never even. What fucking show was that, dude? Yeah, I know. That must be one of his many podcasts. Yeah. It's like T-Fat Days with thousands of other ones that there are. And he was also on this other show quite a bit this last week. It says, I think it's called Dead Talks. But I was like, I legit thought to myself when I first saw these clips, like, did Papa start a show called Dead Talks? You never know. He's got podcasts out there. But this one's called, some might say, the paintedest of narratives. Should have added a B right there. And then posted with Rogan and Shorty Pie. Brad, thank you for being here, man. Yours, man, is pretty badass. Have you seen next to me? And I do want to ask, I've hounded you to try to, invite you on this podcast. You graciously said yes. Was there anything in particular interested you? Because I feel like usually people don't have a willingness to listen. Maybe there's some interest in the conversation. Yeah, people are commenting on how he doesn't look very good in the show. He's pretty swole and he like just, he had a big lunch or something. Or maybe he put the couches in both lips or both cheeks this time. Drinking a Diet Coke too. Yeah, drinking a Diet Coke after you have the Diet Coke and get the cream.
Different things are written in so you may have one context and you can only understand the context in a different context. And it allows us to take all the parts of this button and look at it as one piece of law. My customer, because then whatever applies by one type of game will apply by a different type of game. You can start at your and I will say, if you don't hold your cards with you, if you can't go ahead and learn out different things from cards that you have, then ultimately slow shot
that was not necessary, but it was very welcome. It's kind of messed up to say, I don't know if you have one listener, you have a million listeners. What he's saying there is you don't have any listeners. Like, you should be honored to have me on. When you have Shop on your pod, you gotta know that there's gonna be tons of clips of him saying dumb shit cut up. And that's what most people are gonna watch. Him just being a moron on your pod. Even the moment the guy talking to him is probably like, oh, this is nice. If I can have one listener, you can call him a podcast. Shop's like, I looked up your numbers, and my numbers gotta be, and your show sucks. But you're one of the few people that doesn't think I'm a moron. So here I am. I have stuffed my mouth full of stuff. I look terrible.
Just the whole train of thought.
What did I do?
What's the progression?
All right, it's another one from Rogan Shorty Pie. It's called Dolphin TNA. Are you joking? We're coming out of the comic book store, Papa.
Which types of monetary
I know of it. So Shark's Tale, but if you've never seen it,
Sailors to the top of it. What is it coming to exclude? What is going to exclude?
Describing
Like
kids'
loan
movies on
disputes.
podcasts.
You are saying
It's like,
when you
well,
say
he does have kids, I'll give him that. So maybe he's watching movies with kids.
from
But I feel like it's
what?
not that. And I feel
From
like
what?
Shop
which the Gemara is essentially
level of movie
answering,
that he's watching. I
exclude
feel like
loan
he's so
disputes
busy.
from
And
the
he has kids, yes,
obligation
I
of
understand that.
expert
So he's
judgment.
only watching
Meaning,
kids
in
content.
all of the
And so when he goes on a
you not
podcast
only the
to
basis
talk
of
to
really
grown-ups,
see the
he
basis
uses
of
these
movement of
references from
expert.
kids'
When it
shows.
comes to loan
It feels
disputes,
like
you
everyone
just
watches
need
because he watches
dreams.
them
You
all the
don't
time.
need experts.
Yeah, because he has kids, he
The
thinks
Gemara says,
everybody
now
else has
why
seen it.
is that?
But
I
Pixar
grew up in a
executives
movie.
do probably
Why
have to
can't
show
the experts by
their
the
films to kids that are at the level of
loan
intelligent
disputes?
child
Just let it clean.
you
Just let it
know,
clean.
oh,
What's wrong
where
with
is
this?
Brandon doesn't get that one. We gotta, change the shark. We have to explain that sharks can't talk in real life.
In reality, midaraisa, both capital thesis and monetary thesis should require Yishuv HaChakira. What's the hell to translate Yishuv HaChakira? On a basic level, we translate it as cross-examination. Right? So let's put it backwards. We're going to come into this. We're going to show you
Alpha males of the ocean. And then the one great white shark wants to be a dolphin. He was like, dance. Holy shit. I'm that great white shark. You look like you're a great white shark. Just like that. He's the dancer out of me.
He called Greg Hardy a great white shark too. Remember? He's evil. He's a great white shark. He's a cobra. He's a black snake, viper snake. He's a big strong man with a baseball bat. Man, he's like a dumb, very dumb rogue.
One
He's awesome.
That's so
great. He should go out on like an Australian like Steve Irwin type show. That would be great. Him out there with the Australian guy has on all the stuff, the camo, and the backpack and everything. Shop's just there with that. With a Diet Coke. High on great Alpha Brain.
What time of the day?
Alpha Brain is losing stock with
what was the ratio of this game? What was the position of the sun? There was like a lot of really specific questions. And the onus is in reality, you should ask that same level of specificity of witnesses who come from monetary matters, right? So we're going to issue in funding, and they testified that maybe lent you to $10,000. Witnesses. Like all the different questions. So the data says really, you should include in that same level of specificity. So why don't the Gemara says, not some why is it, as Al said, that monetary law doesn't require
so I gotta think of a punchline for this delta.
Why?
Here's what I'm
They
gonna
should
do. I got 3 punchlines, okay? The
in
first
order
one
not to
is
close the door in front of them.
actually
Third
that's only
line
one I
down
think.
the
If Rick Glasgow was in this one,
people
Bob would have true.
are going to stop to lend.
Oh man, I did not expect to laugh this much right now. I'm a great white shark, I know. Like that's what I look like.
Maybe
Weird
$10,000. So what's going to happen? Who just says, I don't know,
Dolphins fuck people.
like, I mean,
This one's posted by Jogan.
so what's going to happen?
Rogan is shorty
You're
my
bringing today's name.
wife's great. We use her as a shield. So I watched these clips now from like Billy and Chubb and all that. It makes me want to go through all of my jokes.
I know that it was 1950s like that. That's what I know. That's what I know.
That's what
I don't know
documentaries came with that in
anything
there.
like that. So what's the problem? Other than the case is get thrown out. If the case gets thrown out, the movie's not going to want to lend money. Why not? Because once again, remember, lending money from a market perspective is always a financial event. In other words, you're not charging this. So again, none of this is what this tells us to do. Already, again, it's not the same as regular.
Listen, my Mexican wife, dude, she's from Guadalajara. Like, what I would do, somebody tries to kill my kids, figure out, pay right out the shield. They're going to turn them into zombies. Man, it's a crazy thing to say. Brandon went on this podcast, dude, for the homeless, dude. He's trying to get us homeless, dude. He has something to say. He's like, I'm going to say exactly what I think you guys think. Fucking hate me. I'm a dolphin.
As capital crimes, but in
Why would
order
he try and save all three? Is that not an option?
in order not to
I have a
prevent people
feeling
from
everyone that
learning
works around
Chazal
Brennan Job
relax
sucks so bad, but he's the goat, dude. He's Dick
of the
Chappelle.
witnesses
Yeah, I mean,
to
if he's doing
financial
this on
transactions.
purpose, he's amazing. Look at his lips. He knows he's
It's
something insane.
incredible.
He's like, this is gonna get on
But
tape.
you know, say step
He's just like
right,
us.
good. And
He's
by
like,
the way,
I don't like this.
now taking this a step further, this is also why what we don't require moving by financial transactions.
Good vibes. Really.
It's by financial transactions. What kind of judges can we use? What kind of judges? Regular guys. I don't need experts. I don't need experts at all.
Probably.
May I talk?
Got all
Oh,
the
money
classic
from
shots, boost energy levels, increase focus.
So now I understand why halacha lemaisa again. I don't need expert judges by finance. I also don't need cross examination. Like in order not to close the door because of potential language. That's the case. I mean, I thought. Well,
What about you saying that dolphins are gay and supporting Emery recall? How does that show that you're elevating?
All right, let's see what this is all about. It's on Instagram.
So take a look at that. And then after told, if that's the case, we should judge you as the person she says, as young as the beginning of this, when you start, even the district step on enough see how to do mumkin for a new elevation of so it's like, there's a lot of people this morning. Listen to this. We're going to see if that's in how that when it's done,
Dude, you told me about Manscaped, dude. Dude, my balls are clean. I know, man. Like, I used to thought it was bullshit, but all my balls are clean. Like, before, women would not even look at me. I do my business. It would leave because it was disgusting. So much hair. And I would cut myself, my balls are clean everywhere. Oh my god, dude. I mean, dude, I use that shit.
So like I understand stuff. So the nice again, I'm gonna be liable. That's what does it, right? There may be something. Acting in his proper role, there's a certain level of right? There's a proper level of coverage. So if Diamond is a woman and makes a mistake, Halacha does not make him personally liable. A regular guy decides to play a diamond, right? A regular guy decides to play a diamond, and then rules erroneously and personal liable. Now, Mara says, 1 second. You don't need that you don't need extra. So therefore, again, Halacha makes it diamond makes a mistake, you should be personally liable. Mara says, no. Kosher. I'm sorry, you should not be personally liable. In other words, you don't need a mumcha by monetary law. So that means again, the non-mumcha, we'll call the hedyot, the regular guy, is acting with the permission. If he's acting with the permission, he should not be personally liable. Whereas the nurse says, no, after no all the more so, that is going to create a problem for lenders. Because now, if a lender knows that even if the diamond rules erroneously, the diamond is not personally liable, so I'm not going to want my money. Why not? Because now I have no coverage in days to keep it. Okay, please, start to take time. Step on one side. Just want to point out what's happening. We're holding the Gemara right now. That when the Gemara excludes loan disputes from monetary law, what that means over here is that loan disputes do not require they don't require no more thing. You just need 3 regular guys on a page into loan disputes, and you're good to go. That's what they said you are in ERP, and there's a little bit redundant. Why? What does it say? Kine nominus, Shlosh Yotos. Zeros for Kabbalah, Shlosh and right? What do we learn? So we'll say so. What do we learn? That Kine nominus is with 3 regular people. And Chazal and Zeros for Kabbalah, and ultimately again, damages is going to be with 3 experts. But Oz, Shlosh Lamar. You know what I'm saying? So now I understand the only distinction over here is whether or not you need one thing for the other. But you're always going to need a base and a 3. So that's the case. Why do you have to say 3 and 3? Just go ahead. We're saying you need a base and a 3. And here's the difference. The difference is that halacha l'maisa in general, right? Loan disputes only require those, and every other type of dispute is going to require moving.
Let's just start off with some Bob.
I will say ultimately again, both are stated in order to satisfy the position of Rabbi Shimon. This is so what's the name of the nominal sign of those Babos? So, all those details that have always to deal with them. You see the Kabuki Medina, most probably the fact problem. This is ultimately again because these halachos are separate and distinct, therefore they're broken out in each of these. Okay, so once again, What you're holding right now in Gemara is that everything is going to require three judges. The difference is that
He's constantly wrong about things, and he must have
all
pitched
you
this to
need are
somebody,
heterodox.
saying, "Oh, it's cheaters."
The
And maybe he didn't think of it, but if he didn't think of it, he's like, "Oh, but it's really cheetahs." Well, you edit that out in the comments. You're like, he's so stupid. He
even
doesn't.
one
Oh, then
judge
also,
is enough
they
by how
misspelled
votes,
strip
by
club in the
votes.
text of this. Do you see that?
Shneimar,
Strip has
it
like
said
a, oh yeah,
fish
it was
boat
like a
uncapped.
strip,
The
like
prophet
CHP,
said,
like
with
CHP,
righteousness
with
shall you judge your fellow.
Singular.
Singular.
Alright.
So what he's saying, isn't that wild? So it's also, again, really when it comes to, even one judge is enough. Says Gemara, I will show you state bonus. Watch this. If you put it all together, right? If I know this truth, number one, I don't need them to put me like that. And then you tell me I only need one. It must be able to happen. You'll take trust. What's the way you'll take trust? So literally these people who sit on these corners. What it means is you'll take trust for the people who just sit around.
I'm glad you brought back the he's all,
they're not doing
oh,
anything productive with their
he really doesn't give a fuck about his
you're not doing anything productive with your friend. You are getting yourself getting yourself into trouble. And we're concerned with your actually
the he's out on the road, strippers, I wouldn't do that. And then the mafia stuff in the phone just makes no sense. He's trying to tie it into cancel culture or something, as if that's the reason why we're canceling Michael Corleone goes out where he's going to be canceled. That's just not, doesn't make any sense.
And he's going to end up shooting. It's going to be a disaster. I'll put the plus and you don't have your shake trying to
he stopped doing the motion. He said he's all, and then it's just hands. So he's made a lot of difference. It's not Rudy Giuliani,
guys
Steve
also.
Jobs.
Why can't you be concerned it's going to end up with a basin of three guys by your shake cars? The extra, the less
my comedian friends quotes use the didn't fight for ranks. Sad face. Posted by Ryan Joseph. 82.
Right? Out of three people, at least one of those guys has to be on the I thought, how old are you, Sean? But that's the case. Also, let's say so again. If the nice of us is what's fascinating, what you see, I just want to show you what's happening. What hey, so listen, what is happening here? What we're developing here is that Rome has a much lower legal threat. What do I mean by that? You need three judges. What kind of judges do you need? Regular guys, judges. Which means that maybe even some of those judges may not be qualified. Why would you
He's a 5-year-old. He's like a 5-year-old brain.
so much?
Best brains. And then when the part where he's like, he kind of sounds like, he sounds like the Asian doctor a little bit. Can you play it one more time, actually?
Below you. People will feel more comfortable lending money if they feel they had easier legal right? As a lender, I'll feel more comfortable if I have easier legal recourse. On the outside, that's the case, as Gemara says. On the outside, tell them you shall be, but that's the case with full rabbinic blessing. But if they make a mistake, they shouldn't have to pay back the day that they made.
That just reminds me of that. What is he talking about? They're all going to fight. This is comedy. It's just stand-up comedy. I know there's only 1,000 of us. We're brave and smart.
How are they going to fight sexual allegations?
Yeah, fight all of us. Was he talking to everybody at the store? I guess the Callan's on the left, right? Oh yeah, I mean the Callan's on the left, right? That confused myself. And then is the Leah on the other side? No. That's some random guy. I don't know what his name is. Random guy. I thought we were all going as if there was some game plan to it. That he's saying, you know how when Louis had the thing come out, they said that his manager was telling him to be silent. He's saying that he thought that all comedians were just doing that. He would do that, he's probably keeping sync pop up. Idiot.
Does not hold the shmuel. Does hold the shmuel. Good. So we'll say, so this must
Throwbacks on
goes
the
down
last
our first
episode.
sugya
This one's
of the
throwback to
second
the ultimate casual beach
What?
slob changing the narrative.
So again, what do we end up with? So again, let's go through our facts.
I watched this
Number
last
one,
week and I thought it was
Dine
hilarious.
Mominus. Right? So ultimately, again, monetary law is adjudicated with the basis of three. But the problem just is, then the Mishnah says, he deals with the Kabbalah. Damage with the theft is also adjudicated with the basis of three. That's redundant. It's not redundant. What does this mean? General, monetary law is adjudicated with the basis of three. What type of three? What type of three? Mumkin. Mumkin, experts. This comes to exclude loan disputes. What's the exclusion? Loan disputes again. Still require basis of three. Don't require mumkin. But yet, again, even though it doesn't require mumkin, judges are still fully responsible for whatever is necessary. Why diminish the judicial threshold by loan disputes in order to facilitate the flow of loans to make easy access to the loan disputes? This will allow lenders to lend with greater confidence. Beautiful. Right there. Nezek v'chatzi nezek. What's the Mishnah going on? Right, the Mishnah said nezek, which is damage. Chatzi nezek, which is half damage. What do you mean chatzi nezek? What do you mean chatzi nezek? Short term accident. So again, my ox bore someone first time offender, half damages. So the Mishnah said nezek, chatzi nezek, pay fell out of the chamisha. Is all done with the it says the Gemara Nezek and Kabbalos. I understand. We'll say damages is the same thing as Kabbalos. In other words, we'll say just the difference between Nezek usually refers to damage done, my animal damages someone, versus Kabbalos.
Oh man! All right, well, this one's from the highly anticipated Calabasas
one
campaign this
person
last week.
damages.
It's
But I said,
you know about that, right?
you shouldn't be Kabbalos. Chatzi nezek, Dinami nezek.
They had Theo Von and Joey Diaz on the flyer.
Because we wanted to say Chatzi nezek, so therefore again we said nezek as well.
Theo Von didn't even know he was going to be on the show. Wow.
Chatzi nezek and Kabbalos. But again, even Chatzi nezek, that damages. Or we'll say the term Kabbalos just means damages. That should be only encompassing kind of a moment of tectonic knas. Oh, most of we go. There's a big difference. We mentioned this in the Mishnah. Kabbalos damages or nezek even damages. Really, it's money. It's monetary restitution. What's Chatzi nezek? What is Chatzi nezek? Chatzi nezek is a knas. So the Mishnah is talking about actual monetary payments and penalty payments.
So he's probably doing it.
That's the honey from the mandam of Halga Yisbat Nasa. That makes sense when you that says that Chatzi nezek is a knas. Elo mandam of Halga Yisbat Nasa. That says Chatzi nezek is not a knas. What is Chatzi nezek? Half damages is mamon is money. Just have damages to be a penalty given, or is it a monetary thing? Ella, so what's the Gemara says you're right. Why do we need to write in Chatzi nezek? Because since we're including again Keitel, what's Keitel? Keitel is the double thing is if the stolen object is found with the seed, for the qualified and I steal the sheep or an ox and I slaughter it and sell it. So we'll say these are payments, the mamon on the day, the mamon, even the stallion below. So we'll say this expression, a mamon to the stallion below means monetary payments that exceed or that is different than principle. These are monetary payments that are different than principle. And the Chatzi nezek, the mamon to the stallion below. Ultimately, again, we also include Chatzi nezek. This Chatzi nezek is also a payment that differs from principle. Right? Because Chatzi nezek, Haninami nezek. Chatzi nezek, ultimately, again, we said nezek. One of us that turns out that really what the Mishnah wanted to talk about was Keitel and Arba Chamisha, which are monetary payments that are not the same as principle. Once we're including those, then we give business And once it's really Catinez, everyone knows. Once they say Catinez,
famous like this, they always have so
right?
many
So therefore,
different
that's why.
tags. Like, we're at the Rose Fest, Lab 9/11.
Let's go. Close to me now. So now again, we're into that
Chicks need to shut up.
How do I know that I need
like Topo
three
Chico,
guys?
liquors, affiliated with
very excited about it. Very excited.
Moreshorts.com and dude, I almost forgot. Yeah, Ben Pixels is here too, man, handing out.
So now we've established in the Mishnah that at least for certain things you require a base of 3. How do I know? Because remember again, by the way, I want to point out stylistically in the Mishnah, if you notice, the Mishnah went into the source of the basin of 71, right? And the Mishnah went into the mechanics of a basin of 23. But if you notice what was not mentioned, a basin of 3. In other words, the Mishnah mentioned the basin of 3, but the Mishnah did not mention Let's go. So the Mishnah, close to me now. Okay, 3, 4 lines down. Close to me now. How do I know that a basin is comprised of 3 people? So now,
So it kind of created a narrative. So the place in Copenhagen is Old Cowboys from Rudy. His next book is called Cowboys.
That's one judge. That's one judge, right? If I said, like, the Balabayas or litigant, it comes before the judge. One. I mean, you have own side, right? So take a judge, like, their joint adjudication, their joint issues will come. That's number 2. Einstein. I say, Elohim, that the judge will.
Oh man, yeah, he'd rather be anywhere else.
Find
Sitting sandwiched between Chop, the dumbest person on earth,
so what's the
Ramsey.
beautiful?
God knows what he's been saying.
It says like this:
Just ruin your
3 different
ability to
species,
get him
all
to
refer
interview again
to
because Rampage is something
judge,
nuts. And
all
Chop's too
refer
stupid
to
to take him
judge.
on it.
So ultimately, what do you see from here? That a basic baby is
I feel like
this is where the
was that
Yoda said, "Allah, we
yeah,
show
it really looks unhappy to me. He's got the phone out, hoping that it'll ring.
He's like, I'll come, but I'm not saying the word.
What's that? My daughter's on fire.
Now, what is your
Church
judgment?
happens.
Yeah, they're doing construction. They actually are huge fans of
Yeah, this is from like BGL's construction company.
Okay, so back to the story here, which is Calabasas. How does he say it?
Source of where we're learning.
How would you say Calatus?
Because that's the source of where we're learning it out from. Therefore, it can't be used as for example, the person who's going to mention the judge. So we're reading
this one's called He Made Sure to Bring Up the
Therefore,
Flyers.
we can't utilize that as part of a
This is posted by the real
more
Mr. Versace.
complex structure. Jonathan says you don't actually Ella. So there. So what do you do? How does he find out the Ella? I got hello in your both parts of them. Hurry from that's the most classic. I got in your both parts of them. That means one. Okay, yes, yeah, are you first time you mentioned judges, that's where but then you have 2 other mentions, which we view as what? 2 judges. How do you know that you have a third on the page? Like I tell you, they do shuffle. Ultimately, again, you can't tell the reason of 2 different add-on the third. That's his
as soon as I heard that he wasn't coming, that's when I was like, you losers. I'm gonna call you. He's kind of like that.
So you guys are 7 straight.
And then he botched problems with pop. He just got random dudes. That's that guy that's like,
one of the things he says,
he's the guy in the Florida.
Yoshio would say,
Still don't know who he is.
Yoshio
No,
would
Adam
say,
tattoos.
now,
No,
also,
it's
you could
oh,
actually
wait,
do the first time something
no,
makes
no,
you feel,
not
right?
Adam Twink.
You might have
No,
Darshan Kilos, and the other thing is, no, Jonathan, you can't Darshan the first time something.
So this is from the Calabasas fight.
No, the Olam, sorry, no, put the Amma in Darshan Kilos. Everyone agrees, you don't actually look like them, right? So you make them a phrase. What's the next one? Darshan Kilos, Darshan Kilos, what's the most last? Like, you Darshan the first time something makes you what does that mean? So let's say, it's interesting something about a life. But the person does something great. It doesn't sustain it. It doesn't sustain it. Like, I'm a one-time wonder. I go and I accomplish something one and afterwards, I just don't keep it up. Is that one time I can solve meaningful that's my focus. Darshan Kilos or being Darshan. The first time you accomplish something, and maybe
keep saying
even
you
give
get
it
guys
that
looking
word
at
or not. What is the meaning? What is the impact? Referencing someone who was not seen back. Você me disse que você есть точно философия. That one time is almost something to the company that has to have forever. Another thing it says anyone could accomplish something.
He's like, I grew up fighting. No, I grew up selling comic books, businessman. I sold comic books, and business kid, you know. I didn't start fighting until I got to my roommates. That's like the reality.
Or even how do we constantly about to get ready for it? Whoa, Kuliyama, Ain Darshan. So how do we constantly Gemara says? You're right. Now, halachically, you can't. The first thing the Torah says something. You cannot go ahead and utilize that person's statement as part of his drasha. It wasn't that such practical as well. You should mention about spiritual success. It's not only ability to do something else. It's rather getting but anyone who must be encouraging and don't do something else. Like that's Darshan Krilos. Yeah,
so awkward. He didn't look at the whole time. He kept saying his name over. And he also has all the sponsor stuff on all of a sudden. You notice they have it on Monster shirt, Monster hat. On the show, they just come in and they're like, all right, sure. Monster shoes, put on the monster glasses. They should just keep putting stuff on the monster bandana. Monster stuff. Put it on. But it's like Cowboy didn't say anything the whole time, too. Cowboy just silent. It does not want to be there.
It comes to teach me ultimately again for numbers, but it easily requires
life rips.
Alright,
so this next one's called Spit It Out Scoop. Posted by Rogan is Short.
Look up your copy. Positive coming to say a person incredible. Yoshida, less late please. One second, here's the problem. Yoshida is the guy that Yoshida not old, by definition.
It's so hard, it's so difficult. Okay, so this next one called Brendan uses others' name and image for his own benefit until as old as time. Posted by Sprout Cobain.
What is the total total actually able to
the numbers not right. What's going on? Are you doing the stream? No, I don't know. I didn't make that deal.
So, like you have to go after the majority. In order to get that majority to tilt the game, Torah on the page,
your face.
the Torah says, Torah tells us, you have to make a facing that is tilt capable. What do you mean that a business is tilt capable? An odd number. Some of the leaders here is not. What's that? You also read the made up of how many people? 70. An even number. It's not. Sanhedrin Bigelow Ice of Shelston and the Abbots. The Sanhedrin of the Great Court was made up of 71 judges. And you don't know shit. That you just said, no, it wasn't 71, rather, what was it? It was 70. Yoshia holds life, bloody and Yoshia also holds that he broke in the reason that he's rather even remember things in his time. Yesterday, or that he was
This one's called Walking Contradiction.
why he was in the person. What's classic? Us Hamid Shivim gathered from these 70 people. But you need the whole. That's probably Moshe Rabbeinu gathered these 70 people. His model, Moshe wasn't included. Okay, so that's a possible. That's a sense. But in general, logic dictates that you need a still capable face. Which is more to something than Zola. It's a trust. Shara Bezina, or the Yoshi hold that Allah released again with the regular days in the Zola. I wish I could. Of course, you need to add to the chart. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe
it's hard to tell what the truth is because you hear it both ways from him. It doesn't bother him, but then it bothers him a lot. Not on social media, BJ you look at his posts and he's commenting back to me. Thanks. Very good. Thank you, man. You're the best at the club that night. Oh, thanks for being part of Big Boy Nation.
When
Or whatever he says. I mean, you're pretty bad with technology.
They offer a particular type of
You think
carbon.
Brandon's any better than you at technology?
Right? And Arifa Segla,
It's tough. I mean, like I was saying before the show, good beats technology, or good plus technology is tragedy. I mean, yeah, I'm probably better than him at tech.
So
he definitely has someone running his social media
and we
accounts.
said, what's the logic of that?
Right.
And he requires
Yeah, that
five
was a little bit blockbuster.
some Shnayim, as the Pasuk says, especially the Pasuk Sampu, they will place their hand. That's as well. Right? The minimum plurality is two. Ziknei, minimum plurality of Ziknei is two. So that's two and two, that's four. They struggle. You can't have an even number of things here for one more. Sutra layer, always add on you add on one more, that gives you a base in the five. What do you see there? What's the way to do here? Even if it does, who holds this Sanhedrin on Gogol, is 5 is 70 people. That's when you get if I regular days, what is he going to require? And odd number of days. But Yoshi, I think you're going to do that. It was an SB, but Yoshia holds something different than Rabbi Yehuda. What is he hold? The other Rabbi Yehuda says, if you go to the last slide, Habishar Ben Yehuda is slave. Rabbi Yehuda ultimately holds that what he can hold that the Sanhedrin on Gadol is an even number based in. But by other but they think we need an odd number. Because by Sanhedrin on Gadol, that's a puzzle. That's a puzzle. But by other but they give, you're going to require an odd number. But Yoshia is star they not nonetheless. Yoshia holds even by other but they give, you can even number based. Incredible. Out of the high linto, my other way. So what does the Yoshi do with the positive that says linto? So
this one is not the
multi up and
speech
unit
impediment
functions.
that even exists, really.
That location require an odd number basis. Imaminus, well, but Imaminus ultimately again does not require an odd number basis. Ella Hodges found that doesn't learn. Trying to open Zakai, the Zakai. What we learned was that if people say that the religion is guilty, one says Kahir. He's guilty. I'm sorry. You said he's innocent. One said he's guilty, so he's innocent. Shnayim omen chayiv ve'achad omer zakai chayiv. Two say he's guilty, one say he's innocent. Chayiv. Name was Lord Rabbi Yoshia. That was not going to make Rabbi Yoshia. You bring Rabbi Yoshia. My statement how the Homer is being in the box. Ultimately, again, even Rabbi Yoshia, Rabbi Yoshia doesn't become a Homer from capital cases. Umar, the Pasuk for me, I'm not going to go back to Ruba. The Imam is the But that's the following majority ultimately again by being cautious. Is much more covered. Now, also, is certainly going to have to follow you're going to have to follow.
He's a marketing king. He's a numbers guy. What comes out to
a lot of the nice that everyone is going to agree that you require an odd number of things.
Whenever you see whenever people see
the focus is exactly where you're learning that. The focus of Yoshia and of Yolisa. The only time we have the possibility of an even number of things is where by the Sanhedrin. And that Rabbi Yehuda says is 70 and not 71. And even there, why does Rabbi Yehuda hold that way? Why does he hold that way? Because I have a concept that says right? I have a concept that says God needs 70 people. And my focus is Moshe included or not? But I also know again, you're going to require an odd number. Someone was saying also just a special mention for our learner on the engagement of his son, Messiah, Mazel Tov, and he's also mentioned to watch us and down to the public Stockholm, she didn't go to being in there. After what time, so just for 4 weeks, finishing Babasra, getting some headroom.
She's like, have you heard about this story? We were all like, no, and you're like, I did. What did you find?
No, I read news. Like, if I'm on my phone, I'm reading.
Right.
I'm not a social
media. That's the thing. It's like, it just, I don't know. It just still, like just sucks me in.
No, it doesn't. I was like that forever. It took.
And then you just.
Yeah, I had to.
You had to be disciplined.
Yeah, I'm an addict.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let's begin.
Get your power.
Like DJ, 3,000 dollars.
What are we supposed to do?
We are picking up on Gimel
Do we make fun of them for lying? No, they're not even allowed to talk about that one stand-up. Literally, there's topics that are not allowed. I just want them to breach. Yikes. Dicey. I like how she called him out. That was funny.
Wide line.
How do you know about this stuff? You're kind of changing the narrative. She's homeless. Maybe she tastes like she's secretly super homeless. How did you know about that? You fucking redact. What are you gonna ask me to walk into your truck next? Jinx, bro, this is like PF Jinx. She takes off her shirt. She has like a big Imperial Hawaiian face on her shirt. I could have been great. Make sure you missed an opportunity. Alright, well, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next week. Hope you enjoyed the song. Join the Discord.
That you could reach a verdict through at least 3 judges. I'll do it. You have a basic of 3. How people is what it needs to say. If they should be married in the Shlosha, how much so what maybe needs to be on the website that we need a verdict. We need a verdict ultimately again to be conveyed by 3. Meaning a verdict requires a majority of at least 3. Alma Kasaber plus and succeeded to be married in the TV. They will also see that according to Rebbe, when we learn after the concept of 3 witnesses, that must mean 3 judges. 3 judges is again in marriage. The final verdict. And this is marriage in the Bible, but Rabbi Avo doesn't and the God uses the version of the God actually is different curse. Here over here is one who's like Rabbi Avo was like blown away by this. He didn't understand the statement. Alma Kasava Rosa sees the Guardian. So Rabbi Avo says, I don't say Rebbe. So you're telling me now that when the Torah discusses the idea of 3 witnesses, 3 judges, the 3 judges is not the concept in the institution of a case, but rather the concept in the resolution of a case. When the Torah speaks of 3 judges, and we spoke about this, we learned the source for naming 3 dayanim. That 3 dayanim means that in the verdict you need 3 dayanim. It wasn't remember, it means 3 dayanim in the verdict, it means 3 dayanim at least count that means, at least. So the verse is, well, that's the case. You just fundamentally upend the entire judicial system. How so? She wants to that's the case. And when they have based on everything that was used from there, the hard bar, the half bar, if that's the case, then you shall actually not go to the site. Should need 141 judges in order that work, so they should need more actions within the effort. So that the belief of the majority is the majority of the like this. So if you're telling me that when we say you need 3 judges, that means the majority of 3 judges, that means you're making a 5. That means every single time the Mishnah told me about a certain number of Diana or David, I now understand that number to be 1. That's the number of judges here on the court as a majority. So when you told me that it's on a hedge, it's 71, and you told me then the block. If a hedge requires a majority of 71, which means that by definition, this hedge must have at least 141 members. Okay, Sanhedrin is kind of Shricha Arbar Mekamusha. The Sanhedrin should require at least 45. And they should need more Hadir to discount just in order that you can have a 23% majority. So you guys obviously that's not possible. That's obviously not possible. So much that I have to have because I'll tell you that I have to have fucking size because at the end of the day, large government bodies are but he was like, listen, there are 557 space flip-flops. We have a salty review. That what this Torah says. The Torah says like this. The Torah says the most shredded. Gather for me, set it. That means that we have all of that one of the shafts. So if you keep turning out fucking oil, then what we do is we need customers that obsess. And they order. What does Shas Hasifa mean? The number 70 is related to the Hasifa to the actual judicial process. Not referring to the records. The part of the motion is 70 people for the verdict. Plus, motion is 70 people for the process. Therefore, again, you shuffle out each of it, you out each of it. We learn out the Sanhedrin Katan, which is from the 2 mentions of the judge. Shuffle out each of the judge. He will say, Nami Mishas
that doesn't make sense.
When the congregation judges.
Guys probably shouldn't wear flip-flops at all. Everybody hates flip-flops. Constantly shit on for people that wear flip-flops. And Nick Cannon not only
So too.
wears flip flops,
Obiya was in
but
the
he's so
the Pasuk says the Malachite will approach the Elohim will
and
approach
talks
the
about there's all these clips of Rogan being like, come on, shut up.
ultimately, again, in the time, that's the litigants
I'm not gonna wear
approach
your
the
shitty
judges,
flip flops.
you require.
That's
So
sad.
therefore, almost like, therefore,
This is
the
Callan's
thing over
last,
here
like,
is all of
he's
the numbers that we have
in
to
his
fucking
last
give
bat, like he's
were
gonna die in
numbers
this
in
hill,
the
this flip
actual
flop
judicial
hill.
process, not
He
numbers
needs
necessary
this.
for the verdict. Although I would have that so why is this very old? Remember, Rebbe said that the Dini Mamman is in the age of 5. So Rebbe really gets it. Elohim Chayim Rebbe, Asher Yashiyun Elohim Shrei. Shrei. So Rebbe says like this. So when it comes to monetary rights, those that say Yashiyun Elohim, those that or he who the judges will
I
find
can't tell, is that an alcoholism or
Yashiyun
spiritual benefit or both?
is plural.
Alright.
The basic definition of plural is two. So Neymar Elohim Lamah, Neymar Elohim Lamah, it's like Elohim in the first context means two, Elohim in the second context means two as well. Based in shuffle, and if our base is cannot go ahead and be equal, so you can't have a fourth person based in most even Alei and old
Tiger thing.
you add on one more, they get much. It was like, so that's just really just doing the basic there to hustle. So it says the word Elohim twice. Minimum definition of Elohim is, or Yashir Elohim, is
telling me
two
to check the
judges.
menu, so I read through the entire dictionary while we were setting up, you know.
We add up
And
to
honestly,
I so I don't do that one on
it was
subscribe.
unreal, dude.
But I
It was very, very
Yashir.
thorough.
Oh,
Okay.
it was
If you
that
just
one
get a
on
Tiger Thick
even
whiskey
though
and up
normally
in
the word
the insane
Yashir
asylum 7
could be
times a
understood in
week.
plural, but it's written plus it's written without a cross. And because it's written without a cross, what it teaches me that I must put down to its plurality. So because I must put down to its plurality, therefore again we don't end up with the word judge. Okay. So I'm gonna do so what's it used to be my focus is here to ready and I'm gonna get maybe starts in your right, which represents four judges and a foot can't have a big circle out of it. I want to say we don't actually have your shield as a foot of little sense, but it's really the context of the also listen to this. I'm gonna be okay, this
Callan's
is
like in
I'm
that
gonna
skit
keep
out
my
of that
title,
movie, Glengarry Glen
Red,
Ross.
Red Yehuda Ben Noah.
Always be
Red
closing.
Shaman.
What's my
Red
name?
Shimon.
What's my name? I sold 550 flip flops last year. That's why I drove here in a BMW. That car you drive. You ever sold a flip flop? You ever sold a flip flop for 2 weeks? You're done.
And we've actually seen this a number of times already.
First
My
grade,
focus
first,
on
I'm
Yesh
like
in the
watching
Mikra
all my words like
or
shut.
Yesh in the
First
Matzah.
place
I will say
is a
sometimes in
new
the story
brand
you can
new
have a word
Ferrari. Second
that
place
read
is
a
a stink
certain way,
knives. Third
but
place is you're
spelled a
done.
different way.
You're fired. Thick boy
Shame
nation.
it
Never
is
will see
when you have a difference in the word in the Torah
Talk
between the way
about
that it's spoken and the way that it's
Mitch and Murray and Callan.
formed.
All right, so this one is posted by Silly Crew 569.
So the Mark suggests all of these are one that we just mentioned.
When
Rabbi
you
Yochanan,
paid $500K for
Rabbi Yochanan,
monster
Rabbi
lawyers,
Yehuda,
but it's 2007.
Rabbi Yehuda ben Roach, Shama, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Akiva, all hold Yesh in the Mikra. Look at the Pshat Rashi, Yesh in the Mikra, Master Kriya Hashima. I will say we go after the way the word spoke. As we got to the way the word is the way the word is read. We go after the way that the word is vocalized and pronounced. So what they never go through that was a Rabbi we just saw, because that's based on Yashir. Even though Yashir was a big watch without a bug, even though it's without a bug, because it's read as Yashir flow, therefore by definition, Yashir did in a plural sense, each of the judges. That's Rabbi. Rabbi Yehuda ben Roach, listen to this. The sign you're going to write, the fellow is going to Rabbi Yehuda ben Roach. So ultimately, again, it's doing as Rabbi Yehuda ben Roach. It's not on me. Shivan. Yachol Teheyola, that's Teheva, Timeya Shivin. It was a don't be speaks about the laws of the
So it isn't, he's just like,
for example,
he's thinking what it would be best
that's
to say
how
right now. That's why you get caught in all these fucking convoluted lies and shit. You know what I mean?
Somebody in the Discord said, "Hey, Cootie, I don't know if this has been asked already, but have you ever had any dealings with monster lawyers trying to be taken down?"
don't
And I understood. I forgot the reference, and I just legitimately answered. I was like, "No, I haven't heard of them." Oh, Hippo too. What's that? I remember seeing the Hippo instead of Boppo. Yeah. And then I was like, "But we did get taken down by that Pixie one time." So I think they may not have made slipped through the cracks. They may not have found my unhomeless list there.
All right, so this one's from
birth to a girl, then he gave a village, become a Shibu Island. It was a Shibu Island how long? 2 weeks. Everything for a girl is done. So 2 weeks with Leia, 66 days, she's Tahora, was a great travel. The travel is that the rich Shibu Island is living without a rock. If you or I are riding Shibu Island, you're riding in days, I am your men. You notice it's written down the so they asked him, look at the law. Maybe it's not Shmuel. Maybe it's what? Maybe it's shit. Maybe it's shit. Maybe it's 7 days. That's how you. That's what you're looking at. That's the hilarious. That a woman is female for 70 days after she gives birth to a girl. Y'all put the alert to give it to me.
Good Angel and Dicey.
I remember him.
He's trying to tell him how to become a comic.
The team of the champions of her. The team made the champions. The Torah said that the days of Tuman Harry,
like he stole that from this TV show or whatever. You
know,
he takes small things from
many key. Let's get flying. So let's say so just like when it comes to Tyra, so the Tyra period of a boy or as a birth of a boy is double for a girl.
Okay, so
the woman is Torah for 33 days by a boy.
Supposedly
She's
this
Torah for
was
6
Brenda's first time
days
seeing
by a girl.
Alex MMA Hour
So let's say so we see
the reaction
that the
that Ariel
relationship
acts
between a boy and a girl, the relationship between the birth of my boy and the girl is doubled. It's doubled. That's the realm of Tyra. We would have seen that whenever it's going to apply to Tyra, it's going to apply to Tuma as well. After she teenage is suffer, then it came back to flying. Ultimately, again, and so too, whenever the Tuma period for a boy, that's the birth of a boy, which is 1 week, will be doubled by a girl. Therefore, again, even though the word looks like shivin, we know it can't be shivin. What does it have to be? It has to be shivu ayin. La'achar shivlat is went ahead and gave this whole dress to the company. He ran after them. He got some teaching the company. He said that the truth is, you actually don't need to be hired to watch. Why? Because shivu ayin is extremely limited. So even though I said at the end of the day, you don't need this whole dress. Why? Because the word is read as shivu. Even though what it looks like, right? You read it, it looks like children, because it is read as Minnesota, and there is a premise to the way the word is spoken and not the way the word is spoken. So here you see the Muslim and Roth, subscribe to the dedication moment. Next, they shall be over. It's very exciting because it's like a whole variety of really unrelated. So they shall, but again, all coming back to the same principle of Yeshua Mikra. There is supremacy ultimately against the spoken word. Yeshua, what Yeshua says, Yeshua Omen, Kol HaNisnim, Al HaMizbeach HaKitzon, Shenotzru Natan HaKashizer, let's say so here. The halacha l'maisa, if you go with certain carbonates require sprinkling of blood.
But you know what I noticed?
So many carbonates have multiple macros
is he normally in this
blood. So the Shammai says, even if you have a carbon that requires a number of sprinklings, so he says, however,
I can't see him. That's when you know you're humble, when like you can't even see any longer. That's achieving full homelessness. It's just not there. We watched some of BTL's thing. Oh yeah. And before recording the last episode, it's horrifying. He has a whole episode where he just talks about people that hate him, and I don't want to talk about it. I don't really understand. I don't know enough about the UFC to know what's going on. To be honest with you, dude, I know the show lives in Dallas clips, and they're not bad clips, but we're just with the songs great. It does seem like they're saying he's lying. I believe him. Sure, he's lying about whatever he's doing. Well, there's a lot of nostalgia happening in the TFK7. As of last week, I don't know if you noticed that.
I'm sorry,
I'm surprised that, you mean like post-sale clips? Yeah, no, I did see some
So my time to be shaman.
You know, I mean, I'm tired, you know, as usual, working the long shift, the deep job, and then clocking in and chang. Some people say we're not even qualified to play shit, or, you know, so we're basically interning there, trying to get a job, you know, never seen it, dude. Never seen it, never heard of it, never heard of it, not one of our guys, not one of our guys, never met him, okay? I saw the other talk about the email address, don't we? We're going to hire monster lawyers, come on the spread.
So Beishamai says that
Classic B. Schwab,
now point out the years of the past
Papa
you
Rogan.
have
This one's supposed to be like double
started to give them
yeah, you were in it, felt
see
this
all of this. Also, the way it works is the first panel is written fuckset without a bug. The second panel is written fuckset without a bug. And the third panel is written fuckset without a bug. All of them are written fuckset. They're not written with that bug we normally use for a look. So the shaman says that it's bug, even though it's written bug, it's pronounced panels, which is together. Most likely you have three mentions of the word panels that gives you shape. Right, that ultimately again gives you 6 different applications. Right? So it tells you 6 times you have to sprinkle on the corners of the veil. So why 6 times?
This is like when you're trying to sell somebody on something, trying to get them to buy,
the 4 times are the work have to be done. But ultimately, again, 2 of them are absolutely necessary. So 2 of the sprinklings must be done. 4 of the sprinklings are mitzvah, but are not energy. What did you just see?
But yeah, he's just trying to sell. Oh yeah.
Right?
No, you're right. Absolutely. Oh, it's a great day. Oh, it's such a good day. Great day to buy. Greatest day.
Sufficiently out of bug.
You know what I was thinking?
Yet they semi still darshan in a plural sense. Why? Because spoken out in a plural with the bug. Ube silo on the slow say, Karnos, Kami Kanada. What's that? The first panel is written wrong, but the second two ones are written also. How they can are that gives you 4. Right? That gives you 4. Okay, so the one with the bug is worth 2, and each of the different ones are worth 1. So ultimately, again, that gives you 4. You know, small. The answer to that. One ultimately going to teach you that this is an application. And 3, what 3 are in the and 1 is not. The in of Google, I think you guys should get that. One is something nice to do, but it's not necessarily a political country, it's not necessarily for the capital. Part of the field of was that you can't find a capital for a carbon. It's absolutely no strength. You need not sprinkling of the bus is that central part of the apple. No, the experience that whether you need a base or 1 or 2, that's not going to work. Our purpose is not to use the needs of capital. Our purpose is just that the Shammai guys, kind of, 3 words as being written as Malay, but being written in the plural form. You know that I'm using the plural because it's spoken in the plural form, dancing them as plural words. Next, as you finish, there's one from Thomas Rita,
when was it posted? 2 years ago. This was 2 years ago. Vintage chain.
9 minutes. Incredible. We know that there's not pretty sure the last wall of the sukkah,
I don't know if Cat is still on the show. What is sure?
Rather, it is all you need is a
basically like
wall, and that constitutes the wall without it.
You know what I mean? Like chin's chin. I feel like I've seen her before.
What are the basic
check it out.
of the
This is
sukkah?
fucking
So
hilarious.
shine sukkah, you have 2 regular walls. Which reaches like a tepa, and the 3rd wall is only a tepa. So now look, that's discussion. The Rishim. You'll say that's the kind of gamma. The Rishim over the Shimon over Shimon says, Shlosh Shlochasan, Shalosh Shlochasan. You need 3 regular walls, or the Dias like a tepa, and the 4th wall is a tepa. So what's like, other than top of the Shimon and the Rabban. Rabban say a minimum of 2 walls, and a 3rd wall that's a tepa. The Shimon says 3 walls and a 4th wall that's a tepa. What are they arguing about? Rabbanan Sabi in the Masoret. The Rabbanan say that when that's we have to look at how the word is written. But Shimon Sabi is in the Rabbi Shimon says no. we look at how the word is spoken. Watch this. Rabbanon Sabi Yishin the Rabbanon hold
My name is
that
Greg.
profanity is given the way the word is written.
We
So
want
let's
to
say
do
when the
maybe
Torah
we want to
speaks,
do
it says,
another parody song where's the Joker. I see
remember
another
again,
man's like
in
some
the first
people
two
call
forms
me
of
the
the word
UFC
sukkah is
doctor.
written kasa,
Some
out the
people
vowels.
call me
The
Johnny
last sukkah is written malay, harei kan arba. So it's like essentially that four sukkahs, right? Four sukkahs. Because sukkah number one, that
UFC doctor.
is worth
Yeah,
one.
so leave a comment. Let us know what
Sukkah
song
number
you
two
want
is
to
worth
smack
one.
next
Sukkah
day.
number
What
three
do you want to
is
see?
written malay
Dave
is worth
Frankie
two.
Watts.
Harei kan arba. Gal
Sorry,
kat
protein
tzad
farts.
take away
All
one.
right, so this was back to the past week of
Again,
show
that's
clips
a
here.
piece of just a
This one's from the
concept.
Nicola
Then
Jackoff.
plus.
Bring
That
up
leaves me with
perception.
three.
Alright,
Asai ha'il
this one's called
gar
You Know
asal
Who He's Talking
mishishes,
About.
vokim ta'atama.
It's
So we'll say I'm left with three sukkos, and now
Chris's
Allah which
podcast.
tells you I need three
So
walls,
let's see what
but
you think.
that
Man, I
third
already
wall
see
need not be a complete
Go to
wall,
sleep.
rather
And
only
that is why you travel the day before.
we'll say
Because
first
I
by buying
missed
down
both of my
Shimon
banging-ass shows,
says,
and
Basukos,
6,100
Basukos,
would have been
Harei kan
sad as shit.
The Shimon
Dude,
says,
let me
I
tell
don't
you
care
something,
that now.
I put that
We don't look
100
at
in
how
there,
it's written, what rather
6,100.
was, we look
I
at how
tell
it's
people
pronounced.
things I sell.
And it's
Dude,
pronounced as
I found out comedians be lying about their
each
ticket
of them are
sales.
plural. Harei kan
For real. That's
Well, so
really
remember
what
that
really do?
quote
Well,
unquote
they're
worth
fortunate
two.
to do what we do
Therefore,
for a
that
living.
gives me
No reason to lie about that.
sukkos. Dal kat talibute. So take away one of the sukkos each of the concept of sukkos, right? Hashuluhu arba.
Lying about how much he
Leaves me with
sells,
four
whether he's going to be
sukkos.
there at
Asai
all.
look for sukkah.
Rainy
Also, the
Phil
Revius
Face
look
comes in
at that.
and just
Teaches
sells
me
out
the
the
sukkah
whole
must be
thing.
four walls. And I look how much we see comes on.
Shots
It
left
teaches me that what?
like,
That the fourth wall
drink
only
tickets.
needs to be a
Pulls his balls in
you
his
know,
sack.
for our purposes over here, you see that Rabbi Shimon holds that yesh aim lemikra, that we ascribe supremacy ultimately to how the word is spoken. Rabbi Akiva, what's the name of this?
It's called Biological Primal Desires. I haven't seen this yet. I've seen it in the feed every time I go to the phone. I think I watched it.
What's another interesting thing? Rabbi Akiva, how do you know that blood
considered.
Oh
man, that's a lot darker than I thought it would be. Yeah. It's not
you could become tummy from
the dancing is funny still. Yeah, the topic is kind of.
Even if you have a revius down or a revius of blood that comes from
Alright, we got one more clip left here, dude. It's
two bodies
trying to hit on the script. You know what I mean, dude?
from the shear of a revius of
I'm
blood.
gonna cut the last two.
So the Gemara says, "Shematan oil."
Yeah, we should just cut the last.
How do I know that's Shematan?
So sorry, it was right there. This one's put by Rogan and Shortified and tried to, you know what I mean? Scoop talk about how the MPMT guy exposed the Liver King could have been handled nicer. And slips into his broken record jealous haters rhetoric about
not show space to teach me that even if the requisite amount of blood I use to reduce comes from two different sources, it's telling to myself that I found out that's what you do. That one of them back because they say not but even though the word is read now, shows it's written now, shows without the bulk, it's not really written in a singular form, and therefore again you can't understand. We'll say again, what do you see from here? It's that you achieve a whole pregnancy is given to the soul. So not just love. So we'll say, so again, this is really like except for exciting, because here you want to say, why that all of these different opinions, all we subscribe to the association of the maker. I don't understand. You're making it sound like that there are those who argue with this premise of Yesh in the Mikra. Is there anyone who doesn't hold Yesh in the Mikra? Meaning we all agree that supremacy is given to the spoken word and not to the way that it's written. But I'll tell you why. Because if you don't subscribe to Yesh in the Mikra, you have a problem. Plus, it's about Tanya, Bichalidimo. Plus, it says, those of us who a kid in its mother's work. Plus, of a color. No, okay, maybe it's not color. Like, maybe it's not color. Maybe I will say what it is. Maybe it's him. Maybe it's that. Maybe what it's saying is, most of us show the deed. The Chaylev, there's no din of bust of a color. There's a din of bust of a Chaylev. So the Gemara says,
when you talk about like the difference between rape and sexual assault, you gotta stop doing it.
I'm going to say the top of dollar with this.
Listen,
The lack of
I
mind
know
is
the
color.
flip-flops thing I've said it's lame, but you trying to sell flip-flops as an old
So
man,
the Gemara says,
but it's much better than you talking
this
about the
is
difference
Radaka
between
Bayako.
rape and
Radaka Bayako,
dancing
everyone has to
with
agree
Brendan
with
Shaw.
the why?
Sorry,
Because if you
I
don't
gotta
hold
go.
this in the liquor, then you
I
know
have
what?
something better
You
to
don't,
do. Make
sorry?
fun of Shaw.
Like, you don't hold,
Hey,
you don't hold this in the liquor,
sorry,
and
your
end of
number
the day,
two.
it's almost impossible
basically free right wingers on your
I don't know if that's
podcast.
color or
It's kind
flavor.
of turning
If
people.
that's
Also, can
but
you
again,
stop
because we all
platforming
agree
the
in
worst
the mikra
comedians
and our
that we've
Masorah
ever
is that we
seen?
know that we read it
Shah.
as color.
Hold on one
That's
second.
the
I got
issue
another
of
fucking.
Basra, the
Hey,
color.
Andrew, show
So
us
Rabbi
your
Rabbi
special.
Acha
It's just
Bayakov
really
saying
predictable
everyone
beats
agrees
about
with
Mexican women
Yes,
having a
in
lot
the
of
mikra.
kids and black people
Kuli
can't
Amir
swim. I
from
just
the
don't think
mikra.
any of it's funny. And also,
After
Rich kind of
we
has a
spent
fake
this whole
accent. So if you could just stop all
showing
doing
my
that,
clothes in,
that'd be
the
great.
Gemara says, you're right. You're right.
Can you stop?
You're right. This
Hey, BGO, can you stop being sis?
We invest a lot of time and energy into creating a certain construct.
That's what my board wants us to do. He wants us to call him. We gotta start calling. Listen, homeless cats. They want direct phone calls. Yeah. Okay, so before every clip you're about to put out,
the hardest thing in life
go to shop directly on Reddit. He's throwing us a bone, dude. He's telling us what to do. He wants you to send messages. DMs and say, hey, that's what you tweeted. Right? Stop being a jealous hater, with all your smoking bears. Just, you didn't risk it all. You didn't risk it all. Okay, so like every time Page Frequency makes a pop-up video, dude, he wants to be on there. Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Did Page Frequency risk it all? Okay. Is he doing it for his Mexican?
It's okay.
Is he,
It's okay.
build that mansion for his Mexican?
I acknowledge it.
Okay,
Try
no,
to
he's
go
just
ahead
a jealous
and
hater.
myself.
And he doesn't matter. He's on the internet making videos.
You're right. Everyone holds you in the mikvah. We're going to challenge this again in just a moment. I was clear how you're doing it. Everyone is going to say that's what he is giving to the way the word is spoken. So
the show this week. Hopefully the guests next week. Who knows? Thanks for tuning in. Join the Discord. Bye.
We have to start all over. Now we have to go back to all of these machlokes and then figure out what are they about. We thought they were arguing about the Israel and the Mikvah and the Minnesota. If they're talking about everybody is in the mikvah, I need to figure out what are they arguing about over there. Let's do this. So said the Gemara, Rebbe Rabbanah. So what are Rebbe Rabbanah arguing about? Rebbe Rabbanah, Rebbe Yitzhak, Yatzil Elohim, Rebbe holds that the second time the Torah discussion Yatzil Elohim, that's something out of different set of judges. So in the Torah told the Elohim the first time, which means two, and then the Rebbe understands that the second mention of Israel came out another two judges. And therefore, you're both saying that he's ready to us, a basin made up of four judges. You can't have a basin structure, you can't have an even numbered basin, and therefore, again, you get to find Rabbanan Savi, Yatzil the hate behind. Right? Rabbanan understood that the same Yatzil Elohim in the second conflict is referring to the same Elohim of the first conflict. But just like in the first conflict, it is two, in the second conflict, it is two, you can't have a basin of two, therefore it becomes three. So then I hope this is set on what the Elohim is actually going on, but nothing to do with the interview in myself. Next, that who's the Begar? So remember again, what did I do with the Begar? Okay? That you did the Begar, so who did that on the Begar? What was later? Was the Gemara later? So this is Gemara says that really the Rabbanan are not completely Rabbanan. We're going to come back to the find out there. Okay, so what about the what's going on again? They saw the Shamash Machlokas on the minimum number of students. The Shamash said that you need a minimum of one, but for a fact of two. They still also even for a fact that you only
Welcome
need one.
back to 10 Minutes to Shop. Thanks for tuning in. I have a quick, I'm just sort of definitely have an impersonation for you. Here's Brennan Schaub in Starbucks. Hi, I'll have a Guadalajara heart scarf. I think I botched it. I said that before this started. It was fun. But anyways, that's not why you're here. Let's start 10 Minutes to Shop. Alright, so if you haven't already, please join the Discord. And somebody showed us these two clips about Brendan's Asian finish. So let's start off with this one's posted by Dynamics 20. It's called Theo Von Exposes Brandon. Sorry.
It says Damin by giving on himself. The name I come in Lamalo. Not Damin Hamurim Lamalo. Shenofa Minatana Ahmed. Just like the second mention of the Damin. Meaning that you want to have one application. One application. It's not that. Half Damin Hamurim Lamalo. Shenofa Minatana Ahmed. So again, by the some of them, one application should be enough to back Kapora. With regard to the partial Mato, Nabi Kaka, Mato, just like the dead, just like the Kaka, Mata Mamur, the Mata, just like there is one application, and that's enough. Told you by the Kaka Sahima, all you need is one application of the Kaka Sahima, and the one application of the Kaka. Okay, that was there. It says what application on the outside of the outside of the dash is equals to a large dash used for animal sacrifice. The NMR summons is new, but the work is what application specifically on the giver that were done on the inner dash. Remember, the inner dash is the dash control. The instant dash was not only about animal there, but in particular what application. That's what my time is crazy.
And you go into massage parlor and you just lie down flat. Your stomach. It's pretty weird, but you'll see a guy doing that.
So
I imagine going there, you most guys would be like kind of nervous.
So too, I'm wearing the foot. So too, I would say that what if you miss a blood application on the outer ultimately again you miss one, you take absolutely nothing. Take a look at the last actually month with him. It's like in the middle of the short bar.
I mean, if that's what he likes, I guess it's fine. I didn't even know there was a name that you could do there. That's
Okay,
I don't have anything against you if you want to do that. I'm not even saying it, but it's just like, I don't think this. Nobody cares about this on James or
what do you compare
sounds like you kind of want it, but we can go next. I would never ever. And then when he's like, he's saying that thing about booty hole.
Go ahead.
He's because with two black guys. He's like, you look at he's like, like shot jive. No, that booty hole.
Only needs one blood application.
What I don't understand, like for this family. Yeah, no, that was weird. I don't know if there's any way to make it sound like it did. But it did sound pretty fucking. It sounded like even when it was edited, it was like, why would he say that combination of words together? Why would he say that combination? That's why I didn't want to do that clip sort of because I was worried to get too much into like what we think about it. That's always kind of hacky. But we went we named those waters. I would say that it's interesting, like, because I don't think that way. Like, what way? Like, it's a good way.
Therefore, we would rather
well, I mean, he doesn't even get us. Well, maybe he does. Maybe he does both. He clearly likes at least
to
getting
one another, rather than compare carbonos that are offered on outside of that to carbonos offered on the inside. Therefore, I would sooner say, let's compare not the state of the process. So again, the state of requires one blood application. Okay, left.
So this next one is the most popular one.
Done in Carlos, the dollar kernels, they cost us the harvest kernels.
But shout out to almost cats. We're at 100K now.
Another piece of cargo
we'd love to be
part of the
almost cat. Yeah, you're almost cat. I'm trying to get it. I'm still playing the shit. I used to watch CFK all the time. Back then, that's true. You watch the entire episode.
Shut up, I'm a little large. This is that.
I saw a friend that was stuck in the shop.
Had we just left?
No, that's still are like actually like they don't like him, but they watch for the UFC
to see how we can emerge with.
But they just don't stop watching.
The word singular word. Three times. Once I learned that, I thought you on the teaches me. Was a keeper 3 times. It teaches me that even if I only have 3 blood applications, even if it requires more, I can still look back. Keeper teaches me a second time. We had 2 blood applications. And even if I just had one. So keep there. You can have three, great. If you have two, you're okay also. But at the end of the day, if you just have one, it's still fine. Most of the that's in my focus, ultimately just how the character has nothing to do with Yeshua Mikra, Yeshua Masala. Very exciting. Right? Says the Gemara. Shin Rabbanan, Sukkah, Sukkah to do with Sukkah. Remember again, we said before this, Makotis Shin Rabbanan. Name about what the dimensions are of a sukkah. And I want to say that a sukkah is two walls and a third wall is a step. Shin says three walls and the fourth wall is a step. When you set up to my whole, you set it up and saying that's nice again, having that to it. Right? Even though sukkah is not so Rabbi Shimon, that can say that sukkah Malay was saying that spoken for never to give us six. Take one. What's good? We know the Russia. We painted it as a machlokas of Yesh in the Mikra, Yesh in the Nasot. Now the Gemara telling me everyone agrees Yesh in the Mikra. The premise is given to the spoken word. So what's the nature of the machlokas?
As I said in my comment, but it comes from heroin or something. So just like right behind you, close to your bed. I'm not gonna look it up because I just don't care.
I would say
so Rabbi Shimon Saba, Simplify low body drop, Rabbanan Sabi, Simplify body drop. What's the doctors? The Shaila is,
we're not doctors.
do you need one arm to work
so he really doesn't know. I kind of got that like tries to
you need to be in a scaffold.
Thanks for hearing
So if you look at that,
check out Happy Hippo, dude.
actually the Shimon Rabbanan, everyone agrees that supremacy is given to the spoken word.
This next clip is
The he
posted
was
by
proud to
Organized
be
Shorty Pile. He's up and down the sub.
Partially Arba.
Yeah, that guy posts a lot.
So according to Rabbi Shimon will say that you take out, right? Everybody gives you in the middle. You take out one people that leaves you with four. Therefore, Rabbi Shimon says you take out one because one of them is token. The actual din of the sukkah itself. Teaches me four, so I need four walls of the sukkah. Halacha teaches me that plus the fourth wall we need to do that. Therefore, even if I start out with those demos, so therefore it turns out that I take away one of the people who can constant one of the people ultimately are going to keep me constant stock they got also now that I'm up to three, that I'm going to next come along and teach me that I only need two full walls but of the dirt. Which was bringing me now is whether or not you need to destroy one of those. He just starts using the light. But I want to say yes. Every time I want to say no.
It's hard to like take him seriously because he has this gigantic for all the reasons why, but he has this gigantic big chew or lozenge.
That's the defining
give it well, so it's tobacco. It's tobacco. It's not picturing like multiple lozenges, like a whole sheet full of
we know we passed out all the nice walls of sukkah.
It's tobacco
Solid lozenges.
That's your thing. It's tobacco lozenges.
Yeah, and he talks like this all the time.
But it's not chew. It's like tobacco.
No, it's like snuffs. Like the snuff.
Now, I want to say, no, you need to find something or a word that's not also. That machlokas translates ultimately into how many sukkot you have available for drasha person. Next, that we keep it up on. So remember, next machlokas, we keep it up on. So what happens if you have a reduce of blood?
Yeah,
it's
no,
corpse.
yeah, definitely not. And it was so
That
funny the
Yeshiva
first time I
says
said
to come together to reduce, then what? If you're coming for all hell, but I want to say it's not. One day I'll do that. So Yeshiva shows Tarki Mashma. Yeshiva says that Nash shows. Even function, but I want to say not shows that all of Mashma. But I want to say no, not shows exist the way they told us. It just means people in general. Fine. So now what we just understand what we started with. We started this morning. It's not my consensus right there with you, but if I don't know you, no more reserve, I will start to remember we started again with the state. That is my focus. Yesh in the Mikra, Yesh in the Nasot. There that was my focus, and we defined all of these cases along those macros. Then the Gemara says, no macros. Every one of these is in the Mikra. Privacy is given to the way that the word is spoken. Fine. Now, what is that? We have to redefine all of these macros. Now the Gemara comes along and says, we can fully honor you in the Mikra. Is that really true? That everybody holds is in the Mikra? We can't really do everybody holds that for one day. So I tell you,
So,
Little topos. Hey, what's my tune? So it uses the strange word of totopos. It sends it 3 times. Now, you know that you can. So 1 to 2 times it's written kasser without the ball. 1 time it's written kasser. Hare kan arba di Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel teaches us that what that tune has to have 4 compartments. Where did you get 4 compartments, I will say? Because totopos is 1, totopos number 2 is 2, and totopos number 3, which is written kasser, which is written normally with the ball, represents what? 2. So 1 plus 1 plus 2 is 4. That means all guys here you see that you need 4 compartments or partials, something with 4 with filling. That the Kiva over ain't no thought. The Kiva says, I understand. What is Rabbi Shmuel doing? That is Lama Sola. What that is saying is supremacy is given to the way the word is written, not the way the word is spoken.
I mean, yeah, it sounds kind of sarcastic.
Everyone agrees in the Mikvah, and he understands the great Rabbi Shmuel, and he's like, no, he's in Lama Sola, that the Kiva says, in the Torah, that the Kiva is Rabbi Shmuel in the Torah, rather, the concept ultimately, the Kiva is really the whole Torah. The word "hakapa" is not etymologically an easy word. It's not Lashon HaKodesh. There's no Hebraic etymological for the word "hakapa." Rather, that's what it says. It has different dialects. Right? It's like Friday here, right? Some African dialects too.
They can't even do Australian.
Also give us the word for tough.
You're right, it's
machlokas. Wow.
This was really popular over the past week.
I'm exhausted.
It's called Danny Brown being on to Joe's face about Brendan.
Not every machlokes of each in the mikvah is in the machlokes. Behind you, great style. When they have a machlokes, hey, as a shiny straw, we machlokes. We'll end up with these things tomorrow. But when do we say there's a machlokes? There's only machlokes when the written word really is different than the spoken. So the example of that would be like when the written word was used to work, actually leave that aside. About time, call up again. Let's remember again, the reason why the Gemara had to say that everyone agreed with the Mikvah was why? Because if you don't believe in the Mikvah, then the person will be doing what?
Alright, so this next one, our good friend Haphazard.
It's my fact. It is actually coming up. After the Gemara
Called most hated man in this book. He's a great guy.
Now that the Gemara is saying that it's absolutely machlokes, the shayla is how you go ahead and do dancing, how you go ahead and do dancing thoughts of the we'll stop over here. We'll pick up the rest of the bus. Please understand where we're holding. So the reason off is we're back to where we started with today. But please go using machlokes 15. Go to the road. There's in the Mikvah. There's in the machlokes. If you want to get this machlokes, it requires us to understand how you know that most of the machlokes will be the Halizimo. It's part of from ultimately not feel it.
Everyone hates you, but people don't know. In reality, you're really nice to me and Chris. When you're too dumb to be mean. You're too stupid to be as hated as you are. And he was wearing that ridiculous hat.
Yeah.
Although I think we're wearing ridiculous now.
No
matter what we do, yeah, I kind of like it. I don't normally wear it, but whatever we do, like however ridiculous we try, like when I was PGL and that stupid wig on, or when I wore the leprechaun costume from work, no matter what we do, it's never anywhere near as stupid as what Chuck looks like.
Yeah.
But he has like an uncanny ability to look like a movie. He's not just stupid. He also like dresses stupid very well. But he's a sweetheart. You always gotta remember that. Even though,
good morning.
according to him, people like Kanye West the most in second, and then Freebird. Doing anti-Semites.
I'm pretty sure we didn't watch this last week. I feel like I watched it the next day after we recorded. But it's called Sorry in Advance, Papa, but Blank slips up and accidentally admits they're not moving merge OBGL. Slips up and admits they're not moving merge. This is posted by Mitchy Slick LBC.
First of all, as a matter of Richard Barbassa, and in your family is also the strong stuff and the strong position from the
Yes, play it one more time. I think we missed something.
We can't send enough kids to the shows this first. Oh, it's out there. It's great. It's got whiskey. Yeah, if you buy it, it's not skipping out the merch, which was kind of super cheap. Wow, whiskey. Wisconsin,
Yeah, I think why did I buy the whiskey? They're just like, well, we're helping out. They don't want to buy the merch because even in the state of Wisconsin, people can still see. There's nothing invisible there. People don't want to be seen in a fake way. Sweatshirt, hoodie. Maybe one of flavor or like a thick boy tie. Oh, nice tie. It has 3 C's on it. Looking good. Mark. I think the reason why BGL is upset is because it's like your tickets were free by some. It's funny that you bring Mark. What does Mark do? Just hanging out? He doesn't do stand up on the show. I feel like you'd be a good personal trainer. He sucks at everything he does. Yeah, maybe it's just shop training. Yeah. He's not doing well in the shop.
It was for the long haul. And again, people in shots, right? What does he do when he finishes shots? What do you do?
He's like, all right, so for today's workout, we're going to try to lower your blood alcohol level.
Just keep going, right? There's no day off. There's no sabbatical.
All right, so the next clip is from another one from the
Just again, what happens in
it's called How Did Being Official Like Content Use Source for One Championship Go.
State Boy Goes the network. You know, we're here tonight. We signed a deal. We'll be the official content news source for One Championship.
Let's do some hedging. We have to, every beginning of sector, like everything else in life, so much is about your kavanas when you enter in. So what do we want? What do we want?
I don't even know what they're talking about. So, okay, so One Championship is a fighting, right? So he signed a deal with One Championship to do what? I don't know, be content for them. So basically, to like the commentators, yeah. So they want Brendan Schaub to make sure. Yeah, so in the middle of his podcast, Chin was like, hey, it's cool if we show One Championship stuff. He's like, so they show the video of him being like, we just signed a deal with One Championship. That's all I got. That's so stupid. I mean, yeah, of course we should. We're on it. Yeah. Well, that's what they're saying. It's like there's kind of all they have is some talking to the guy. Yeah. That's the content they have. No, that was edited together. Okay, yeah.
It's a hakana. It's a preparation.
No, we're losing credit. Yeah, I'm not following.
We're learning this practice. And we're going to learn about things that don't yet apply. In certain respects, because we don't yet have a
this one is the one you posted in the Discord.
It's supposed to awaken inside of us.
Posted on the subreddit by Immortal.
It's okay now.
It's called Viewing was not just a specific
I want to
thing.
see it in practice. I want to see it actualized. I want to be able to see the members of this identity. Finding out of the king of the
Monday, November 21st. It flies over tonight. I get his name. I get inflation. He tries to be my favorite. Things get done dropping on Thursday. It's more special than that. The exact same quality you get.
Let's begin.
This one's DVDs. Like what?
Okay.
He wants one of those hot streetcars. Yeah, you get her one of those American Girl dogs.
Focus a little bit on which
He wants one of
butt they do.
snowboards. Give one power dog.
Let me give you the premise of the Mishnah. The premise of the Mishnah is that there are different types of courts which deal with different types of issues. Now, how we know that and where we learn that from, that is something we get to in the
bitch daughter was fucking goddamn teenage mutant ninja spiders.
This is one long Mishnah, and again, this Mishnah after there are few of us probably for the next couple of weeks. And then touchdown, but again, this is going to give us the last framework of how the legal system works.
All this stuff. wants to do cool. David with his arms wrapped around me. He must record. God damn, what do you live to? It's the newest, so you know that you put some effort into it. It's on the outskirts. It's on the outskirts. I come back and watch my kid play fucking soccer. Sports
So again, that and injury. So again, that when you look at Rashi, and I look at those pieces, you know, get a very special for on the show for Rashi. Like Rashi has not been with us for a little while. And again, we want to thank Rashman. Rashman did a tremendous job. Rashman is shepherding us in Basra. And again, once again, to point out, we are back with Rashi now in the second Sanhedrin. Rashi points out top line, Kofer B'Tikadon, Yisharech Olam HaBikadon, B'Kina Kotik Me'Akavela HaBikadon, Igor V'Yitzo Es Achon Siyat HaYusim. Avalot Yotim Sobot Yitzogel. Sevot, what we call that. Chavalos, Chavalos.
Yeah, I mean, I'm bad at geography too, but the thing is, I know I'm bad. You know, he's not aware that not knowing some common simple facts like what New England is, or what Golden State, they confidently says that Golden State is, probably because of the NBA. That's what he thinks.
Remember again, what's it back to the country?
No, he knows his geography. XJ.
That clip was so funny, and then he
have an ox that is born for the first time or for the second time. So we can
Imagine your dad saying
is Knaz.
worst Mexican in soccer.
Ultimately is a penalty. So Nezek,
My son is the worst Mexican in soccer I've ever seen.
This clip is also really old. It's from 5 months ago, posted by Broken Short Pie. But somebody posted it in Discord, and if you've seen it, it's called Protein Pony Enjoys Energy Powder Taken Knees. So here we go.
Dude, I lost all faith in TSA. Mark has flown several times by Costco. But I fucking had the cool mirror, baby, and I reached my board pocket and pull out a gun. I'm like, oh, this was in there. Like, I forgot about it. Oh, shit. Hold on, let's tell the story. Yeah, hell, he takes first over to catch it. He was gonna miss the plane. I don't know what the fuck they're scamming him. They go through every single piece of his luggage. We get to the Airbnb in Phoenix. Mark's being a, he's doing cartwheels by the pool. His cartwheel in this bag of cocaine. Oh, man. Mark got crazy ass guys. Oh, I forgot. This guy got to some ex like years ago. I got this years. And then I go, bro, you realize the TSA went through every piece of your luggage and they're like, give me this shit. It's like,
I respect Jeff Dye's not laughing at any of that because it's not funny.
Yeah.
It's just not a funny story. So cocaine fell out of his pocket, and he was like, "Oh, cocaine." Okay.
Why?
Great.
Good
story. Another guy's like, he's probably high and creative. Did it again. Who is that guy?
I have no
Some random shop fan. Is he somebody from? Is he someone from Thick Boy Nation? I think I've seen him before. No offense to you, really. Did it again. How about never talking?
Yeah.
Stop doing this. Stand-up comedy. This show is killing your show. Tire on your millions. You're selling it away. Thick boys. Thick boy picture.
Well, I have a confession, dude. I just got accepted to Thick Boy Nation.
Bring it back, lost your shirt. Nice. Original T-Fec guy right here. Plus I've read it for quite some time too. Alright, what's the next clip? Okay, so this next one is about Dave Chappelle. It's like a stories thing. I was trying to find I want to say 6 episodes when it was first posted right, but I can't. Somebody posted in the Discord from the YouTube, so I don't know who was the original poster or whatever, but it's basically him telling 2 stories that contradict each other about a meeting he had with Dave Chappelle.
Remember something.
He was about fighting. This guy does work. My doctor said these seems my dog said these are engineered. They're not. Because how it was fucking cool looking. They're not. It's really fucking through the trash. Really? Yeah. Verified line number 69,669. But here's what I do know, which is that if you get 23 is keep those are worse for you than cigarettes.
Capital
That's what I just said.
Okay? Fine, capital cases. Next.
The vapes actually worse for you than cigarettes.
I told you that.
Just with the CBD sense that become fun. I think my doctor says better this way until we start vaping. But I don't think it is. He's like, all right, man, I just want
This clip actually changed my method. Strip live from Chubb. Or his brain just doesn't work. He remembers different stories. Yeah. They don't know which one it is.
Well, I think maybe somebody told him to punch it up. Maybe he didn't
His writer came up with a second story.
Yeah.
I think there's a chance that neither story is true. They never have talked to.
You saw that well on stage, smoking babies like
I mean, Sean, if I were vaping or I were Sean told me this bad, he's the last person I'd listen to. Could you imagine you tell your friend, hey, guys, stop vaping. So I told this man, first secrets, like, who told you that?
Which is fascinating. So again, so this injection violation
sounds a little
days.
But that's a good idea. I'll choose my doctor over shots.
And that's not something later on.
Like he's about to be dead. One last thing I'll say about Sean. He almost, you know how when we get tired on the show, we sort of like drift off maybe for a second or so. It's like, all right, now I'm sorry about that. It's me, I'll take it. But when that happens, it's not the best part of any podcast. That's like what Shop is like all the time. Every moment he's sort of drifting off. Is he trying still? He's trying very hard, I think.
he tries his hardest. He's like,
he has this weird thing on his face that drunk when you do it, thinking like New England thinkers. Thinking about what should I say about that here. I know Rhode Island's not part of it. I don't know if it's a region. I don't know what the word region means. Sometimes a weird. All right, thanks for joining the sports next week.
This is fascinating. I'm not calling my son. You can begin the discussion like the deliberations.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who feel stinkers when it's all done. Because you know the type.
The Goldman, the Shiva. But you finish it with the basement of 7. Final decision made in the basement of 7. Then God will begin a new virus. Then you turn the bypass that system and just decided on this in the basement of 3. But also all of these videos, because now it just happened over here, is I'm saying it is a new thing again, a basement of 5 and a basement of 7. So up and down, you can operate with this concept of basement of 3 and a basement of 23. Yeah, so it's basement of 5, basement of 7. Okay, so I have to be like, first one time I was saying this stuff. New classification is this, what's new classification? This is what I've done. Last week, new classification. How long double placebo? We will discuss this. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to have to go do it. So we have to type carefully. How long double placebo is follows? There is some healthy basket. Because this is happening at a level. And the topic is facts. Based on the vaccine. And it turns out that they were wrong. So the halacha is that they bring a particular type of carbon called the double placebo. So that's what I said, right? For that carbon, what ends up happening is the agreement, the elders of the court place their hand on top of that carbon. So that's smichas is a kilim, the arifas as well. So what arifas as well, that's arifas. I don't know if I'm going to find the dead body, you find someone who is in between the cities, you measure the closest city. The elders of that closest city should be on top of the other one.
Back to Tim as a shop. Back to the original format, just me and GB and driving the saddle again. So we may have some crazy guests coming up, but stay tuned for that. Join the Discord. But that's not why you're here. You're here to watch Tim as a shop. Start the timer, man.
hell yeah, dude. I should also say this is on T-Mac Reddit. And they're at 99.8 homeless cats. Oh, congratulations, guys. Thank you. So many more cats. We could have 8,000 today, dude. I hope so. I hope we help in the slightest way. But, so this clip is called The Water, and it's posted by Toronto Rapture. No water. Water.
Invited to the orgy, Mr. Adam. He's like, you know, Game of Thrones, read the future, right? Where's your porno? Where is it? Every single trying to realize, right? The giant oak tree fell on a terrible tragedy. You've seen the oak tree fall fast. Also, if you don't like him, easiest politician of all time to assassinate.
What is he talking about? Greg Abbott, he's a Texas governor, he's in a wheelchair. Yeah, and then some of the clip is missing. Like the full stand-up clip, he starts off, I've seen it. If I watched something else, it was like, Greg's in a wheelchair, so like, really, just saying, but, it's stupid. We were talking about this before the show started. Shop will say anything. I'll give him that. He's not holding back. He said, I was saying, like, he's the first guy who's, like, too stupid to be canceled. Yeah. Like with Magic Johnson, if another person had said that in the same kind of terms, they might be like, oh my God, caught him. Like, comedian says horrible thing about AIDS, not AIDS, or HIV because of Magic Johnson or whatever. But in Shop's world, they're just like, no, you're an idiot. He's either a police because, the thing about that clip that I think is ridiculous is he says, like, have you ever seen an oak tree fall fast? No one's ever seen an oak tree fall. That's not a common oak tree stand. Aren't they like old and stand forever? Right? Like an oak tree, you're not supposed to cut down oak trees. They don't fall. I don't know if they fall slow. Maybe they do, but I mean, Shop's just like making stuff up. Who died from an oak tree? I don't know anyone who's ever died. But he's saying that, and also we have to like look it up ourselves to verify because Shop makes up a lot of stuff. But he's saying that Greg Abbott, I guess the reason he's paralyzed because of oak tree fell. Yeah, he's a very conservative governor in Texas, and I don't really know too much about him other than that, but I guess Shop thinks that it's easy to kill him because he's a well, you can say anything, but try not to make fun of him saying, I don't get it. It's not really the joke. Again, it's like the joke is that he's disabled, but you'd hope that there'd be it doesn't really a joke. That's just you pointing out something that Greg Abbott is. He doesn't live it every day. That's what Shop does, though. He's like, he's like, and he's black. Do you think because so many people hate on him, he needs to hate on people that don't deserve hate? I think he just goes, maybe, but what I think is he just goes for whatever the most obvious thing is. Like, for some reason, Chop looks at humor like, oh, guy in a wheelchair, that's funny, right? If I can like a edge lord kind of thing, like, people in wheelchairs are funny. I don't know why he thinks it's not me saying, shut up. Shop needs to make fun of people that are different than the way you are. Not even different. I was going to say, I laugh at people who just have it takes so much. That's what Shop says. He's definitely not an advocate. Alright, so this next one is a little different. It's a toe clip, dude. So, okay, Rogan. Yes. Joe Hogan. It's called Some People Just Gotta Be. And it's posted. I credit the slop. That's not slop. Yeah. So, this is always like a new form of the name. I haven't heard the slop yet.
Yeah, it's great. Some things are going to work so well don't work. And other things that, like, you figured out. Some people never figured out. That's the sad shit. The sad shit is that people, there's comics that look horrible for everyone trying comedy. But some people, they'll never get it. Some people, they'll never get it. Why? I don't know what it is. Some people get it. Like, I saw guys that used to struggle, like Savage, that used to struggle. And then one day, I hadn't seen him in a while. He got kicked out of the grocery store in 2007, and I was on the road. And I was in Vegas, I was using days for UFC, and I was alone.
hotel room and watching pages flipping through the channels, and Sean came on, and Sebastian was on. I was like, oh, Sebastian's got a special. And then it was fucking great. It was really funny, and I remember tweeting it and saying how fucking funny it is, and I got a hold of him. I said, dude, that was awesome. I just loved it.
It's so good because like that clip of him crying like that could go with anything. Like Rogan talking about reading a book.
People has to be a
Shows.
color. All right.
I really enjoy reading books.
And the same thing will apply about
I suffer the I can't talk, right? That's the famous thing. It's like people, other comedians are like,
So
yes, that's right. It's from homeless. See, I am homeless sometimes. I did say that.
So property is owned by the land, it's owned by the interest. And I want to redeem for the data interest.
He found his confidence, he found whatever it is that swagger, he figured it out.
One of them has to be a color.
Oh, I know insulting to compare Sebastian Maniscalco to regardless of how you got it, some people think he's hacky, and maybe he is, but I mean, I laugh. Oh, yeah. What's the word Gina joke? Check out. Search Sebastian Maniscalco or Gina. Tell me that's not funny. Alright, so this one's from Ben Sexa. I think we saw one of our books from Fast. It's called Rinks. We'll never see that money from their bet. Papa has not and will not ever pay up, I guarantee it. I love the great long title again. Tongue twister.
Now we can get up here, give it a little bit. That's what shall check. Capital cases.
I was wondering
Capital
how you
cases.
want to get
That's
that
the
$5,000
Capital case once again.
Would you take that? I didn't get it. I didn't get cash out. I didn't see that.
That's behind the ears. That's a liar's thing. It's always had liar tells. The face, yeah, you're probably right. The face thing in the beginning, and I gotta feel like it's because of the alpha brain. Creatives. It could be just like a physical response to an awkward moment because he's quiet, Brian Callen's quiet to begin with, and he's like, the money was again, like, yeah, maybe, yeah, it's possible, but again, I just gotta wonder, like, is he just lying and he doesn't actually take all this shit, or does he take more shit? Yeah, it certainly seems like he's taking this one animal.
For the animal itself.
Oh, there was, I was listening to the episode before coming here today, to the Golden Hour, and he's like, you never take drugs, like, you know, drinking or marijuana or Adderall, or, and then he moved on to something else. The don't answer about the I want to read off the guy's rehab center, but I don't really want to. Check it out. But yeah, it's Ben Rose. He is a famous and a really great guy. We're going to take a better road.
Send it to me. Now there's a limit. She's going to come in. That's what I mean. Now here's the price. Why did you send me? Because I don't want to be paid an increment. The juice is running. It's about the thing.
Is also due to the prices of the base of
10 G's. You know it's better than 5, 10. Hold on. It's better than 5. I already got some money in my account. It's in the card. Here's took you sent it. Did you or did you not? I'm saying, like, you don't want enough on the site. Give me the rematch.
But I can't take you shut down something.
I'll break down. I was spending $1,000 on Saturday. I had 4 days for a month.
I've talked about this before. I don't understand. It's weird that like Callen and Rogan, they constantly talk like they are in the movie Die Hard or something. Like the end of the 10th scene where the bad guys talking like they're gonna hang in. And they have like this weird cadence. What is this? I think if you're asking me honestly, I think it's they podcast all the time. There's very little to talk about when you podcast, let's say thousands of episodes, right? And so they have this go-to thing where they're like, I'm going to act upset about it, and I'm going to say it this way, because they always do that. Do you agree with me, though? Doesn't it seem like that? Am I crazy, or does it seem like it's the scene from one of these action movies where they're like, there's like a tense moment? Yeah. Most of the conversations off the podcast are probably like, is Die Hard a Christmas movie or not? Alright, so this one's called Callen Gets PTSD from the Great Defect Case Subwar of 2020, when Shaw mentions PF Chang's. It's from the user. Oh, shitting
owner. Now, again, there's a lot after that the owner is put to death, right? But the point is, there's culpability. The idea over here is that the capital case for a person hurt by these 23, sent to the capital case of the short by these 23. Incredible. Okay, now see what you do. بعد جوز عندما بعد جوز علاقة بص كده يا الله الله أكبر لما كمان علاقة بعد Like the second one, not the family. Not us, often treated as a full tax. Not us is the snake. So once any of these animals which killed someone, you stop something that has to be strong shot. Ultimately, again, these cases are adjudicated in police in a major point. People think that but she's in the second white line house that value. She Adam didn't go in the schema. She started.
He's got a crazy face.
The
shop is obviously thinking about the fryers. You guys working at the back of the house. You've worked a double to get out the orange chicken and brown rice. I think. Listen, I was thinking about this earlier with Joe about how Brendan Schaub might be turning around. He might step to the hate. Right. So, I don't know, but no, probably not. And also, did we watch that one clip? I don't know if we watched it again on the show or I watched it myself. When he tries to lean into like how he can't talk well, speak well, and it doesn't work. Now it's like too late. You know, he still doesn't really understand the joke. If there's a way that I can go and coach him, I would. Just to be a nice guy. Well, I'm not saying he's doing gracefully. I'm saying he's trying. He's maybe. Yeah, there, that orange sauce. I mean, he didn't even say orange chicken. He said orange sauce. I never even heard. This probably is something I missed. They say orange sauce. But I haven't said like that. So even now he's botching. Can't even get his chickens references right. Sometimes a weird day. When I got turned his eye. Yeah. Alright, so this one is from Rogan and Shorty Pie. It's called Barnor is elated for his buddy Griffin having a role in an upcoming Workaholics movie. Man. So let's see.
We're about to do Workaholics movie. You are? Yeah. So listen, there's a bunch of I don't know. I told you that's funny. I told my guy, I was like, hey man, this is what we're doing now. I need materials. Right. See, I like that shit. But if it was, I mean, well, this is
that's so funny. He has this big news about the movie that he's in. And Shop doesn't care at all. It has to be on the podcast. That's so funny. Yeah, you tell me, like, PCO has a movie. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Go miss 10 minutes of Shop. Like, I'm insane. Like anyone would. I'm excited about Workaholics movie. I love that show. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, I'm more excited than the co-host of the ship level. You're on it. That's, well, keep in mind, he's not changing. But I would argue that wasn't the first time that Griffin told him that he's going to have a Workaholics movie. You know, I'm saying he goes a built-in in. Not a built-in in, but more of like, we're doing the show, maybe I should mention the show. It's like, be funny about it. Maybe. I mean, I doubt, like, that he has any self-awareness at all. You know? It just doesn't seem, I'm on your side. You know, it's possible. We did watch Food Truck Diaries before this began with, like, I forget, some UFC or bare knuckle fighter guy. Yeah, it wasn't Bellator. Whatever. In the beginning, Shop just went on this big rant about how he has CTE and he has only a few years left where it all falls apart. So I guess that's sort of acknowledging a little bit of I hope it's not that dark. Alright, next one. Alright, so this one is, it looks like it's an old clip from the Logan Paul podcast. Okay. But it's called The Numbers Don't Lie from Shedding Pain. I definitely had some classic pop up moments in it. Yeah.
Like a special is basically a commercial. Just so
we're judging the entire tribe, not the both tribes, according to local manners. Ella up to Daisy so sure that. And here it is. Here it is. Like it's fascinating. Like we said this close to Sanhedrin. Yeah, here's the first one in the entire mission so far that we've seen Sanhedrin.
It's almost like they just saw we saw the great stuff. Yeah, YouTube special. Okay. But with that, you front as a white comedian that doesn't sell tickets, isn't that kind of like a low blow in a way? You know, locals aren't allowed in boxing, right? I mean, it's funny because he says he's like doing great. Okay, let me ask you. She's like, I saw a show. I'm like on tour all the time. I'm a professional comedian. But like the question is, who is watching this network
say.
finding out,
We're going to talk about this in this
very few people are being tricked into like, oh, there's a comic shop. They may not even be going there. Probably not going there to see shop. He's not selling out anymore. I'm not saying I hope that, but in a way, though, it worries me that anybody who want to go see it wants to still kind of laugh at it like we do. If people are really enjoying that kind of stand-up, then it's kind of almost scary.
Also, too, it's like it's really good for the local talent that a comedian from Los Angeles that's got big names on the most Joe Rogan episodes of all time comes to your town and you've got the opportunity to open for him. You can learn from a great and watch the worst stand-up ever and be like, damn, I should have done that. Oh, yeah, I don't know. You get a show as opposed to an for a night. How do you get a show whether Shop comes to your town or not? It's probably better if somebody else is on the show. You gotta open for Shop, you do well, and then the headliner is the worst thing ever. He just sticks up the place. All right, we'll come back next week. He won't be here.
Not our topic right now, but again, just
maybe we'll get somebody who sells tickets. Maybe we get Randy Feltface. Somebody who can sell some tickets. He doesn't sell now. He bombs and he doesn't sell tickets.
So apparently, Muhammad Mitzvah does not require the permission of the Sanhedrin, which we'll get into in a
I feel bad for Shop. I've had like a come to Jesus moment with Shop. Where I'm like, dude, I feel so bad for this guy. I mean, it's fine to feel bad for him. I don't really feel bad for him. Even though he's not selling tickets, he seems he's very wealthy. He seems happy. And also, I've been going down rabbit holes of early TFK kind of stuff, which we could do someday. Check that in. Unlimited stream, all I think it's called. On the menu, it's called Unlimited stream. Yeah, we've been checking the menu a little bit more. And even with all the context, with all like he's a liar, he's just I don't know what else is there to say. Like he's an enabler of terror. We'll probably find worse things as we go on. You know, I mean, the youth engaging. I don't know. No, that was supposed to make worse happen. That was just because of their output. But all right, what I'm saying is that he's endearing in a weird way. Yeah, I don't know. We're logged in with him now. I don't know what it is, but yeah, we're joining the hit. This one's called. This is a man who is doing great. And it's from Shitting Panda. Okay, let us Shitting Panda. Shout out to Shitting Panda. They've been on the show 3 times today.
I'll let you know, right? You know what? That's great. Being off the playoffs at both.
I wonder if Chris did he say it again? Or is that playing from that home? I think it's in that and yeah, they did not look good there. He looked like me, and then in the fight I went to this the big great hey, almost said boom, said pain. And you're confusing and different kinds of automobiles. What was the day after Tiger thing? Headed out to Puerto Rico automobiles. I'm not heading out now. What was the day after Tiger thing? Oh, I mean, I didn't really drink that much. Mine was really iced down. Mine on that ice milk. It didn't really affect me. I'm not sure, you know, I was like commenting on how red Fuel's face got. I don't know if that's wrong with Wall Street Flames. I think it's just a lighting. No, honestly, dude, the saturation on the cameras, I usually add a little bit of saturation. So for that week's episode, I took the saturation away, and they were still red as fuck. I guess it's the wings then. It really was the wings. Mine was mine red. At the beginning, they weren't as red as they were at the end.
How do you know?
Yeah, I mean, we really didn't drink that much. They didn't drink that much either. But that's the effect of Tiger thing, I guess. Is those triple C's. Yeah, this is a white guy face. He was Irish. You know, they start drinking the white guy face. White guys face gay. Was I red? Not that I remember. Yeah, nobody cares. Nobody cares. You're always red. You're kind of white. I don't really get white red.
regardless of mixed. All right, so this one's called Brenda Gets Ridiculed and Responds with a dumb reference and a stolen jolt. Rogan is Shorty Pie, shut up.
There's Brookie, I didn't say it, but I told him earlier I want to bring in GoldenEye. 71 GoldenEye. But I didn't say it just now. You told him you said Golden Hour. Game ended Golden Hour. Oh, yeah. Also, you're just sitting here pretty cold. I flower here. So you're talking all the, you know, it blocks sounds. That's right. He said Golden Hour.
The shop to our
So for a second there, it really looked like Chop was
the assembly was judged, and
sometimes I think maybe he uses humor to like diffuse. Like for a second there, he was thinking about just killing Delia Griffin, but then he was like, no, just make a work joke that makes no sense. Wearing glasses, Dahmer. How was his friend to eat their dick? Given the context, the joke's not good. But I'll always laugh whenever somebody says, "I'll eat your dick" at the like top of their lungs. Yeah, I mean, in that scenario, it didn't work for me, but
how do I know that Ida represents 10 people?
I mean,
must I let Ida have
I don't know if he did or not. I bet Shab either. I bet Shab just named it really pronounced. That's true. I really do. All right, so the next, this is the last of the for today. It's also one it looks like. It's called Papa, do you want more drinks? Oh yeah, it looks like they're getting rid of this one. Yeah, with when it coming soon.
Do you want more drinks? We don't know drink. Get bad, Brandon. I think this might be convenient now. Great. Really? I know. You think you're ready? You have 5 fucking meals? They're both probiotics. 10 years. 10 years later. So you always give me the time. You lose more time than me. I feel great, bro. And also, the key is I'm not drinking. That's the key. I got my coffee on my order. I'm chilling, right? I'm chilling, honey, because you got 3. You got a Diet Coke, a coffee, and they make good points here. This is a problem that Brennan has. He drinks too much of just everything. Like, it's not just Tiger Thick whiskey, it's the thing that he has like 5 drinks on the table. There's always an energy. There's Freedom, there's Alpha Brain, there's Adderall, there's his favorite acres. It's like he's got too much going on. He's the guy that you go to like a diner with. It's a hour, it's coffee, Diet Coke, person comes out. Like, I'm never going to take this kind of breakfast again. He is annoying. Still good. What's the most? Probably 3.
Majority of one.
And it was like a slum over there. Coffee and water. So I've been annoying. We're uncovering the truth too. Yeah, all the red drops just like no, I didn't like putting grain in it like orange juice and like crush up Adderall, snort it on the table, and take some Alpha Brain with a Diet Coke. That would be the regimen for the try to record 17 podcasts. He's like, this might be brunch podcast. We go to brunch, then buy an Adderall. This is my World Cup podcast. I force people that play football to talk to me about soccer and cutter. He has too much going on. He's a pimp. It really doesn't. It would be funny imagining Brian Callen and Brennan Chop rocking out to Cream with the record buckets, crushing up Adderall and some dirty, and then they hear ours. This one last thing, he canceled a show. We didn't play the clip, but he canceled a show in DC because he needs support. You know what to do? Post that in our Discord. And that kind of sucks. That's my hometown, and I know V-Ron, he had some tickets he wanted to see it. Just can't even go see Bob in a hometown. Almost seems like it's a diss directly at me. I don't like it. But anyways, that's our episode. Join the Discord. See you next week.
If I can't make it 22, if I got to add in one more, what do I have? 23. Those what I'm saying? That's what I've got now. My next base. I've got my 71 member base in, and I've got my 23 member base in. The comma you ate the year, the day will be in Sanhedrin. So how many people do you need in a city in order for them to be like this Sanhedrin? Now, what this means is, it sounds like what you are saying. It sounds like what you're saying. How many people do you need in a city in order to set up, in order a building that particular city? That's not true. How many people do you need to set up a business? You know what I'm saying? I mean, how many all of assignments also? I mean, how many says, 250 people. God knows. Maybe that's 150 people. 150 people in the city in order to set up a center. When you start to do like a pretty small city, and then the assignment places, you need 200 people to make it sell us. Finding these sell us. Again, we'll see definite believing. So it's like, cities are fundamental focus about what the minimum population size is in a city in order for there to be an opportunity to set up a local business.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop, special episode this week. I got my two friends, Brendan Walsh from Walmart Podcast, and Alex Lance. Thank you both for being here. It's an honor. Two chins, fathers, if you will. But that's not the reason you all joined the Discord. That's not the reason you came here today. You came here for 10 Minutes of Shop, so let's start the clips now.
Dice. Well, that's a good intro since Roger doesn't have his mic.
You're right. I can't see.
Okay, I just read that title of the thing. Okay, so this is Rings telling a story about his mother-in-law's rings missing. Ryan suddenly saying no blacks allowed at the wedding. Brenda happily agreed. This is posted by Schemo 2320. My mother-in-law had her necklace and she had her engagement ring and her wedding ring. So the rings disappeared.
Once you tell me you didn't motherless, 3 months ago,
This is my wedding, and we looked everywhere. We were like, whoa.
Now you have to break that out separately. To which the Gemara says, I'm not the above, not in the Kaitani. So you see, like, the Lord has been explanatory. That's explanatory. Not in the Gemara. It's the Kabbalah. You didn't feel like this. You didn't know this was so much. And one more example of being noticed, what do you mean when you say being noticed? You say it was a Kabbalah.
What is that? His grandmother is that?
He married a girl who was, I guess, 20 years younger than him. So,
the classic comedy twist.
That's stupid of me to ask.
By a base of green, rather those type of diseases require different type of bases. So let's see what's happening over here. So one of the says, being limited to these hold up. What do I mean by being limited? You see, that's the Kabbalah.
I've actually kind of been in that situation too.
What don't I mean?
Which is my mother-in-law thought she lost her rings.
Different type of basis. What type of basis? I don't know. Remains to be seen. If that's not a base, you're a three. So the Gemara says, now we'll see why we should use it. Now I understand why you need it.
I mean, that's
why are they fist bumping for no black people being in the...
They were trying to fist bump, like, they knew that he was going to say that. It was like, oh,
Okay, so like it was like a UCB kind of like...
they're going for a dress. I mean, they're joking around. They're joking around. They're just doing their patented family. Two naturally hilarious guys just riffing.
They had Koreans, but
What the fuck is marrying Brian Cow?
That would have said.
Right? I mean, not that, everybody deserves love or whatever, but he didn't even just get divorced.
I would have
girls love a bad boy. I guess so. I mean, who did he marry to? Like a 28-year-old?
She's marrying a guy who's name is Rings.
Oh, I think that's only the son.
Yeah, but James gets
He's known as the kid. Marrying a kid. That's why he married.
It's just 2 kids, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, all that age stuff is kind of like, I've heard it's not anything but a number. That's what I heard.
Okay,
so this is, sorry, I forgot my job. You guys make a fucking work. 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Cheers. What's this?
Cheers is like cheers.
9 a.m. Cheers. on this
Therefore,
crack.
turn out my agent.
It's so funny. It's like a different fucking language. It's actually right. He's like, cheers on this crisp Monday morning. Is that right? I said,
When you say I like crisp, I like crisp.
and this is User Rogan is Shorty Pie.
That's a classic. Is gangster.
What is up, man? It is Monday morning, 9 o'clock a.m. on this beautiful crest.
Which one do you think he's drinking there?
You know what? I think I do know what he's drinking. I think he's drinking a little bit of Tiger.
It's Chris
Tiger. Okay. You see it, ladies and gentlemen. This was sent to me by a secret. The guy didn't want his identity revealed.
I don't know. We'll see. But they're not adjudicated by a base of
A sticker or a label or it was award winning. Yeah, they had to pay for it. I think they just twisted it over the seal.
Oh, I sent you I sent you from like there's like a liquor beverage like distributor website, and clearly like the company made like one chain for it, and it had the same like aesthetic graphics feel of a like regular open mic show. They just all this information going against each other. There's a microphone on it for some reason.
I've been waiting for this moment
For quite some time. Did you get your water out of there? Those are water and sweets in your place.
Yeah, that was my smell. I watered mine down a little bit. My nectar might not be as
I'll take a little bit more. Why not? We're chilling half the bottle of this sweet, thick, and it's so heavy and thick.
So it's like a shot.
It's gonna work out.
Yeah.
It actually kind of smells.
The guy who sent it to me, I can't say any details about him, but I checked him out beforehand. He's a real person. I was worried about giving my address out to a random guy online, but I checked him out. He's a real dude. He said that he can't be connected with it at all, and he was going to use crypto to buy it because he needs real money. So this is, thank you, sir.
Okay, well, cheers. Cheers to Thick Boy Industry.
Thick Boy Nation brought us this case. Yeah, see.
You know, the Gemara says that the Meraglim
It really doesn't have much bite to it. That's kind of nice.
this is how
Yeah, it's not bad. I'm really not gonna lie.
It is impossible for a Yiddish to say,
I don't know if I want to slam it.
Yeah, I guess you're right. There's not much, but I'm not really much of a whiskey connoisseur myself.
This is like a blended whiskey, right? I think he has like half Japanese. I mean, it's got. God, I think we could drink great joke about that. Yeah, probably. It's half Japanese, half gay.
Yeah, it tastes a little bit gay, honestly.
But you know, it's not terrible. You know, I'm not gonna shit on it just because of the brand, but it's not great either. No. Yeah, and for a $90 retail, well, so that's the price. That's the price. $89, I think, is what I saw. $80 to $90.
How do you say
Maybe more.
How do you
And
say
also,
the
it is something like that. It's like $90 or something.
Yeah. But you go in like three guys. It's only like 30.
Back in the 90s,
bottles, that's like 30 bottles of James. I think it's better than Jameson. I don't know.
When I drank it, I kind of remembered that. Like, not so aggressive, not the Jim Beam, but like, what's the other thing that's like it that's not that great? Something. Check a guy's name.
Joe and Williams.
Yeah, that's like the one. It kind of reminds me of
This really is not bad. Although I'm also an alcoholic, so
when you, by the way, yeah, so, but you should drink this responsibly, and if you need help, we have a sponsor on the show now, another James listener. He said he has a small budget for his rehab center. It's called St. Christopher's Addiction Wellness Center, and it's located in Baton Rouge, so get help.
If you're addicted to Tiger thing, and I'm here to say, the more I'm drinking it, and I'm not, to be completely honest, I'm not nuts about it. The first sip, because you didn't know what to expect, was like, man, that's not bad. But now that I've had a few sips, it's a weird blend. Japanese whiskey and bourbon is not it's almost soft or something. I don't know. It's like I'm way more of a Scotch, like incredibly smoky, 80s Scotch drinker. This is like the exact opposite. I mean, but I like that. I thought it would be. I thought it would be. It's okay. Yeah.
I don't know if I have it 7 times. Like, what would you do if somebody brought this in a party? Like, you know, people should get drinks. Yeah.
Well, then you do shots for sure.
Yeah. What is the market for Tiger thing? Whiskey buying stuff.
You know, I still have to do some field work going to a show outside of Los Angeles. So he's doing a tower. Well, just seeing the people who are getting anthropological with it. I mean, there's what we talked about on the last time I was here, seeing the people who just went out to see a comedy show and have no idea about, like, and there's comedy audiences. Well, you're right, but I mean, it's interesting because it's, but I just wanted to have stars. Sorry, I just saw that. What the review it has entire stars. That tracks. Anyway, sorry, go on. But if there's something in the whiskey that makes you like shop,
We get redacted.
I'm like, he's actually my favorite comedian.
You have to drink this to really understand shop.
I mean, you know what we should have done is created a drinking game for this episode, right?
I mean, we still can. That's still going on.
I mean, yeah, anytime he says one of the things we drink,
Look at it, that's some merits of our learning.
Mispronounce the word, says something's gay. Here's one thing I was thinking though. You know how at his shows he'll have videos of people coming up and like, hey man, you're actually really funny. He has like, oh you're great, like, oh dude, he has videos of like, testimonials, yeah, or like comments will be like, dude, you're so funny, like you're the best comic on the show. You think anybody does that with the whiskey? It's actually really good.
It's not like it's a long haul.
My question is this merch table, like,
shots, right? What does he use when he finishes shots? What do you do?
I mean, I saw some stuff on the subreddit. It is illegal, but I think he was talking about doing that in San Antonio, which is like, especially in Texas, it's highly illegal. Well, to happen to be selling bottles of whiskey in the lobby of a comedy club after a show, yeah, I don't think he would do that, and maybe he wasn't doing it. Yeah.
Did he make that?
Look, I bring you last night,
We're looking at show Phoenix 2022 is the Jeffrey Dahmer. He just hired Jeffrey Dahmer like 2 weeks ago. That's really what it seems like. He's like, what? He's like, what?
But again, with that,
by the way,
let's
since we just cracked open the bottle, I got some recommendations for you guys to make for
everything else in
shop
life, so much
songs.
is about the components when you enter in. So what do we want?
But shop was one of us. Stuck in the middle of shop. Shop in the name of love.
Like, where did this
the world
Some headroom back in the
Can you hear me?
in this receptacle, which was one of the chambers, like one of the small chambers,
Just show that way, sing it, and I smell sex and paid up.
Sanhedrin,
Just
by
picking his
definition,
crotch
turns
in my chair.
Flip all that.
That's on the paper trail.
That's very good, very good. All right. Well, let's keep in mind, I guess, the drinking game. I remember playing this.
Yeah, well, wait, so we said when he says something wrong.
Okay, figure it out.
If there's something we legitimately can't understand,
exile is
like, just you'll drink if something.
Yeah, you drink. This when you
we're going to learn about things that don't yet apply.
Okay, this one, the title is
don't
White
yet
Boy That
have a
Works Too
piece of
Much has
liquor.
so many fans he
Yeah,
doesn't need to
both
watch
of
UFC Live Papa. Posted by Able Pete
So we're not
4977.
What I want more than anything is, I want to be able to say, okay, now I learned all this information. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see it.
rewind that cheers.
Also, Chin Chin is like a way to say cheer. It's like a British thing, I think.
Oh, really?
Chin Chin is like
That's our kafana.
So
But everything we learn in America Hashem should be a hafana, should be a preparation in America Hashem to be able to see the Sanhedrin, to be able to see the third base in the church, to be able to see Klal Yisrael whole and intact in Rabbi Aminu. Also with that, let's begin. And then which one is one? Let's continue. Send that feel, right? Feel the excitement. Okay. Says the Mishnah. Gary Balanis, Mishnah. So now what we're going to do is we're going to focus a little bit on
we have to remember he also recorded this on a Chris Monday morning because he looks this
deal with different cases. I will give you the premise of the Mishnah. The premise of the Mishnah, there are different types of courts which deal with different types of issues. Now, how we work and doing that, that is his favorite. He has his favorite.
You
know this, by the way. This is one long Mishnah, and again, this Mishnah actually will fuel us probably for the next couple of weeks. And then sometimes, again, this is going to give us the last week's framework of how they do this.
I was up in San Jose, Jack Johnson. We got
San Jose. I feel like there's a lot of good stuff in that episode.
Okay, great. So, Tini Monis, the Shosha. Tini Monis. So, again, monetary law. And again, we're going to get into this with what things actually mean to be adjudicated with a basin of three. Regular basin of three. Save us the Kabbalah. So again, thefts and injuries. So again, thefts, pretty good. You look at Rashi, and I look at other teachers, you want to give a very special law for that. Right? Rashi has not been with us for a little while. And again, we want to thank Hashem. Hashem did a tremendous job. Thanks Hashem. He's been respected us in Baal Basra. Again, thanks to the Rashi points out top line. Kelos, Kofer, the Pardon, Mishalech, or Yan Haskazan, the Pinakotik, Yatavira Habitazon, the Govaixo as Hassan Yadin. Abalon, which is supposed to again. Selos, just to actually quote that. Kabbalos, left on the Kabbalos. The Kabbalah, I become shut.
But it'll say like he talks bad, but right after he does it, like just that office thing. But he doesn't say, "Oh, my bad." Like, you know what I mean? I don't know what happened. There's too many times where he does it wrong. He just this tiger thing is making me forget.
Remember again, it goes back to the countries. So Nazek means damages. Casting Nazek has damages. Where is that damages? What's have damages? Short time, right? So again, this is.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say. There's something in this map.
First time, the second time, when you catching that, is nuts.
Is that what it is? That's the sponsor.
So Nazek, catching Nazek, to make things out, pay double.
But it's crazy because he doesn't smoke.
That should point out to their last number one line. His neighbor needs to be a double. When does it have to be double? If you can't see and he has stolen object in his hands, Allah so you pay double. The cashmere other than and pay 4 or 5 times penalty. Where does that come up? Rashi, the shard or dash the top of Makro. If you sell a sheep, or you sell it out, and you go ahead and you steal it, or you accept it and sell it, there is a 4 or 5 times penalty for that. Now, listen, I want to point out, you notice over here, the list that's going. Nezek is the other side. That's the Nezek. Actually, people come up in the Arba, but the 4 or 5 time payments next onus. The man is a payment. I'm the fashion, this is a woman. Moti Shema, or again, I was saying Moti Shema is the case of a man who marries a woman, and then he makes it clean that she's not of a suva. She's not of a suva. Now, that is a very serious claim, because that claim comes with the possibility that she committed adultery. Maybe she has a relationship with another man, all of these cases, we spoke to this every day. And you know, so all of these cases can be included in a basin of three. The Chum say no, Moti Shema, so Chum agree in all of the cases except Moti Shema. Why? Let's look at Moti Shema, come on, what's in my back? If you spoke to me, then the Chum is very good point for this. You say we agree with all the other cases. So again, all the other cases, you can assume that in a basin of three. The one case in which
We never do that to you guys at Chang's.
Why?
Because
Because Mosi Shima carries the
behind you, not
possibility
spending
of a capital
Yeah,
charge.
right.
That is mentioned before. Since there's a possibility that the
That is something
accusation
one or two
Shima
people have said.
could
They're like, you're
ultimately
wearing
again
his merch.
unravel to the fact that and because there's a possibility of capital ramifications over there, therefore that can be fixed up to a basin of 23. It was just, by the way, I just want to point out, you've never heard of a basin of 23. Again, 3 I've heard about. Right? 3 becomes a typical basin.
I want them to get better. I want them to address some of these criticisms that people level.
Begin. Oh,
You want to jump into this guy?
Yes.
Okay, so this is Dead Boy quote.
I'm sorry.
This is also from Robin Shorty Pie.
As we always do speaking about so point, that's such
But it's different.
we want so much. We want the whole thing that everyone's going to remember all the information. Most of us don't. But to remember something. The therapist, if you want to know what they are. So again, as we go along,
So first off, how many fucking podcasts are there?
as we go along. So we're going to speak for basically that's what we're operating with this entire time.
This is a good question.
Basically,
I asked it.
we don't know where it
I feel
comes
bad
from,
because
but here's what I
not
do know,
homeless enough.
which is that a basin of 23 is capable of adjudicating capital crimes. Sorry, capital cases. That's Marcos Sosa. So what's this Marcos? Marcos is coming. Mayor Moshe Shema, based in a 3. Chachamim Moshe Shema, based of 21. Sorry, 22. You must as follow. Marcos Sosa. So Marcos, what about any case in Malchus? What's the case in Malchus?
Nobody matters at Chang's too.
Pretty much any political prohibition.
But yeah, that's what the knock on shop. Of course, that base frequency thing. He steals everything years ago. Yeah. He steals the background first thing from some artists.
The violation of any basic prohibition carries with it the penalty of lashes. Lashes with Malchus. Malchus has volume. Time is a Bishma, but I'm not afraid to not find. So about Malchus. So Mishra Bishma,
It's like there's just no
in the
question.
case of Malchus,
Like there's no reason debating.
where do you get Malchus?
Well, maybe
The violation of the law.
creatively, like there's not a creative bonus.
And yet, Rabbi Shmuel
No,
says
and that
that has
also
to be
makes me think that he
adjudicated
might be
in
too
a case
stupid
of
to steal
23.
things. It might be somebody else stealing.
So, right, so again,
Oh, I like, why don't we do something like that? And they're like, oh, okay,
of
well,
original
how do
God,
you want to decide? I
if
mean,
we
just do
sit
that.
up to a
Like,
vision of
bring a
23.
thick
Again,
instead
in
of,
the Mishnah, so right now
you
we're just going through all the
fancy or
information.
whatever.
And yes, Hashem,
There's some guy wrote on the YouTube that Corey Holcomb
Libra
has a
Kodesh.
Magic Johnson AIDS joke.
Disclosure. Interesting case here. Let's Libra Kodesh. Look exactly again. Libra Kodesh. Shahani James and Yoshua Miron, Jason Nagar, Neo Aviv, back to the So Libra Kodesh, you know what I'm saying? So let's say every single month.
Okay, so this is the
Either
intro
29 or 30
to Golden
days.
Hour.
Right, that's the math. That's fine. One day or so, 2 days. Maximum number of days that you want to have. Possibly again, up there, 29 days. Remember, the point only there was 6. That was established by the case. Whether or not the month is going to be 29 or 30 days, remember, depends on income that you get. That type of income can be received. Different process. The social masuda. This is fascinating. You know, a lot of my sons,
You guys definitely need to
discuss like the deliberations in the days
already have one.
with the Hamisha notes and then you can kind of pick up the conversation to a basis of 5. The Goldman, the Shiva. Finish it with the basin of 7. Final decision maybe the basin of 7. Then God will begin on with that. And just decide on this basin of 3. So let's say all of this is rigorous. For example, over here, because again, a basin of 5 and a basin of 7. That was operating with this basin of 3 and a basin of 23. Yes, so it's basin of 5, basin of 7. Okay, so we'll have first one by Smichas
podcasting for
what's
over a decade.
I'll roast Har Helen though. We will discuss it. So what's we're going to deal with? We're going to have to
shit on them all you want.
Har Helen
Big boy industry is generating debating
It's a
some
happy
money.
person.
Like
It's
he's
a
got
person that I
full
follow.
fucking
And
satellite, and like
copies
also
this
Walsh like
It's
Griffin
under
and
direction.
Crystalina aren't
And it
fucking
turns out
doing
wrong. Turns out that they were wrong. So the halacha
Yeah,
is
that's
that
fine,
we
but also
bring
it's like
particular
everyone
type
that
of
watches
carbon
this shit is
whole
a fucking idiot.
halal
I
government.
really am just drunk and
So what's
angry.
it so again?
I know,
For that
like,
carbon,
I've been
what
to
ends
a
up happening
live
is
show of one of your
the elders of
podcasts,
the court
and it's like
place their
an
hand
actual
on
show.
of
You know
that
what I mean?
carbon.
Like,
So that's
this provides value.
Ba'arifas Eglos.
Because you did the
So
Moon
what's
Tower. You
Arifas
actually did a
Eglos?
live podcast there where Shah
What's ever
was
again?
going to do Moon
Trying to get
Tower,
that
right?
even
But
find
they
someone
canceled it because
city.
you don't have
Because
tickets. Yeah, but really it's because
the elders
they didn't have tickets sold or like he wasn't supposed to do it anyway.
Something, yeah, I forget it. It's always something shady.
Wash their hands.
Thing in that intro that
Say,
Shaw picked out the things they do. Like, did Eric Griffin pick out China smelling
Like,
both
yeah,
of
it
these
was they
processes.
brainstormed. I mean, that is an example of all three of their comedic sensibilities sitting down at a
He says the
like the editing is like hung on every song.
yes. Achalitza.
I definitely
mean, how far? Like that's I'd almost have dicey. Never having success, then being. So he was on his way. Like he had an NBC show. Was on 2 NBC shows, started being in movies, was on Netflix shows, and now this is what he's producing. This is it. This is it. He's not coming back. Like people are like, it's not gonna be like water under the bridge 5 years from now. Like, oh, let's give Dalia a show. Yeah, it's been enough time. Like this is it. And I mean, it's also this is it for me, but even worse. So
while she is still a minor to watch,
he's like living in like a Steinbeck.
change her mind. I don't want this. I don't want this. What happens when she goes beyond?
He's basically like George.
No gas, no other process other than the formal refusal to continue on in this country. So both Khalifa and Muir have to be during the days of the let her revive. Nice machine, she was
what George is accused of.
Let her revive. Let her revive. Let's say
more checker fast. Honestly, there's two Georges. There's Riggs. Yeah. Oops. There's Callan and Riggs.
God, it's so funny that both of them were accused of like.
It was in that. What happens about the focus?
Yeah.
That is called Let her revive. Again, the try which applies to in your Let her revive applies to other
comedy store scene that I was like,
so for your produce,
I don't need to go
you're
up
allowed
there
to
that
consume
bad.
it.
I don't really dig any of these personalities. And it's like, oh, they're all, none of them are funny.
Essentially,
You know, that was the
like
90s.
my
Was it the 90s? It was
Says
10 years
the
ago.
revive, not the revive, not the revive. My
How long will I be able to
and
get
it was
away
a nice
with
machine.
doing
You remember it is time. So again,
That's
your
what Crystallia said.
so what's that? Oh, shit! Come up.
Breaks down Mama's style of humor. We're doing your is haphazard.
You're actually shitting the name.
Oh, yeah.
You don't pay us for people should learn shit. So let's say you have produce and come up with a nice number again. In order
Did he just jump out of a fucking
I don't
airplane
want
to be in this show?
right? I don't want to see my
Race car, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sunglasses and drive.
There's a bit of drive vibe, but it also shows sponsors.
Transfer the safety onto money.
Motor
Take the
oil.
money you show on your
And so it's
Go ahead and spend the money that you have to spend it on what? Spend it on what?
I'm trying to look at what it
That's the
actually
cat.
is.
That's what we spend on
It's
food.
just
Okay, so let's say for whatever.
I don't like this studio because his favorite shoes.
That's
yeah,
down
it's
of
their shelf. Yeah,
way back to the standard over here. Let's say the produce bottom. Sometimes that should be done. That should be done in the basis of okay. Dave shows the close up. So it's very interesting. Hectish is done in front of the basis of the now what does that mean?
This is really
Remember again, you can't mean concentrated. What do you need? What do you need? What do you need? Right? A mouth. Right? That's what you need, right? A mouth and a brain, right? You have to go ahead and identify that. I have to say this is hectish. You have to have down. So Rashi points out that the Hectish means above those sons started to slow shut. This is the case. If you want to hex.
you know, like, I mean,
I want to
the
redeem
fucking
hex.
coffees from
Right, so
Erewhon,
if I want to redeem hex,
by
it's only
$30,
belongs
and
to the
that's
Sunday
small,
and I want it for myself.
when you wear some designer
That
clothes
requires
that,
a
like,
case
don't
of
necessarily
communication,
look good,
social,
but, like, you know, it's
everything.
like Gucci, like, you see somebody, it's just like a regular sweater, but they spend $1,100 on it.
Look at Rashi. Well, Rashi is the
Yeah, and Shaw walked into Gucci and got the worst possible. He walked into Gucci and got the worst jacket.
now is down to so it sounds like it's happening over here is there's the council that was sent to the research. I want to review those council from the basic research. But we'll see if we might get to those. Since that requires a base in the tree. That Yehuda says, Echad Mehen, Yehuda Omer, Echad Mehen Kohen. So Yehuda says, use the base in the tree. Anything that you don't say it more times.
It's since you're doing fundamentally correct. One of those guys has to be a
That's our cause. What happens is you're reviewing our cause. Like what happens is you're reviewing party, reviewing the wires. When they say it does, each of us are cars that they do test. And one of those people has to be alright. The other field say that. And the city will apply will say ultimately again to the erect value of the person. That's the same back our phone. So heck you should test that see in the Shuma. The Shuma in Palestine. But property is owned by land, owned by the nation of English. And I want to do the nation of English. That requires a proper valuation. That valuation is going to require 10 people, and one of them has to be a Kohen. Adam Rashi says over here, Adam Maximo, Niad Hektish, Shumo. So let's say it's 100% of the first thing. Sounds like this thing is, if I am playing with this income, and I want to do it myself, or I want to do someone else from my kids, that also requires a meaning that requires care and making the pen, and one of those people has to be a base, has to be a Kohen. By the way, Rashi points out that we're going to ask you, what do you
Please do. I have more eyes.
What's that case? Okay, hold on, we'll see. Next, we'll say case here. Now we get off the answer a little bit. Here's the question. That's the social. Capital cases. Capital cases have to be adjudicated by a division of 23. Once again, where does the division of 23 come from? Where does it come from? Okay, you didn't miss it. We don't know. Right, we don't know. Right, it runs used to cost over here. Like sometimes actually, again, when you're
I would love to see Shaw talk about David Tell and how we would possibly.
all we know is a constant phase of
George Charles,
we don't know where that comes from yet. Well, here's what I do know. Capital cases, Arova, Nirva, the S from the social. Those are some interesting cases. Arova and Nirva means if a person violated an animal, like that's if a person performed an act of bestiality on an animal, or Nirva, or the animal itself went ahead and had relations with a woman. So this is a capital case. Like, why is it a capital case? Well, again, remember, the person is only participants in this, and ultimately, again, it's a capital case for the person, and obviously the animal is executed as well. Along that, Nirva, that's in the social. Issue of 23 Shemar, Harat V'Esha, the S Hadahima. Omer, the S Hadahima, the other is the execution of the person and the execution of the animal.
You're just saying those AJ
Also, the test has capital case for a person is adjudicated in a basis of the social, again, the adjudication of the capital case of the animal is also adjudicated in the basis of the Zuma goes back there. Zuma says, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says the Chachimo, the Adam is the last like 6 of the white notes. The Adam Harovea, this is the Adam. Rashi has said, you should have the Esa Berino, they behind it today. So again, see over here that the death of the person is engaged reactive to reality. The death of the animal only. Once it does, this has the person is dark, and by hazing us. So incredible. Sorry, the stone, that's useful. Then putting stuff out, pushing out that fucking shard is stone. What's the shard is stone? A stone shard, right? Someone, therefore, it is going to be put to death. The nuggets are done for me. They start to work someone, and the person dies as a result of the glory. And that shard is going to be judged by the basis of what it is. That's how the owner is judged. Right? So, again, the case.
Shop is like a guy who's like talking before he
started with Sakel, the gun Allah
so he's realizing what he says.
The shard will be stoned, and its owners will be put to death as well. Misas Bailim, Misas Ashar. Once again, what you see happening over here, the Torah is going ahead and opposing the death of the shard to the death of the owner. Now again, listen, not after that the owner is put to death, right? Because the point is culpability. The idea over here is that this is so through the capital T, started by vision. Incredible. Interesting cases here. As the eighth, the Ha'ari, the Ha'adol, the Ha'andama, the Ha'adol, the Ha'anach. What's this analogy? You have a wolf, a lion, a bear. Namar is a leopard. Tartarus is also something in the leopard family. Nachash, often trained as a polecat. Nachash is a snake. Once like any of these animals, you should kill someone. You suffer the Asim Shosha. Ultimately, I guess these are educated in the police in the business of 23. For those who can Rashi, Rashi's in the second white line has said that we can Adam in the going to start. Then we'll start the conversation. So ultimately, again, these animals are treated like a shark and towards someone. So what's that? So these things are educated in the base of 23. Eliezer says any of these animals that have killed someone, first person to be able to kill them, but these are damaging animals. These are damaging animals, these are dangerous animals, and therefore interestingly, it's so fascinating over here, right? So the Tanakama says, okay, when these animals kill, there's due process. Obviously, we're talking about where these animals are owned by someone, right? It's not the fact, obviously, you're not taking a free-range bear, free-range bear, right? But when I say that, that's not disrespectful for the animal rights, right? So it's still not where you hear stories like this, right? Where you have like these people who own these wild animals, it's not really broadband. Right? But it could be, you know, sometimes you have like people who own like pit bull, and then the pit bull does something like pitbull, right? You know, like what's the matter with you, right? So it's like, so again, these are cases over here also of where someone owns the animal, someone owns a wolf, someone owns a lion, someone owns a bear, right? You have no doubt about this, right? So and then the animal does something. So again, remember when you say that it goes to basic, that means the owner is taking the basic. He's incredible. So that's fine. So but the real system is the real system because these are dangerous animals, there's no due process for these animals. Instead, whoever's first put these animals down, we're damaging forces, they're dangerous to greater society, they should not be living within habitation, and therefore whoever takes the law into their own hands, obviously that's going to require some level of explanation as well. But when I say again, that's not focused on the anything. But Akiva says, we saw some. That's the Akiva says, no, these cases have to be used that was interestingly enough, she was going to ask, but Akiva seems to see the same as the kind of comment. Right, so the way we go to okay, we see Gemara Nets Hashem, what exactly you're talking about. Next, in Johnny, Lois Hashtevik, Lois Navi Hashtag, Lois Kundal. Okay, these are pretty fascinating. You cannot put a Shtevik and child. I will say, look, when did he ever be judged in an entire Shtevik? It actually says over here, we both shall Shtevik of Rabbi Zara. incredible. Third wide line down in Rashi. Let's say you have an entire tribe that has to come and worship Avodah Zarah, or Rashi says the majority of the tribe which worships Avodah Zarah. So you put tribe on tribe, you have to see the issues of nations, or Navi Shem, they have a false prophet, or Kohen Gadol, or you have a Kohen Gadol that you have to take the days. That's interestingly enough. We'll have to see what exactly is it that he's doing this? So we'll say all of these cases, we're judging the entire tribe, Navi Shem, the false prophet, or Kohen Gadol matters, Ella of Daisy from Shillah. Here it is. Right? It's fascinating, right? You said this quote Sanhedrin. Yeah, here's the first line in the entire mission so far that we've seen Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin of 71 judges. 71 judges. You're judging the tribes, you're judging the false prophet, you're judging the Kohen Gadol. That's kicked all the way up the ladder. That goes to the high court of the land. The Sanhedrin, 71 judges. They don't see it. What is incredible? They will see it. The Mohammed Harashos, Ella of Days and Shashim Assuming they can probably can't go out to war unless they have the permission of the Sanhedrin. We're going to talk about this, and this is going to be some great studies over here. Different types of wars for Klal Yisrael. That says over here, Mohammed Harashos, this is the wide lines about 419. Kol Milchama, Karo Yushos, the Sadi Mohammed Harashos. The closures are itself. The last section of the what is on the comments we call them the comments not an optional one, it's a better
I'll rip on him enough.
Right? So Rashi says, what is the discretionary war? Rashi essentially says, other than that. Discretionary war. Now, what does it mean, discretionary war? So Rashi says something amazing over here. Rashi says, any war except for conquering Eretz Yisrael is called a discretionary war. Now, we'll say, which is very interesting. So what does that mean? A defensive war is maintenance and repair pros trust Granger. So again, if we're going to take a lot of issue with that, actually, I'm not taking issue with that, actually. The other topic right now, again, just coming as back to. So again, but however, what the Zasiya tells us is something very interesting. The opposite of the Muhammad Smith is the Muhammad Smith does not require the permission of the Sanhedrin, which we'll get into in the Gemara. But Lamais again, but Muhammad Rishos, Muhammad does require Sanhedrin. This is incredible. You cannot add on to the city. Now, the Parshas we're going to see that this is talking about over here, Yerushalayim. You can't add on to the borders of Yerushalayim, nor can you add on to the courtyards of the Beis Hamikdash without the Sanhedrin. You need a Sanhedrin of 71 judges. They don't see the Sanhedrin of Shvatim. It's fascinating. We're going to see that the Sanhedrin, the Sanhedrin, the High Court of Yerushalayim, has an obligation to establish what we call circuit courts, right, in every sheba. So who establishes the circuit court? Who establishes the smaller courts? That can only be done by the High Court in Yerushalayim. In Osin Sanhedrin of Shvatim, so every Shedet should have its own court. But those courts have to be established by the High Court in Yerushalayim. In Osin Yerni Dachas, Ela Alpi Bezin Shoshim Be'achad. But what's the Yerni Dachas? What's Yerni Dachas? We want to tell you a city where all of the inhabitants worship the Holy God. What happens to that city? You wipe it out. So the declaration or the sentence of Yerni Dachas can only be established by a based in nobody said 71 judges. It was in the Dachas to Sabbath, so once again, we're going to hear the Dachas. You must have some discussions over here. And also, in the Dachas to Sabbath, you cannot declare a border city on Yerni Dachas. I'm not going to get into this, but this makes a lot of sense. Just included in this logic. Why? What happens if you declare border city Yerni Dachas? You wipe out the city. What does that do? That opens up the border. You really see what happens in border cities all over the world. How that opens up, how that opens up
Yeah, man, we dressed up as
so therefore, again, it's interesting that you have a border city. So what do you do with a border city where the inhabitants worship Avodah Zarah? That we'll have to see. But the point is, you can't go ahead and declare a border city as an Irani Dachas. Below Shalosh. Furthermore, again, and we'll have to see exactly what to do with this. You cannot go ahead and declare. You cannot go ahead and make 3 cities Irani Dachas, but you could do 1 or 2. Okay? Sanhedrin Gidol, so let's hear this. Sanhedrin Gidol, the High Court, Yerushalayim, the Beis Hamikdash, was comprised of 71 judges. And ultimately, again, a lower court was 23 judges. The Lord says, how do you know? How do you know that the High Court in Yerushalayim was 71 judges? Where do you get that from? Shnei Amar. I will say very simple. Very simple. Us believe. Shidem ish niziknei Yisrael. Umoshe Algan. I will say absolutely incredible. Because what does the pasuk say in Bamidbar? Right where again Moshe Rabbeinu he says, I can't do this by myself. The Moshe says, no problem. Gather for me. Gather for me. Moshe says, right? Fully. Hashem says to Moshe, Hashem says to Moshe, gather for me 70 people. And who's together with the 70? Who's together with the 70? Who's on top of the 70? Who's got based in? Moshe Rabbeinu. Oh, there it is. 71. So 70 together plus Moshe Rabbeinu. That becomes the model for a legend of 71 people. And you don't read the says Shimon. He says, no. The Sanhedrin is actually not 71, but rather the Sanhedrin is 70. Interestingly enough, it seems to be that the Yisrael holds that Allah will make the Moshe Rabbeinu the first Sanhedrin. So really, you got to be 70 people now. What do you do with it? Even when you're Sanhedrin, is a different temple speaking about it. So let's say, how do you know that the lower court is comprised of 23? Where is that? From Shneimar, the pasuk says, the Eidah, the assembly will judge, and the assembly will save. Eidah Shotatas, the Eidah Matzalas. In a Beis Din, you need a group that could indict and a group that can exonerate. In other words, every Beis Din must have an Eidah. That must be comprised of at least 2 groups, the capacity of 2 groups. One group who can find the parties guilty, one group who can find the parties innocent. How much is an Eidah? So the Gemara says, Harikan Esri, that gives me 20. I want to say, how do you get the that gives me 20? Now watch this. How do I know that Eidah represents 10 people? Get ready for it. Shneimar, Ad Mosai Le'Eidah Hara Hazos. So what's the time of Ragim? Remember again, the same said, what was that? There were 12 Ragim. Remember again, when the pasuk says, Ad Mosai Le'Eidah, it says, how long? Will I have to deal with this terrible Eidah? Remember again, who did that exclude? That excluded Yoshua and Caleb. Eidah means 10. Eidah means 10. So let's say, now watch this. When it comes to a court, the court uses 2 phrases. The Shaktua Eidah, the Eidah will judge. The Sidua Eidah, the Eidah will decide. That shows you that a Beis Din has to be made up of 2 Eidahs. 2 Eidahs. An Eidah, minimum of an Eidah is 10. Where do we learn that from? Miraglim. So 2 Eidahs gives you 20. 20. So the Gemara says, now watch this. So how do I get the other 3? The pasuk says, you shall not follow after a simple majority to indict. Right? You should not follow after a simple majority to find someone guilty. This is speaking about specifically by capital punishment. So the Gemara says, that sounds like you can't follow a simple majority to exonerate. Right? But you can't follow a simple majority to indict. So the Gemara says, so that's the case, that follow a simple majority to exonerate. And why does the pasuk have to say Achar Rav Lahatos? Why does it have to say that? Because follow the majority. So the Gemara says, teach me that the most like follow the majority ultimately again to exonerate is not the same as following the majority to indict. How so? Following the majority to exonerate, all you need, what kind of majority do you need? Majority of 1. So you must of Ishmael. In order to indict, ultimately again, you need to. Now let's say, so here we go. Just follow this, right? So let's build up our number. 4 turn base. Don't turn it. Hey, listen, now remember again, what do I have over here, right? Why do I hands off? Right? What do I have over here? Right, I've got a basin of 71, which I now know that's easy. Hashem says to Moshe, gather to me 70 people, plus Moshe is 71. This brings me to the top. Fine. Now I'm about a basin of 23. So remember again, I have the Shafshua Ida, the Tzidua Ida, 2 phrases. Ida, how much is it equal to? How much is it equal to? 20. That's 20. Right, 10. 20. Good. Now what about the other? So here's what I know. Now it's time to group of, now in order for a basin of 20 banks, what do they need? They need a majority of 2, right? Because to indict the majority of 2, to accelerate the majority of 1. So therefore, if I have 20, I need a majority of 2. What does that kick me up to? What does that kick me up to? 22. Now I turn the base. The A, phased in shuffle. Here's the problem. You can't have a basin of 22. Why can't you have a basin of 22? Because you can't have an even number basin. Therefore, because then you can end up with a split. Therefore, Mosifin Alein Ochachak Hare Krem and Sumas. Therefore, I can't have a basin of 22. Therefore, I got to add in one more. What do I have? So that's what I've got now my next basin. I've got my 71 member basin. That's my 23 member basin. How many people? How many people meet in a city in order for them to be like this? Now, what this means is, it sounds like what you are saying, it sounds like what you're saying. How many people can meet in a city in order to set up, a base in that particular city? That's fascinating. How many people can meet in a city? So the Gemara says, depending on what assignment culture. The says, what different people? They have accents. 120 people. 120 people in the city in order to set up a center. It sounds to be like a pretty small city. And the Gemara says, assignment culture, you need 230 people to make a study outside. Corresponding to the sorry aspects. Again, we'll see exactly what that means. Looks like, interestingly enough, fundamental focus about what the minimum population size is in a city that the obligation to set up local. Looks like, our first century. By the way, I'm finishing all about them. And beginning the sentence on heavy today about getting to the boat. That's the only beginning the same down expect that from the people. Bucks are finishing Nishiomi, they are definitely. I could just have all something in moments, you know. Okay, so let's see how that. Usually it's make an exercise. Right? Everything makes like perfect sense, right? Everything is beautiful, everything is harmonious, Gemara and here's the top. So what I will say, here's what Gemara says, here's the problem. Mishnah says, you name Mamonis, and then it's the same as the Havalas, right? Monetary laws is indicated by reason of three, and then the laws of theft and injuries are three. It's repetitive. Once you tell me you need monetarist, 3 monetary laws is indicated by reason of three. Why do you have to break that out? The mother says, I'm not going to vote. Right, so everyone says the Mishnah is meant to be explanatory. What's the explanatory? Mahin Dini Mamanis, just for Kabbalahs. Read the Mishnah like this. Dini Mamanis was Shosha. And what's an example of Dini Mamanis? What do you mean when you say Dini Mamanis? You say those are the Kabbalahs. You mean the laws of theft and damages. Aval, Hodas, say when it comes to the laws of homes. Now, those laws just means loan disputes. Like issues of loan disputes, those cannot be adjudicated by a base of 3. Rather, those type of disputes require a different type of basis. So let's see what's happening over here. So on one hand, the Mishnah says, Dini Mamanis to be adjudicated by a base of 3, but hold up. What do I mean by Dini Mamanis? Zealous for Kabbalah. What don't I mean? Loan disputes. Loan disputes require a different type of basin. What type of basin? I don't know. Remains to be seen. But that's not a basin of 3. Now we'll see why you think this is 3. Now I understand why you think it's going to be Mamanis. If the Mishnah would have just said Dini Mamanis is going to be by basin of 3, how I would have thought that therefore this by definition also includes Hodos and Avalos must
I gotta
also
say
include
that made me
home
feel a little
disputes.
self-conscious about
Therefore,
being aggressive with
Therefore, the Mishnah says, no, Zealous for Chavalos is teaching that what does it mean in Mamonis? What does it mean when we say that mandatory law can be executed in the basin of three? That's only theft and injuries. Each time it's Zealous for Chavalos, the law can't find it in Mamonis. Furthermore, again, as the Mishnah just said, just do that to me, Mamonis, and just say, Zealous for Chavalos. Just say theft and injuries is adjudicated by days of three, and don't say to me, Mamonis. Instead, you must have a mina who had been that you does Babos. I would have thought, no. Since it said Zealous for Chavalos, which means monetary law, I would have assumed that includes loan disputes as well. Behind it can be Zealous for Chavalos. And why did it say Zealous for Chavalos? Well, because the acre demo exceeds Zealous for Chavalos. Say, when it goes to each other based on agree, the primary place where Paul started is in the realm of theft and injuries. What it says, Zealous sin, the Nikra Balabayas Elohim, when it comes to theft, the Pasuk says, right, and the aggrieved party will come before the judge. Elohim means in this context, the judge. Havalos, when it comes to injuries, Magi Kavod, what is the matter if you injure someone financially, or you injure someone with injuries? Therefore, Tana, not injury. Mamonis, Zealous for Havalos, about those Havalos, there's almost a Mishnah instructed very specific. Right, so the Mishnah is written as Dine Mamonis B'Shloshah. Right, so again, financial cases are adjudicated in the basis of the stop there. We will assume that means all financial cases. Therefore, the Mishnah comes to qualify the statement and says, no. What type of financial cases are we talking about? Zealous v'chavalos. Theft and bodily injury, physical injury. Those are the types of cases adjudicated by a basin of three. But halacha l'maisa, let's say hodos, loan disputes. Once again, we're getting to the exact hodos of halacha, but for our purposes today, loan disputes are not adjudicated in a basin of three. Rather, again, they require a different legal mechanism. What's the legal mechanism for them? I don't know. We'll see. But they're not adjudicated by a basin of three. And therefore, the Mishnah has to be written this way, because otherwise you would have ended up with an erroneous conclusion. I would say, I want to pause it for just a second, because I want to show you just a tremendous amount of just before I want to get it in. And then we'll have time. So you might have said this about. So remember again, in Mishnah, we saw something incredible. What did we see? The Mishnah learned out the concept that a basin of 23. Like, where did we learn out from? Ada plus 3. What's the Ada? And what's the Ada? The Ada ultimately again is miraculous. And by the way, it's something very interesting as well. When the Gemara learns out for a meaning, right? Interestingly enough, what's the source for a meaning as well? Is Adas Holach. Right? It's part of the meaning is Holach in his assembly. So that's something about the
shows there, so that's 7,000 tickets.
Why are we learning
Florida and also
bedrock concepts from past? Let's focus over here. Right, we're talking about the judicial system. What's the entire purpose of the judicial system? To maintain integrity, right? To maintain adherence to the Torah. Why are we learning this out from the miraculous? And of all the places, you can't find another source to this. So we'll say, this is what the Rebbe says. This is incredible. Reish Lomar, Chazal Amru, Miracle in the Taylor Golem Haba. The Gemara says that the miraculous always have a portion in the world to come. So we'll say this is incredible. The Rebbe says, but however, Mishmos Yisrael Efshalem Shiyot to the only Ad. It is impossible for a Yiddish soul, impossible for a Neshama to be lost forever. So on hand, the Gemara says that the miraculous don't respond, don't have a portion of the world. The Hashem says, how could it be that a soul is going to be lost forever? He says, it can't be why? Chelek Elokah Mimal. People think that's the Malach. But the Jews, the Hashem already said, Chelek Elokah. The Neshama ultimately, again, is a piece of our. So how could it be that a Jew would be lost forever? To say that a Jew doesn't have a portion of the world to come? He says, Lachem Matzu Lahem Chazal Hakona. So therefore, Chazal found the way to save the miraculous. How do you save the miraculous? How do you save the followers of Korah? Ega Ki Asara. by using them, and Kalima as the source for eight educate the Sanhedrin. By using limud zeh, yisalu v'yitaku mishmosei. By using the psukim, by using the Meraglim as a source for this halacha, what does it lift up their mission? By using their memory, by using their sin, by using their custom to teach us a profound halacha, bedrock halacha, ultimately that provides tremendous aliyah lifts up their neshamas. The same is true ultimately with the assembly of Torah. Learn how to read from Torah. What Chazal learned Sanhedrin from the Meraglim in order to lift up the neshamas of these individuals. That even with all of their avelos, the tremendous avelos, there is no such thing as salvation. And we have an obligation to lift everyone up. That is what. So when we learn this ability, what we're providing is a teacher for the neshamas of the Meraglim. And I've said that number one, no one is beyond salvation. Even the Meraglim are not beyond salvation. Even the assembly of Korach is not beyond salvation. And those guys are not beyond salvation. So we certainly cannot keep up on ourselves as well. And number two, the lens that we have to go to help each other. It's easy just to say, I'm worried about me. I don't have enough kindness towards the other. But it's not true. We all have enough kindness. We all have responsibility towards one another. We all have to look out for each other. If we see someone else who's struggling, we have an obligation to roll up our sleeves and to help out. Chazal felt that applies even to the Jews who weren't doing the right thing. Even to the Meraglim, even to the followers of Torah, and therefore took them into the Gemara. Said every time we learn these concepts, we have the ability to lift them up higher and higher.
Yeah, he's pretty boring right now, but also he talks like it's almost like a Creole type of like fast, like the words are super connected. It sounds like he has an accent. He does it's just like CTE or something. I don't know what it is. He's got some weird, but it's become this like demonetized and then like it's very fast. Nobody's monetized. That's about talking about fast. Okay, I can't do it.
Okay, to 100K, which I thought I'd do about 20K. After we talk about some politics.
Why doesn't anybody do impersonations of him? I haven't seen anybody do like even that. There's a video that some guy did where he plays him, and it's pretty funny. I thought it was a good job. I don't remember who it was that did it, but he doesn't really do an impersonation of Shaw. I've never heard somebody nail like a Shaw impersonation. Yeah. James Austin Johnson should stop doing true.
All of our sponsors for this morning here. Today, our annual sponsor production crazy shit. I don't know. Because in the club of our stuff on the what's happening yesterday thing for today.
Rogan, Eddie, Brian, and myself for it.
This is for all of those that follow. And all of the fellows, and all of those that some of our book is bringing about basketball.
But back then, get suppressed and demonetized and let us take whatever we want. Or this weird world now, and trust me, I fight it every single day. Where my shows get suppressed and demonetized and flagged and taken down and all that shit every day. Every day now, it's just like it's part of my gig now. It's absolutely insane. I don't agree with all the stuff Elon does and stuff like that, but keep on doing it. I was like, God, if you can only lie, Instagram, YouTube, that'd be fantastic. Keep drinking on, get some investors. That's what talks about YouTube and Instagram, because Facebook owns Instagram. Like, get some investors, man. Buy that stuff and quit helping suppress our stuff.
This is like if you gave a monkey Adderall, a monkey that can speak, like a joker, like it was like if you gave Shop Adderall, and then just stream of conscious nonsense. It makes no sense. We brought up Elon investing in his videos getting monetized. He's like trying to get some, he's a hero for somebody so that I cannot get demonetized. Look, is Elon looking for a shot? I thought Elon was supposed to be the smartest guy ever. So I asked the question, is Elon local? Yeah, maybe we'll find out someday. But like, with Nikola Tesla by Thomas Edison by YouTube for whatever the comedian was of the day then. Probably not. No.
Incredible. Girls say so beautiful. First of all, enough to Mercy, another thing. But Debbie, what is it?
I apologize to the show. And even Sam,
By the way,
I said to him, it's
Janine is saying thousands
Sam's watching. He's like, we never had that conversation. Who is he speaking to? Who is he apologizing to? Fans of Thick Nation?
Maybe people that have like they get commission off of like the percentage of his toys.
Maybe that's who he's apologizing to. But I just imagine like who is watching this and understanding it. Like, is there a fan out there that's a really dumb Thick Boy Squad guy who's like, man, he's right, dude. Everything he said, I 100% agree. 100%.
What's crazy to me is this clip is 3 minutes. And he says demonetize or suppress like 9 times.
Yeah, why is he really getting demonetized, suppressing this?
Well, that's what the title is saying, is that he's planting the seed that because all the hate about whatever podcast he has, right, you can take it down and say that it got deleted by YouTube.
Right. All the every time he tweets, like, he gets every time he tweets, like, it's a stand-up, it gets destroyed. It doesn't, not just he posted, like, hey, what do you guys think about Terrifier 2? I need to turn off the comments because people are shitting on Brain Dumbass Web Movie. Mr. Destroyed.
But yeah, he asked about it and had no comments, so you couldn't even tell him what you thought of it.
That's fine. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. So his job is turning music over.
Incredible. All right, you want to see what that? Let's begin. I have no opportunity today to finish the rest of the hour. Right, so this we gotta finish the line up. 1, 2, 6, and there's enough. Pretty much that's all. We've already got today, but we didn't become too long. Remember again, we're doing this, all right. How do we understand? Let's say, moving lens,
You know who else is a hero that stood up? So,
what is
from again? Short was all over the defect case suburb. This was there to help take on security guards at a soccer game. Reeks in the Facebook mom's cricket. Alright, I'll say this about what's his name? Sir, he played Jordan's. You know what I would do if that happened to me? I would put security into a blood alarm roof. They're trying to stop me from seeing my kids.
That might be wrong. Who's the last all right, so grab a hold, but when you get started,
These guys are like insane with these cannons. It's like a word from the
that's the case.
like they're always doing clips where they're like, oh, you know what I would have done in this area? I mean, I would have gotten up in their face. Mark Wahlberg on the
Why did that?
they're Mark Wahlberg without any sort of reason for being Mark Wahlberg with saying that he would, I was on those planes, but these guys are like, if I was at that soccer match, yay, and I wanted my son to be better at soccer, I would help him what? Feed up the refs, yell at his son in front of everybody, you'd help him do that. Like, now we got Sean Payne, you're like the two stupidest celebrities, and now Callan is here, like, no one is safe. Alright, so this is the last clip for the day. It's from Mitchie Stick, LBC. Papa having a stroke live on here.
study for the next week, again, if you have a local media, you go down the path, the normal road is no toll. Because it's no toll, ultimately, again, you have a lot of
That's why I think the Tiger Dick whiskey, Kratom, Alpha Brain, Adderall, the many energy drinks that they show. And who knows? Only time will tell. I'm worried about Papa, like Lil, I can't see myself going to sleep like that. But, alright, that's it.
Lab, on the other
See you
hand,
next week.
she would not lab all right stuff. There is no concept of a lien against property. There's no encumbrance on property. Lead all right stuff.
What would you
The
do
only
if
thing
you
the
were
rabbi
hospitalized
makes
far
a
from
lien
home?
when it's
Don't
in a
worry,
star
Medicare
is in
Network
order not
has
to
you covered
close the
with
door to
flexible home
like
memberships.
okay, or not to followers, I should say.
Just one
The
call,
Gemara says
and
as
their
follows.
providers
The younger
will
rabbi
transport you back to a hospital of your choice
the
to recover
rabbi,
or serve
double
loved ones
cargo,
at
Yiddish
zero
or miles.
out-of-pocket cost to you.
Sorry,
Flying
double
home offers
cargo,
coast-to-coast
Yiddish,
and
double
worldwide
miles,
coverage
Yiddish.
and is
Supposed to be
remarkably affordable,
very
starting at $159 a
the
year.
rabbi,
Learn
she
more
would
at
allow that. So the rabbi would be told that she was not like the whole year like the children, children become the part of medical trained in yoga. So let's remember again, interestingly enough, one of the things we learned, so maybe we spend a lot of time on Yerusha, before a firstborn son gets a double portion. What if you get a double portion? When you get a double portion, Mochisa and not Roy. Like, you don't get double portion in property that is considered to be owned by the estate and not property that is Roy.
Check the chicken and may change love be with you.
Any property that is owned by the estate, not property that is interesting. So let's say you're not the time, you behind the shipments, Blue Wayne, the car, now Blue Wayne, when that check becomes collectible, the check is considered by property, so Blue Wayne gets twice, double portion of that. If it's not considered by property, or when money has to be paid, he doesn't get these nights. What do you see about that? What do you see here? That it must be that they use against property, which is the all right thing. And therefore, it turns out that because that woman is particularly aggravated alive, that means that he makes the goal and therefore gets to shine it. Without the people, the all right stuff. Get rabbi to say, but it's rabbi. What's going on here? If you let me put it out in the rabbi, maybe it's in the problem. Let's keep running the mission. Maybe it's the rabbi who goes to the all right stuff. And he doesn't know.
Back to 10 minutes of shop. Took us just one take. Just obviously there was one take. Took us a very long time. Didn't like it. That would be pretty sad. We'll stop doing songs. We learned how to play the turtle, learned how to play the piano for that. Yeah, but I'm dressed up like Leprechaun because I had a work office party. And some for Halloween. At some point we will do BGL, but you got it for the 10 minutes of shop. It's gotta get to 20,000 views. Yeah, dress up like BGL. But anyway, you're here for 10 minutes of shop. So this first time, back then I was, I think we called on to the New York Academy like you don't start the time. Yeah, that's somebody said the fake timer thing is like their favorite part. And it's hilarious because I just botched it. Alright, so this one's called Pop Claims. People accuse him of having others write jokes for him, like Chris Rock possibly that compares himself to LeBron and Tom Brady. Sounds great.
What is the nature
So
of an
here we go.
encumbrance? Is encumbrance Doraisa? Is encumbrance Dragonon? Labo, Dragonon, Judo, Doraisa.
That's such a compliment. It's the same time every time we go with shotgun range jokes. There's no way to cut a show. Martonia's dead. Nina thinks she has so many jokes on the other's compliment. Chris Rock that's dope. I'm like, what? That's ridiculous. No, dude, hell.
Confident nobody thinks Chris Rock. Brendan Schaub's material. Oh, really, dude? That's an early, really, dude. That's no really do with an explanation. I mean, Chris Rock. Why'd you pick him? You should have you really like a defense. That's the worst thing that's happened to Chris Rock since the slap. To be accused, I'd rather Will Smith punch me.
Oh yeah, man. Punching is too late. That's dope. That's not a that's great. No, he's a good show. You're so good. Even think somebody else is writing you. Oh yeah, dude. This is great. It's fantastic. So with Jake, same thing.
What's the reason for that? I know. You got the
44 because now we
he's like see what's happening.
Wait a minute, he's saying there's no way he has compared himself so far to Tom Brady, Chris Rock. They got progressively like athletic, because nobody really wants to be Jake Paul, probably. I'm sure so Jake Paul and then Chris Rock, who's one of the greatest standards of all time, and then Tom Brady was legitimately the best quarterback they ever had. So what was the last one? Does he do? Then they say LeBron. Let's see if he does wireless. What does he say about the people?
Because we can never comprehend that somebody can achieve these accomplishments.
He's
Oh my God, he's on so much projects, so much shit. Okay.
Really need to
Just makes you feel better about yourself.
Really needs to figure this out. Enough of sorry about
that if Shab is watching this, the reason that people say that is because
like digging a pit in the
and I want to try to say this in a way that's not super mean, but it's because you're so bad at stand-up that if you have a joke that even has like is written in a way that has like a punchline, people assume that someone else has written it because they've seen things like the Magic Johnson thing that nobody would accuse you of writing that not writing that. That is Shab written all over it. I need Magic Johnson jokes 7 times a week. I try to force that on his neck.
Whenever you go ahead,
the tater tot thing has been stuck in my head, so I've been doing it nonstop before. Like the tater tot 7 times a week. What we're gonna do? This one's called the Stop Painting Narrative Pop-Up. Dana's gonna call you a dummy. I really want to know where does Shab think Jews came from. I guess he's talking about like Maybe when there were slaves.
Let's say
Well, does he create that word? He watches George Carlton and Dave Chappelle. So Dave Chappelle has that one joke about one toe-to-toe with the Jewish person and seeing who had like the impression of
inheritors.
I don't even remember that, but yeah, maybe he's still
inheritors obligated to pay back the owner of the star. Okay.
So here's the Jesus narrative.
What do you see there?
Watch the fight. It was definitely one.
Your shape out my car. I understand.
He says he's going to hear himself about PR because your PR lost a split to Aljamain. He had the DQ because of the knee, and then now this is Sean O'Malley thing. He's saying I think thinks the UFC doesn't have his back, so he might want to do something else. Now maybe the UFC doesn't want a Russian champion.
As a verbal load.
I don't know. This was everything says against he's Russian, yeah.
Even from your that the truth indicates the concept of people that are
I thought he said he doesn't want a Russian champion, but like Russian. It's also like just this is another time where it seems like the creative is either wearing off and like or kicking in, yeah, because like being freedom, but in this thing, explanation of creative is so boring that I just can't bring myself to read it. I like that you're commenting and like that you're engaging, and I wish you will, but I'm gonna take it. So when I'm like, what is creative? I don't care really. We'll take creative out of the conversation if you see something longer than a sentence. Is that your son? Yeah. Well, it's like no. If it's like 9 sentences, I'm not gonna read the whole thing. I got a job. I can't be like reading it. There's like 300, 400 comments on this stuff. So I do read the comments, okay? I check my social media. But you have 2 jobs, dude. Chase and your job. Yeah, I got my shift to Chase. I gotta do, I had to cover for Chase Hooper. Like, sorry, you gotta hit, but you're gonna come back even stronger next time. It's the Chase work with you. All right, let's go. Chase Hooper.
from Russia. Of course, communicating the situation. It becomes a little bit shy, not a little bit bad. Okay, I'll goodbye about 170. What's that? Last down. I'm gonna bump up. Work this off. Now, over there, you're giving a look around. Now, what the mic is about to say. Now, when you go ahead and like a verbal load, collect from your shit. You have the standpoint of the state. You're going to go to but you cannot collect from soul property. Government election, why are you able to collect from an estate?
I don't know if that's true. I've heard anyone say that, but yeah. What does that being Russia have to do with anything? Well, he's saying that, let's say Peter got becomes the champion, you can't go to Russia to fight because of the war happening.
Do they normally go to other countries with the fighters to fight?
Yeah, they do like, if there's a Brazilian champion, they'll go to Brazil for title defense. Really? Yeah. And like UFC does that. Yeah, like, what's his name?
Even if you learn that without a doctor,
Yeah,
you have the ability to collect from dark.
what
But
is
you
that guy's
can't
name?
collect from
What is that
purchasers.
guy's name? Steve
And then you go around people,
Steve
you're lucky.
but he's
You
from
can't collect from
Cleveland.
purchasers.
so they'll
Why?
fight in
You gotta be unfair to the purchaser. Like, if you don't like spending money, and subsequently you're gonna have to loan, and let's say they rent buildings, like you don't want to outpass. And then afterwards, you then sold the property to lease. It's there in the
So
event
this
that
one's
you
called
make gold,
Sebastian Maniscalco.
why?
Sebastian Maniscalco in the Hesiagan Skalav on people who believe the rumor the Paul fight was rigged.
Do these titles that James makes, they're like tongue
You
twisters.
want to
They're
protect
trying to
everyone.
make use
You
of
want to allow ultimately again
Yes, they're amazing.
the lender
Here we
to
go.
collect from it.
And I also, what I think
And
is
therefore,
funny
then
is
he gets
that
paid.
people said, let's tell the
You
story.
want to
So
go
I
ahead
said, yeah, it's
and
dude.
protect the because they had no way of knowing
Oh
about
my
it.
God,
So let's say, hello, how do we pass?
You talk so fast for no reason.
You put the door right
It's
side.
got a bad, like people said they had Adderall. That's one thing he doesn't show.
What was
Probably
mother
doesn't
below?
like promote
Harris
that
would
or whatever.
always have up and
He's
down.
definitely on Adderall, right?
But I'm not
And
right.
he's on
Go
Kratom
over the stars.
and Alpha Brain and Tiger Thing whiskey. So at
When
different
you learn
points,
with
you
the
know, it's
doctor,
like he's
like
very
right,
off that
right.
shit. So I'm just saying
I'm
that.
also
There was a
from
guy
the
that
Yorkshire
messaged
as
us
well as from Perth.
about
Collect from
potentially
everyone.
sponsoring
You know
us for
about
his rehab
I'll
center.
if you learn
Like
verbally,
checking
you
out
got a
whatever
doctor.
shop does
Go over to
Kratom,
that
touch
Yorkshire,
powder. Looks like he's on Kratom or Tiger Thing, a
cannot
little bit
collect
thick, a little
from
thick ski.
purchasers.
And
Right?
I would
And the reason
definitely
for that
bring
is
it up
because
now if I knew
purchasers
the
have
name.
their way of
But I don't
protecting
know, so it'd
themselves.
be a good.
No,
Like a fun bit. We'll just bring it up and
And
help
I'm
people out
asking,
anytime.
call Nixie
Seems
Haloba,
like it should be probably not
Aka,
some good
Stupid
sponsorship
Hamauda,
opportunity.
Minat.
because you gotta book his
And
waist
I'm
line.
asking,
You know, like if you think it's stage wrestle the same grown man
it's
that
all right,
wears
so.
punk his
So
waist
again,
line
just understand what
days,
that means.
right? So
Anytime you lend money, anytime I lend money to you,
Shop? I didn't know that Shop
it's
was
all
another
right,
one of
so
these people that says
moving
grown man.
property is
That's a huge thing in the
by
YouTube. It's like, I can't believe a grown
Now,
man
also
did
with
this.
that
A grown man
unit,
does
in the
this.
event of
I
default,
responded to
I
one guy. I
can
was like,
collect
would you
or
rather
gas
Shop
from
just
the
make
estate
fun of
like
a child?
purchasers.
It makes
The
no
only
sense.
reason I've said that if it's a verbal loan, I can't collect
Why
from
can't a grown man
purchasers
have a
is
puppy
only
spice
fire
latte?
protection. Fire
It's
protection.
probably because he doesn't want to
Purchasers
say
have
that
no way of knowing
word.
about
Those
that.
words.
Therefore,
The
we can share it for
pumpkin
long.
spice latte.
Even
That's
though
a
that gives you
hard
a
one for
Okay,
Shop.
so again, I'm up for
He
myself.
goes into Starbucks and he's like, he wants to get a pumpkin spice latte. He's like, can I get a Guadalajara hard scarf? I need a Guadalajara hard scarf 7 times a week. Listen, Bobby. Dude, before we go, let's play one more clip. Alright, this one's called Brain Dump Having Procedure.
What is it slavery? It's a better word. It's only one real simple enough.
you told me about it in my face. I
So,
really
that's really one secret. And also, if you think about it, by the way, everything else comes from that secret.
This is like
When
when
you say
I
yourself,
was with a dog who
okay,
tried
you
to
have a
rape
family.
a dog.
Like,
It's
how can I
like,
feel so cheap? But I don't understand.
you know that sales sketch where they put a helmet
All
on a
right,
dog?
everywhere comes from that.
Trying to see if we
So
can guess
tells
what
me
he's saying.
that I have to
Right?
be a good father.
Don't laugh.
That
Don't
tells
laugh.
me to be a good
You told
husband.
us about it in my
That
face.
tells
I
me
should
that I have
have
to be a
seen
good
it because you want to bring fires up and you want everyone to get paid, but I bring trash around every time
So
they
it
fight.
tells me all the different
Okay,
things
I
that we
kind of understood
do.
that.
A lot
Like,
of people
yeah, he
say
said you
we
talk
find
all this shit
ourselves
about
like
MMA
sugar.
fighters, but you
We
bring
find
up
ourselves in
trash
comfort
talk.
because of what it comes
Yeah,
to
I got the beginning.
sugar.
That's one of the things where you'd have to like listen to it.
But we find
Like an
ourselves
NBA
in comfort.
investigator,
So many different things, right? People find themselves in comfort to
the
this
guy
food.
wired
People
off
find
the
themselves
wire
in
and
comfort to
plugged in
other
right
things.
at shit. Stop moving
The
around.
society
Jenny,
wants
I
to
remember
different
what else
things.
we
Good
bring up.
comfort with my friends or my
When I was
children
driving
are
back,
doing.
I was telling
There's only
Jordan
one
that I'm
comfort
going
for
to
a
my
year.
Halloween
Only one thing
party.
that comfort to
And
a
Jordan
world,
sent me a
and that
text
is
saying,
what I said.
did you hear about Shop's wife? And I wrote, no.
That
What happened? And he
is
wrote,
my
she dressed
life.
up like a hot Cheeto for
And
Halloween.
if I'm discovering myself,
It's pretty
if
good, man.
ultimately
I
I get
was
a
like, there's a
supplement
chance
myself,
that could be
keep
real.
myself over. I
You're
love
making a
myself.
good
Little
bit
bit again.
joke,
To
but
be as ever not
then you weren't.
But I was like, that couldn't be real. I went to like corner shop. I'd be like, we get Moschino, so people think
every single
I see my
president,
dates are like that.
every single one.
All right, so this one's called Naders. We'll say
I
it's
love
fake.
my son.
Sure,
That's what I think. Finish up. Here we go. So, okay, let's say I got a type of government coverage.
So he really says that.
Let's say get I'm losing money.
Wait, I thought you were trying to say haters. Yeah. He was starting to say
I have a loan
neighbors.
document.
Oh, because his brain had, well, he has all his break-ins in his house.
Like document says,
He's always drinking them shoes. Yeah, I can see it. All right, so for this clip, I saw this before, like last Friday-ish, and
unencumbered
it's called
property.
compulsive
So that's
liar
unencumbered
lies about his
property.
age.
But it's start.
And then so I looked it up, and Brendan
Started at
is
what?
39
Started
years
at
old.
what? Started at
But this is a recent podcast. Keep in mind, too, his birthday's not recent whatsoever.
right? And therefore, because it doesn't have a code, you can collect from encumbered property. Rather than nothing. Sorry.
So
Rather than
is he
nothing.
lying, or is he just forgot? Well, but there's a chance he forgot. He's so stupid. I'm surprised I didn't have to do the math.
A witness is a lot of stuff.
Forgets age. Alright, so this one's called Francis Ngannou may need to investigate Tripoli's whereabouts when he did food truck diarrhea.
It's Francis Ngannou on this week's Food Truck Diaries. We booked a really short notice, so we couldn't get him a food truck. So I went and picked up chicken sandwiches. We got him out of the trunk of my car. I stuck my dick in this chicken sandwich and watched him eat it. You have to check him out, but it seems like John Africa.
Even Mike Tyson, somebody who's been hit in the head quite a bit, is like, not only is he homeless as fuck, but he's catching Brendan's like mistakes. He's like, what? John Africa? Alright, I don't know if you keep up with the aerial beef with Brendan Job, but it's fucking epic. Oh yeah, so I can cut this part out if it's not good. Okay, this is just an aerial clip. Okay, mix it up. So this one's called PF Chang's Sports Aerial.
But if you marry anyway, or
The broadcast ended, and you
what
take
are
off your headset.
As
I'm leaving, there's all these people around me. I saw the great Mike Goldberg there for UFC play-by-play. I said hello to him. That was lovely. Kind of weird that I'm the one getting off for the broadcast and he's just standing there. Usually that's him. Anyway, as I walk out, there's still a bunch of fans there, and it was a very young crowd. As I'm like leaving the gated area around the ring and making a right to go into the back, there was probably a good 30 or so youngish guys there, and all of them were just chanting PF Chang's, PF. I would do that at any age, but like right now, that's like, that would be the most fun part of going to a
is
UFC.
Kasha. Kasha, you must have the
That's so great. He's got a fan base there just to change people. There's so many of them.
Even if there aren't people on it, but you even in the presence of witnesses, it's Kasha.
Alright, I saw this one a couple days ago. It's called Papa Knows We Meet at Chang's. Did you see this one? Alright, so check this shit out.
Come on. We gotta come up with something. Get shit all get together over here. Whether it's a PF Chang's, Starbucks, or where the hell get all these hand shoes.
Sugar Shane O'Malley's haters.
So
Sugar Shane is a fight.
again, I won't remember
I know
again.
Shane O'Malley, that's the guy with the crazy
Whatever
hair.
a local like also fight for
But
what?
why does he think that haters, all haters just go to
Like
PF
figure
Chang's?
stuff, that's not so long ago.
So he thinks that
We're
people
going to
hate Sean
Let's say so,
O'Malley
then.
and meet up
What
at
do you
PF
see
Chang's
here?
too.
Look at that trust in this
No,
one.
dude.
Over the
No,
country,
no, it's just you. Sean O'Malley's not gonna hate it on Chang's server as far as I know.
again, here it
I
is.
control
What do
that
you see over here? You have a star over here that is really
He's like, I don't know where you guys, why doesn't Starbucks,
there
why
are
does he
no
get
witnesses
these
on the stars, and yet, despite all
ideas
of that,
finally come to his head?
I love
Starbucks sometimes a weird
countries we just said before.
PFTX, Poppy.
Tiny Hudson,
I've been pretty excited to show you this one too. As you can see, I rated it in Netflix. You know what modern MMA shows are lacking? Detailed breakdowns of what legacy cartoon episodes that came out 5 years ago. That's what
moving.
See what's the pickle Rick episode? Collisions and coordinates.
In this
The family, because we fucked up. The family's going to therapy in order to get out of family therapy. Red turned himself into a pickle. $1,000, like, did he turn himself into a pickle? He's like, no, I totally forgot. But then he has a needle that is it's a syringe and he reaches in some and it turns back into your pain. And she's like, oh, well, if you forgot, then you probably don't need this. He's like, no, take that. And he's like, God damn it. And then you go to therapy. She sends her to see she's he's like, trying to remember wrong. Remember again, those are the times start trying to
that is moving lens to the money. You have a star, like stars to the borrower's head. So what's that look like?
the worst person in the universe.
That look
He
is
himself with all the rat bones and muscle. He turned himself into this like badass superhero. It's insane. It's so creative. It's so creative. Well done. It's by far the best.
Even when he tries to say creative, he says creative. It's so creative and well done. That was like, yeah. That was like when we talked to a little kid, like a little kid tells a story. And then I went on this really fun ride, but the ride had like there was Brandon, and you just like sit there and you go, okay, great, good, Brandon. And then I took my shoe out and I poured my wisdom, I think, whiskey in a drink of the shoe. This guy's broke into my house and I wasn't there, but then I arrested them with my guns. And then I was there and, you know, she was like throwing hot Cheetos all over the place. This is the last one for today. It's called The Amount of Nicotine Pouches and Tries to Speak Through is Astonishing.
That's a proper guarantor. But a guarantor is after signatures, not Commissioner said that if the guarantor signs after signatures, only collect from the custom only of the guarantor, not from the custom. The person that signs before the signatures, you can collect easily from the that was ultimately again that was the but thank you. Now remember these small pockets, bananas to come to bed. So the other side, Emerald, close and keep and start going to it was here. So that says guarantor sign before right.
It's like the Lost Ninjas, right?
The witnesses
Lost Ninjas,
you
yeah,
collect
whatever
from
they're
the
called.
custom
The Lost Ninjas.
but if you only
Lost
sign
Ninjas.
after the signature of the witnesses, you only collect from the custom.
So he smokes or like vapes or shit, and you know, it's just he's sponsored by the nicotine company that puts
other
pouches.
kinds of that even if the
He
guarantor
does need a
signs
handler, dude. I need a handler. Yes, you do.
still
You gotta study, you know, just because he sponsors me doesn't mean you need to necessarily use it all the time. Yeah, or yeah, I mean, nicotine laws is that's not good for you. Don't do that.
what the custom
You gotta smoke to get not smoking and then eventually stop. Just take nicotine losses forever.
Wow.
Yeah, that's all the clips for today. All right, well, that's all of the clips. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed this episode. We have thanks again to Walsh, the World Record Podcast, for the last one that you made. Join the Discord. We may or may not have Hamstring Williams on a 10 Mr. Show thing coming up. We might have recognized Vanilla Conan and Comedy Central, so he may do it. I don't know if we can talk about it. I don't know if he's homeless. Yes, we'll see. But anyways, thanks for tuning in. Have a great week. See you next week. Bye. Happy Halloween. Bye.
On the other hand, it just says, I would eventually $1,000. And then it says, Levy is a guarantor for this loan without the and. Without the clause. Then ultimately, again, a local advice of that, then it's true, Levy is a guarantor, but Levy is only a guarantor up to us. And then it's only not in the customer. But you must know that is essentially you need something directly to make you guarantee it. So that's the outline of the fund. All you need is the fund. Right there. All you need is that fund. And then, in other words, documental structure supposition is not enough. We need something that actually, again, supports the guarantor to the transaction above it. Therefore, again, interestingly enough, what God says is having the guarantor sign before the signature is enough to put into the application.
Alright, welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Joining me today is the Brendan Walsh, the Brendan Walsh from Pro Record Pod.
How would you do the customer buzzing? You need that,
We got two Brandons talking about Brandon.
and links in
We have tomorrow, Cheyenne.
Well, it's not tomorrow. If you're watching this, if you're watching, you can watch tomorrow wherever Brandon on. And we talked about Brandon there too for a full hour and a half if you're on Patreon, or actually, go over to World Record Podcast on YouTube, and you can watch a whole other, probably like 45-50 minutes of shop talk.
But this one is just going to be 10 minutes, or maybe a little bit longer.
So this is the appetizer. And then, get there, because I know what it's like to watch 10 minutes of shop, then you want more. After you're like, come on, and that's what leads me to spending time on TFATK when I should be with my children,
Who you've taught to say dicey.
Dicey, yeah, I'm having that shit. I should have to make that video.
So, a clip got posted somehow from the Patreon on TFATK. And you had said that he is so like where you say I watch it 80 times.
And he writes that.
When I wrote 80 times, that's rookie mistake.
Going to 80 times a day.
But anyways, that's not why you're here. You're for 10 minutes of shots. Let's start the clip. Alright, so
Why
first one's
spend
from
money
his
on the
Instagram. His latest
Go ahead
stand-up post called Living Bar. Let's see if you're
Go
ready.
ahead and get over that technology. Now watch this. Gemara says as follows. Gemara says, so here's the issue. The witness is signed right below that Shalom Aleichem area, that instruction to be followed continually, then the get is possible. Why? Because what are we concerned about? We're concerned that the witness is signing on the deed, signing on the deed, and not signing on the oath. Remember, Yavol, the part of the deed of Yochanan, the Yavol said, the way I understand it was a problem. Shalom,
That's what's amazing is you can't say what's so important. And say flash.
Oh, they'll say
You can't say soul. Like they should have, I don't know if TFK put the subtitles on there, but Salt Lake should be spelled SAWLT.
No, it was from his own Instagram. I've heard it both ways.
That's without the
Dude, it's crazy to me.
on the greetings. But if it says and,
What's the
you have again the
that's just
document,
one with the phone.
right, which again connects to get itself. I do very important rough out.
Somebody, I mean, maybe one of his boys took the video. It was a sanctioned video by him.
And they were like, you gotta do the stuff about how you talk about black guys.
Well, I think what he's saying, because like Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah is pretty much all white. So he's like, oh, bro, it's some black guys, so you can see what they look like in person. Like, the only reason he brought
and therefore again,
black guys was
not enough to have
so he filled up a few minutes when he got on stage.
What do you need?
His whole, like, he's gotta be
It
panicked
has to say, like,
every night, like,
$1,000.
I have to do 45 minutes at least, and it's just like, we gotta go see him. We gotta go see him do an hour.
We almost went on tour. We were ready. We should go.
Before the
Maybe we'll go to camp.
remember again,
Let's pretend at
remember
home, let's
again,
not spoil it.
after this, we had the
Never go to that.
I can't believe they didn't do any Utah Jazz.
But now, when
This is the first clip that I was talking about this week in the shop version. It's the Magic Johnson clip. Here we go.
Otherwise, banana says there is no obligation. Give you an example of I walk into my situation, what happens? I see a whole killing in a circle, and I say, stop. I guarantee that. I'll guarantee that. Banana
Maybe smart enough to realize that everything's crumbling and he has to figure out how to do stand up quick. He's like, he's had, what, 5 years of just like this cakewalk into the stand up world, and now he's like, fuck, I need to learn how to do stand up. So he's just watching clips of Joey D. I don't know, whoever looking for a clip of somebody going, hey, kid, like, I don't know, if somebody do this, and he's like, oh, do that. So I did that, but he's using it wrong. He's like,
Nevertheless,
it's like watching stand-up, he's watching like a movie by accident. Yeah, he's kind of confused. I have a question for him. Do you think he watches stand-up, like, you know, since he's a fighter, fighters watch clips, so he goes at stand-up the same way? I think that's the only brain he has. Like, he's not... Yeah, he's watching it as like, yeah, I mean, that's where he's getting this, and that's like everything is coming, and he's like, so he's gonna get knocked out in whatever way, the same as because he got knocked out for watching those clips when he's a fighter. Oh, yeah. So he's gonna get, like, he's still doing it wrong. He's not learning, and he's like, you can't keep or be fucking intentionally. I mean, he's my favorite comedian.
What
Yeah,
would
he's
and I now
like, let me correct myself. He's hilarious. But he'll never be hilarious the way he wants to. Probably not. And he also seems to not learn anything ever, right? Like, sometimes he goes like a little bit, like there'll be a clip where it's like, oh, Bob is showing self-awareness of the decade, and then he comes right back out with this.
Incredible, right? And even though again, it's clear. Why am I saying the women are out there?
What he's saying, there's just a piece of trash. Especially like her saying, because the don't make me say anything I'm telling you through the replies. And people are just like, what does that even mean? And Doris was like, the We'll go back a little bit to like just like just listen to the way he says Magic Johnson. Like the guy can't talk. Like he was in the same room as Magic Johnson. He was the Samuel Jack Johnson. Samuel Jack Johnson. Samuel Jack Johnson. Let's hear it one more time. This will be an extended 10 minutes. That's like you just Sandro's Jack Johnson. The Sandro's Jack Johnson. You need some type of healing or not surrender.
We give it up now. And it's argument of not. Why I say you know, the other of not, and not all other days of us. And last
somebody gave him that mosquito on 100%. What if that's like, you know, when your parents say, like, don't make funny faces because we'll freeze that way? Like, we make fun of Shop so much, we forget how to talk. Shop is the red. Shop is literally a stand that's showing some videotape. But there's no way. I would bet I am a gambling man, and I would put $1,000 on him to not ride the mosquito. Yeah, probably not. It's just like there's too many levels to it. Even though it's simple, it's fucking stupid. It's still it's to one level too much out of his realm. I think that people write the stupid shit he says. If it's even true, I always said the king of the stinghead writers. So I was serious with scandal for a while.
Again, let's say,
So
go over the caveat.
somebody, if you're watching this, if you've been involved in writing for Shop in any capacity, reach out to my lawyer, Frank Crumb, at 69@gmail.com. It's a real that'll go to Frank.
You
Yeah,
can
let's get
technically
get talking. You can be in a silhouette with a disguised voice, whatever. I just want to hear it all. And
We do want to find. I think that's a good idea. I want to find some of these people. Like I want to find for sure any writers if they're willing to go.
any disgruntled employee from this
There's
universe.
gotta be blaming you for the COVID shit. He's probably addicted to beer, and I know that guy.
Which makes sense. Since he's not part of the transaction, right? He's not part of the original transaction. In order to produce
We want that guy on.
you need something, something halakhic to require a thing. Or if you do know by you, what there's also things that there's a person who's something guaranteed. And the transaction that's happening in region never applies to human life. It's a hakiano, in the Hemingway, somewhere in the Sabbath. So let's get this like beautiful. That's beautiful, right? That's a lot of America. If I'm a guarantor, the transaction is based on what is that that they do something. That they do something. But because they do something against that is another thing that we guarantee without having to do anything else. There's working in order to guarantee it should be on the hook. If I'm in Davis and Davis trusting me to be a guarantor, then that is enough. That is enough that I fully commit myself, and it's absolutely amazing for any of this.
It's like the first time Shab has gotten to think someone else is stupid.
In the social.
Because he even says that in Gringo Copy,
is not on
when his first bit is about the COVID vaccines, which I don't understand, but he does that little walk thing, but I think he got that from Rogan, maybe. Does Rogan do that, like, kind of like walking back and forth? And he does this, like, you know how he, when the Gringo Puppy, like, pulls his eye down, where he's like, I got the vaccine, I feel crazy. Like, he's like, remember that one guy, that idiot, that total moron?
Remember the guy they're talking about?
It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
I don't think there was one guy who got the vaccine. They're really sick.
And he was like, he said he was like on meth. Is that like, there wasn't the first person they got on the news, it wasn't a meth addict with a droopy eye or whatever the fuck.
You whatever found I mean, Shab lies a lot. He just kind of makes up stuff. I think Shab says whatever he thinks may happen. Like somebody, he maybe heard some of that from someone else. He interpreted it.
I think I wonder how much time, and we talk about this on the World Record podcast, where you would like to see like a documentary about the making of Gringo Poppy and the Showtime. I think you'd be surprised. I think you'd be surprised. Or maybe it's, I think it's just you'd be surprised. Yeah, I would like to see the preparation that went into Gringo Poppy. Because I feel like
that's a perfect. Well, not to get you.
No. I was just drifting off. I don't imagine like how much time went into prepare for that. Like I think it was like, oh, we're gonna have a vaccine thing, and so like, oh, the first person, it's like he's got like a writer's room with like. That's who we need to find out. Like,
I mean, it's perfect, and it's the perfect like follow-up documentary. It's gonna be 2 parts. Yeah, first part is Showtime. I won't do it. I'll go into that because talk about it earlier. Oh yeah, Showtime documentary, but then this part 2 is like
Gringo Poppy Redemption. The
Yeah,
resurrection of Jeffrey Dahmer. And it has like coming up with a song and like getting people to stand outside, cutting it, sitting in his garage with an X-Acto knife, cutting out the skyline background for terrible prog. Bring up the improv. Dude, that is different. And then I have the idea like, okay, what was this special going to be about? And it's like, I got it. Your wife is missing. It's like, I don't understand why he dresses like the pants look weird. It's like a Peter Pan kind of thing. I mean, yeah, he's got a whole, I don't know. So is a jacket. Somebody's wearing thigh-high shorts.
What is greatest skill that
There's 3 minutes. I mean, it is so easy to make fun of. It's like us, what we're doing, like, and I said that on World Record, because if like some teenage rapper walked in, which is just like, all 3 Brandon, let me get this straight, you idiot. You lost him. He's
That would be.
Distinguished.
Why are you talking about his clothes, Koenig?
So
Or
feeling
any
nominated,
teenager. I don't know. I feel like black girl teenagers are like the best at like tearing people down.
process of
Any teenager, I don't want it to happen. I have a boy, there's a high school in my neighborhood. I don't ever walk past it because I can't do it. Hey, fatso! Hey, fat old fuck!
What is life all about?
Where is that? I wonder where that is.
I'm not
It's
sure.
improv. Yeah, I don't know what improv that is. It's also not something a 6-year-old would say. No, and like even there's a part like, and I don't want to like keep rehashing these, but just the way he rushes through that in that clip too, where you were wearing a mask next to Magic Johnson or whatever. He goes, "That's insane." I just made that part up. But she's like, it's just crazy how he's gained he's learned nothing after being on stage a lot in front of big crowds. Well, there's a famous thing of him. Kind of, they're making fun of him for lying. And he says how much he's been on stage. He's like, this guy asked how long he's been doing stand up. And he's like, oh, well, 6 years or whatever, but really 10 years because of how much stage time I've had. And it's ridiculous, but at the same time, he has gotten a lot. He should have a little bit of skill. Yeah, he should be better. The clip where he says something a 6-year-old would say, the obvious joke there, I think, is not a good one, but the obvious one is to compare him to Clinton. With like hiding in Yale. That's the obvious. Have sex with that woman. Or that. But instead, Shop is like my 6-year-old, and it just doesn't make any sense. Well, I feel like what he's doing now is trying to focus on. I think somebody told him like, you just gotta be real, you gotta be yourself. So now he's like, so I wake up at 7 a.m. I'm in my underwear, I'm drinking coffee, my 6-year-old's there, I got my car out there, my lawn is situated like this in the front. It's like, no, we didn't say just describe your day-to-day activity. So now to his podcasting endeavors, this one's called Incessant Need to Embellish Every Story. Croissants, sure, Brenda. Let's see what this is.
Ramped it up for Halloween. How's those costumes looking? To make the costumes a little more unique. My mom's dad made mine after he saw the French robot. The infamous French robot, which I loved in Halloween. So you got your sweet jobs. I'm gonna post that. Get up here. I was this French robot and I handed out croissants to all the kids.
I think for Halloween, I'm gonna go as Santa St. Jackson. He mispronounced so many things in her costume.
Tomorrow morning.
He's not good at talking, and his career is heavily relies on talking. He broke Moses' brain on the wooden costume. What was the croissant thing? Did you understand? Well, he was a French robot, so he would give out croissants. His mom didn't like that. His mom had made the costume. But she was mad because he gave away her sweet pastry as a kid. That's probably not real. Yeah, that's type. I don't want to go to this. It's already been 20 minutes or so. But this would be a longer. We literally, that's like the Charlie Day meme, Yeah, it's, well, I mean, I would like, whatever, we don't have to watch it again, but it's, I don't get the point, like, really, dude.
Beautiful.
So he's got a French fry, he's handing out croissants, and his mom, much to his mom's dismay.
Tomorrow.
And then I went into the closet to open up the comic book store, because I had to open. Still had to sell my comics out of the closet. He's like, it just doesn't make sense because he's so stupid now. But as a kid, he was a genius. He's a comic book salesman, and he made this costume, made croissants. French robot to make croissants. I couldn't make costumes as a kid. I'm not that dumb. I don't know where the croissants came in. Like, did they buy the croissants? I guess. Like, you have to stock up on the croissants and be giving them out. But also, you're a kid. Why are you trick-or-treating? Why are you giving out croissants? Yeah, it doesn't.
Good morning.
It doesn't make sense. You shouldn't be going
Baruch Hashem. Okay, so close to you. We can last up for our begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's year. To thank our annual Hamatollah sponsor for Tafshin Pay. Details in Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. I'm going to tell you what's happening yesterday for today. We're going to change the sponsorship in Eretz Hashem. Because for all of those that have toiled in all of the Babas and all of those Baruch Hashem were exalted to bring Bar Basra to a beautiful and sweet and holy close. And America Hashem B'Shas Tovim Mitzvachos. We can use that as a hedron to B'Shas Tovim Mitzvachos. And that's the close. And that's the America Hashem we should all encounter for Bracha, Hatzlacha, Shefa, and Mazel for ourselves, for our Mishpachos, and for all of Am Yisrael. Hamazoh sponsors for the month of Kislev. Josh Magazine in creation of the yahrzeit of Josh's father, Yehuda, Ben Rav Chaim Raphael, and for the safest care of our hostages and the security of our soldiers. Sending in our pastors and our parents, Yitzchak Leib Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Abbas Baruch Abraham, and Hinda Bas Hannah Ephraim, in the memory of their dear friend, Naftali Gordon, Naftali Yona, Hashem Yikom Damo, and Yishus Miriam, and Daniel Yuval. And today, that film is sponsored by the friends of Mighty Gardens, wishing them a tremendous mazel tov on being the Sayin Shas, with the completion of Mesechus Bar Lasra. The job is also sponsored by the friends of Debbie Daniel, wishing him a tremendous mazel tov on being the Sayin Shas, with the completion of Baba Basra. The DAP is also sponsored today by Debbie Daniel in the completion of his Daplomi cycle, and with tremendous gratitude to this year specifically Dr. Brothers, Dr. Plum, and Dr. Short, without whom this incredible pursuit would have only been a dream. As in, he would still be incredible. So beautiful. So first of all, Mazel Tov to Maishi, and Mazel Tov to Zevi. What is supposed to be the same Shas? Incredible. I will say, by the way, I just want to say something also. If you're being the same Shas in Bar Basra, what does that mean? It means you picked up in the middle of a cycle. Sometimes one of the most difficult things is to kind of start something when everyone else is late. So it's so easy to say, I'll catch you later. It's Bob Basra, it's another whatever 2 years. I'll just wait until the second breakfast. And I think the Zevi also really started not even the beginning of Basra, right? Before Basra was over. With a week left of Basra, I'll say one of the things Zevi and Ramesh is giving us such a beautiful life moser. When a beautiful opportunity comes your way, don't wait until the opportune time to jump into it, but take it. Mitzvah Habal Yadecha, Patach Mitzvah, an opportunity to learn, an opportunity to grow, an opportunity to broaden your spiritual license. Okay, it would be great if I started at the beginning of this, a little bit later, a little bit earlier. When it presents itself, take it, jump into it. Debbie mentioned much mazel and much incredible halacha on this accomplishment in Joseph. And there's such a Sayin Shas, many times over, Joseph and there's such a the spiritual horizons for many years to come, and this is because seeing Hashem can be a source of mazel and bracha and simcha and tzedakah to your mishpachos for many generations to come. Incredible. All right, so I'll say with that, let's begin. Right? There's no opportunity today to finish the rest of the daf tomorrow. Right, so this we gotta finish this. All right, so today's daf is Kufayim Bar 176. On Kufayim Bar. We'll say pretty much we left off Gemara yesterday, but we did the sheet of Elo. So remember, we're doing an interesting focus on that Yehuda D'Oraisa. How do we understand when, let's say again, Ruben was sitting money. So again, as you know, so loan, halachic loan 101 is that when you loan someone money, that is leaning against their property. What is the nature of the debt? So Yehuda D'Oraisa. Whenever you lend money, whether you lend money in a shtar, whether you lend money verbally, any loan could each lean against property. The only reason why Chazal said that if you loan without a document, you loan verbally, that there is no shibud, is in order not to put purchaser at a disadvantage. Right? Somebody goes ahead and purchases somebody. That was shibud. Fine. So now we're up to Rava. Rava Amar, our Torah, after the movie, the starts looking around 175 probably about 25 Rava says, our Torah, You know, go with element of possibility. Rabbi says no. Rabbi says in reality, whatever you want money, really,
no, the Randy Fullface
you can
totem
only
from
collect
AMA
money from the
like,
property. You cannot
there's a guy
collect
like, it's like, who's a puppet?
what from
And there's a guy,
well,
it's
you
like,
do the left side, so
it's
grab a
a,
hold,
I mean,
that only
probably,
against property,
I don't know,
not
I
use
assume
the
somebody
you
did
grab
that
a
on
hold.
work, but like, I don't know who,
I'm
does
not
anybody know who's
coming out of the
working
start
Randy Fullface, the puppet?
So
Yeah,
that's the
it's
case.
like an
That's the
Australian
case.
guy or
Says
something
Rabbi,
like that.
that
Like,
biblically there is no need
I shouldn't say
against
everybody
property.
likes it because I told
And
you
why
I was
did
at a
Rabbi
friend
or
of
against
ours'
any
house.
property?
And we
And
had
why
a
did
dinner
Rabbi
party.
say that if you
And
loan with a document
when I
that
came over, it
Allah
was like a nice dinner party, and then he saw me and he was like, I'm gonna put on the gradient laptop. The two people that were at the dinner party, we had to leave. Not everyone's homeless.
In general, when you're lending money from a halal,
They want to be though, for sure.
it's already
Yeah, I mean, if they really got, if they watched enough.
Yeah, there's a lot of like just putting on Gringo
so
Poppy.
again, it's already as it is.
It's a
You
lot
can't
for sure.
charge
I have to give people like a little bit of a crew, like you have to have like, yeah, like a little van outside, a
the
little
hard
school
sell,
desk,
you're
and
gonna close the door,
and a TV screen, you know, it's just like, okay, so
people
here's
aren't going
this
to
outlet.
want to lend
This
money.
one's called
Therefore, again,
Movie
hello,
Sound.
the
Bob
nice
wasn't there, but he chases
See,
them
at least
away.
if you loan with the document, came out of the start, then you get a lien against all property. You know, I'll not broke into. That is in order to encourage and facilitate loans, then why not even say a verbal loan?
I chased them because
some less late color. So because in that case, we'll say again, hello, my second is no about path.
Wait, did he say?
Verbal loan, there's no call. Because there's no call, in reality, it should evolve upon all
So,
properties
like, is he
for all
saying they
loans.
came
Rabbis
back?
went ahead and
He wasn't there at the beginning, and
Start
then he
not
came
like
and
they
found
look
his
at
guns
like
and
no
chased him.
I mean, the way that it would only make sense is
Rabbi
like, so
on
he
the
left
other
for stand up,
Shibuda Labdor,
and
there is no concept of
maybe
a
his wife called him and said, hey, there's guys in the
You're
house,
all right.
and so he turned around and
The
came
rabbi
back and
made a
got his
lien
gun
when
and
it's
said,
in a star is in order
I
not
don't
to
know.
close
Yeah,
the
that's
door
another thing too,
to
because
lenders. Okay, or not
his,
so the Gemara
is
says
it
it's
in, like, Gringo Poppy ends with some, like, big, long gun story. He's contradicting things, like, I never shot a gun, never held a gun, like, he says that sometimes, and then he's, like, chasing guys with guns, and then there was another clip where he's talking about how he has a concealed carry permit.
Rather be old.
Oh, like, it's like if his wife, were they in Mexico?
The
Was he
car
saying
knows
that?
how to know that.
This is like what I've been saying about Shah and everybody.
One of the things
Sort of,
we
well,
learned
not
when we
everybody,
spend
but
a lot
like
of time on
the
this stuff,
Zapruder aspect
before
of
our first
it.
one side, you have
He
to
does
double
this
point.
like here's
What if
different
you get a double point?
many like views, and you're like, wait a minute,
Both
if you
suck
look at Shah from
and not
this,
good.
is he saying
When it
that?
gets double point,
Like,
property
it's all very confusing. So walking Zapruder film, so walking
and not
Zapruder.
property that is
Yeah, I don't know what happened in this clip.
right.
Maybe he was doing a Zoom show in like a different house, and then they just knew let's have us.
It's only property that is
No,
owned
was
by
up
the
there,
estate,
but then
not
you know
property
guns
that
were
is
involved.
Cops
Like,
are around the house.
So let's
He's
say
saying
Yaakov
big enough,
signs,
so now
he's
things
behind,
house got broken
he's
into.
and then Ruben is able to car. So now Ruben, when that debt becomes collectible, the debt is secured by property, and Ruben gets right. Double portion of that. If it's unsecured by property, and money that we pay,
You know, my
he
wife, she
doesn't get
came out, she had a bag of
what
hot
do you do
Cheetos, she
about
started
that?
throwing them
From
over
here,
he's
that we must be
Mexican.
use
Okay.
against property.
They tried to get
the
the,
all right
they tried to get the
and
jewels,
therefore,
but
it
all
turns
they
out
got
that
was
because
a Pico de Gallo, not Moquito.
that means
All right, this one's called Papa Has Recovered Drug Addict. He has no drugs on him.
So that was the all right. So
One of my favorite moments ever from anyone's career was yours when you kicked the
maybe
you
it's
said
no
up
problem.
front where you were
Just
like,
switch
I'm
around the
fucking I can
position.
do it,
Maybe
but
it's
that's like,
that's
I guess I was like prescription pills, and I was going, yeah, like, I saw the
I the Hama Ula, Sarkoda, Sarkoda, that's not certain. Some people himself is on record as saying that you go, right? So, about hope, getter, predator, Because you have something to do. So remember again. So now, as much as you were saying that a predator only is inferior grade property, what he is saying is that a predator always has a lien against property, which would then indicate that Allah and myself should use the dollar. However, Yabo, I'm a big name. Rabbi Kamar, the labels. Rabbi was here before about the moon. Rabbi was not espousing his own opinion. Rabbi was espousing the opinion of himself. But he himself did not hold that. So therefore, we are left. Something like that. Yes, and by the way, this is actually a tremendous level. Tremendous. What is the nature of an encumbrance? Is encumbrance the Raisa? Is encumbrance the Rabbanon? Rabba, the Rabbanon, Kula, the Raisa. Rabbi Shmuel knows about it. Rabbi Shmuel both say the following. No ba'atat, and the Rabbanon and Yosef, and the right? Again, we're going to learn assuming money. And Allah again, what's ba'atat, not with the start, and what's not ba'atat. Even go along with Yosef, and other people. Ultimately, again, you cannot collect that debt from Yosef, from so from state of whatever you see Yosef, what does that mean? What does that mean? It means the summon, what counts. Like, you can't start from the state until you do the you know, the Roman people. Nor can you collect that from property that has been sold after the date of my time of what you do the lot of it's not been small, old like Rabbo. This is not the right stuff. So they say the most stuff. I mean, I no bad that over that thing that you're saying. On the other hand, if you're going to charge you that even a verbal loan can be collected. Can be collected from your ship of people. What's the reason for that? My timer, ultimately, again, because the whole people do the right stuff, like so listen, you see what's happening with this. You see this, right? You listen, something big is happening. How do I know something big is happening? You've got stacks into your units, right? You've got the Hanoi, you've got the Amorai, and now you see how this is really blowing up. Eventually blowing up into a major macro. What the says is it has half over some. This is a very interesting case. Ruvain digs a pit in the Shizara. By the way, this is beautiful. This is back from Baba Kama case. This is back from Baba Kama. Close to a year ago now. Right? Close to a year ago. It's a whole pet barber Shizara. This is very exciting. So a person from Ruvain digs a pit in the Shizara. Ruvain and what happens? Napa, I love start the hard and I think that's something illegal, like giving a picture of that. What happens? As you give me a picture of that, an ox falls into the pit and kills you. Kills you. He's a funny eater. It's just a star that kills him. What's that? What's that? This is the owner of the star. Like, why is the owner of the star Hunter? What's another thing? Another thing you have to have a principle. Hold on, Shana. Nazo Allah Hasbro. Whenever you go ahead and you do something, right? I don't know, you do something illegal. He's like, so you're Allah. So even does a bit illegal. The ox falls on him and goes ahead and kills him. The owner of the star is Hata. Okay. Hello, not only that, hello, Mace Hashar. Oh, watch this. Let's say the star falls into the pit. Not only does the star kill Reuben, but what happens? What happens? What happens if the star dies? Yarshe Balabar, Hayabim Misharim, the new Charlotte Bible. Very interesting. Inheritors, Reuben doesn't pay. His inheritors are obligated to pay back the owner of the star. Okay. So what do you see from Yarshe Balabar, Hayabim Misharim, Malta Alsace, over the number. I'm just confused. Now, what do you see from there? Essentially, when the shark falls in, right, kills you, and then it's gone. So essentially, you might look at that we can own as a Malta Alsace, and look. And then to doing something kind of fraudulent, like enforceable, even from like even from your
The cops are like, okay, we get it. That is your favorite.
I'm gonna be right. I'm gonna be right. I'm gonna the key over here is where the key is the back like Sam says, the know that the nicer things and the know the start. And therefore the court rules, but ultimately again, the owners of the yardship of moving are obligated to pay back the value of Ruling was made into a trade. He didn't die yet. He just mortally wounded by the ox. I, Amr al-Nakhl, Mace Ricardo, which says that he died. That he died because he had buried him in the dead. So the Imam says, yes, talking about a case of the judges will literally sitting at the edge of the pit and adjudicated this case at the edge of the pit. Again, let's say the idea of this is because it's a case of the court adjudicating the situation, it becomes a note of the sky, not a note of the bad. Okay, I'll pass. Top of Kubai about 170 one side, last stop. I'm gonna talk. My government and your government will see. Now, what the nice is the Papa said, but when you go ahead and rent a verbal loan, the law is to collect from your state, you have the ability to collect from your state. The government officials, you cannot collect from sold property. Government and your state, why are you able to collect from the state? Conditional Tino Deles is made lobby. In order not to close the door for what's that issue?
That's the one clip. It's way back. It's like him and Eric Griffin.
They're going to be able to
Eric
collect
Griffin says, he's like, you know, like when your kids or whatever, you're playing hide and go seek, and he's just sitting there, he goes,
then how about the nice again, we run into a real problem that people aren't going to learn that much.
Dalia puts it,
Even if
this
you lend
double
Alpha without a document,
just
you
said
have the
hide
ability
and
to
seek
collect
is
from
great.
your
Like
but you
he's
can't
all serious. He's like, yo,
from
you play this game, it's like hide and seek, and he's like,
and the anal government on Google's, the less they call them. You can't collect from purchasers. Why? You got to be unfair to the purchaser, right? If you're going to lend someone money, and subsequently you're going to have to take a loan, and let's say they lend verbally, like we didn't like Alpha, and then afterwards Ruben sold the property to Levi. It's unfair in the event that Ruben defaults to say to go and collect from Levi. Why?
like a dinner party. It's like,
right? Levi
wait,
didn't
there's garage trays
because
with
the loan
sneakers
was
full of
undocumented. Therefore, Levi has no choice. He has no ability. Therefore, on one hand, we want to protect everyone. We want to allow again borrower, the lender, to collect from the state, and therefore again he gets paid. On the other hand, we want to go ahead and protect the purchaser because we have no way of knowing about this debt. So what's that? How do we? I think this is a big one. This is a big one.
basically somebody told
Or
him
how do we?
ready
for it? Hilchos Mava Beloba, Tarek Yud Aleph Halacha Dalet.
and he just was
Rambam writes,
oh, I
Kol Nova B'Shtar, Nova
show,
Osam
you
in
know,
Yershim,
but this
Hilchos
this
Moshe
newly
When you learn with the
found
doctor,
knowledge on
right, you learn with the
podcast.
writing, so the halacha is to collect both from Yershim as well as from purchase. Collect from everyone. Nova Al Peh, if you lend verbally, you got a document. Nova in a Yershim, you can collect from the estate, but you cannot collect from purchase. Right? And the reason for that is because purchasers have the way of protecting themselves. They didn't know about the existence of this loan.
It's like
And
that
then I'm asking,
episode where Jerry tells Elaine that he's originally was titled for what is it good for? And she like brings it up at some like boss at a book thing or whatever. And like she's
so
like,
again,
yeah, did
just
you
understand what that
know?
means. Anytime you lend money,
And
anytime
so
I lend
like I
money to
feel like
Ruben,
it's kind of that.
it's all right, so Ruben's property is
Just
encumbered
somebody
by
told him
that
that
debt.
story, and
Now, listen, with that,
possibly they
in
believed
the event
it,
of
or
default,
he
I
read
can
it to
collect,
where they
or
realized
debt,
it was
I
on
collect
the
from the estate,
a
I collect
joke
from purchasers.
website.
The only
Well, here's
reason
the
Chazal
result.
said it's a verbal loan, I can't collect from purchasers, is only buyer protection. Buyer protection. Purchasers have no way of knowing about this debt. Therefore, be fair for them. Even though, listen, so again, Buddha guys, there was a tremendous information in the order to read generally halacha to do Buddha like stuff, but also not the general stuff like stuff. What is that stuff like stuff? Buddha. And then also to write, also to see like, this really, and it's to a lot of folks. Right? The person feels the
Arnie is talking about Mr. Rogers like not liking the kids.
There's only one thing in life
He
you
knows
should
how
really
much he
feel
likes
like
it.
true shepherd. Right?
Down basement. You know he was a sniper in the
The word
military,
is
like one of the
slavery.
most decorated
It's a
snipers.
better word. True.
It was a
Remembrance. There's only one real shepherd, and that is
murder.
Doris.
Yeah, beast.
So
Did you guys know?
that's
I
what it
can't believe
is.
this. I just read this. Did
One
you guys
shepherd. And
know
listen, think
that
about it
Mr.
by the way.
Rogers used to be in the Navy?
Everything else comes from
Tatted
that
up,
shepherd.
just like
So you're saying
that.
something like
Killed
that.
guy.
That's not a family.
That's
Like how
crazy.
shepherd. You gotta understand.
Just like a
If
whole
you're
other
a
life that
shepherd
we never
to
knew about.
God,
I
I
used to drink before the show. He was
everything else comes
completely
from
like
that.
wasted. It's
Because
crazy.
it tells me
It's
that
all
I have to be a
movie.
good father. God tells me that I have to be a good husband. God tells me that I have to make a financial
I see him pop up. I don't know his whole story, but obviously it doesn't.
God tells me only the things I need to do. And all those that find themselves like you shouldn't.
Is
Find
he like
themselves
with Rogan and on the ring side, or he just has like a show?
Shouldn't.
UFC actually hated him for the longest time.
Like we find ourselves
Biggest
encumbered
MMA show ever made.
so many different things.
I
Right?
mean, I don't. That's more of a nose type question.
People
He
find
knows right
themselves
away when he watches something.
to society,
But yeah, I think he's
to
just
a
a
cover my
commentator now.
friends or my peers group are doing. One shepherd for you.
Scales from
The only thing I'm
I
encumbered in
definitely
this
look
world,
like
that is
they're
the
getting
rice,
that
that is
stuff.
the
This
repulsion,
sort of
hold on, and
regurgitates and
sugar.
chop
That
Chinese.
is my life.
There is a
And if I'm shoving
there's a
myself,
different clip
if
where
ultimately
he
again I
finds
sublimate
out
myself,
that
give
his
myself
mom
over,
at the
I
end
allow myself to live again, to be an Eved Hashem, that's Judah, Eved. I'm an Eved Hashem, I'm a Shibun, to the Goraisa, everything positive, everything wonderful, and everything incredible comes
It's
from
just so
that.
ridiculous. We talked about in the last one.
That's what I think.
To think
Finish
of
up.
Mr. Rogers.
Here we go.
Like,
So hotel outside another
all
shoot,
the
I will go
you
to the
know,
customer
like,
calling.
the way you
Goes
think
his
about
number again. Mr. Then says,
machine.
yeah,
let's say again, I lend you paying money.
Marlon Brando.
And we
Apocalypse
don't have a
Now,
loan document. So what's happening over here is I
Charles
have a loan
or
document
Deer
for Ruben's
Hunter,
handwriting. Like Ruben has a handwriting. Like the document says, like silver like $1,000, and it's written in Ruben's own handwriting. I love it. It's the past thing. I love for the nice that you could go and collect from the customer.
That's all clips. Oh shit.
Unencumbered property. So that's unencumbered property. I made a start. It's true, it is a start. Start without what? Start without what? Start without even.
yeah, you're
And
feeding
therefore, because start without even, therefore it doesn't have
this
a toll.
dark monster
Right? And therefore, because it doesn't have a toll, you can't collect from encumbered property.
watch
One
the
million rather than
if you
not.
haven't had enough,
Sorry,
go to
rather
our
than not. So
podcast
the open
and
on.
see some
Well,
more.
suck that's what they say. Not.
And
I'll say, but what
yeah,
happens
well,
is
this has
Dave
been a long one
knows
for you
Ruben.
guys.
Right, Ruben, I don't
To
know
join, if you'd like to join the Discord, Frank comes on there.
He's also
Lots
a
of
witness.
words,
Witnesses a
protein
lot of stuff.
farts,
So point over here is they
protein
know
farts.
his, they know his handwriting.
Guys,
So what about that?
This-
You must say, man,
this is
I'm
so
not supposed to
ridiculous.
or
This
you
is
must
the
say
kind of
essentially,
self-promotion.
does the fact that Jason recognizes Ruben's writing, does this make it like a star that has Avis? That's the shine. Does it make it like a star with Avis? I'm a late. I'll probably smoke some side of the
He's always
in order to go the
Jason,
element of
what's
custom
the girl's name?
No, listen,
Jesse?
again,
Oh,
in order to
Jessica's
select
Jane.
from the
Jessica's
custom
Jane.
issue,
Thank you.
but
All
you
right,
want to
that's
select
enough.
from
Use
both
so
from
much. Tune in next
purchasers,
week.
you have to have witnesses. Witnesses create a call, a general awareness, and therefore, again, purchasers would be aware, even if Basin recognizes Ruben's signature that still only allows for collection from the Chassan Menechorin unencumbered property. So, Master Rayvachamo, Shlosh Gittin, Rayvachamo raises the cash up. So, Shlosh Gittin Suman. There are 3 Gittin that are possible. This is how black Three Gittin which are possible, right? But if you marry anyway, the person you are essentially a woman utilizing the offspring of the What are those 3 Gittin? Number 1, Sas Pixas Yodlo Ve'inalavi. If you get the handwriting of the husband, but there's no witnesses there. There's no witnesses. Look, I'm very
Thank you for
because
tuning
in that
in.
kind of case,
Hope you enjoyed that intro song. That's a new one.
right? But there's
Stacy's
no
mom.
evils, there's no witnesses that sign on. It's such a gag. It's cut short, but you really shouldn't use it. But if she did use it, like let's say Ruben Majerap or Ruffles did use it, technically speaking, the divorce is out. Either that goes on, or there are witnesses that sign there, but there is no date on it. Yesh Osman Ve'ingo Ela Eida. Or there is a date, but there's only one witness. What's the halacha? Are they able to get human? So these again really are not really good for use. In these cases, have live custom, but if you used it ultimately again, is kosher. Kosher. I thought you should be allowed either even kosher. Go them in the custom issue button. And Rabbi Loza says the truth is, even if there aren't Jews on it, but you keep it in the presence of witnesses, it's kosher. I'll say that again. That's Rabbi Loza issue kosher. Let the Rabbi Loza hold. Well, it was like eating the sea of remember again, it's not the
That's the Vietnam War. That was a good one. And then,
giving over
ever heard of it?
Like
Like it's a
goes so
cool
far to
thing.
say that even if you don't have
Remember how cool that was? Ever heard of it?
giving over the star, halach l'maisa, you get discussion you could collect. What do you
Mr. Rogers, I don't think killed anybody. He does a big part of his
Right,
personality.
or again, I want to remember again, I want to point out also, whatever halachos apply to Jews also apply to what? Regular stars. Like regular stars, that is not so long ago. So we're going to so let's say so again. So what do you see from here? Look at that star for just a moment. Go over minute to cross. Go over the custom shibadin. Kilomar, in star milvaru, o star custom shibadin, go and it's most of the made. Go over the custom shibadin. So let's say so again. Here it is. What do you see over here? You have a star over here that is written in the handwriting of the husband. There are no witnesses on the star, and yet despite all of that, Allah because this was just said before, which we must have shiny husband in the shot Siva, which is Shabe Nafse. That case is different, right? That case is why. Because in this type of situation where Allah Almighty again is described in the beginning, that Ruben is not going to use you. It's not going to join those who shoot up. He's just shouting himself. He's obligating himself in this level of obligation from the beginning of the writing of his shot. Shining husband in the shot. Siva who decided Nafshe. She lifts up her shot, lifts up to the Rosh of the Flame. She even is still a muffle. Even the Balaza, even see the person, she will next remove the soul from the that is
definitely seems
because since it's divine on the Balaza, therefore again, even the Sira Tarsi, therefore you shine himself from the beginning. I think I said testimony in the star itself. Nan, the boy on Bapus, the love, Savado, the Almo, she's social of the Balaza, can't apply the remember the mold our initial question. Our initial question was, Mishma said that if Ruben lends Shimon money, and you have a star, like the star is written, Shimon the borrower's handwriting. So what's the law for the now, law is again, Ruben can collect from Shimon, but only from the customer, what happens if Allah relates to the recognizes Shimon's handwriting? Does that make it as if
I guess they're just saying that the king is wait, that's
the
the king
bring
is
a raya over here.
that's the king. So the king is saying Shav is cutting off.
And Allah Almighty, the way we possibly even when you can recognize the handwriting of Ruvain, sorry, the handwriting of Shimon the borrower, that's fine. In other words, it's a valid document. Ruvain the lender can collect from unencumbered property, but he cannot collect from encumbered property. Beautiful. All right, the side. Last piece. So, no, other thing notes about how to do so. The next, remember again that the Mishnah will distinguish between guarantor who signs before the signatures and after the signatures. Right? The Lord is just essentially a guarantor who signs before the signatures. That's the proper guarantor. But a guarantor signs after the signatures, not to be the proper guarantor. The way the Mishnah says that the guarantor signs after the signatures and witnesses, you can only collect from the custom and holders of the guarantor, not from the custom. The person that signs before the signatures, you collect even from the custom. That looks like the ultimate again. Sorry, issue about the face. Thank you. Now, remember again, that's not hosting, but not come to the non Hold him, keep in charge, government custom squadron. Not keep in charge, government custom in the culture. Here it is. That says if the guarantor signs before, right? Guarantor signs before the signatures of the witnesses, you could collect from the custom issue button. But if he only signs after the signatures of the witnesses, you only collect from the custom in the culture. Simply yet other times that said, after the clothing season starts, in the cover element of custom in the so this one's called Other times Rav said that even if the guarantor signed before the signatures of the witnesses, you still can only collect from unencumbered property. Kashya, the Rabbi, the Rav. What is it? Well, it's incredible. No kashya, it's not a contradiction. Hard because of they clone sorry. Hard because of they wow. We'll say everything hinges on a thought. What does this mean? Well, let's play this out. Ruben is $1,000. So in the document it says, I remain a man $1,000. So let's say, now watch this. If in the shot it says, and Levi is a guarantor for this loan, then you have the signature of the witnesses. And I love for myself, then the lady's on the hook, even for his only person. If on the other hand the check says, I'm going to mention $1,000, and then it says, lady is a guarantor for this loan without the end, without the bug, and ultimately again, I'm also looking at that two ladies is a guarantor, but lady is only a guarantor up to what? In the custom that they call it, not in the custom.
So you're probably telling that story to somebody like Julia, and they were like, dude, that
something that
or like maybe he was telling a story to his kids to scare them into either not doing acid or wearing Crocs, and then they're like,
or you in other words, documental juxtaposition. Yes,
This was the one I'm most
right? Documental juxtaposition is not something that actually, again, holds the guarantor to the transaction of others. Therefore, again, interesting enough, what Rav says is having the guarantor signed before the signature of the witnesses is enough to create an obligation. Remember, again, it is an obligation, but it only obligates the person than a home. If you want the guarantor to be obligated even for the person which is bargain, you need that hook, you need that hand, which again documentally goes ahead and leads him to the actual transaction itself. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Rabbi Yochanan says no. Rabbi Yochanan says no. The way a guarantor works, Rabbi Yochanan holds that a guarantor's obligation is always capped at his nefassim. That's it. That's it. A guarantor is never on the hook for nefassim mission. Massive level. Rubber is a kasha. Either my husband, Shalom, get fossil. Shema al Shema Shalom Fossil. So this is actually a very interesting case. So that brings us to following question. Okay, so let's say again, you have a document, right? So again, Ruben is divorcing his wife, Rachel. In the document that he's like, right? Ruben is divorcing Rachel, and then in the document itself it says, and witnesses, do me a favor, when you go and you deliver this back to Rachel, sing alone tonight. Right? Because again, Rachel is Rachel, you know, Ruben lives in Tel Aviv, Rachel lives in Yerushalayim. So Ruben comes here, this is not my old childhood friend, lives in Yerushalayim. Ruben gets and he writes that in the document itself. So it's my childhood. Right. But Melissa, sometimes all about celebration, right? Why spend money on the original stand? Right? If you can just go ahead and have the witnesses go ahead and give over that knowledge. So now watch this. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, so here's the issue. The witness is signed right below that Shalom Aleichem, or that instruction to give Shalom to Shimon, then the get is possible. Why? Because what are we concerned about? We're concerned that the witnesses are signing on the greeting. Signing on the greeting and not signing on the act. The dignifier should be named Rabbi Yochanan. So what says Rabbi Yavo said, and what says as follows. I understood it was as follows. Shalom, Pasal, Visha Ilo, Kasha. It says, Shi'ilu Pasal, Visha Ilu Kasha. Oh, so everything depends on the above. If you are going to get, I would in the right? And the next section, please make sure to inquire about the welfare of my friend, and then since the witnesses, that's going to validate the get. It's possible that the witnesses are signing on the greetings. But if it says and, if you have again the documental form, right, which again connects the greeting to the get itself, I would have divorcing Ruffle, go deliver this get tonight, and please give greetings to my friend Shimon, and the documental form allows us to understand what the witnesses understanding both on the get as well as on the team. Hatanami, because of Cody I knew Torah. I was like, that's the same thing as that. Okay, it's the right. I'm not the opera. So I said, hello, when I start, and therefore, again, essentially, it is not enough to have your sign before the signatures of the witnesses. Rather, what do you need? You need a documented quote. So it has to say, like, I Ruben and lending $100,000, and maybe is the guarantee. Afterwards, the signatures of the witnesses. Beautiful. All right, then we'll say last piece, myself. We'll the favorite Ishmael. So we'll say, remember again, after this, we have the homes which are bananas. What is bananas? So bananas hold that halacha l'maisa. The only time that a guarantor enters when it is clear that the guarantor was the reason for the debt, right? So, for example, in bananas, as an example, the only time that the guarantor is obligated is when, let's say, for example, Levi says to Ruben, lend the money to me, and I'll guarantee it. So it's clear that the loan is being made because the guarantor is guaranteed. Otherwise, Banana says there is no obligation. It's the example of I walk into the marketplace and what happens? I see Ruben holding Shimon in a chokehold, and I say, Ruben, stop. I'll guarantee the debt. Banana says, but anyway, of course not. I'm just trying to get him out of the chokehold. Now, welcome to Mice again. So this is another hold. Banana and a fish roll. Here we go. 17 tomorrow. Mice to bother the fish roll. Even though, let's remember again, that Rabbi Shmuel praised bananas. Right? Remember again, how did he praise bananas? He said, if you want to learn Dinei Mamas, right? Dinei Mamas is the most incredible thing. And if you want to learn Dinei Mamas, which you should go to, make sure to learn under bananas. Nevertheless, I love Rabbi Moshe. I love Rabbi Shmuel and not like bananas. Not like bananas. We'll say, now what does that mean? The halacha is that as long as the guarantors are signed in the documents before the signatures of the witnesses, now as we just said before, and connect the guarantorship to the piece of the document before the signatures. You don't pass the ignore if you place bananas, you don't pass the bananas. The funnel, Mali Amashmal. What about the case of chokehold? This is important here. So what about the case of chokehold? I walk into the shop. I see Ruben is holding Shimon in the chokehold. He's saying, pay me. Right? And I say, Shimon, let him go. I'll guarantee the loan. What would Rabbi Shmuel, am I now a guarantor for that loan or not? Here we go. So the Gemara says, Tashma, Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Yochanan, followed by Rabbi Shmuel after the Chanuk. No, Rabbi Shmuel disagreed even in the case of Chanuk. And Rabbi Shmuel would actually hold that the guarantor is Chayiv. Incredible, right? And even though, again, it's clear. Why am I saying to Ruben, I'll guarantee the debt? I'm trying to say shit. That's what was happening over here. But there was Rabbi Shmuel said, I'm going to be obligated as a guarantor. So the Gemara says, okay. Allah says, should we pass on that prayer or not? The Tashma, I'm Rabbi Yochanan, Cholok Rabbi Shmuel at the Chanuk. Rabbi Shmuel disputed bananas even in the case of the chokehold. And Rabbi Shmuel would say, even in that case, I would be obligated as a guarantor. Halacha kimoso after Chanuk. Halacha Rabbi Shmuel, even in the case, ultimately again, of the chokehold. I'm Rabbi Shmuel. The Chanuk Yado, Mishtabe. So no. Let's listen to this. Discuss it. So it comes along and reads it in the process like this. In the chokehold, if I get a key, so let's just respect her, right? So I walk into the shop. Looking at that human in the chokehold. Very good.
I guess it might be like, but that would make sense. If this is why he's like this.
So I come along and I say, Ruben, you Lord, I'll guarantee. So smoke comes along and says, that works as long as
I don't know what creative does.
With the lender, say that I'm going to guarantee. What do you call it? Well, the already the Alma Mobile, we can infer from this that in general, a guarantor does not require a fee. You could drop now, and the argues are on that. So this is another interesting idea. In order to become a guarantor, you need some type of premium or not the lender. We could drop now, and this argues on Rav Nachman. Why both sides of the Gemara says, Rav Nachman, or on the day of last moment, or the days been who do like Aber
no, is that what he's saying?
Arbeiter
Of course, he's
so
someone
let's say
to use
normally
as a shop.
only or any guarantee
Imagine you talk
becomes
to
a
shop,
guarantee
and
for
my sister
Davian
like,
would
right
require
now,
a
he's like,
team.
well, give
But in general, I'll say otherwise, in order to become a guarantor for that guarantorship to be
my
binding,
aunt's not
you
gay.
need a
Shop.
thing. And also, I will say, what's that logo? Orange is that not a logo, white team. After not a logo, white team. What's it? Very interesting.
He's losing it.
If you became an artist, you became a guarantor. At the time that the loan was made, if you become a guarantor at the time that the loan was made, then halacha l'maisa, there is no need. In other words, if you're present at the time of the transaction, I say you are a guarantor for the transaction. Again, I will say, with all the caveats, you're a guarantor for the transaction. You're signing before the signature witnesses. There's a documental form linking your guarantorship to the actual front of the loan document. If you have all of that, opinion is not necessary to formalize and concretize your guarantorship. However, after Matan Ma'os, this is very important. That was saying, remember again, you can technically introduce a guarantor after the loan is made, right? You may lend some of the money, and then later on you bring a little bit of fees, right? Or shitting yourself to get a guarantor. You can introduce a guarantor after the transaction. It's already been made. But in order to do that, what has to happen? In that case, the guarantor has to be makabel fee, which makes sense. Since he's not part of right? He's not part of the original transaction. In order to introduce him, you need something with halakhic teeth. You'll require a thing. All right, based in law by opinion, once in all circumstances, a person becomes a guarantor. The transaction that's happening in engagement never requires a team. Why? In the Hemingway, drummer on the Shabbat. So this is actually quite beautiful. Quite beautiful. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, if I'm a guarantor in the transaction engagement, what does that show? That based in trust me. That based in trust me. So because based in trust me, again, that is enough for me to fully commit myself to the guarantorship without having to do anything. Otherwise, the opinion is there in order to ensure that the guarantor is really on the hook. If I'm in basement and basement is trusting me to be a guarantor, so that is enough. That is enough that I fully commit myself, and there's absolutely no need for any additional. So let's say it happens to be that halacha l'maisa in this chokehold case. The way that I'm not asking the halacha l'maisa, the guarantor is not on the hook. That's what I'm doing, which again I think is logical and intuitive because halacha l'maisa again is clear I'm only doing in order to go ahead and see. Now, amazingly enough, we also possibly like Rabbi Shmuel and not like Ben Nanas. The halacha l'maisa again essentially. So again, a guarantor need not do it. If he's becoming a guarantor at the time of the transaction itself, right? That doesn't have to happen. The only time he requires kids, it's if he's being introduced later on, and a local mason becomes a guarantor in basic, doesn't never require his opinion. It needs to be signed. The guarantor needs to be written in before the signature of the witnesses, and needs the documental hook in order to be signed. So let's say just to close out for a second, the last Mishnah ended off with a really beautiful idea. That I wrote Shiyaso to be named. So a person wants to become wise, Yaso to be named. A person should go ahead and really involve himself in modifying law. Right? That's the ability to become exceptionally wise. What's the shot? Well, why don't you say, I want to become wise? Learn Hilchos Shabbos. Learn Hilchos Kashrus. I don't know why being Mormonists. This is so beautiful idea.
Every time
the Shem Shmuel
makes the episode start later. Like, should we do Still Not a Player by Fat Joe and Big Pun?
What is being Mormonist? He says, being Mormonist. Tell me how my Mormons show this
You didn't come here for that. You came here for 10 minutes of shots, so let's start the clips.
There's a pile of money over there, right? Or there's a financial claim. And then two you have Reuben and you have Shimon. And you have to try to figure out how to distinguish Mammon, Zeh, Lemi, who owns the money. Right? So there's one bucket of money or one claim, who gets it? The Zeh Hayehudi or the Kabbalah. There's a Shimon. Zeh Chachma Gedol, the whole Sukar Ne'elam. So the Shimon supposed to something amazing. Today, Mammonists requires a very specific skill. Havdalah. The ability to be mafia, the ability to distinguish, does the money belong to Ruben? Does the money ultimately belong to Ruben? So being honest requires the ability to distinguish between two things that look so similar. Right? Ruben is doing Ruben is a great guy, Ruben is a great guy, Ruben makes a compelling claim, Ruben makes a compelling claim. And what do I have to try to figure out? I have to figure out how to be mafia. How to be mafia. Change will something amazing. What is the greatest skill that we possess in life? Ability to go. Starting the second breakfast brings down. It's the first thing we do on Monday Shabbos. Right? First thing we do on Monday Shabbos. We rock up holy Adam Zaz. We say, Baruch, you give us wisdom. How does that wisdom manifest itself? Where does Havdalah happen in Shema Esrei? Atachanu in Atachonu Adam Zaz. Ultimately, again, the greatest gift we have is the ability to distinguish between different things. So Dine Mamonis represents this ability to engage in the incredible process of Havdalah. Now, once you ask something, okay, it's very nice. But once you have Dine Mamonis, once you know in the financial law how to do Havdalah, how to make a difference between you and each other, then once I can take that skill set and I can bring it to the rest of life. Because what is life all about? Life is all about a mavdil, they kodesh, they are devotion, they sell life. Life is all about the ability to make sometimes very, very nuanced distinctions. What's right and what's wrong? What's holy, what's impure, what's kosher, what's right, and what's wrong. That's what life is all about. I will say, more often than not in life, people think this is it's not really between two things that are maybe like navigating the nuanced decisions. What's the real proper path for me? What's the right decision?
Here's one thing that bothers me about this already. I hate when the bro guys pretend to like something more than they do. They think it's funny that Cal thinks it's like hilarious that he likes J-Lo's music or something like that. No, dude, I don't really care about this. Just another fucking stupid hack thing that these guys do.
Skills,
but I will stand by Shapiro singing over J-Lo's all day long.
And engage in financial and you learn that part of nuance.
Yeah, I don't really like any J-Lo songs.
You learn it here,
like that she will song pretty good.
Those like it's good.
You see how BGL is blanked out? We have to make sure that he's like in every video. I forgot once. Yeah, I would apologize to the viewers for that. It's a mistake. We even at least we talked about it when we watched. We ended up blanking it out. Alright, we'll see.
Tomorrow morning starts Sunday.
You can't lie to one people.
You're gonna go fuck Hashem Lord, you're gonna just suck. What do you see tomorrow? Really? Higher? Hellfire. The multitudes to multitudes. Tomorrow we start from heaven tonight, and then we invite our real city members will be actually on back Shabbos here in the school. It will be Shabbos January 18th, that will be our Galaxian, and it goes out. These beautiful basic of the Galaxian on your session, and but tonight, I want to invite you to show a little behind the scenes tonight. We're at 9 o'clock. We're going to celebrate together at Hillside. Celebrate for Alaska tomorrow, tonight, tomorrow morning, Sanhedrin, knitted, sharp, ready to go, well rested. Whether you get enough people or not,
this room, they can't leave, and that's why he's doing this weird.
We're going to grab Sanhedrin by the horns.
And then Brian is saying all crazy. It's because somebody has like forced them for 24 hours to be in this podcast studio, and they have nothing else to talk about.
You're taking care of us. You've been by our side. No matter what was happening in my life, there was a lot of us outside.
before
A
you
lot of
spend.
us, you know,
Taylor, I don't think anybody that sings would disagree with that. You can't just go by how many records she sold, but she still beats you with records. Shakira's
You're going to love you, and you're never going to touch you, and it's always going to be willing to learn with you no matter what else.
Just, I mean, I just think she falls short. I don't like it. I'm a fan of J-Lo and Shakira. What are you listening to? I like J-Lo, but what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? I'm a fan of Shakira. Calm down. Here's my other thing. I don't give a fuck. But if you want to argue, argue your whole fucking day with us. Argue, so calm down. How do you like? Here's the thing. Adele's better than both of them. Correct. Shakira's pretty badass, but she's not amazing voice. As far as voice, no, hold on. We're not talking about dancing. We're talking about singing. Shakira can sing. It's not like Adele, bro. Adele is not even close. No, Adele's amazing, but Shakira's amazing too. They're not even the same fucking category. I wouldn't say that. I don't know. I mean, I'm a huge Adele fan. Damn, so bad to Shakira. Shakira can sing. Adele. Adele's ridiculous. Yes, but Shakira lets your point go. Your point is Shakira's better because she has a more better voice, right? I think Shakira is a
Quintessential chop fuck cooking talk. This is a very boring clip about like them pretending or maybe they're serious. They like really are into Adele, Shakira, and J-Lo. Just like I can't believe you watched the show. I'm in a Def Leppard. Really, I was like, what ain't bro? That's it. Jesus. It's been on his hand. His hand has been on his dick the whole fucking clip. It's so strange. She's pretty crazy. She's also talking about, I forget what he said, but he was sort of making fun of Brennan Walsh, making fun of the sandals thing that Kellen always does. He always just like the jeans and the sandals are just like a real piece of shit. Not a good look. Shut up, Brennan Walsh. More record pod. There may be some, we know what they posted us some James. Again, they posted Walsh and James. He talks a little bit about me, so somebody wrote like, they posted like Brennan Walsh homeless again or something, and it's just 10 minutes. So we actually got this for the first time. Well, no, I think we've been posting some bullshit. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, James. I think that's the end. She's I think the hair is clear. Oh my god. It's so frustrating that they don't even get to a conclusion. Yeah. That clip made me homeless as fuck. Yeah, I was already pretty homeless with that one. Super homeless. Alright, so this one's called College Shop Used Their Hands to Make a Living. Long location there.
Was Moshe Bar Azzi also guaranteed his brother was Shiva. The full forward all financial difficulties by way. It was divorce your life.